Fictional world, Dragon Kingdom multiple female, leads assassin system. This is my first serious attempt at writing an urban fantasy novel. Please forgive any writing style issues. Gu Lingxiao transmigrated to a fictional world and inherited the title of chieftain of a village with 2 kingdoms. After graduating from Handong University, he diligently developed his family's traditional village until he was targeted by Kunsha, a notorious drug lord in northern Myanmar. Only after his death did Gu Lingxiao discover that Kunsha was behind his parents' deaths. Unfortunately, he was dead. However, to Gu Lingxiao's surprise, he was reborn, back to the time when his parents' accident occurred right after he enrolled in university. Why couldn't it have been sooner? Sooner, he could have saved his parents. Ding! Assassin system successfully bound. With a reborn system, Gu Lingxiao didn't know how he could lose this time. Kunsha had to die. But after Gu Lingxiao developed his village to a level far exceeding his previous life, he realized he had never truly understood this world. Handong province now has a new city, Jinghai. A village called Tacai has arrived in Dongshan City. He thought that was all, until his subordinate reported, "Chief, someone named Long Xiaoyun is looking for you." Gu Lingxiao felt like he had wasted his previous life. In name raging Uncle Dong Special Forces, even Hong Kong has the Hung Hing young and dangerous. Let's see how high Gu Lingxiao, with his assassin system, can reach in this life. Content includes in name raging Tacai Special Forces Wolf Warrior Young and Dangerous, a mixed multidimensional world. Chapter 1, Transmigration, Rebirth, System, Full Buff. Kid, remember this, my name is Kunsha. In this world, you're the first person to refuse my, Kunsha's, demands. Be more sensible in your next life. Bang! With a gunshot, Gu Lingxiao's ordinary life ended. 1997, Handong Province, Handong University. Ugh, my head hurts so much. Where am I? Wasn't I killed by Kunsha? The thought had barely formed in his mind when Gu Lingxiao realized something was wrong. He was absolutely certain that after all the hard work of developing the village into a scenic area in Handong Province, a group of desperados had stormed into his residence, knocked him unconscious, and taken him away. He had also seen the drug lord who had shot him, Kunsha. He was indeed dead. Because of the unique nature of the village being in 2 countries, crossing from abroad to within the country was extremely easy, and there were even many people crossing the border. Since one village existed in 2 countries, the Dragon Kingdom could only station border troops at the village entrance. This wasn't a simple border issue. It was a political issue, a conflict between 2 countries that could have far-reaching consequences. This was a problem inherited from the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, which could only maintain and acknowledge the unique nature of the village being in 2 countries. Gu Lingxiao's father was the current village chief, essentially the village head. After his parents' unexpected deaths, Gu Lingxiao returned to assume the position of chieftain, completed his studies at Handong University, and returned to the village to dedicate himself to its development. Kunsha, one of the notorious drug lords of the Golden Triangle, also saw an opportunity and repeatedly tried to collaborate with Gu Lingxiao. In his previous life, Gu Lingxiao had uncovered some suspicious circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths. It wasn't a natural car accident, but rather Kunsha's doing. Gu Lingxiao, both before and after his transmigration, deeply abhorred such behavior and repeatedly refused Kunsha's invitations to cooperate. Ultimately, this led to his demise. After refusing Kunsha's invitation once again, Gu Lingxiao was kidnapped by Kunsha's men that very night, seeing Kunsha's face before his death. The indifference, the coldness, the look in Kunsha's eyes that made him feel like dirt sent shivers down Gu Lingxiao's spine. Even with a gun pressed against his forehead, he still refused, which became the final straw that ended Kunsha's ordinary life with a gunshot. But what's going on here? Why am I still alive? Slowly opening his eyes, Gu Lingxiao looked at everything before him and felt a sense of familiarity. This was the apartment he rented when he was studying at Handong University. Could it be that he really had been reborn? Was this all not a dream? Gu Lingxiao reached up and pinched his arm, the sharp pain shooting through his entire body. It hurts. It seems he really has been reborn. Even transmigration has happened to him. Rebirth isn't so unacceptable after all. Hello, motorcycle. The vibration and ringtone from his pocket pulled Gu Lingxiao back to reality. Taking out his phone, he saw the caller ID, Teacher Gao. Teacher Gao, Gao Yuliang, his mentor. His teacher had been incredibly kind to him, taking great care of him. After his parents passed away, Teacher Gao often called to check on him and frequently invited him to his home for meals. Gu Lingxiao answered the phone with a complicated expression, his voice hoarse as he said, "Hello, Teacher Gao." "Lingxiao, class is almost here. Why haven't you come to school yet? You're already several days late for the other students." Gao Yuliang on the other end of the line looked at the classroom, noticing the missing student, and decided to call directly to inquire. Thinking about the accident that happened at home right after the start of the semester, Gao Yuliang was genuinely worried. He had called yesterday to tell him he could come to school today, but he still hadn't arrived, so Gao Yuliang couldn't hold back and called. Hearing Teacher Gao's concerned voice, Lingxiao felt a pang of sadness. "Teacher, I'll be right there." "Okay, be careful on your way. You'll miss the first class, so don't worry too much, okay?" "Okay, Teacher Gao." After hanging up, Lingxiao went to the washroom, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to stay awake. Ding. First of all, congratulations to the host on being reborn. Secondly, this system is now activated. Chapter 2, The Death Warrior System. Handong University. The system. In his previous life, Lingxiao had pondered whether he possessed a system like others. But after numerous fruitless attempts, he resigned himself to the understanding that he was not the fated one, lacking any such system. However, now that a system had been activated, how could he not feel exhilarated? With trembling hands, he turned off the faucet and inquired, "What kind of system are you? What functions do you possess?" Ding. The host can communicate with this system in their mind. This system is the Death Warrior System, Character Panel, System All. Summon Death Warriors by recharging money. Low-level Death Warrior, 100,000 to summon one, equivalent to a 3-year veteran in the military with a high school diploma. Mid-level Death Warrior, 1 million to summon one, equivalent to a college graduate and a reconnaissance soldier in the military. High-level Death Warrior, 10 million to summon one, equivalent to a master's degree holder and a special forces soldier in the military. Top-level Death Warrior, 100 million to summon one, equivalent to a PhD holder and a military elite or a top talent in a specific field. Top-level Death Warriors can choose from 2 summoning pools, bodyguards and talents. Bodyguards include Cold Edge, Feng Yuxiu, Xiao Zhuang, Yuan Lang, Tian Yangsheng, and a series of other figures. Talent types encompass stocks, finance, film directors, singers, and more. All individuals are 100% loyal. If the host commands them to die, they will not hesitate. With each introduction from the system, Lingxiao's heartbeat quickened, especially at the mention of top-level Death Warriors. Although the price was steep at 100 million, having a truly loyal top talent or bodyguard was undoubtedly worth it. System, is there a beginner's package? Ding. Beginner's package detected. Would you like to open it? Open. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 top-level Death Warrior recruitment and 100 low-level Death Warrior summons. Would you like to summon? Not yet. Lingxiao needed time to contemplate how to arrange these individuals. His card balance was only a little over 1 million, stemming from his parents' insurance compensation. Thinking of his parents darkened Lingxiao's expression. Kunsha, you shall meet your end. Summon top-level talent Death Warrior. Ding. Top-level talent Death Warrior summoned successfully. Name, Xinjiang, top-level Death Warrior. Field, stock market, the stock market. Excellent. It is the easiest place to make money, albeit also the most scrutinized. However, with proper management, it was not an issue. System, where's Xinjiang now? Ding. Host, Xinjiang will report within 3 days. 3 days. Then everything would be manageable once Xinjiang arrived. He could entrust all his funds to him for profitable investments. Regarding the 100 Death Warriors, after some thought, Lingxiao decided to summon them. System, can I communicate with the summoned Death Warriors? Ding. Yes, host. But it requires 100 million to activate the communication service. Currently, only 1 command can be issued to them. What a shrewd merchant. Lingxiao felt a wave of frustration. Summon all 100 Death Warriors and issue the command. Find jobs nearby Handong University that provide food and accommodation. And retain your salaries for now. Lingxiao did not intend for these 100 individuals to languish in the system. Finding jobs with basic sustenance would ensure they had at least 100,000 left over each month after daily expenses. Even the smallest endeavors could yield returns. He would not allow himself to become wasteful just because of Xinjiang's presence. Fine, he admitted he was frugal. But had he forgotten something crucial? Oh no. Class. Lingxiao sprang up, flinging open the door with a resounding bang, and dashed out. As he ran, he pulled out his Motorola. Another 20 minutes had passed, and he was still not too far from school. Taking a taxi would mean missing Professor Gao's class. Upon reaching downstairs and basking in the sunlight, Lingxiao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Life was truly good. Handong University. Moments later, he hopped into a taxi and, after stating his destination, resumed his contemplation of the system. He realized that these Death Warriors were an extraordinary existence, conjured from nothing. Yet they would not be discovered as illegal entities. Each one would legally and rationally exist in this world. Their absolute loyalty would significantly ease Lingxiao's future arrangements. enabling him to undertake ventures he had once only dreamed of in his past life, delegating them to these capable individuals. For instance, in the realms of politics and the military. Hey, handsome, we've arrived at Handong University. That'll be 10 yuan. In the back seat of the taxi, Lingxiao snapped back to reality as the university gates came into view. In this life, he would not hesitate to show anyone who dared to oppress him what it meant to have death warriors at his command. Having made up his mind, Lingxiao pulled out his wallet, handed over the 10 yuan, and stepped out of the vehicle, his demeanor noticeably transformed. If in his past life he had been unremarkable, devoid of allure, now Lingxiao exuded an air of indifference. Not indifference to life itself, but rather a disregard for all that was unworthy of his attention. As he strode forward, the security guard called out, "Hey, stop. Let me see your student ID." The guard, having not seen clearly before, was now taken aback by Lingxiao's presence, causing his voice to soften. "Hello, fellow student. May I see your student ID?" "Certainly, thank you. I overslept and arrived late." Lingxiao replied with a gentle smile as he retrieved his student ID from his pocket, exuding warmth rather than arrogance. "Is that a junior or a senior?" one girl remarked, observing Lingxiao's smile. "Who? Are you talking about him?" her friend inquired, scanning the vicinity. "Look, it's that guy at the security booth." The girl pointed, indicating Lingxiao. "Isn't that Lingxiao? Do you know him?" "Of course. He's a freshman. Why do you think I recognize him?" "It's because he's the campus heartthrob." The girl was unsure if he was indeed the heartthrob from the law department. "I heard he had family issues at the start of the semester. Looks like he has handled it." "Wait, if his family had issues, how did he earn the heartthrob title?" questioned her friend, catching a flaw in the narrative. "His student ID can be verified. Word travels fast, and everyone knows by now," the girl replied, her expression turning dreamy. As the two girls chatted, they almost approached Lingxiao, were it not for the security barrier. "All clear, student. You may proceed." The guard returned the student ID and opened the gate. "Thank you." Lingxiao accepted his ID and walked inside, offering a smile to the two girls as he passed. "Are all Handong University students so good-looking? Quick, let us go. They probably overheard us." "Really? The heartthrob has good hearing?" "Ha ha ha, indeed. What are you going to do? Have you developed a crush?" Listening to her friend's whimsical chatter, the girl sighed and playfully pinched her friend's side. "Are you done? Are you done?" I yield. My mistake. Stop it, he's coming over." At her friend's words, the girl ceased her antics and turned to see Lingxiao approaching. Chapter 3. The esteemed teacher Gao Yuliang Ho Yangping. "What business do you have with our Xiao AI?" The newcomer was none other than Ho Yangping. "Xiao AI, are you free for lunch?" Zhong Xiao AI regarded Ho Yangping's eager expression. He had always been this way, and she never thought much of it. However, after meeting Lingxiao, she found herself comparing him to Ho Yangping and perceiving the latter as decidedly mundane. "No, thank you. We're having lunch in the cafeteria." "No worries, we'll head out first," Zhong Xiao AI stated as she took her friend's arm and walked away. Ho Yangping watched as Zhong Xiao left without a trace of hesitation, momentarily stunned in place. What had transpired? Everything had seemed perfectly fine before. He had pursued Zhong Xiao for several years, yet he had never witnessed her behaving in such a manner. It was as if he had returned to the time when they first met, strange and unfamiliar. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he pondered the underlying issue. Under normal circumstances, he believed he had a firm hold on winning her over. Lingxiao approached the faculty building, needing to report to his advisor, Liang Lu, in order to process an application for off-campus housing. However, the mere thought of Liang Lu darkened his mood considerably. Indeed, Liang Lu was the very individual who had coerced Qi Tongwei into kneeling. In a previous life, she had shown interest in him. But upon discovering he had no intention of pursuing a political career, she had repeatedly threatened him, eventually giving up. Liang Chuanfeng was indeed the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission of Handong Province, and theoretically, he could easily make Lingxiao's life difficult in Handong. Yet, Lingxiao had chosen not to pursue that path, opting instead to return home and inherit his village, leaving Liang Lu powerless against him. "Hello, classmate. It's nice to see you again," Zhong Xiao's voice echoed behind him. Lingxiao turned to find a strikingly graceful girl standing at the entrance. Seeing Lingxiao once more, Zhong Xiao had to admit that he met all her preferences in looks and demeanor. "Excuse me, could you tell me where Liang Lu's office is?" Lingxiao asked with a slight smile, captivated by the charming young lady before him. Upon hearing that Lingxiao was seeking Liang Lu, Zhong Xiao's evaluation of him lowered slightly, as the latter's reputation at school was far from stellar. Concerned about misunderstandings, Zhong Xiao's tone turned a bit chilly as she inquired, "What do you need her for?" Lingxiao was not bothered by Zhong Xiao's fluctuating demeanor. He replied candidly, I wish to apply for off-campus accommodation and need my advisor's consent. Do you know where it is? Zhong Xiaoyun felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon realizing that he merely sought off-campus housing and was not falling into Liang Lu's trap. I'll take you there, she said, stepping ahead of him. Lingxiao observed Zhong Xiaoyun's retreating figure, a hint of confusion crossing his mind, but he quickly dismissed it with self-deprecation. Her choices were her own. He harbored no intense feelings toward Zhong Xiaoyun. Her background, no matter how formidable, held no sway over him. Here we are, Zhong Xiaoyun announced as they arrived outside an office. Thank you, Lingxiao replied, preparing to knock on the door when Zhong Xiaoyun's voice chimed in once more. A mere thank you won't suffice to get rid of me. I'm not that easily dismissed. Treat me to lunch. Though uncertain of Zhong Xiaoyun's motives, Lingxiao did not mind. After all, it was just a meal. He nodded. All right. Then I shall await you at noon, she declared, her steps light as she departed, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette. Lingxiao found himself utterly perplexed. If memory served him correctly, this was only their second encounter, the first being at the school gate. Shaking off these bewildering thoughts, he rapped on the door. Come in, Liang Lu's voice called from within. As Lingxiao entered, he noted a glimmer of something unusual in her gaze. So handsome, so charismatic, she thought momentarily, before adopting a serious demeanor. Which department are you from? Do you need something? Perceiving the unspoken expectation in Liang Lu's eyes, Lingxiao felt a wave of revulsion. To expedite matters, he stated bluntly, Advisor, I am Lingxiao, a new student in the Political and Legal Studies Department. Due to family issues, I am reporting today to apply for off-campus housing. Upon hearing that Lingxiao was a new student in her department, Liang Lu recalled that one of her students had taken a few days off due to family matters, but she was taken aback by his good looks. It is permissible. But wouldn't it be better to live on campus? She queried. I am not accustomed to living with others. Thus, I prefer off-campus, he replied, devoid of any desire for further interaction with her. Knowing her family's influence posed no threat to him, Liang Lu's expression soured, and with a huff, she proceeded to issue the off-campus housing permit. There will be plenty of time to deal with you in the future, she thought grimly. After receiving the permit, Lingxiao wasted no time, thanking her before exiting. Once the door shut, Liang Lu's expression darkened considerably. Ah, a new student. I hope you remain this resolute, she murmured to herself. Rather than leaving the building immediately, Lingxiao decided to visit his teacher, Gao Yuliang, who was more like a paternal figure to him. Ascending to the top of the teaching building, he gazed at the familiar office door, taking a deep breath before knocking. Come in, Gao Yuliang's voice welcomed him. Lingxiao, you have reported. Observing that Gao Yuliang appeared less worn than in the future he had envisioned, Lingxiao felt a sense of comfort wash over him. Upon hearing his name, Gao Yuliang looked up and gently inquired, Have you resolved matters at home? Is there anything I can assist you with? Thank you, teacher. Everything at home has been taken care of, Lingxiao replied. Gao Yuliang sighed as he regarded the young man before him. What troubles you, teacher? Lingxiao asked. Sensing his concern, I have heard about your family's situation. After graduation, you will return to manage the village, correct? Gao Yuliang expressed regret. Lingxiao was not only academically gifted but also remarkably mature in many aspects, yet his family circumstances were well known to him. A promising political student destined to inherit the village head position seemed a tragic waste of potential. Gao Yuliang had thoroughly researched the village's situation. It was primarily a stronghold of the Gu family, with nearly every household bearing the same surname, reminiscent of the Tacai village, albeit with a hereditary village head. Yes, teacher. I will return to manage the village after graduation, Lingxiao affirmed, devoid of any sentiment of loss or regret. He recognized the impossibility of pursuing a political career. His death soldiers were an asset, serving dual purposes. Seeing Lingxiao so unperturbed, Gao Yuliang felt a pang of frustration, remarking curtly, Very well. As long as you're all right, go attend to your matters. Thank you, teacher. I shall take my leave now. Lingxiao bowed respectfully before stepping back and exiting. Come over for a meal when you have time, Gao Yuliang called out just as the door was about to close. Of course, teacher, Lingxiao replied. Chapter 4. A village, two nations situated at the border. As Lingxiao left the building, he decided to wander around the school, relishing the nostalgia of campus life. Such a coincidence. Not far from his path, he spotted two boys and two girls seated on the steps ahead, Zhong Xiaoyun with her friends. Alongside Ho Liangping and a passerby he recognized. Xiaoyun, where are you going for lunch? Let me treat you. Ho Liangping eagerly leaned toward Zhong Xiaoyun, sensing an opportunity after overhearing her mention earlier that she could not dine with her friends. He felt a sense of urgency, though he could not pinpoint its source, and thus he lowered his tone in his inquiry. Must you be so bothersome? Zhong Xiaoai, annoyed by the incessant chatter beside her, turned to scold him, but was met with the sight of Gu Lingxiao approaching. The expression on her face transformed from gloomy to bright in an instant. Observing the smile on Zhong Xiaoai's face, Ho Yangping was momentarily convinced she had acquiesced. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed her rise and dart past him towards a man standing behind. Turning his head, he saw Zhong Xiaoai had approached the man, her smile still intact, and his own gaze towards the man turned icy. Perhaps it was the directness of Ho Yangping's stare that prompted the man to meet his eyes, revealing a smile that felt more like derision to Ho Yangping, who clenched his fists in frustration. Ah, it's you again. I didn't even get the chance to ask your name or exchange numbers. Tell me, do you not wish to invite me for a meal? Gu Lingxiao exclaimed as he approached Zhong Xiaoai, who appeared almost pitiful, leaving Ho Yangping bewildered. The sense of grievance and expectation on her face was inexplicable. Little did she know, after discussing Gu Lingxiao's invitation to dinner with her friends, she regrettably realized she didn't even know his name or how to contact him. She found herself inexplicably drawn to Gu Lingxiao, perhaps due to his air of indifference towards others, which piqued her interest. Most compelling was the aura of mystery that surrounded him, an allure that was undeniably captivating. It is often said that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it signifies the onset of affection. This was precisely the sentiment Zhong Xiaoai was experiencing. Apologies, my name is Gu Lingxiao. Shall we exchange numbers now? He said, extending his right hand. Upon seeing the outstretched hand, Zhong Xiaoai reciprocated without hesitation. Hello, Gu Lingxiao, I am Zhong Xiaoai. The moment their hands clasped, Gu Lingxiao felt a chill, a softness, a smoothness that lingered in his mind, though he was wise enough to let go quickly. Surely, she was the Zhong Xiaoai he had imagined. After all, she was likely the only one with that name at Handong University. Thus, it dawned on him that the man behind her must be Ho Yangping, the infamous soft rice king. No wonder he wore such a murderous expression. Particularly, Ho Yangping's disdainful looks towards Qi Tongwei, who was also relying on others, disgusted him, especially when he himself was the epitome of a soft rice eater. While Qi Tongwei relentlessly pursued his goals, as Zhong Xiaoai felt the brief touch of their hands separate, a glimmer of admiration flickered in her eyes. His gentlemanly demeanor and the comfortable sensation heightened her regard for Gu Lingxiao. Xiaoai, is this your friend? The sudden intrusion of Ho Yangping's voice pierced the moment, and upon turning, Zhong Xiaoai was met with his familiar face. Xiaoai? So who might you be? Gu Lingxiao feigned ignorance, entirely intentional. Though he had no desire to partake in Xiaoai's soft rice, he was not one to dismiss the opportunity, given her beauty and impressive background. At the sound of Gu Lingxiao's voice, Zhong Xiaoai felt a wave of panic wash over her. This is a high school classmate of mine, attending the same university. Please don't misunderstand, she hastily explained, turning to Ho Yangping and adding, I would prefer you address me as Zhong Xiaoai or classmate Zhong, to avoid any misconceptions. Witnessing the abrupt shift in Zhong Xiaoai's demeanor, Ho Yangping felt as though his heart were bleeding, his gaze towards Gu Lingxiao filled with fury. So it was you all along, ruining everything I have done. Since your friend does not seem to welcome me, I shall take my leave. I'll reach out to you for lunch once I finish my errands, Gu Lingxiao said, reclaiming his phone from Zhong Xiaoai's grasp before turning to depart. Realizing the implications of his words, Zhong Xiaoai turned to see Ho Yangping's eyes brimming with disappointment and madness and instinctively chased after Gu Lingxiao. Ho Yangping, he called out, reaching out to halt Zhong Xiaoai, but no sound escaped his lips. Jinghai approached, patting Ho Yangping on the shoulder. Monkey, it seems Xiaoai has taken a liking to this guy. Are you really not going to give up? Ignoring the pity in Jinghai's eyes, Ho Yangping managed a forced smile. You know Xiaoai's family situation. She has been spoiled. I believe she will understand my feelings. Jinghai was momentarily speechless. You're incredible, monkey. Honestly, I can't even begin to express how impressive you are. You are truly remarkable, a devoted admirer. Willing to overlook everything just for a taste of soft rice. It's no wonder you'll achieve great things. Meanwhile, Gu Lingxiao deliberately slowed his pace. Feeling confident of his success, as expected, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Wait, senior, Zhong Xiaoai called out, feeling a momentary pang of anxiety as she watched Gu Lingxiao striding ahead. Of course, what appeared to be a hurried march was merely Gu Lingxiao's casual pace. He paused, feigning confusion as he looked back at Zhong Xiaoai. Senior, aren't you going to accompany your boyfriend? Not realizing the treachery of human hearts, Zhong Xiaoai wiped the sweat from her brow and replied, He is not my boyfriend, and I've never had one. Her words implied, please don't misunderstand. Oh, a senior who has never had a boyfriend? His astonishment was genuine, Considering her family background, any potential suitor would likely undergo rigorous scrutiny, ensuring her past was spotless. Well, senior, I am off to rent a place. I can't invite you for a meal now. Let us plan for after I secure a suitable apartment, Lingxiao remarked, contemplating his current cramped living situation. Despite having the title of village chief in his past life, it yielded little benefit beyond collecting modest stall fees from merchants. He was perpetually preoccupied with the myriad issues of village management, from repairs to landscaping, leaving him financially strained even with $1 million in hand. Chapter 5. Zhong Xiaoai and Ho Liangping. In his previous life, having developed the village to such a point, the monthly revenue barely exceeded 20,000, a sum that had only materialized after he invested all his savings. This reality curtailed Lingxiao's ability to reside in a decent home or even dine extravagantly, as the village demanded his attention, and he was only 18. Yet, gazing at Zhong Xiaoai before him, Lingxiao sensed an inexplicable dissonance. His experiences in the past life were starkly different. He had only heard of Zhong Xiaoai's name upon graduation, whereas now, he was acquainted with her on the very first day of university and had fostered a decent rapport. Tilting her head slightly, Zhong Xiaoai inquired, "You're looking for a place? Can I accompany you?" Sure, let us go," Lingxiao replied with a shrug, observing Zhong Xiaoai, who appeared quite different from the characters depicted on screen, youthful and vibrant, yet he was still unaware of her true nature. "Let us discuss the future when it comes." Lingxiao led Zhong Xiaoai to the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi, and casually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it. Taking a deep drag, he acknowledged that smoking often provided solace in both troubling and joyous times. Watching Lingxiao exhale smoke, Zhong Xiaoai contemplated saying something but ultimately decided against it. Strangely, despite her general aversion to smoking, she found Lingxiao's demeanor while smoking oddly appealing. Zhong Xiaoai thought to herself, "Am I losing my mind?" Conversely, Lingxiao wondered what had possessed Zhong Xiaoai to follow him so eagerly. A taxi arrived. "Let us get in." After releasing one last puff of smoke, he flicked the cigarette butt aside and opened the back door, smiling at Zhong Xiaoai, one hand shielding the top of the car while the other gestured for her to enter. Zhong Xiaoai, undeterred, gracefully stepped forward and took a seat. Observing Lingxiao, who remained motionless, with a hint of irritation, she urged, "Aren't you coming in? What are you waiting for?" Lingxiao had no desire to occupy the back seat, as he was keenly aware of the nuances of personal space. However, when Zhong Xiaoai bent down to enter, he caught an unintended glimpse of her alluring figure. Due to the summer attire of short sleeves, the sight was quite striking, revealing that Zhong Xiaoai's assets were notably impressive. Lingxiao was not a paragon of virtue, nor did he wish to be. After closing the door, he instructed the driver to head to the nearest real estate transaction center to hand on university. While in the car, Zhong Xiaoai tilted her head, inquiring about the type of apartment he desired. Sensing the delicate fragrance wafting from her and the gentle breeze created by her breath against his face, he calmly replied, "Initially, I contemplated purchasing a property, but upon reflection, renting seems more prudent. Setting aside my family circumstances, I anticipate frequent returns to the village, especially after graduation. Since I will be renting, I prefer a comfortable abode." The driver, taken aback, glanced in the rearview mirror, thinking how refreshing it was for someone so young to articulate the inability to buy a home in such a charming manner for the sake of romance. Zhong Xiaoai, however, had heard about Lingxiao's background from a friend and was aware of his village, though the specifics eluded her. "Sir, we have arrived. 10 yuan, please." Lingxiao met the driver's gaze, retrieved 10 yuan from his pocket, and handed it over, displaying the same gentlemanly demeanor as he opened the car door for Zhong Xiaoai. "Shall we?" Surprisingly bold, Lingxiao playfully ruffled Zhong Xiaoai's hair, discovering it felt rather pleasant. Startled by his intimate gesture, Zhong Xiaoai froze for a moment before reacting with a blush, pinching his arm in feigned indignation. "Where do you get the audacity to ruffle my hair?" Standing at 6 feet tall, Lingxiao looked down at Zhong Xiaoai, who barely reached 5 feet 3, and with a teasing grin, remarked, "I couldn't resist. You're simply too adorable." Ignoring her flushed cheeks, he strode towards the entrance of the transaction center. Seeing him move ahead, Zhong Xiaoai had no time to ponder further and hurriedly followed. "Hello, are you two looking to buy or rent?" A saleswoman in work attire approached, her short skirt revealing long, enticing legs. Lingxiao's gaze inadvertently lingered, and almost immediately, he felt a restless hand at his waist. Zhong Xiaoai glared up at him, feeling an unexplainable discomfort. Ruffling her hair once more, Lingxiao turned his attention back to the saleswoman, stating, "We are looking to rent. Ideally, the apartment should have ample natural light, convenient transportation, spaciousness, and be well decorated. He swiftly articulated all his requirements, now awaiting to see the available listings. Are you still staring? The people have left, Zhong Xiaoai chided, observing Gu Lingxiao's unyielding gaze. In moments of certain encounters, women often lose their rational thought. If one were to scrutinize closely, they would realize Gu Lingxiao was fixated on a model of the properties displayed, not the saleswoman herself. With a smile directed at Zhong Xiaoai, he took her hand and led her toward the model, explaining, I was merely admiring this. Your thoughts are quite fanciful. Upon hearing his clarification, Zhong Xiaoai recognized her misunderstanding. All right, I misjudged you. Is that all? My heart has suffered greatly from your misunderstanding, he teased. Then what do you propose we do? Zhong Xiaoai crossed her arms defiantly. How about you treat me to lunch? Wait, I just realized, Zhong Xiaoai interjected. Didn't you say you'd be treating me to lunch? How did it turn into me treating you? I'll cover lunch, and you can treat me to dinner. You're lucky. Many would jump at the chance to treat me. Yet I've declined them all. Indeed. Thank you, Miss Zhong, for gracing me with your company. Gu Lingxiao couldn't help but feel that Zhong Xiaoai's demeanor was a stark contrast to her on-screen persona. Sir, we have 3 suitable properties available. Would you like to take a look? The saleswoman approached with a hint of hesitation, presenting her findings. Gu Lingxiao accepted the documents, and Zhong Xiaoai, intrigued, leaned in to get a better view. However, her posture was easily misinterpreted. The cheapest option is 600 yuan per month? With a gasp, Zhong Xiaoai looked up, locking eyes with Gu Lingxiao, and quickly returned to her previous position, pretending nothing had happened. Only she knew how fast her heart was racing. This young lady, the saleswoman explained with a smile, the properties that meet your criteria are all well decorated, hence the higher prices. Are there any suitable options in this community? Gu Lingxiao inquired, still set on the model he had seen. Yes, sir, but the rent is 1,000 yuan per month with a 5,000 yuan deposit. That totals 6,000 yuan. Then, let us go view the apartment, and if everything is satisfactory, we can sign the contract today. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that the price was indeed steep and would remain so in the future. Will it be available for immediate move-in? Absolutely, sir. Please wait a moment while I fetch the keys. The saleswoman, brimming with excitement, rushed away. In an era where the average monthly salary barely exceeded 1,000 yuan, securing this rental would grant her a 5% commission, equivalent to half a month's wages. Looks like a deal is on the horizon, a colleague teased from afar, filled with a mix of envy and admiration. If you close this one, lunch is on me. The saleswoman darted to the office to retrieve the keys. A moment later, she returned, keys in hand. Hello, let me escort you too. Gently nudging Zhong Xiaoai, who was still posing, Gu Lingxiao said, let's go see the apartment. Zhong Xiaoai followed closely behind, murmuring, as if I were going to live with you. What did you say? Gu Lingxiao inquired, having missed her words. As he turned, Zhong Xiaoai collided directly into him. Lost in her thoughts, Zhong Xiaoai stumbled and instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for a fall. Instead, she found herself enveloped in warm arms, pulled back into a secure embrace. She relished the sensation, choosing not to struggle. Gu Lingxiao, surprised by her calmness, couldn't help but smile. Ahem. He coughed lightly, feeling the warmth between them intensify, the summer heat mingling with the subtle scent of her skin. He needed to remind her of their proximity. Upon regaining her composure, Zhong Xiaoai opened her eyes and stepped back from his embrace, quipping, you got lucky. She was no naive girl. Her upbringing and experiences had taught her that attraction was simply that, attraction. Despite having known Gu Lingxiao for just a day, she found herself drawn to him in a way she had never felt before. Even the thought of being close to someone like Ho Yangping made her uneasy. Gu Lingxiao, brushing his nose, followed suit, reassuring himself that it was merely a brief embrace, nothing more. Upon exiting, I noticed a saleswoman standing beside a Jetta. Curiously, I inquired whether our destination was far. Not far, sir, but it will take about 10 minutes on foot, she replied. All right, let us take the car then. Gu Lingxiao settled into the passenger seat, engaging in conversation with the saleswoman, while Zhong Xiaoai, seated alone in the back, felt a pang of discomfort despite knowing her relationship with Gu Lingxiao was tenuous, and that he was merely conversing normally with the saleswoman. After a while, Gu Lingxiao realized that this community was surprisingly close to Handong University, which explained why the route felt increasingly familiar. Upon reaching the destination, Zhong Xiaoai confirmed the proximity to the school, so close that the buildings of Handong University were clearly visible. Once they arrived, they stepped out of the elevator and entered the room opened by the saleswoman. Gu Lingxiao instantly fell in love with the apartment. The balcony featured a small flower bed that provided a complete view of Handong University. The apartment boasted a master bedroom, 2 additional bedrooms, an independent kitchen and bathroom, and a spacious living room adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, offering breathtaking views of the distant mountains and various buildings. The place exuded a sense of grandeur, and due to its elevated position, the surrounding structures could not overlook the interior. According to the saleswoman, this building was the crown jewel of the community, which justified its hefty price tag. "Junior, this apartment is perfect," exclaimed Long Xiaoyun from the balcony. Lingxiao, truly satisfied with the apartment, turned to the saleswoman and instructed, "Prepare the contract, and please arrange for someone to clean the place thoroughly. I will go withdraw some money." Unfortunately, his current million in assets did not allow for a simple transfer. That would have to wait until his wealth surpassed $1 billion. "Understood, sir. I will prepare the contract right away," said the saleswoman cheerfully before departing. Turning to Long Xiaoyun, who was still on the balcony, Lingxiao asked, "I'm going to get some cash and buy some necessities. Would you like to join me?" Long Xiaoyun, harboring her own thoughts, agreed to accompany him. After successfully withdrawing the money and paying 6 months' rent in one go, thus avoiding a hefty security deposit, they were left with over 900,000 in savings. With Long Xiaoyun in tow, they ventured into Walmart, embarking on a shopping adventure. Once they had gathered all their purchases, Lingxiao didn't question why Long Xiaoyun had bought a pair of slippers. He understood her intentions without needing to voice it. "Ugh, I'm so tired," they exclaimed as they placed their numerous bags by the entrance. They changed into their newly acquired slippers, Long Xiaoyun in pink bunny slippers and Lingxiao in blue ones. Pretending not to notice, Long Xiaoyun headed straight for the sofa, sitting down to rest with her eyes closed. It was a subtle game of avoidance. "I won't look at you if you don't look at me." After arranging everything and glancing at the empty bed, Lingxiao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly 11. Resolving to finish what he had started, he said, "Senior, I still need to buy bedding. Let us grab a meal afterward." "All right, let us go," Long Xiaoyun agreed after a moment of contemplation. Noting that larger items like mattresses could be delivered, in an instant, they had purchased all the bedding essentials. After leaving their contact number with the supplier, they departed. Spotting beads of sweat on Long Xiaoyun's forehead, Lingxiao glanced around and discovered a honey snow city nearby. "Senior, wait here a moment. I'll get you a drink," he called, pleased to see her perceptiveness. "Go on, Junior," she teased, clearly still energized. Having successfully bought 2 drinks, Lingxiao approached Long Xiaoyun, who was standing in the shade of a tree. After inserting straws into the cups, he took a sip of his icy beverage. One thought struck him: it was exceedingly sweet. At that moment, he recalled that milk tea in 1997 was primarily made from powdered cream and tea powder, emphasizing sweetness. Today, however, the introduction of bubble tea from Taiwan had transformed the landscape of milk tea, making those early concoctions seem primitive by comparison. System: do you have any milk tea recipes or similar items? Beep. Yes, host. The system includes a marketplace section. Chapter 7. There's nothing you can't imagine. It's an extravagant marketplace. Oh, how embarrassing. Open marketplace section. The marketplace is divided into equipment zone and others. Equipment zone. Handgun, 5,000 each, includes 100 rounds. A471000. 10,000 each, 500 rounds. Gatling gun, 100,000 each, 10,000 rounds. Armored vehicle, tank. Armed helicopter, others, available for the host. Milk tea recipe, 10 million, newcomer price. Lithium battery complete data, 10 billion. Solid-state battery complete data, 20 billion. Sodium-ion battery, spot removal pill recipe, 1 billion. Beauty serum recipe, 5 billion. Lingxiao swallowed his drink, momentarily at a loss for words. A handgun priced at 5,000. Was it expensive? Not particularly, but in this region, even near the Golden Triangle, acquiring weapons was no trivial matter and fraught with risk. The system, however, could conjure items out of thin air, leaving no trace for scrutiny, ensuring that even if operatives were captured, there would be no cause for alarm. After all, that was the very essence of being an operative. As for the milk tea recipe priced at a mere 10 million, it was a steal. Lingxiao understood that this recipe would eclipse all future milk teas. Once released, it would siphon customers from rival brands. The other items, however, were far beyond his current reach, their exorbitant prices daunting. He could only wait patiently for his fortune to grow. He hoped that when Xinjiang arrived in 3 days, he would bring delightful surprises. Observing Lingxiao lost in thought, Long Xiaoyun waved her hand in front of his face, exclaiming, "Are we going to eat or not? Why are you dazing off?" "Yes. Let us go," he replied, still somewhat dazed by the system's marketplace. He instinctively grasped her small hand as they walked away together. Hey, Zhong Xiaoai glanced at her hand being held and the figure of Gu Lingxiao in front of her, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. This boy was anything but composed. Who grabs another's hand on the very first day of acquaintance? Though she thought this, she did not resist, allowing Gu Lingxiao to lead her. In a daze, Zhong Xiaoai found herself outside an intercontinental hotel. I checked. There is indeed an intercontinental hotel. Junior, this seems too extravagant. We don't need to waste money like this for just the two of us. Zhong Xiaoai was not from an ordinary family, nor was she a materialistic girl. Dining here would easily cost several thousand yuan for two people. While she appreciated Gu Lingxiao taking her to such a place, it felt wasteful to spend money in this manner. Gu Lingxiao squeezed her hand gently, reassuring her, "It's fine. I can afford this meal. Don't worry. I'm not one to put on airs." Feeling the urgency in his grip, Zhong Xiaoai ceased her protests. "Good evening. Welcome to the Intercontinental Hotel." Ignored the welcoming staff at the entrance. Gu Lingxiao turned to a man who resembled a head waiter and said, "Table for two, please, in a private room." "No need for a private room. A table in the hall will suffice." Zhong Xiaoai interjected quickly. "Sir, your girlfriend is quite understanding," the manager remarked. Having witnessed countless patrons over the years, most companions accompanying wealthy clients preferred extravagance, believing it to be a reflection of status. However, he could clearly see that this young lady did not wish to waste money. "Very well, then please arrange for us a table by the window in the lobby," said the manager. Seeing that Gu Lingxiao did not dispute the manager's claim of being his girlfriend, Zhong Xiaoai felt a whirlwind of emotions. While the manager's words brought her a sense of joy, she was also conflicted. After all, today marked only their first meeting. Yet, within moments, Zhong Xiaoai regained her composure. Growing up in the courtyard and influenced by her family's teachings, she was a person capable of making decisions and recognizing her own feelings. A month, no, perhaps just a week. After which, if she still cherished the time spent with Gu Lingxiao and he reciprocated those feelings, she would grant him the opportunity for a relationship. With her scattered thoughts now organized, Zhong Xiaoai resumed her usual proud demeanor, a pride that emanated naturally from her, not contrived. Her status warranted such pride. "This way, please." The manager gestured, leading Gu Lingxiao and Zhong Xiaoai to sit opposite each other by the window. As they received the menu from the manager, Gu Lingxiao found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the array of dishes. He had never been one to make choices easily, typically preferring to select everything. But dining was a different matter. Ultimately, it was Zhong Xiaoai who decided on their meal. "These choices will cost quite a bit, won't they? You won't be heartbroken, will you?" Zhong Xiaoai teased as she glanced playfully at Gu Lingxiao. The sunlight streaming through the window accentuated his handsome features, making him appear even more striking, especially with the occasional smile that captivated her further. "Did you underestimate me? This amount is inconsequential. It's just a trivial expense. If I were to show any sign of distress over it, it would only diminish my standing in your eyes," Gu Lingxiao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoai did not feel particularly elated. Instead, her brows furrowed slightly, and she responded with mild displeasure. "Still calling me senior? How about Xiaoai instead?" Gu Lingxiao tentatively suggested. "Oh, you're quite the obedient younger brother," Zhong Xiaoai remarked with a smile, prompting a chuckle from Gu Lingxiao as he shook his head. Just as their bond was deepening, outside the hotel, Ho Yangping and Jinghai happened to pass by. Gu Lingxiao's apartment is conveniently located across from Hanong University, and the hotel is nearby. They were also out for a meal, walking together. "Monkey, after all these years, can't you just let go of Zhong Xiaoai?" Jinghai remarked, perplexed by his friend's unwavering pursuit. Having chased after her for years without reciprocation, he felt he would have given up within a year. However, Ho Yangping kept his thoughts to himself, not wanting to create unnecessary rivalry, simply stating, "You don't understand. Xiaoai is very important to me. I won't marry anyone else." If Jinghai were to learn of Zhong Xiaoai's influential background, he would surely become even more infatuated, but that was a truth best kept to himself. Jinghai shook his head, unwilling to dwell on his friend's infatuation. Hey, monkey," he called, tugging at Ho Yangping's sleeve urgently. Despite his foul mood, Ho Yangping turned to face Jinghai. Upon seeing the woman at the window, smiling while dining with a man, he realized with dismay that it was Zhong Xiaoai, the very object of his affection. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at the couple. "Are you all right, monkey?" Jinghai asked, concerned by Ho Yangping's alarming state. Chapter 8. A frantic Ho Yangping. Spewing profanities, breathing heavily, Ho Yangping felt a seething rage building within him. That wretched woman, is she really that cheap? What gives this man the right to be with her? How can Zhong Xiaoai, who is already mine, so brazenly associate with another man? The The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and despite Jinghai's attempts to dissuade him, he marched toward the hotel. "Welcome," the manager exclaimed, noticing Ho Liangping's furious demeanor as he headed straight for the couple. Realizing the potential for trouble, the manager quickly called for security. "Security. There may be a disturbance in the lobby. Please come and keep watch." He hurried after Ho Liangping. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" the manager asked, positioning himself in front of the now irrationally angry Ho Liangping, who forcefully pushed him aside. "Get out of my way." The sound of the manager hitting the ground, coupled with Ho Liangping's booming voice, drew the attention of all the patrons in the lobby, including Zhong Xiao and Gu Lingxiao. "Ho Liangping, what brings him here?" Zhong Xiao wondered aloud. "Could it be because of you?" Gu Lingxiao inquired with a teasing smile, observing Zhong Xiao's startled expression. "Me?" she replied incredulously, pointing to herself. But she was not naive. It dawned on her why he was here. Understanding his motive only darkened her expression. Ho Liangping had pursued her relentlessly, and while she had rebuffed him multiple times, she had never been too troubled by it. But now that she had developed feelings for Gu Lingxiao, she was concerned about any misunderstandings that might arise. Ouch! The manager, having been unexpectedly knocked down, felt a sharp pain in his tailbone. Who was causing a scene? The timely arrival of security helped the manager to his feet, but they immediately encountered Ho Liangping's furious gaze. Red-eyed rage? The security officer asked cautiously. "Sir, please refrain from causing a disturbance, or we will have to call the police. Kindly leave." The security captain, a retired soldier, recognized the need for calm in Ho Liangping's volatile state. Gu Lingxiao, resting his chin on his crossed hands, was quite pleased with the hotel's handling of the situation. Their quick and effective response was commendable. In stark contrast, Ho Liangping appeared to be the one instigating chaos. "Zhong Xiao, you shameless woman. On your first day meeting someone, you go out alone? What a lovely spot you've chosen. Are you planning to head straight to a hotel room after dinner?" All sense of decorum and civility had vanished from Ho Liangping's demeanor as he unleashed a torrent of insults. Zhong Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom his audacity. Having been sheltered and pampered her entire life, she had never encountered such rudeness. Her eyes began to well with tears, filled with indignation and hurt. "What does it matter to you who I dine with, or whether I choose to share a room with someone? Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that?" Gu Lingxiao's expression darkened as he stood up, gently ruffling Zhong Xiao's hair before advancing toward Ho Liangping. Jealousy and resentment filled his heart as he realized this man was attempting to claim Zhong Xiao as his own, even daring to touch her affectionately. Understanding the situation, Ho Liangping became enraged, convinced that Gu Lingxiao was the source of his troubles. "I'll take care of him." Gu Lingxiao, unfazed by the murderous intent in Ho Liangping's eyes, simply smiled. He pushed past security and kicked Ho Liangping in the abdomen, sending him crumpling to the floor. "Monkey, are you all right?" Jinghai exclaimed, snapping out of his stupor as he rushed to help his friend after witnessing the altercation. As he assisted Ho Liangping to his feet, he couldn't help but grimace at the unidentifiable substance lingering on his friend's lips. "Sir, please refrain from using violence," the security captain firmly stated. Although he was taken aback by Gu Lingxiao's aggression, his duty compelled him to intervene. Zhong Xiaoai also came to her senses and hurriedly approached Gu Lingxiao, embracing him from behind with a worried whisper. "Please don't hit him. If the school finds out, we could face disciplinary action." Although she currently harbored intense disdain for Ho Liangping, she was acutely aware that if the school got involved, a light punishment might be lenient, but a severe one could lead to expulsion. What moved her most was that Gu Lingxiao was willing to defend her. She felt genuinely touched. Having been momentarily stunned by the kick, Ho Liangping was taken aback when he saw Zhong Xiaoai embrace Gu Lingxiao. His mind momentarily ceased to function as he struggled to rise and retaliate against Gu Lingxiao. Feeling the softness against his back, he couldn't help but think that the stakes were indeed high. Gu Lingxiao, patting the small hand resting on his abdomen, turned to Zhong Xiaoai and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I won't resort to violence. I'll reason with him. All right, just please don't hit him again." Zhong Xiaoai conceded, realizing her actions were rather intimate, and she loosened her grip. "Rest assured, I will not resort to violence. I will simply speak to him," she said, glancing at the group of security personnel in front of her. Jinghai, witnessing Gu Lingxiao approach, exclaimed in horror, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to strike again?" Just as he was about to say more, Gu Lingxiao's cold gaze silenced him. Gu Lingxiao then turned his attention to Ho Liangping, seizing his hair and ignoring his cries of pain. He quietly threatened, "If your mouth doesn't stay clean next time, I won't hesitate to slice your tongue. If you dare to harass Xiao Ai again, you will regret it." With that, he released Ho Liangping's hair, and turned back towards Zhongxiao AI, seeing that Gu Lingxiao refrained from further violence. Zhongxiao AI felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just moments ago, when Gu Lingxiao had grasped Ho Yangping's hair, her heart had nearly leapt into her throat, but thankfully, he had held back. "Let's go. We've had enough to eat," she stated. Feeling disheartened by the ruckus caused by Ho Yangping, in her mind, she had already sentenced him to a lifetime in a remote village. "All right, let's go." Gu Lingxiao took Zhongxiao AI's hand, stepping over the sprawled figure of Ho Yangping as they made their way to the front desk. "How much is the bill?" "Good day, sir. Your table's total is 3,400 yuan, the receptionist said politely, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Gu Lingxiao. That kick earlier was truly impressive. Swipe the card. It wasn't until the two had left that Ho Yangping regained his senses. As Gu Lingxiao had spoken to him, he had clearly seen the murderous intent in his eyes, coupled with a chilling indifference, as if he truly intended to end his life. However, what consumed him more was the fear of how he had acted like a madman, verbally assaulting Xiao AI. Especially the indifferent gaze she had cast upon him as she left, which jolted him back to reality. It's over. Everything is over. What have I done? Chapter 9. Confirming the relationship with Zhongxiao AI? The mere thought of what Zhongxiao AI might do to him sent a shiver down his spine. "Sir, it's one thing to cause a disturbance in our hotel, but I believe I've injured my coccyx. Will you compensate me, or shall I call the police?" The manager, after taking a moment to collect himself, approached the two. Although Ho Yangping appeared pitiable, they were adults, and he needed to own up to his mistakes. We'll pay. Please don't call the police," Jinghai interjected anxiously before Ho Yangping could respond. Ultimately, they nearly emptied their pockets to avoid the consequences of a police report. "Thank you. I will repay that 4,000 yuan as soon as possible," Ho Yangping, supported by Jinghai, expressed his gratitude with a glance. Jinghai merely shook his head, choosing not to respond, but instead cryptically remarked, "Zhongxiao AI already has a boyfriend. You should give up, monkey. This is the last time. I will try again. If it still doesn't work, I will concede," Ho Yangping declared stubbornly. Hearing his friend's resolve to persist, Jinghai felt an urge to slap him. "After you've insulted a normal woman like that, don't even think about dating her. You won't even be able to make friends." Shaking his head, Jinghai decided not to interfere. If Monkey was determined to charge headlong into a wall, he would let him. "Are you alright, Xiao AI?" Regardless of Zhongxiao AI's seemingly deep background, Gu Lingxiao was genuinely concerned about her after the verbal assault she had endured. "I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me?" Zhongxiao AI smiled at him, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. "By the way, the manager earlier referred to me as your girlfriend. Why didn't you clarify?" she asked, tilting her head toward Gu Lingxiao, hoping for an explanation. With a playful grin, Gu Lingxiao replied, "Would you prefer I clarify or remain silent?" "Humph." His ambiguous answer caused Zhongxiao AI to pout, clearly frustrated that he had turned the question back on her. Then, "Xiao AI, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? I might consider it, depending on your performance," she teased. Gu Lingxiao was pleasantly surprised by how easily he had won Zhongxiao AI over. It was even better that their fingers were now interlocked. "By the way, Xiao AI, Ho Yangping looked at you with quite the obsession earlier. You must be cautious about your safety. If he tries to apologize or use any excuse to get you alone, you must inform me, understood?" "Humph, just because you've become my boyfriend. You think you can control me? We're merely dating. You haven't made it official yet." Zhongxiao AI replied joyfully, looking at Gu Lingxiao with a smile. "Do you think any man would let his woman meet another man alone? My possessiveness is quite strong, so think carefully." Gu Lingxiao spoke truthfully. If Zhongxiao AI minded, he would let her go. To him, her background was merely an added bonus. When his own strength was sufficient, he wouldn't need to be concerned about her status. Zhongxiao AI became annoyed and suddenly pinched Gu Lingxiao's waist, saying, "I don't care. You started this." While it seemed like an attempt to evade responsibility, it was also a form of response. Embracing Zhongxiao AI, Gu Lingxiao gently kissed her forehead, ignoring her flushed cheeks, and they continued walking hand in hand. "Rogue," Zhongxiao AI murmured softly. Zhongxiao AI's endearing demeanor amused Gu Lingxiao, who turned around to embrace her again and planted another kiss on her lips. "Come on, stop fooling around." Gu Lingxiao released her, captivated by her blushing face. Zhongxiao AI quickly pressed her palm against his chest. "Don't." As Gu Lingxiao halted, Zhongxiao AI shifted the conversation. "Do you know why Ho Yangping is so intent on pursuing me?" Gu Lingxiao looked at her curiously. This was unlike her. Zhongxiao AI decided to be straightforward, continuing, "It's because of my family's background. That's what he values most. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated me. Did he really think I was oblivious to his intentions?" As she spoke, Zhongxiao AI wore a disdainful expression. Although she was unsure how Ho Liangping had learned of her family's background, she refused to be seen as an innocent college student. Are you not afraid that I am also interested in your background? Gu Lingxiao asked, intrigued. If Zhongxiao AI was aware of Ho Liangping's intentions, why would she still consider being with him? Was it truly a case of a devoted admirer gaining everything in the end? You're different. I trust my instincts. When I mentioned my background, your expression didn't change in the slightest. You seemed entirely indifferent. Of course, Zhongxiao AI did not mention that if she had misjudged him, there was still time to rectify it before marriage, and spending time together would reveal the truth. Ah, Xiao AI, it seems you have quite the discerning eye. How about we skip dining out tonight? Let's buy some ingredients and I'll cook for you, she suggested suddenly, disregarding Gu Lingxiao's teasing. You cook? Gu Lingxiao's skepticism was evident. Given Zhongxiao AI's background, he doubted whether she could even manage to fry an egg properly. Upon noticing Gu Lingxiao's gaze, Zhongxiao AI felt no irritation. Instead, she confidently declared, do not underestimate me. My cooking has been praised by my family, and not everyone gets to taste my culinary creations. All right, let's head to the market and see what we can prepare for dinner. If all else fails, we can always dine out. We should never compromise on our appetites. One cannot deny that university life is remarkably relaxed, with few classes throughout the year. In a way, this is advantageous, allowing one to effortlessly earn a diploma. Had it not been for her parents, who took pride in her university admission, she might have already withdrawn from her studies. Upon arriving at the market, Zhong Xiaoyai transformed into a proficient homemaker, skillfully selecting various vegetables, while Gu Lingxiao merely needed to retrieve his wallet to pay. Before long, his hands were filled with an assortment of produce and meat. He was genuinely surprised that Zhong Xiaoyai could haggle and choose vegetables, adding another positive aspect to his perception of her. Focused on her selection, Zhong Xiaoyai, without turning her head, sensed that Gu Lingxiao was about to inquire something. You didn't expect this, did you, Lingxiao? I am quite versatile. Indeed, I did not foresee this. I hope you can truly cook, rather than merely shop for ingredients. He replied. The truth would soon reveal itself. Without further explanation, Zhong Xiaoyai handed the chosen vegetables to the vendor, requesting, could you weigh these for me? The vendor nodded, casting an envious glance at Gu Lingxiao. In his household, cooking and earning money were arduous tasks, while the women merely indulged in food. That will be 8 yuan. I'll charge you 8, the vendor said as he returned the packaged vegetables. Time to pay, Lingxiao. Don't tell me you're feeling stingy, she teased. Not at all. I would willingly spend any amount on you, he replied, handing the vendor a 10 yuan note. As the vendor returned the change, he remarked, young man, you found yourself a virtuous girlfriend. Cherish her dearly. This thought led him to reflect on his own home life, feeling the unfairness of it all. Yet upon observing Gu Lingxiao's expression, he found it quite normal. Zhong Xiaoyai blushed as she accepted the vegetables. Let us go. We have what we need. The two strolled along, beaming with joy. It's no wonder that people say being with someone you adore makes even the simplest moments feel sweet. Upon returning to Gu Lingxiao's rented apartment via the elevator, despite the short distance, the abundance of items was undeniable. After placing everything in the kitchen, she noticed the clock showed only 2 o'clock and felt no urgency. Lighting a cigarette, he settled onto a sun lounger on the balcony. Moments later, Zhong Xiaoyai approached with 2 glasses of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, placing them on the small table. However, upon seeing the cigarette and lighter on the table, a flash of discontent crossed her lovely face. Why not choose a better brand? You can afford it. Never mind, I'll bring some from home next time, she said. Zhong Xiaoyai didn't mind Gu Lingxiao smoking. It was a common habit among men. However, she was frustrated that he didn't choose a healthier option. I appreciate your concern. My dear Xiaoyai, Gu Lingxiao replied with a grin, extinguishing the cigarette and taking a sip of the juice. Oh, nothing compares to the refreshing taste of watermelon juice on a summer day. Zhong Xiaoyai had grown accustomed to his playful banter, lying back on her own lounger and basking in the sun's warmth. Suddenly, Gu Lingxiao seemed to have a thought. Wife, why don't we go buy some things later? Wife? Who are you calling wife? She stammered, her face flushing a deep red. Whoever agrees to it, I shall call them so. What's the matter, my dear Xiaoyai? Feeling shy? Facing his unabashed teasing, Zhong Xiaoyai felt as though she had encountered her nemesis. If Ho Liangping was a lovesick fool, then Gu Lingxiao embodied the traits of a rogue. Turning away to avoid his gaze, she felt her rosy cheeks betrayed her true emotions. After a moment of silence, she glanced back to find him resting with his eyes closed. Observing the sun overhead, she shifted the umbrella slightly and, gazing at the sleeping Gu Lingxiao, a daring thought crossed her mind. Crouching beside him, she admired his handsome, masculine features, inching closer until the moment of contact made her suddenly snap back to reality. Blushing fiercely, she dashed back to the bedroom and flopped onto the bed, clutching her pillow. Zhong Xiaoyun, how could you be so lewd? Just having entered a relationship with Gu Lingxiao, and you already wished to steal a kiss. She rolled around in embarrassment. Unbeknownst to her, upon her departure, Gu Lingxiao had opened his eyes. The fleeting proximity had tempted him to lean in for a kiss, yet he decided against it. Thinking it was only their first day together, and there was no need to rush. Suddenly, the insistent ring of his phone pierced the air. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Captain Ma and promptly answered. Hello? Captain Ma, what is the matter? At the Lomian border, there has been an incident. In the dimly lit room, anguished groans filled the air as Captain Ma, bloodied, surveyed the scene before him, his expression grave. Captain, Jin Kuan has attacked our village. Upon connecting the call, Captain Ma quickly reported the situation. What? Jin Kuan has attacked the village? What about my brothers? Are there any casualties? Gu Lingxiao shot upright, striding into the living room while shutting the balcony window. His alarmed voice echoed into the bedroom, prompting Zhong Xiaoyun to emerge, puzzled, only to find him frowning on the sofa. Without uttering a word, she quietly took a seat beside him, understanding without inquiry. Captain, fortunately, the brothers withdrew in time, but four have sustained serious injuries. Although Captain Ma relayed the news, Gu Lingxiao had already heard the cries of anguish through the phone. Do you know why Jin Kuan suddenly attacked the village? We have had no conflicts with them. Gu Lingxiao found this puzzling, as there should have been no reason for such aggression. Jin Kuan, though a minor figure in the local power structure, had a handful of armed men and engaged in illicit activities along the border, often dealing with impoverished clients. It seems it was provoked by someone from our village. Captain Ma lamented, frustrated. Clarify, Gu Lingxiao demanded, placing the phone on speaker mode. Yes, it was Uncle Gu San who stirred up trouble. The old fool has fallen into drugs. You know our village is doing well under your leadership. Not everyone is wealthy, but we are comfortable. Uncle Gu San, that old rascal has caused such chaos? Gu Lingxiao remained silent, awaiting further details. However, this drug is not something to be trifled with. In less than a month, he has squandered all his savings. Hearing this, Gu Lingxiao's expression darkened as veins bulged on his forehead, his gaze icy, clearly on the brink of fury. Upon hearing the word drugs, Zhong Xiaoyun raised her head incredulously to look at Gu Lingxiao. Yet, she remained silent, her concern evident as she observed Gu Lingxiao's furious demeanor. This incident arose when someone attempted to seize goods without payment, which inevitably led to a confrontation with Jin Kuan's men, resulting in a severe beating. Subsequently, they were discovered by our patrol team, leading to an outright conflict. Lacking weapons, we suffered considerable losses. As Captain Ma recounted the events in one breath, Gu Lingxiao found himself at a loss for words. Since assuming the role of the leader of the village, he had felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, prompting him to establish a security team composed of robust young men. Although they were unarmed, this measure alleviated some troubles. He then instructed everyone to maintain cleanliness within the village and encouraged the elderly and women to produce handicrafts, thereby opening the village to tourism and enhancing the sale of handmade goods. This new direction for the village's development yielded greater profits than usual, although the primary focus remained on cultivating corn, sugarcane, and bananas. Despite my repeated warnings against engaging with drugs, why do some individuals still dare to defy orders? Gu Lingxiao calmly inquired of Captain Ma. The more composed Gu Lingxiao appeared, the more anxious Captain Ma felt. Even Zhong Xiaoyun sensed a chill, snuggling closer to Gu Lingxiao. Chapter 11. A village divided between two nations. We have plastered the village with anti-drug propaganda and frequently organized campaigns to raise awareness. We never expected someone would cross the red line, Captain Ma explained, his voice trembling with evident fear of Gu Lingxiao. At just 18, Gu Lingxiao had taken on the mantle of village leader. Did he not possess some means? What was Jin Kuan's stance now? Did he demand compensation for the medical expenses of his men? Zhong Xiaoyun glanced at her phone and then at Gu Lingxiao, bewildered. Had she misheard? Or was she missing something? Wasn't he at Jin Kuan's men who assaulted Gu Lingxiao's brother? Why, then, was compensation now being discussed? Gu Lingxiao gently ruffled Zhong Xiaoyun's hair and smiled. The medical expenses are merely an excuse. He desires money. Yet I remain uncertain whether Jin Kuan can retrieve what he seeks. Although everything diverged from his past life, he too had changed, now equipped with a system. I will return by car tonight. For the time being, do not allow anyone in the village to engage with them until I arrive to handle it. He instructed over the phone. Since the village leader has firearms, let us manage this. Captain Ma expressed his relief at the prospect of the village leader's return, though worry for their safety lingered. Despite Gu Lingxiao's youth, The village was visibly improving under his leadership. Zhong Xiaoai, concerned, suggested, "Shall I ask my family for assistance?" "No need. This is my affair, and I will handle it myself. What I cherish is you as a person, not your background," Lingxiao replied earnestly. Locking eyes with Zhong Xiaoai, and he spoke truthfully. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoai felt a wave of relief. She had feared that if Lingxiao accepted help, he would become akin to Ho Yangping, creating an invisible barrier between them, though they would not part ways directly. "Let us settle this. I will return tonight. Ensure the village is restrained and increase vigilance," Lingxiao concluded before hanging up the call. Recalling the phone number from memory, Lingxiao re-entered a sequence of digits. And after 2 rings, a voice answered. "Hello, I am Qinjiang. I am Lingxiao. Greetings, master." Qinjiang's tone turned exceedingly respectful upon hearing Lingxiao's name. "Master? Such an antiquated term. It seems my little man is quite remarkable," Zhong Xiaoai mused, committing the events of the day to memory. "From now on, call me young master," Lingxiao thought, realizing that the title of village leader felt rather odd, akin to that of a creditor. "Yes, young master. Please send me a bank account number. I will transfer 800,000 to you. I expect results tonight, no matter the method, even if it disrupts the stock market." "Understood, young master." Qinjiang comprehended the urgency. After all, as a top-tier talent in the stock market, the potential gains were staggering, yet the ensuing chaos and consequences would be equally complex and easily scrutinized. After terminating the call, Lingxiao squeezed Zhong Xiaoai's slender waist and remarked, "You heard that. I must return. We can have dinner another time. If you wish to stay, feel free to sleep in my room tonight." Zhong Xiaoai playfully swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "Do you realize the danger you could face? And yet you find time to tease me." She truly felt exasperated. She had heard that weapons were involved, which could result in fatalities, and her brother seemed oblivious to the urgency. However, the thought of Lingxiao confronting armed drug traffickers made her heart race. She did not want to establish a relationship only to have something happen to him. "All right, you must stay safe and keep your distance from those upperclassmen," Lingxiao said, placing a kiss on her forehead before grabbing his phone to leave. Although she knew it was unlikely, she wanted to ask, "Can I go with you, Lingxiao?" Lingxiao was tempted to agree but ultimately decided against it. "You cannot come. It is too dangerous. Just wait for my return." "Fine, but you must prioritize your safety," Zhong Xiaoai said, looking at Lingxiao with disappointment. It was not until Lingxiao departed that she concealed her feelings of grievance, muttering defiantly, "You say I cannot go. But who do you think I am? This is a village divided between 2 nations. Hello, teacher, I need a few days off. Something happened in the village, and I must return to investigate." Yes, do not worry, teacher. I will return as soon as possible." After hanging up, Lingxiao took a taxi to the nearest bank, transferring 800,000 into the account provided by Qinjiang before hastening to the train station to purchase a ticket. As soon as he boarded the train, a familiar scent wafted over when a woman sat beside him, and upon turning, he was taken aback. "Why are you here, Xiai?" "I am not going for leisure. I have business to attend to." The person beside him was none other than Zhong Xiaoai, whom he had seen at home just earlier. Lingxiao felt a headache coming on. "Why can't I go if you're on business? You are my boyfriend now. Did you hear what you discussed on the phone? How can I trust you to go alone?" Zhong Xiaoai gazed intently into Lingxiao's eyes, her expression serious. Embracing Zhong Xiaoai's shoulders, Lingxiao replied, "It is not worth it, Xiaoai. What if something happens? We only just confirmed our relationship. I do not care. Even if we just established our relationship a minute ago, I am going." Seeing Zhong Xiaoai's earnest demeanor warmed Lingxiao's heart. While he did not perceive any imminent danger on this journey, he appreciated her determination. "By the way, how did you know which seat I had purchased?" Lingxiao asked, then realized how foolish he sounded, adding, "I almost forgot you have connections." "Humph, your girlfriend is quite impressive, isn't she? You must have profited from it." Zhong Xiaoai teased, resting her head against Lingxiao's chest. Indeed. Perhaps I saved the world in my past life to meet you. As for how many planets exist in the galaxy, I truly do not know." Once this matter was resolved, Lingxiao intended to have a serious conversation with Zhong Xiaoai. He had never been one for exclusivity, and some things were better clarified in advance. After an hour's train ride, as the train arrived at its destination, Lingxiao gently shook the sleeping Zhong Xiaoai in his arms and said, "We have arrived." I'm so sleepy," came her drowsy reply. Supporting the unsteady Zhong Xiaoai with his left hand, Lingxiao helplessly rubbed her small head with his right, saying, "I told you to wait for me. You insisted on coming along and suffering." Guiding Zhong Xiaoai to a nearby shop, Lingxiao addressed the shopkeeper, 1 pack of tissue and a bottle of water, please. After receiving the items, he dampened the tissue with water and said, Xiao, look up. The half-asleep Zhong Xiao obediently raised her face. Chapter 12. The awkward status of the village. Gu Lingxiao tenderly wiped her small face and said, we still need to take a bus to the village. So don't fall asleep yet. Okay, Zhong Xiao nodded, a bit more alert now. Brother Lingxiao, can you tell me about the situation of the village divided by 2 countries? After a brief silence, as they boarded the bus, Zhong Xiao asked, genuinely curious about the circumstances, particularly since guns had been involved. The village divided by 2 countries, as the name suggests, is situated between 2 nations. The boundary marker is right in the center of our village. One side is governed by Longhua, and the other by Myanmar. Thus, the village's situation is rather precarious, especially on the Myanmar side. The Longhua side is relatively better off. After I opened up tourism projects in the village, the villagers' income improved significantly. However, you are likely aware of the chaotic and complex nature of Myanmar, especially in border areas. Unintentionally revealing his burdens, Gu Lingxiao's words struck a chord with Zhong Xiao, who recognized the weight of responsibility he bore at just 18. Can't someone else take over the position of the village chief? The driver interjected from the front. In border villages like ours, they are usually all from the same family. It's more of a family affair than a village. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror and continued, the young man looks quite young, but only the heir of the current chief can become the chief. And they must possess the requisite abilities. Young lady, you are indeed fortunate to have found such a boyfriend. Brother Lingxiao is amazing, Zhong Xiao said, her eyes shining as she looked at Gu Lingxiao, without holding the driver's interruption against him. Enough of the driver's flattery. In other places, I'm just a village chief, Gu Lingxiao said, as they continued their conversation while on the road, soon arriving at their destination. Sir, the fare is 30. The driver said. Gu Lingxiao smiled, took 30 from his pocket, handed it over, and got off the bus. Is this really the village divided by 2 countries? Zhong Xiao asked as she and Gu Lingxiao stood by the roadside, gazing at the grand entrance made of marble, with the words village divided by 2 countries prominently displayed above. Even though it was already 7 in the evening, there were still many people inside. Let us go. I'll take you to my true home. However, you won't have the chance to meet my parents, Gu Lingxiao said, a flicker of intensity crossing his eyes. Kunsha, I swear, I will make you wish you were never born. As they crossed the road carefully, Gu Lingxiao held Zhong Xiao's hand. The pedestrian bridge was part of his plan, but the current financial situation was quite tight. Gu Lingxiao, what is this? Upon arriving at the village gate, Zhong Xiao noticed a guard post manned by soldiers from the People's Liberation Army, behind which was a small square surrounded by a wall. Turn around and take a look, Gu Lingxiao instructed without elaborating. Obey the party's command, win battles, and maintain excellent conduct. The troops. Zhong Xiao was genuinely surprised to discover that there was a military camp just across the street. This is a border defense unit, established to prevent illegal entry of outsiders, including smuggling and drug trafficking. The border defense is among the most arduous of grassroots military duties. Therefore, the community often sends fruits and vegetables to the soldiers on duty. Gu Lingxiao explained as they entered the village. Village chief, you're back. Brother chief, you're back. Children playing outside rushed towards Gu Lingxiao upon seeing him. After rewarding each of them with a head pat, he asked, have you all been studying well? Yes, I have. I was praised by my teacher. I got full marks in math. Listening to the children's cheerful chatter, Zhong Xiao felt no annoyance. In fact, she cherished the delightful atmosphere, captivated by their adorable smiles. Glancing around, she noticed a shop nearby and released Gu Lingxiao's hand, running over to it while under the gaze of others. Moments later, returning with several bags of candy in hand, Zhong Xiao said, children, big sister is treating you to candy, and handed out the sweets. Thank you, big sister. But mom and dad said we can't eat things from strangers. Why not? Because brother chief told us that human traffickers like to lure children with candy. Zhong Xiao looked curiously at Gu Lingxiao, who lifted his chin proudly. Go ahead, this sister is my girlfriend, Gu Lingxiao gently said, bending down. The children exchanged glances between Zhong Xiao and Gu Lingxiao before exclaiming, wow, is she brother chief's wife? Gu Lingxiao, glancing at the shy Zhong Xiao, deliberately replied, yes. So take the candy and enjoy it. Thank you, big sister. All right, let us go play. Gu Lingxiao waved the children off just as Captain Ma approached with his team. Village chief. Captain Ma had a fierce appearance, with several team members behind him bearing bloodstained clothes. Zhong Xiao, unaccustomed to such scenes, anxiously grasped Gu Lingxiao's hand. Let us go, we can talk later, Gu Lingxiao said directly. The team members made way, and Gu Lingxiao led Zhong Xiao forward, with most of the soldiers' gazes fixed on her. Captain, Is this the village chief's wife? Enough of the chatter about the chief. Hurry up. Captain Ma reprimanded the team before leading the way. Hey, brother Lingxiao, I didn't know there were hotels in your village. The village was adorned with various lights, hotels, shops, local specialties, and fruit stalls. Although it was a village, it was surprisingly well equipped. Everything essential is present. However, due to the village's awkward location, even if there are hotels on the outskirts, their business is not thriving. We must thank the Border Defense Force for helping to reassure tourists, as the hotels in the village are doing quite well. Although we have our own security team, the presence of the military provides an extra layer of comfort. As they walked, shopkeepers greeted them warmly. Village chief, you seem to have won the hearts of the people. Zhong Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of pride swelling within her as she gazed at Gu Lingxiao, whose eyes sparkled. This is what it means to be in a position of responsibility and to earn people's trust. But you're right in saying that. Ha 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 ha, Gu Lingxiao laughed, wrapping his arm around her waist as they headed towards a 3-story cement building. Most houses in the village were made of wood or bamboo, with a few exceptions for essential structures like toilets and fire stations. They ascended to an office on the 2nd floor, where Gu Lingxiao sat behind the main desk. Captain Ma, displaying great awareness, moved a chair beside him before taking a seat across from him. With a snap, Gu Lingxiao lit a cigarette and said, "Now tell me, where's Jinghai? Village chief, Jinghai has issued his final ultimatum. If we don't pay him 500,000 in medical fees within 3 days, he will attack the village across the border." Gu Lingxiao chuckled in disbelief. With a system in place, if I am still to be threatened, I might as well dig my own grave. Chapter 13, A Call from Zhong's Mother. Don't worry, in 3 days, I will make him understand who he should provoke and who he should not. Gu Lingxiao's voice carried a chilling resolve. Ensure that the guards are well prepared for the defense of the southern village, while reducing personnel in the northern village. Manage those below carefully and prevent any disturbances. I will resolve this matter in 3 days. Captain Ma, with concern, spoke up, but the village chief, after glancing at Zhong Xiaoyun, stated decisively, "They have firearms. Do not worry. All you need to do is control the personnel. In 3 days, everything will be clear. You may leave now." Captain Ma, suppressing any further objections, replied affirmatively to the chief before departing the office with his team. Lingxiao, is everything truly all right? Once everyone had exited, Zhong Xiaoyun finally spoke. Rest assured, I can handle it. By the way, does your family know you are here? Gu Lingxiao, belatedly recalling this detail, realized the implications of being at the border. What if Xiaoyun's family discovered he had brought her to such a place? He scolded himself for being so careless, though he doubted he would require Xiaoyun's background assistance. Oh no, you're finished. You've brought old Zhong's precious daughter to the border. I shall call for help immediately. Zhong Xiaoyun, noticing the unease on Gu Lingxiao's face, pretended to dial out, teasing him. Suddenly, a ringtone interrupted them. She glanced at her phone, where the caller ID read, "Mom." Oh no. What should I do, Lingxiao? My mother is calling. She turned to Gu Lingxiao in a panic. To her surprise, he merely turned away, whistling playfully. "Say hello to my mom for me. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That's my mother." Zhong Xiaoyun shot him an embarrassed glare, took a deep breath to calm herself, and answered the call. "Hello, Mom." "Zhong Xiaoyun, have you lost your mind?" Her mother reprimanded as soon as the call connected. "What do you mean? How dare you run off to the border? That is a border area." Zhong's mother, overwhelmed by years of nurturing instincts, was momentarily shaken. Their family situation was quite unique. Normally, they were not permitted to leave the country, as any incident could have far-reaching consequences. The audacity of Zhong Xiaoyun to venture to the border left her mother in shock. Today, the bodyguards assigned to protect Zhong Xiaoyun had promptly reported the situation. Upon receiving the news, her mother nearly choked on her breath. Though Handong province lies near the Dragon Kingdom's border, the actual border is still quite distant, especially with bodyguards discreetly surrounding Xiaoyun. In families like theirs, each child abroad is accompanied by bodyguards, typically retired reconnaissance soldiers from the military. Zhong's mother also had such protection. Whenever she went out, aside from the visible bodyguard driver and a female bodyguard, there would also be covert protection. As for Zhong's father, he had even more stringent security measures in place, with special forces-level bodyguards accompanying him at all times, requiring various procedures and extensive safety measures even for leaving the capital. "Mom, I understand I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Zhong Xiaoyun cooed into the phone. "Don't say that," her mother replied, exasperated but powerless. "What is your situation with that classmate of yours?" Zhong's mother had already been informed of Gu Lingxiao's background. Orphaned, the chief of a border village, a freshman at Handong University, and having known Xiaoyun for just a day, The bodyguards had observed their seemingly intimate behavior, suggesting a relationship. His background appeared clean, yet the chief's identity posed potential complications. Unlike the unrefined intentions of a certain Ho Liangping, whom the Zhong family disdained for his transparent motives, Gu Lingxiao's demeanor seemed far more respectable. "Mom, there's nothing between me and Lingxiao. We are just good friends," Zhong Xiaoyun said, casting a furtive glance at Gu Lingxiao. Upon meeting his playful gaze, she shot him a fierce glare before quickly averting her eyes. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, finding her glare more adorable than fierce, which amused him. "Lingxiao, brother?" Hearing this slightly awkward term of endearment, Zhong's mother was momentarily speechless. Then, she heard a light chuckle from the phone, prompting her to ask, "Is Gu Lingxiao with you?" After a quick glance at Gu Lingxiao, Zhong Xiaoyun replied, "Yes. Have him take the phone. I'd like to speak with him." "Ah." Gu Lingxiao looked at her in surprise. "What's with the ah?" "I want to talk to that classmate of yours." Hearing her mother's serious tone, Zhong Xiaoyun reluctantly turned to Gu Lingxiao, saying, "Lingxiao, my mom wants to talk to you." Zhong's mother wanted to converse with him? Gu Lingxiao glanced at the apprehensive Zhong Xiaoyun, then at the phone in her hand, and without hesitation, he accepted it. "Hello, Auntie, I am Gu Lingxiao." "Hello, I am Xiaoyun's mother. I hope you are aware of her family situation." Zhong's mother asked directly, without pretense. If Gu Lingxiao knew and still took Xiaoyun to such a place, she would warn him to stay away from her daughter. If not, she would observe further. "About that, Annie, I am not very familiar with Xiaoyun's family background. What seems to be the matter?" Gu Lingxiao feigned confusion, glancing at Zhong Xiaoyun. "It's nothing. Our family is quite special. If possible, please do not let Xiaoyun travel abroad." Zhong's mother preferred to keep her family's situation undisclosed to him, and hoped Gu Lingxiao would not take Xiaoyun outside the country. She had considered the possibility that Gu Lingxiao might forcibly take Xiaoyun across the border, threatening the Zhong family. But upon realizing Xiaoyun had chosen to accompany him willingly, she felt a slight relief. Nevertheless, she instructed the bodyguards to remain vigilant. If any such intentions arose, they must forcibly prevent Xiaoyun from leaving, even if it meant using firearms. Indeed, the bodyguards accompanying Xiaoyun were armed, although only one possessed a firearm. It could resolve many issues. "Rest assured, Auntie, even if Xiaoyun wishes to travel abroad, I will not permit it," Gu Lingxiao assured with utmost seriousness. Zhong Xiaoyun, reminded of her unique circumstances, began to feel anxious. If Gu Lingxiao had ulterior motives in bringing her to the border, she could hardly fathom the consequences. Although she had chosen to accompany him willingly, what if this was all part of his scheme? Chapter 14, Confession. Gu Lingxiao is a scoundrel, a philanderer. Contemplating this, Zhong Xiaoyun felt a chill run down her spine. She regretted her impulsive decision to follow him. Given her family's special circumstances, if anything were to go awry, she dreaded to think of the potential threats to her family. Zhong's mother remained cautious. "If possible, I hope you can return Xiaoyun safely." Gu Lingxiao glanced at the now anxious Zhong Xiaoyun and replied, "Certainly, Annie. I will take her home in a bit." He was sincere. After all, he had no such intentions. Zhong's mother felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Thank you. If you ever come to the capital, do let me know. I would love to treat you to a meal." Gu Lingxiao waved away her gratitude. "It's my pleasure. After all, it is customary for juniors to treat their elders." "Xiaoyun, I know you are listening. I warn you to return promptly." Zhong Xiaoyun regained her composure, replying, "I will be careful, Mom." She realized that if she had misjudged Gu Lingxiao, it would serve as a lesson learned, and she could simply have the bodyguards keep a closer watch on her surroundings. Zhong Mu was on the verge of exasperation. How could she not comprehend her daughter's sentiments? She found it inconceivable that Xiaoyun had not realized that her own thoughts mirrored those of her mother, which only fueled Zhong Mu's ire. Zhong Xiaoyun hurriedly assured, "Mom, don't worry, your daughter is no fool." Zhong Mu, half amused and half annoyed, retorted, "If you're not a fool, then what are you? Take that Ho Liangping for example. Did you truly see through him?" At the mention of Ho Liangping, Zhong Xiaoyun fell silent, acutely aware that she had indeed been blinded by her affections regarding him. "Fine. Just take care of yourself," Zhong Mu concluded, hanging up before Xiaoyun could respond. Feeling embarrassed, Zhong Xiaoyun turned to Gu Lingxiao and explained, "Please don't misunderstand, Lingxiao, my mom is just worried about me. That is all." Gu Lingxiao, remaining calm, replied, "It's only natural. After all, we are near the border, with Myanmar next door. It's completely understandable for parents to be concerned. Shall I take you home?" Gu Lingxiao suggested after adjusting his attire. Zhong Xiaoyun glanced down at her phone, contemplating before asserting, "I want to go. I trust you." She fixed her earnest gaze upon Gu Lingxiao's eyes. She did not believe he was aware of her family background. Even teacher Gao had no knowledge of it, nor did anyone at school. As for how Ho Liangping came to know, it was likely through his friend Jinghai. After a long, penetrating look into Zhong Xiao AI's eyes, Gu Lingxiao asked, "You have such faith in me?" Zhong Xiao AI smiled and replied, "You are my boyfriend. If I don't trust you, whom should I trust?" Ha ha ha. And he was right. You really are quite naive. Gu Lingxiao pretended to dial a number on his phone, saying with a mischievous glint in his eyes, "Someone, take her to Myanmar." Panic washed over Zhong Xiao AI. Her eyes brimming with tears as her body began to tremble slightly. Oh no. Gu Lingxiao realized he had crossed a line and quickly approached her. As Zhong Xiao AI recoiled in fear, she stumbled over a chair, losing her balance and falling backward. "Ah!" she cried, tightly shutting her eyes, terrified of what might happen next. "Be careful." Gu Lingxiao rushed forward and caught her just in time. "Please don't sell me to Myanmar." Zhong Xiao AI began to cry, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Gu Lingxiao, feeling a pang of guilt, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Xiao AI. I shouldn't have joked like that. See, I didn't actually make a call." He held his phone in front of her and gently explained, embracing her tightly. Zhong Xiao AI looked up at the phone, still fearful, and asked, "Is that true?" "Yes, Xiao AI, I would never harm you. Trust me," he reassured her. Suddenly, Zhong Xiao AI broke free from his embrace, tears in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Don't you understand how scared I was? Why would you make such a joke?" Gu Lingxiao stepped forward, pulling her into an embrace once more. "I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. If you want, you can hit me." Before he could finish, Zhong Xiao AI bit down on his shoulder. Gu Lingxiao deliberately relaxed his muscles, knowing he had overstepped, yet he felt no regret. Zhong Xiao AI was too easily influenced by others, whether it was him or Ho Liangping from the past. As previously mentioned, Zhong Xiao AI and her family were too intricate and of high status. Any misstep could lead to significant consequences. Gu Lingxiao felt as though his shoulder was being gnawed upon, but he allowed her to vent her frustration. It was somewhat embarrassing that such a proud and strong woman had been frightened to tears by him. Noticing the bite loosen, he softly asked, "Are you done venting?" Xiao AI. Zhong Xiao AI, with tear-filled eyes, looked up and said, "Don't think that just because I'm like this, I'll forgive you. Humph. I want you to learn a lesson. Don't trust anyone so easily. You don't realize how easily deceivable you are, do you? You still dare to say that?" Seeing Zhong Xiao AI prepare to retort again, Gu Lingxiao quickly surrendered. All right, I won't say anything more." However, Gu Lingxiao sensed a pressing matter, one he had contemplated before, and now seemed the opportune moment to clarify. He gently held Zhong Xiao AI's shoulders and said, "Xiao AI, I need to confess something to you, and I want you to think it over carefully." Zhong Xiao AI looked at him in confusion. "What is it?" Holding her hand, Gu Lingxiao guided her to sit down and continued, "I am not a devoted person. I cannot promise that there won't be other women around me in the future." Zhong Xiao AI stared at him in disbelief. "What are you saying?" "I don't wish to deceive you. Tomorrow morning, I will take you home. I want you to think about this. I know it sounds unpleasant, but I will assure you that no matter how many women come into my life, my feelings for you will remain unchanged." "I don't know." Zhong Xiao AI shook her head. Gu Lingxiao, troubled by her shattered expression, said, "Let me take you to rest. Tomorrow, I will escort you home, and I want you to think this through." Seeing Zhong Xiao AI silent, Gu Lingxiao lifted her into his arms and carried her to the third floor. This was Gu Lingxiao's occasional residence. After placing Zhong Xiao AI on the bed, he did not leave, but instead watched the pitiful figure before him. Gu Lingxiao could have easily taken advantage of Zhong Xiao AI, waiting until she discovered his entanglements with other women before addressing it, but there was no need for that. He may be capricious, but he would never deceive her feelings. Even if Zhong Xiao AI chose to distance herself from him in the future, it would not matter. He had no intention of entering politics, before and after his rebirth. He would not pursue that path. He had not forgotten his enemies. Through Kunsha and Jinghai, Gu Lingxiao understood that the truth must be in his hands. He aimed to establish his own power and foundation in Myanmar, where the influence of Longwo was primarily economic, having no ties to the Zhong family. He gently kissed Zhong Xiao AI's forehead and softly said, "Rest well, I will take you home tomorrow." Zhong Xiao AI did not respond, but turned over and pulled the blanket over her head. Chapter 15. A clear-headed Zhong Xiao AI. Trouble approaches. After quietly closing the door, Gu Lingxiao departed. Once the door was shut, Zhong Xiao AI revealed her head, casting a sorrowful glance. Her heart was tumultuous. She felt utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed. She believed her feelings were incredibly complicated. Ho Liangping had always deceived her, focusing solely on her background. while Gu Lingxiao had been honest. Yet his sincerity was painful to her. Was their relationship truly ending so soon after it had begun? Zhongxiao AI stared blankly at the ceiling, gradually drifting off to sleep. Back on the second floor, Gu Lingxiao lit a cigarette, gazing out at the bustling street below, momentarily lost in thought. He retrieved his phone and made a call. "Hello, what is the situation?" Came Qinzhang's voice from the other end. "Young master, if we settle now, we could have over 3 million in total." Gu Lingxiao was taken aback. In just one day? Or half a day? 80,000 has turned into over 3 million under Qinzhang's management. Before he could revel in the good news, Qinzhang continued, "Young master, because I have been completely open, while we only made 3 million, it seems we've attracted attention from above." Qinzhang observed the stock market before him, realizing that because young master continued with this investment, he had been trading recklessly without fear. They were undoubtedly under scrutiny. "In 3 days, we will profit as much as possible, then head to Yizhai Lianghua. After that, I'll establish a private influence here. No one can touch you. I plan to carve out my own territory in Myanmar." Qinzhang was also excited. His capabilities were formidable, almost frightening, yet he was also easily noticed. "All right, young master. Within 3 days, I will spare no effort to sweep the stock market. Once the 3 days are up, I will withdraw. Stay safe." "Rest assured, young master," he replied. After hanging up, Gu Lingxiao opened the system marketplace. "System, is there a legal and compliant shooting club operating license available?" Ding. Some hosts have the opportunity to establish a shooting club at any location, priced at 10 million. This amount may seem substantial, but once the current issues are resolved, it would be feasible to open one either beside or within the village, ensuring enhanced safety, especially considering the stringent laws surrounding firearm possession in the Dragon Kingdom. Regarding gun permits, they are available, yet the cost stands at 1 million each, which is currently exorbitant. We can defer this matter for now. Leaning back in his executive chair, Gu Lingxiao decided to rest, as the only room with a bed in the building had been given to Xiao AI, and his own residence was quite a distance away. He felt uneasy leaving her alone. The next morning, Gu Lingxiao woke first, glancing at his phone to find it was only 7 o'clock, with the dawn light filtering through the window. After a quick wash, he noticed Xiao AI still sound asleep before stepping out of the building. "Boss, I'll have 2 cups of soy milk and 4 meat buns," he ordered. "Village chief, what are you paying with?" "It's on the house." "That 1 tea due. The price is the price," he insisted. After receiving the change, he returned to the building with the breakfast in hand. Upon entering, he observed that Xiao AI had not yet risen. A flicker of helplessness crossed his gaze. After placing the breakfast on the table, he approached her bedside, aware that she was awake. "Xiao AI, time to get up and wash up. Breakfast is ready." He called gently. "I won't eat. I don't want to talk to you," came her muffled reply from beneath the covers. Gu Lingxiao leaned against the bed and pulled back the covers, revealing Xiao AI's puffy eyes. He reached out to brush aside her hair, but she shook her head, refusing his touch. He bore no anger. He understood that clarity was paramount. "Come on, you're not going home," he pressed. "I'm not going back," she retorted defiantly. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Not going back? What does that mean?" "If you choose not to, I have matters to attend to. You can stay here, all right?" "I want to go too," Xiao AI exclaimed, throwing off the covers, her eyes resembling those of a distressed rabbit. Gu Lingxiao's brow arched as he unabashedly admired her. Noticing his silence, Xiao AI suddenly remembered and hastily pulled the covers back over herself. "Stop staring," she protested. "I'm merely appreciating beauty. Don't overthink it," he replied, a teasing smile playing on his lips. With her face flushed, Xiao AI pointed towards the door. "Get out. I need to get dressed." "All right, I'll wait outside," Gu Lingxiao said, stepping out and closing the door behind him. Once the door was shut, Xiao AI uncovered herself, revealing her delicate white undergarments against her fair skin. Captivatingly alluring, but even more striking was the soft allure visible at her chest. After dressing, Xiao AI opened the door to find breakfast waiting on the table and Gu Lingxiao distractedly staring at his phone. She approached without hesitation and began eating. Gu Lingxiao looked up and inquired, "Are you really not going back?" "Mouth full of bun," Xiao AI replied, her cheeks puffing. "I'm not going back. I'll wait until you finish your business, and then we can return together." Over the night, she had come to terms with her feelings. Gu Lingxiao's words had indeed upset her, but within her family's status, it was common for men to have multiple partners, as long as it remained discreet. It was acceptable. Gu Lingxiao had merely brought it to light. After finishing breakfast, Xiao AI stood before Gu Lingxiao, who couldn't help but look up at her. "I don't care how many women you have. I will always be your only wife. Can you promise me that?" "I can, I assure you," Gu Lingxiao replied. feeling immensely fortunate for her understanding nature. He took her hand gently. Let us go. I'll show you around. They ventured into the village, where the surroundings were filled with ordinary commerce, shops, local specialties, and inns. The fire station was set up by the villagers themselves, but due to the police's unique nature, I had to form a security team, he explained as he introduced her to the village's structures. Upon reaching a unique boundary marker, Lingxiao solemnly stated, "This is boundary marker number 78. Inside lies the Dragon Kingdom, and outside is Myanmar. You must not cross." Xiao Ai frowned and pointed at the tourists passing by. "Why can they go over?" Gently patting her head, Lingxiao replied, "Sweetheart, I can't take you there yet. Once I have everything arranged, you'll be free to go." "And how long will that take?" she asked eagerly, her curiosity piqued about the world beyond. 3 days, Lingxiao declared, having given Xinjiang that time frame to see what he could yield. Chapter 16. Ahu, Jin Kuan, resolve it in 3 days. Make way, clear the path. A man with long hair, flanked by 2 followers, pushed through the crowd heading towards Lingxiao. Lingxiao narrowed his eyes at the trio. Recognizing them as outsiders looking for trouble, he swiftly drew Xiao Ai behind him. "Lingxiao, I thought you would hide back in the mainland. I didn't expect you to have the guts to return," the long-haired man boasted, completely dismissing Lingxiao. He recognized the man as a Jia, a subordinate of Ma Ahu, the arch-rival of Jin Kuan. Like Jin Kuan, Ahu was involved in drug trafficking along the border, and Lingxiao's anti-drug efforts had severely impacted their business. They frequently disrupted the village, demanding protection fees. However, since the formation of Lingxiao's security team, Ahu had ceased his harassment. Now, he seemed to have returned, likely aware of Jin Kuan's predicament and eager to claim his share. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed as Captain Ma led the security team, 10 members wielding rubber batons and riot shields. They surrounded Jia and his companions, causing the other tourists to retreat in fear. "Village Chief, we arrived," one of the team members remarked, though the scene appeared more akin to a street brawl than a protective measure. Jia, unfazed, locked eyes with Lingxiao. "I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, make a move." He was undeterred, thinking that with Jin Kuan backing him, Lingxiao wouldn't dare offend his boss, Ahu. The 2 powerful figures could easily overpower Lingxiao and his team. Noticing Lingxiao's silence, Jia stepped closer, tauntingly standing behind the boundary marker. 50,000 in protection fees, or you can crawl through my legs. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, choose." Infuriated by the insult towards her man, Xiao Ai stepped out from behind Lingxiao. "Who do you think you are to demand 50,000? Her anger surged. That amount could buy a house in the provincial capital. Well, looks like the village chief has a girlfriend now." Jia leered, shamelessly ogling Xiao Ai's figure, his gaze lingering on her enticing long legs. Disgusted, Xiao Ai shuddered under his gaze, feeling as if ants were crawling all over her. An evil thought crossed Jia's mind. "How about this? You can forget the money. Just let this woman spend a day with me. How does that sound? A day for 50,000, isn't that a bargain?" Upon hearing the vile words from the other party, Zhong Xiaoai's heart tightened, though fear gripped her. She stood resolutely beside Lingxiao, her small hands clenched tightly. Lingxiao took Zhong Xiaoai's hand in his left, bringing her a sense of comfort. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Lingxiao struck the opponent's face with such force that Azza was sent tumbling to the ground. Lying there, blood gushed from Azza's mouth and nose. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to rise, but Lingxiao's strength left him dazed. Witnessing Lingxiao's aggression, the 2 men who were perilously close to Zhong Xiaoai retracted their steps, yet simultaneously heightened their vigilance. Lingxiao turned to Zhong Xiaoai, offering a warning, before stepping across the boundary marker to sit atop Azza, mockingly patting his head. "If you choose to be a dog, then embrace the consequences. Do you know what fate befalls rabid dogs?" At these words, Azza's heart quivered, yet he forced out, "Lingxiao, do you wish to die?" This matter isn't resolved without 5 million. Seeing Azza beaten and humiliated, his 2 lackeys were instantly incensed, their hands reaching for their waists. "Damn it! You're asking for death. Let's finish him." Just as they prepared to act, they were swiftly restrained by Captain Ma and his team. Captain Ma and his men, possessing keen insight, recognized that since their leader had chosen to act, they would not hold back. They seized the 2 lackeys' arms and swung their batons without hesitation. The sound of bones breaking echoed as the lackey's arms bent at unnatural angles. Clapping his hands, Lingxiao commanded, "Take them all to the cells. We cannot allow this to tarnish the reputation of our village." "Yes, Chief," came the obedient reply. Lingxiao then rose, and 2 team members approached to support the dazed Azza, leading the group toward the prison. The prison was a facility designed for petty thieves and a compulsory rehabilitation center for drug users. All right, everyone, disperse. Rest assured, this was an isolated incident. The security of our village remains commendable. As you witnessed, those impressive figures wielding batons are our village's security team, dedicated to protecting you. Surrounding tourists felt a tinge of embarrassment. Captain Ma and his team were far from handsome. The thought of them having just shattered the arms of 2 men made them shudder. However, the presence of such security reassured the visitors about their safety. Having witnessed the commotion, the curious onlookers gradually dispersed, returning to their own pursuits. As the crowd thinned, Lingxiao turned to the pale-faced Zhong Xiaoai, pulling her into his embrace. You weren't too frightened, were you, Xiaoai? No, not at all, Zhong Xiaoai replied softly, nestled in his arms. Gently stroking her hair, Lingxiao spoke tenderly. You should return to my office and wait for me. I need to handle this matter. I want to go too, Zhong Xiaoai insisted, lifting her head with determination. She admitted to feeling scared earlier, having never experienced such a situation before. It was indeed her first time. Yet, alongside her fear, there was an undeniable thrill. She felt her adrenaline surge to unprecedented heights, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lingxiao, who had been incredibly handsome during the altercation. Lingxiao pondered for a moment before saying, You shouldn't come. I fear it might frighten you. Be good and listen. No, I am your girlfriend. Are you going to abandon me? The 2 unfamiliar men, still lingering, were taken aback by Zhong Xiaoai's words. However, their high composure allowed them to remain stoic, blending in with the tourists and evoking no suspicion. Observing Zhong Xiaoai's earnestness, Lingxiao felt a twinge of regret towards her mother. Auntie, it's not that I disregard your wishes. It's just that Xiaoai is far too insistent. All right then, let's head this way, Lingxiao said, leading Zhong Xiaoai along the red line marking the border, never once crossing it. They eventually arrived at a single-story building made of cement, isolated from the throng of tourists, surrounded by walls. As they approached the imposing iron gate, a small window suddenly swung open, startling Zhong Xiaoai. Lingxiao succinctly instructed, Open the door. With the gate creaking open, the dim yellow light within revealed no adornments. Only 2 guards wielding machetes standing sentinel. Sensing the fear emanating from Zhong Xiaoai, Lingxiao reassured her, Do not be afraid. These are my appointed guards, and this building was constructed specifically for a purpose. Can you guess what it is? His question redirected Zhong Xiaoai's attention. Not one to be easily fooled, she deduced. This must be a passageway for traveling between 2 locations. But it isn't meant for your personal use, given that you are the village chief and do not require it. It is intended for those who cannot traverse openly. Like myself. Am I correct? Zhong Xiaoai looked up at Lingxiao, her face adorably seeking affirmation. Ha ha ha. As expected of my girlfriend, so astute. Lingxiao affectionately ruffled Zhong Xiaoai's hair. Zhong Xiaoai puffed out her chest proudly. Humph, of course, don't you know who I am? Outside the entrance, 2 burly men stood watching the direction in which Lingxiao and Zhong Xiaoai had disappeared, momentarily at a loss. What should we do? Miss Zhong has gone in. How should I know? Should we contact Madame Zhong, or wait? Though they had contemplated storming in, the narrow entrance was guarded by a dozen armed personnel, clearly equipped with weapons at their waists. Despite being scouts, the 2 were unarmed and knew that a forceful entry was unlikely to succeed. One man pulled his companion, saying, Let us retreat and contact Madame Zhong. Once they reached a quieter corner away from the crowd, he pulled out his phone and dialed. The call had been arranged by the Zhong family. Otherwise, the expense of several hundred yuan would have been hard to justify. Hello, Madame Zhong. I am the bodyguard responsible for protecting Miss Zhong. As the call connected, the man spoke with a hint of uncertainty. What's wrong? Is something the matter with Xiaoai? Upon hearing it was Xiaoai's bodyguard, Madame Zhong's heart raced. Their bodyguards were all active duty and highly trained, never contacting the family without cause. Unless something had happened to Xiaoai. Remembering Xiaoai was at the border yesterday, Madame Zhong's composure faltered, and she hastily inquired, Quickly, tell me, what has happened to Xiaoai? The man, flustered, quickly replied, Miss AI has entered a passageway with Lingxiao, but there are over 10 armed guards stationed at the entrance. We cannot enter. Hearing that Xiaoai was with Lingxiao, Madame Zhong's initially tight heart began to relax slightly, though she had yet to meet Lingxiao. Her previous conversation indicated he would not harm her daughter. As for the reasons, it was an instinctual feeling. All right, I understand. Continue with your duties. I will contact Xiaoai, she said, ending the call and dialing Xiaoai's number. If she could reach her, it would mean all was well. If not, she would have no choice but to initiate the emergency protocol. Such a protocol would escalate matters beyond simple issues. Holding her phone, Madame Zhong listened intently as the voice on the other end finally connected, feeling a slight sense of relief. Hello? Mom, why are you calling? Zhong Xiaoai's cheerful voice came through. You little rascal, where are you right now? Tell me the truth. Years of composure shattered as Madame Zhong's worry overtook her. Zhong Xiaoai cast a furtive glance at Gu Lingxiao and, feeling somewhat guilty, spoke softly. I am with Gu Lingxiao. Could you please take the call? She cautiously added, Lingxiao. My mother wants you to answer. The reference to Lingxiao, my brother caught Zhong Mu by surprise, leading her to ponder that her daughter had indeed developed genuine feelings for Gu Lingxiao. Hello, Auntie, this is Gu Lingxiao. The shift from auntie to aunt signified their burgeoning relationship. Zhong Mu noticed the change in address, but chose not to dwell on it. Her primary concern was Xiai's well-being. She then inquired, May I still call you Lingxiao? Of course, Aunt, he replied. Could you tell me where Xiai is with you now? Zhong Mu asked. Gu Lingxiao smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Aunt. I haven't taken Xiai abroad. We are merely in a secluded area within the village. You know how complicated things can be here. I assure you of her safety. I will not let her come to any harm. Understanding Zhong Mu's concerns, he made repeated assurances. Zhong Mu realized her only option was to trust Gu Lingxiao, and with a sigh, she responded, Then I entrust her care to you, Lingxiao. Please look after Xiai. Do not worry, Aunt. Xiai is now my girlfriend, and I will ensure her safety, Gu Lingxiao promised. Beside him, Zhong Xiai blushed and pinched his side, feeling unprepared to reveal their relationship to her family. The thought of her mother's potential disapproval or attempts to separate them made her pale with anxiety. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand rest on her head, and upon looking up, she saw Gu Lingxiao silently reassuring her, It's all right. Everything will be fine. Are you really dating Xiai? Zhong Mu asked, perplexed, as she had heard her daughter express fondness for Ho Liangping. The Zhong family disapproved of him due to his impure intentions and overly ambitious nature, which Xiai likely perceived without openly stating it. Perhaps Xiai had misjudged her feelings for Ho Liangping after spending too much time with him. However, she felt it necessary to learn more about Gu Lingxiao to ensure Xiai was not merely jumping from one perilous situation into another. Yes, Aunt. We have just confirmed our relationship. You need not worry. Xiai is safe with me, Gu Lingxiao affirmed, taking Zhong Xiai's hand to comfort her. Once you return to school, let me know, and I will arrange a time to visit you and celebrate Xiai's birthday. By the way, Xiai's birthday is on August 1st. Zhong Mu mentioned before abruptly ending the call and contacting her 2 bodyguards. Xiai is with her boyfriend. Your task is to keep watch outside. Understood. Once the call ended, Zhong Xiai exclaimed, Why did you tell my mom we are together? What? You do not wish to be with me? Are we to hide our relationship? Gu Lingxiao feigned indignation. Seeing his mock anger, Zhong Xiai panicked and waved her hands in explanation. No, it's just. Observing her flustered attempts to clarify, Gu Lingxiao interjected, This is not something that can be concealed. It's better to be open about it. Your mother is quite perceptive. All right, she conceded. As he pulled her along, we have matters to attend to over there. A minute later, they arrived at a large iron gate. Chief. The guards, wielding machetes, greeted them respectfully. Upon seeing the intimidating guards, Gu Lingxiao noticed Xiai's hand tense, prompting him to say, Next time, please put away your weapons. You frightened my wife. Despite their fierce appearance, the guards, recognizing their error, quickly bowed and apologized. Madam, our apologies for the fright. Open the gate. Has Captain Ma and the others arrived? Gu Lingxiao commanded. Yes, Chief. Captain Ma and his team are already here, waiting for you. One of the guards replied, opening the heavy iron door with a resonant clang. Zhong Xiai's eyes widened in shock at the scene beyond the gate. Asa and his 2 henchmen were suspended in midair, their hands bound with chains, bloodied and battered, with crimson droplets pooling beneath them. If not for their faint groans, she might have mistaken them for corpses. Please wait outside if you cannot handle this, Gu Lingxiao gently urged. For a sheltered young lady like Xiai, this gruesome sight was utterly shocking, especially as she had likely been shielded from such horrors her entire life. I'm all right. I'm not scared, but you won't kill them, will you? Murder is illegal, Zhong Xiai voiced her concern, fearing that Gu Lingxiao might take a fatal course of action and be hunted for it. Gu Lingxiao chuckled, We are in Myanmar now, do not worry. I won't get my hands dirty. Upon hearing Gu Lingxiao's voice, Asa, with his swollen and bloodied face, managed to move slightly, peeking through his barely opened eyes toward Gu Lingxiao. You're finished, you bastard, Asa threatened, trying to maintain a facade of defiance. Knowing that any sign of weakness would lead to his demise, he needed to appear unafraid to possibly intimidate Gu Lingxiao and buy himself some time. Gu Lingxiao signaled to Captain Ma, who promptly brought over a chair. Please, sit, my dear, he said, guiding Zhong Xiaoai into the chair. Amid her anxious gaze, Gu Lingxiao took the baton from Captain Ma and approached Azza. Lifting Azza's chin with the baton, Gu Lingxiao sneered. Is this all just an act? Hearing this, Azza felt a surge of panic but retorted, you'll see whether it's an act soon enough. I hope when my boss arrives, you'll still be this calm. Has his blood type been determined? Gu Lingxiao inquired, turning to Captain Ma. Yes, Chief, it's type B. We have the blood bags ready, Captain Ma replied, retrieving 3 blood bags from a drawer. After taking a drag from a cigarette, Gu Lingxiao nodded, prompting Captain Ma to smile wickedly as 2 team members followed him. One carrying a blood bag and the other a transfusion device. What are you planning to do? Azza shouted in alarm at the sight of their preparations. Do not be alarmed. This is just the beginning, Captain Ma grinned. Drawing a knife from his waist, he slashed at Azza's foot, causing him to scream in agony as his Achilles tendon was severed. Gu Lingxiao instinctively shielded Zhong Xiaoai's eyes with his hand, aware that the scene was too graphic for her. Listening to Azza's wails, Zhong Xiaoai, though unsure of what was transpiring, found it overwhelmingly terrifying, as the echoes of his cries filled her ears. After a moment, Zhong Xiaoai took a deep breath and grasped Gu Lingxiao's hand, pulling it away to reveal the horrific scene before her. She watched as the team members set up the transfusion device above Azza's head, extracting blood from him while simultaneously administering a transfusion. This was indeed an illegal interrogation method, but no one seemed to care. Gu Lingxiao looked at Zhong Xiaoai in surprise, leaning closer to ask, aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid. This is your world, and I will eventually witness it. It's better to face it sooner rather than later, Zhong Xiaoai replied, her voice trembling as she fought to maintain composure. Suddenly, she bolted up and rushed towards a nearby water basin. Nausea and discomfort surged within her chest as Zhong Xiaoai lay prostrate over the sink, retching violently until her stomach acid threatened to escape. After rinsing her mouth, she managed to regain some composure. You should wait outside for me, my dear, Gu Lingxiao said, patting her back with his left hand while offering her a tightly sealed bottle of mineral water with his right. After a prolonged bout of vomiting, Zhong Xiaoai felt somewhat better, her gaze resolute as she addressed Gu Lingxiao. I can endure this. Do not mistake me for those frivolous women outside. Seeing that Zhong Xiaoai had recovered sufficiently, Gu Lingxiao turned his attention back to Azza. Does Ahu possess any firearms? How many subordinates does he have? And where are they currently? He inquired. Think carefully before responding. Do not provide me with an excuse to prolong your hospitality. I'll tell you everything. Azza stammered. Aside from us 3, Ahu has over 10 subordinates. They aren't armed with guns, only machetes. Ahu has gone to the gambling den, and 1T returned for a couple of days. Fear coursed through Azza as he felt blood flow from his foot. He had never encountered such terror before. The gambling den? Where is it located? Where is the money from your drug dealings? Boss, the casino is in Mengnan. Ahu and his crew go there to collect gambling funds, which should be stored alongside the drug money. Only Ahu knows where it is. Azza divulged everything Gu Lingxiao asked, though he knew better than to trust a word from a desperate criminal. For he did not expect to extract all the information so easily. Who sent you to trouble me? Gu Lingxiao pressed. It was Ahu. He said you had left the village and ordered me to collect 500,000 in protection fees. It's not my fault. It was all Ahu's orders. Please, spare me. Azza cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. No one wishes to embrace death. Gu Lingxiao smacked Azza across the face with his baton. I had no intention of killing you, merely to teach you a lesson. Yet you foolishly dared to provoke my woman. Now that you have made your choice, you must bear the consequences. With the information he sought now in hand, Gu Lingxiao discarded the baton, took Zhong Xiaoai's hand, and prepared to leave. Before departing, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Ma, who nodded in understanding. Please, no, don't do this. Azza's pleas echoed through the iron gate as Gu Lingxiao led Zhong Xiaoai away. Who are they? Zhong Xiaoai queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. They are dead. Gu Lingxiao replied bluntly, aware that the grim reality of survival in the borderlands demanded ruthlessness. In this perilous realm, compassion is a luxury one cannot afford. They are all outlaws, traffickers, and mercenaries, and a soft heart invites dire consequences. Chapter 19, The Elite Bodyguard, John Wick. 140 million. Zhong Xiaoai admitted to feeling a tinge of fear, but she remained silent as Gu Lingxiao guided her back. Are you scared? He teased. Not at all. I'm quite brave, she retorted, attempting to maintain her composure. As they stepped into the sunlight, Zhong Xiaoai lifted her gaze, savoring the warm rays. The oppressive atmosphere inside had been stifling, and the scent of blood lingered in her mind, causing her discomfort to return. The 2 men waiting outside heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Miss Zhong emerge, though their eyes cast a wary glance towards Gu Lingxiao. All this is your fault. You've put them on edge. Captain Ma signaled to his men, who began to drift away from the now closed gate, dragging Azza and his companions along. Let me go? I've said all I needed to. Azza pleaded, though panic gripped him as they were led away. Captain Ma and his men remained silent, dragging their captive until they reached a parked vehicle, a small truck. The tarpaulin in the back concealed its contents. But it was clear that Captain Ma was approaching with a knife in hand. Please, no? Azza gasped, his terror palpable. Handle it properly. Take them far away and bury them. Captain Ma commanded, returning the bloodied knife to his subordinate before departing. The subordinates unceremoniously tossed Azza and his companions' lifeless bodies into the truck's rear before driving away. Where there is light, there is darkness. The southern village embodies the light, while the northern village represents the shadows. To survive, one must be ruthless. If you lack cruelty, others will not grant you mercy. Lingxiao embodied this principle. For without a hardened heart, one cannot stand firm. As Zhong Xiaoai ambled alongside Lingxiao, she sighed. I'm so tired. Let us head back. Very well. Let us return. I'll also inquire about the situation with Xinjiang, he replied. The village was not extensive. A leisurely stroll could cover the entire area in 3 hours, and they had indulged in plenty of food along the way. I see you're not merely tired from walking. You must be stuffed. Lingxiao teased. Zhong Xiaoai blushed, retorting, that is nonsense. I'm just fatigued. I can tell, he said as he reached over to gently pat her abdomen, which felt pleasantly full. All right, I'll have someone bring some digestive tablets. We'll be here for a couple more days, so you can take one each day, you greedy little cat, he chuckled, wrapping his arm around her as they returned to the office. After instructing someone to fetch the digestive tablets, he closed the door behind them. Lingxiao, my stomach hurts so much. Zhong Xiaoai lamented, sitting forlornly in a chair. I've sent for medication. Will you refrain from overindulging next time? Zhong Xiaoai raised her right hand in mock solemnity, declaring, I swear I won't. Never again. He lifted her into his lap, gently massaging her stomach with one hand while retrieving his phone with the other. Zhong Xiaoai nestled comfortably against him, her curiosity piqued by the phone on the table. If her memory served her correctly, Lingxiao had given Xinjiang 800,000, which quickly multiplied to over 3 million, and now, nearly 2 days later, she wondered how much had been earned. Hello, young master, how is the situation on your side? Xinjiang assessed the surroundings, ensuring they were not being watched, then replied calmly, we've currently profited over 140 million. That is sufficient. Hurry back to the village. You must be under surveillance. With 140 million at stake, it was evident that they were being watched, and safety could only be assured back in the village. Understood, young master. I'll make the necessary arrangements, and will transfer the funds to your account shortly. After hanging up, Lingxiao noticed Zhong Xiaoai gazing at him with wide, starry eyes. What is the matter? Over 100 million earned in 2 days. How could this be? Your subordinates are quite impressive, she exclaimed. He planted a kiss on her enticing lips and replied, you'll come to understand just how capable your man is. Ah, is that why you seek multiple girlfriends? She teased, her tone playful. Lingxiao merely chuckled at her remarks. System activated. Young master, I wish to make a purchase. Beep. Current available balance. 144 million. Summon 1 elite bodyguard, 2 advanced assassins, and 10 intermediate assassins. Additionally, procure 30 handguns, 2 A-class firearms, and 3 gun permits. Very well, young master. Your total expenditure amounts to 133 million. Remaining balance, 690,000. Elite bodyguard extraction in progress. Beep. Congratulations, young master. You have obtained John Wick from John Wick. Wow, it's truly John Wick. Portrayed by Keanu Reeves, Baba Yaga, the pencil assassin, master of close-quarters combat, and one-man army against the entire underworld. System, where are these individuals now? Beep. Young master. They are already waiting outside. Let them in. Zhong Xiao AI gazed at Lingxiao with a peculiar expression, for she had not heard anyone outside. John Wick, standing at the forefront, towering at 6 feet 1 inch, with brown hair and brown eyes, entered the room clad in a black tailored suit, his expression devoid of emotion. Flanked by 12 formidable assassins, Zhong Xiao AI found it rather odd that a foreigner would be present, despite his silence. The palpable aura of danger emanating from him made her uneasy. The 2 burly men behind him seemed familiar, and she felt a similar intensity from the 10 men accompanying them. After racking her brain for a while, Zhong Xiao AI was struck with astonishment at the sight before her. They were soldiers, likely special forces. She recalled the bodyguards she had encountered on her way home, all of whom were retired from elite military units, given her father's status. These types of soldiers typically remain within the military or protect important figures, seldom being released. For if such individuals were to lose control, it could spell disaster for the city. Greetings, young master. I am John Wick. You may address me as Special 1, Special 2, Scout 1, Scout 2, and so forth. Apart from the top-tier assassins, the names of the advanced and intermediate ones are designated by their strength accompanied by numbers. The two advanced assassins, both of whom are Special Forces operatives, refer to themselves as Special 1 and Special 2. This is your young mistress. The one and only Gu Lingxiao, he announced, giving Zhongxiao AI a light pat on her backside. Greetings, young mistress. John and his colleagues bowed deeply, their demeanor marked by utmost respect, devoid of any pretense. If they exhibited reverence for Zhongxiao AI, their devotion to Gu Lingxiao bordered on worship. Disregarding the large hand upon her rear, Zhongxiao AI summoned the poise cultivated over many years and addressed them with an air of authority. Hello. Chapter 20. The terrifying old John Gu Lingxiao opened a drawer and discarded 13 handguns along with 3 gun permits onto the table. Ignoring Zhongxiao AI's astonished expression, he continued, 1 gun per person. John, Special 1, and Special 2, you 3 will each take a gun permit and stay by my side. Scout 1, you 10 will remain stationed at the base. Yes. John stepped forward to retrieve his phone, conducting an inspection with remarkable professionalism. It was undoubtedly a product of a superior system. Even the ordinary handguns were the most exquisite and finest quality. As the 3 picked up their permits, the information automatically updated to reflect their names. Once the permits were secured, John quietly remarked, Young master, I noticed 2 spies outside. They bear no ill intent. They resemble bodyguards. Upon hearing John's words, Gu Lingxiao pondered for a moment and glanced at Zhongxiao AI, who appeared completely oblivious. He surmised that these were bodyguards arranged by the Zhong family for Xiao AI. He then raised his head and instructed, Special 1, please invite them in. Yes. Special 1 tucked his handgun behind his waist and promptly exited. One should never underestimate Special Forces, especially Special 1. These elite operatives could detect what John had noticed, albeit perhaps a fraction slower. After all, John Wick was a killer, the pinnacle of his craft. John Wick, combat power, 120, normal person, 10. Skills, master-level pistol skills. Master-level combat skills, gun fu, mastery of firearms, mastery of driving, clear mind, maintains clarity at all times. Incredible. A combat power of 120, 12 times that of an ordinary person. It is not merely that John could take on 12. His abilities could contend with 30. Special 1. Special 2. Combat power, 50. Scout 1. Combat power, 20. Unaware of his own stats, Gu Lingxiao reflected on his own. Gu Lingxiao, combat power, 9. Wealth, 6. 9 million. Skills, basic driving, basic combat. Ah, I realize I am akin to a mere novice, all basic skills. No need to display any further. Meanwhile, Special 1 had reached the 2 bodyguards. Gentlemen, our young master requests your presence upstairs. The 2 men regarded Special 1 with trepidation, their guard instinctively raised, ready to spring into action. Exchanging glances, they concluded, a formidable adversary. They were no match for him. Do not harbor any hostility. Both the young master and young mistress are upstairs, he assured. Who is this young mistress you speak of? They queried, perplexed. Patience. You will find out soon enough. Special 1 retorted, leading them upstairs. The 2 followed, gradually deducing that Miss Zhong was indeed the young mistress. Gentlemen, I have brought you the individuals, Special 1 announced. Stepping aside, you must be Miss Xiao AI's bodyguards, correct? I have bodyguards. Gu Lingxiao mused, ruffling the hair of the girl in his arms, bemused by her fluctuating intelligence. Yes, Mr. Gu. We were assigned by Madame Zhong to protect Miss Zhong. Indeed, I do have bodyguards, Zhongxiao AI exclaimed, her laughter bright. Do you not know the family you belong to? How could you not have bodyguards? Gu Lingxiao feigned ignorance. Zhongxiao AI giggled. If you plead with me, brother Lingxiao, I might just tell you. I see you've grown quite bold, unable to distinguish between rank and stature, he replied. You all may leave. Allocate the rooms on the first floor as you see fit. Xiao AI as bodyguard should accompany you. Tonight, I will introduce you to the people at the base. Yes. As John and the others departed, and the door closed behind them, Zhongxiao AI quickly pleaded, I was wrong, Lingxiao? You won't bully me, will you? Scooping Zhongxiao AI into his arms, Gu Lingxiao ascended to the 3rd floor. It was daylight, and she clung tightly to his neck, already sensing what was about to unfold. Although it was swift and she felt unprepared, she did not wish to refuse Gu Lingxiao. Only when Gu Lingxiao laid her upon the bed did she regain her senses, gazing at him with tender eyes, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Gu Lingxiao pressed gently against her, inquiring, "Is this all right, Xiao AI?" Zhong Xiao AI did not respond verbally, but merely nodded softly. After drawing the curtains, a cry of pain echoed. Zhong Xiao AI surrendered the purity she had preserved for nearly 20 years, her voice quivering in the first half, transitioning to a more assertive demeanor in the latter half. 2 hours later, as he watched Zhong Xiao AI drift into slumber, Gu Lingxiao lit a post-coital cigarette, reflecting on the experience, truly blissful, as expected from a first encounter. In a single room on the first floor, the two bodyguards sat opposite one another, their gazes fixed on the telephone resting on the table between them. "Hello?" When the phone rang, one bodyguard quickly answered, "Madame Zhong, we've been compromised." Although they felt embarrassed discussing it, anyone would have reacted similarly. The panic they experienced when entering the office and encountering the dozen or so individuals was indescribable, especially when the foreign man's gaze fell upon them, causing their blood to run cold. "Why were you compromised? How is Xiao AI faring?" Madame Zhong inquired calmly. Since they could still call her after being exposed, it indicated that the situation was likely manageable. Her primary concern was Xiao AI's well-being. "Madam, our intel was flawed. Miss Zhong is currently quite safe. The young man named Gu Lingxiao is surrounded by over a dozen bodyguards, of which 2 are likely special forces." The third merely glanced at us, and it felt as though our blood had congealed. As they spoke of the foreign man, particularly the chilling glint in his eyes, they could not help but feel the overwhelming pressure he exuded. On the other end of the phone, Madame Zhong fell silent. Bodyguards of special forces caliber. With one even beyond that, a clear indication that the leader of this border enclave was more formidable than she had anticipated. "Understood. Ensure Xiao AI's protection." Exchanging glances after hanging up, the two men realized they had made several mistakes over the past 2 days. Their future seemed bleak. After the call, Madame Zhong dialed Xiao AI's number. Still in the land of dreams, Xiao AI groggily reached for her phone at the bedside. "Hello? Who is this? Don't you know I'm exhausted and want to sleep? It's so annoying." "Xiao AI, do you even realize what you're saying?" Madame Zhong's thunderous voice resonated from the other end, causing Gu Lingxiao nearby to think, "My mother-in-law has quite the loud voice." "Ah, mother, I was still half asleep. What happened?" In an instant, Xiao AI became fully alert and attempted to prop herself against the headboard, only to be met with a sharp pain in her lower body that caused her to gasp. Gu Lingxiao gently supported her, allowing her to lean against the headboard successfully. Xiao AI, with a hint of resentment, remarked, "It's all your fault for being so rough, like a bull." Upon hearing this, Mother Zhong felt her cheeks flush with heat. Suddenly aware that her daughter had matured into a woman, she felt a moment of breathlessness. It was all happening too swiftly. Gu Lingxiao gestured towards the phone, and it dawned on Zhong Xiao AI that the call was still ongoing. After shooting a glare at him, she hastily clarified, "Mom, it's not what you think. Don't overthink it." "Not what I think. Then what is it?" "It just isn't what you think." Listening to her daughter's feeble tone, Mother Zhong chose not to dwell on it. The situation had unfolded, and all she could say was, "I hope you both contact me as soon as you return to Handong. Is that understood?" "Of course, Mom, rest assured. Now, I need to discuss something serious. What is the situation with Lingxiao's bodyguards? I heard from your bodyguard that they are formidable enough to instill fear in trained soldiers." "Mom, I really don't know. They are all from Lingxiao's side, but I must tell you that Lingxiao has a gun." Xiao AI immediately regretted her words, cautiously glancing at Gu Lingxiao beside her, who seemed utterly unfazed. She covered the phone and whispered, "Lingxiao, did I say something I shouldn't have?" Rubbing her head lightly, Gu Lingxiao replied, "It's fine. I never intended to hide anything." "Is that so, Lingxiao? Please let me speak to him," Mother Zhong requested. "Put it on speaker," Gu Lingxiao instructed. With a smile, Xiao AI activated the speakerphone and placed it on Gu Lingxiao's chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and leaning into him. "Auntie, this is Lingxiao." "Oh, Lingxiao, I won't ask you about the gun. My only concern is safety." Mother Zhong's gentle voice came through the line. Since Xiao AI had already committed to him, she had no choice but to accept this son-in-law. She certainly did not wish for her daughter's future husband to end up incarcerated, leaving her to grieve. Gu Lingxiao chuckled and reassured, "Rest assured, Annie. The weapons we have are all licensed, and the others are strictly for protection in Myanmar." "A gun license?" Mother Zhong was taken aback. Such permits were not easily obtained, often reserved for special military personnel. In civilian life, they were virtually unheard of. She resolved to ask old Zhong upon his return how he managed to uncover such information about the young man. Suppressing her rising agitation, Mother Zhong replied, "All right. Since Xiao AI has decided to be with you, I can't stop it. Just be good to her, understood? Don't worry, Auntie. Even if I get hurt, I won't let Xiao AI come to harm, Gu Lingxiao promised, holding her wandering hands firmly. Good, then I can rest easy. Just remember to let me know when you return to Jingzhou. I want to see you both. Xiao AI, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, Don't worry, Mom. We'll call you as soon as we get back. After hanging up, Xiao AI emerged from under the covers, wrapping her delicate hands around Gu Lingxiao's neck and lifting her chin to meet his lips. Having tasted the forbidden fruit, she felt as if she were under a spell. Gu Lingxiao reciprocated without hesitation, rolling over to pin Xiao AI beneath him. In the Jing City courtyard, Mother Zhong sighed as she hung up the phone, shaking her head in resignation and making her way to the study. Old Zhong, about that friend of Xiao AI's you investigated last time. How did you manage to dig up the details? She asked, slightly irritated. As she entered the room where Zhong Zhenghua was reading the newspaper. You must be referring to that fellow named Gu Lingxiao, right? Didn't we already conduct a thorough investigation? Zhong Zhenghua looked up at her. Isn't it just a matter of looking deeper? Why do I need to ask again? Mother Zhong took a seat in front of him. Is that what you call thorough? Do you even realize that Gu Lingxiao has a gun? Our daughter is still with him. Seeing Zhong Zhenghua's calm demeanor, Mother Zhong decided to provoke his anxiousness. What? Zhong Zhenghua dropped the newspaper in shock. He has a gun. Where's that scoundrel now? Mother Zhong secretly reveled in her husband's agitation, calmly preparing a cup of tea and taking a small sip before smiling slightly. He has a gun license. Moreover, the bodyguards surrounding him are said to possess the capability of special forces. Most importantly, the head bodyguard merely glanced at them, and their blood seemed to freeze. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. Is Xiao AI still with him? With a sigh, Mother Zhong replied, That's the troubling part. It seems they've already crossed a line. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhenghua's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Mother Zhong. That girl has such audacity. I've decided that when they return, I will go to Jingzhou to meet him. Fine. It would be best for you to see him in person, since it's already happened. We must face it. Zhong Zhenghua sighed, acknowledging that since Xiao AI had made her choice, he ought to meet the young man. He contemplated whether Gu Lingxiao aspired to enter politics or business. If the young man's capabilities were commendable, he would not mind extending a helping hand. However, if he was simply trying to cling to the Zhong family's influence, he would arrange for him to find a job back in Jing City. Glancing at Zhong Zhenghua, Mother Zhong smiled triumphantly and took her teacup as she exited, relishing in his discomfort. After some thought, Zhong Zhenghua picked up the phone on his desk and dialed. Hello? This is Zhong Zhenghua. Please investigate a new student named Gu Lingxiao at Handong University for me. Old Zhong, didn't we already look into this? The voice on the other end asked, puzzled. We did? The information we received doesn't align with the facts. What? No way. Old Zhong, I don't care how you do it, but investigate thoroughly. I want to know even what he had for breakfast this morning. With a sharp click, Zhong Zhenghua hung up the phone and dialed another number. Hello, this is Zhong Zhenghua. Old Zhong, how can I assist you? Please investigate Gu Lingxiao from Handong University. I need to know how he obtained a gun license. Please hold for a moment, Old Zhong. After a brief pause, the person on the line responded, Old Zhong. I couldn't find any record of a Gu Lingxiao with a gun license. However, 3 new licenses have appeared, one belonging to a foreigner, which was issued by the political department. Zhong Zhenghua quickly inquired, Are the holders of these 3 licenses located in the same area as the foreigner? Indeed, Old Zhong. The registrant and location are both in the same area. All right, thank you. After hanging up, Zhong Zhenghua's brow furrowed deeply. A foreigner acquiring a gun license in Long Country, approved by the political department, was certainly unusual. Rubbing his forehead, Zhong Zhenghua decided to put it aside for now. As long as it was legal, he would not concern himself further. As he observed the slumbering Xiao AI, Gu Lingxiao rose and made his way downstairs. Young master. Yes. I called Captain Ma over to introduce him and to hand over some responsibilities. A chair was brought in, and Gu Lingxiao took a seat while the elite team stood in formation before him, with John remaining steadfast behind him. Boss, I've arrived. Who are these individuals? Captain Ma asked, leading his team and eyeing the elite group and John with confusion. Since you're all here, please stand in formation as well. Understood. Xiao AI joined Gu Lingxiao downstairs, and the elite team fetched another chair for her to sit beside him. Now that Xiao AI is here, this is my wife. Zhong Xiao AI. To know her is to know me. From now on, you shall address me as boss and her as madam. Boss, greetings. Madam, greetings. Xiao AI, beaming with delight, acknowledged her new title, feeling exceedingly happy. This man beside me is John Wick, a world-class assassin and my personal bodyguard from now on. Upon hearing the identity of John Wick, both Captain Ma and Zhong Xia AI were struck with terror, gazing in shock at the foreign man standing behind Gu Lingxiao. The presence of Wick evoked a sense of dread akin to encountering a ferocious beast, causing them to avert their eyes. The first and second bosses. These two were elite bodyguards, akin to special forces. The reconnaissance team was composed of 10 skilled operatives, and from now on, the safety of the village would rest upon their shoulders. While the first and second bosses were present, their orders would reign supreme in their absence. Captain Ma would take direction from the first reconnaissance team. Understood? Yes, boss. Very well, Captain Ma. Please ensure the reconnaissance team becomes familiar with the village promptly. Captain Ma held no objections, nor did he harbor any resentment, and he respectfully addressed his new superior, the first reconnaissance team leader. Everyone, allow me to show you around the village. Once the group had departed, one of Captain Ma's former team members looked at him in confusion and asked, Captain, aren't you going to contest the sudden arrangement of these individuals by the village chief? Captain Ma recognized the gravity of the situation and explained, from now on, refer to them as boss. Do not mistake them again. The boss evidently possesses powers beyond our understanding. These are reconnaissance operatives. And it seems the boss is merely honoring our past loyalty by not replacing us outright. Let us be content. They receive salaries exceeding that of white-collar workers in major cities. Captain Ma earns $30,000 a month, while the other team members receive $20,000, all funded through the village's sanitation fees and other contributions. Upon hearing this, the team members fell silent, realizing it was best to heed the boss's guidance. Lingxiao then turned to Xia AI and suggested, shall we take a stroll? I intend to construct a villa in the village, which will serve as our future residence. Absolutely. I want to be involved in the design. By the way, Lingxiao, are those people coming? Xia AI asked, worry evident as she grasped Lingxiao's hand. Lingxiao replied calmly, they should arrive tomorrow, but there is no need for concern. The first reconnaissance team will handle it. John, along with the first and second operatives, remained vigilant, closely trailing behind. As they passed the village entrance, the station border patrol officers observed the scene, feeling as though a pack of predators approached. Standing by the roadside, Lingxiao considered purchasing a vehicle, thinking it would alleviate travel inconveniences. He turned to Xia AI and inquired, dear, what type of car do you prefer? Are we buying a car? I don't have a particular preference. They all seem similar, Xia AI confessed, displaying her lack of interest in such matters. Let's acquire a vehicle first. You three possess driver's licenses, correct? Yes, boss. After arranging for 2 vehicles, Lingxiao specified their destination, the largest 4S dealership in the city. After paying for the vehicle, Lingxiao led the group inside the dealership, where no mockery ensued. Good day, sir. Are you here to purchase a vehicle? The sales representative approached respectfully. Yes. Do you have the Mercedes-Benz S? Lingxiao asked. Yes, we do. Please wait a moment while I fetch some tea, the excited sales representative replied. Tea is unnecessary. Can I drive it away today if I pay in full? Lingxiao inquired. Certainly, sir. After a moment's contemplation, Lingxiao decided to also purchase a Range Rover. Initially considering 2 vehicles, he opted for one due to budget constraints, reserving some funds for Xinjiang. Ultimately, he spent over $1 million, with John as the driver, the first operative in the passenger seat, and Lingxiao alongside Xia AI in the back seat of the Mercedes. The second operative followed closely in the Range Rover, equipped with mobile phones. Lingxiao instructed Xia AI to save the numbers of the operatives so they could be contacted in his absence. Boss, we've arrived. This is the largest construction company in the city. Let us go, he replied. Bystanders marveled at the 2 luxury vehicles, speculating about the affluent owner. However, when they saw John exit the car, their astonishment grew, realizing he was a foreigner. Then, as Lingxiao stepped out, holding Xia AI's hand, they gasped in admiration. So handsome. Where did these striking individuals come from? Ignoring the crowd's astonishment, Lingxiao and his bodyguard strode towards the construction company. The company's owner, noticing the vehicles, found it peculiar and descended to greet them. Hello, welcome to Shanha Construction Company, Limited. My surname is Liu. The owner introduced himself, extending a hand. Greetings, Mr. Liu. Lingxiao replied, shaking his hand. Shall we discuss business in a more private setting? My apologies for the lack of hospitality. Please follow me, Mr. Liu said, leading them to the meeting room. He called out, Ali, prepare some tea, Tiguanyan. Certainly, boss, came the reply. Once the meeting room door was closed, Mr. Liu observed the ever-watchful John and the others, unable to discern Lingxiao's true background, noting that these bodyguards were more professional than any he had encountered before. Knock, knock. Knock. Come in. The door opened, and Ali entered with the prepared tea, clad in a form-fitting dress. Her wavy hair and alluring figure captivated attention as she placed the tea tray on the central table, casting a flirtatious glance at Lingxiao before departing. Are you still looking? Xia AI whispered, pinching Lingxiao's side. I have no issue with you having other companions. But those who are overly seductive are out of the question. She was open to Gu Lingxiao having other women, but it depended on their character. You're overthinking it. My dear, your husband's taste is not that poor. I was merely observing, Gu Lingxiao said, lifting his teacup for a sip before adding, Mr. Liu. I need to construct a villa and several other structures, including a tavern, bar, casino, and even a fire station and prison. Coughing, Mr. Liu nearly choked on his tea. Gu Lingxiao disregarded his reaction, gesturing for the first operative to hand over a map of the village. This is my territory, the map of the two nations. The buildings I require must be constructed within the village and even along the border. I wonder if you are willing to take on this task? Mr. Liu wiped his mouth and examined the map, astonished. Myanmar. Indeed, some constructions must be situated on the Myanmar side, but rest assured, security will not be an issue. Additionally, I will require a substantial amount of residential buildings in the future. You may take your time to consider this, Gu Lingxiao concluded, as Xia Ai poured him more tea and settled quietly beside him. Chapter 23. Gu Lingxiao's quest for complete control of the village. Mr. Liu retrieved a cigarette and offered one to Gu Lingxiao before lighting his own. While border construction posed fewer issues in Long Country, the situation in Myanmar was fraught with complications, security concerns, land issues, and potential troubles. He remained uncertain about the confidence Gu Lingxiao possessed to propose such sensitive constructions in Myanmar. He had heard of the concept of two nations within one village, but had never encountered such a formidable figure. Mr. Liu, I assure you that security in Myanmar will be guaranteed. As for what occurs after the construction is completed, that is no longer your concern. Very well, I agree. But this will require a significant investment, boss. Gu Lingxiao surveyed his remaining funds, approximately 1,500,000, and stated, First, let me have you construct a villa in the village. I will provide you with a deposit of 50,000. Following discussions concerning construction expenditures and the police station, Gu Lingxiao and Mr. Liu spent an hour finalizing all the terms and payments. They agreed on a delivery timeline of 20 million within 7 days, with an initial deposit of 50,000 to commence work on the villa. After signing the contract, Gu Lingxiao departed from the construction company. The villa chosen by Long Xiaoyun is a 3-story establishment, complete with a swimming pool at the rear, a garden, a pavilion, and a lush lawn at the front. On either side of the villa are accommodations for servants and bodyguards. Surrounding the property is a robust wall, 7 meters high and 3 meters thick, with patrolling pathways on top and access passages below. Mr. Gu, let us finalize our agreement. Liu, the owner, warmly grasped Gu Lingxiao's hand, expressing his excitement about the substantial fortune this deal could bring, potentially millions. Gu Lingxiao responded calmly, Ensure the finest materials are used. I will conduct a thorough inspection after completion. I would not want it to collapse with a single grenade. Liu, a mere commoner, felt the weight of such discussions. He preferred to maintain a low profile. Releasing Liu's hand, he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and assured, Mr. Gu, I will choose the best materials, be it for construction or steel. Liu, accustomed to the more mundane, felt the gravity of the situation. As they watched the departing vehicles, Ollie, the secretary, reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Boss, who are these people? They speak of grenades so casually. Her heart raced, captivated by the aura of the man they were dealing with. Do not inquire unnecessarily, and refrain from discussing this outside. Quickly arrange for the workers to commence, the boss instructed. Ollie felt a pang of disappointment, recognizing her own position compared to the grandeur of her companion. In the vehicle, Gu Lingxiao observed Long Xiaoyun's excitement and inquired, What is it that has you so animated? Of course, this villa is, in a sense, my design. I expect my room to be the largest and the best, she replied enthusiastically. Is it possible that all rooms, aside from my master suite, could be of equal size? She teased, playfully nudging him. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes, he replied, embracing her. John, please stop at the entrance of the village. Understood, boss, John acknowledged. Gu Lingxiao needed to liaise with border security. While entry for individuals was not an issue, vehicles associated with construction companies required prior notification. After a brief interval, the vehicle came to a smooth halt at the village entrance. Gu Lingxiao and Long Xiaoyun disembarked, with John and Tacai positioned closely behind for protection. Sir, please halt. A guard, armed with a rifle, raised his hand to stop them. Contact your superior. I have matters to discuss with him, Gu Lingxiao stated. Recognizing the necessity of dialogue with military personnel, both now and in the future, the guard, acknowledging Gu Lingxiao, retrieved a radio and called in, This is the outpost. The village leader wishes to speak with the company commander. Understood, I will notify him immediately, came the response. After putting down the radio, the guard added, "The company commander is on his way. Please wait a moment." Shortly thereafter, the company commander, Gao Yi, approached from across the street. "Greetings, village leader Gu," he said. "Hello, Commander Gao," Gu Lingxiao replied. After exchanging pleasantries, he succinctly explained the situation, as it was essential for him to communicate with those stationed at the outpost. Gao Yi glanced at the vehicles parked along the roadside and remarked, "Village leader Gu, this is primarily your affair. I have no objections. However, I hope you will refrain from engaging with matters beyond your purview." Gu Lingxiao, understanding the implication, replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, while I may not concern myself with other areas, such issues will not manifest within my territory." "Tacai, please summon the reconnaissance team," Gu Lingxiao commanded. "Yes, boss," Tacai acquiesced. As Tacai departed, Gao Yi remarked, "Your subordinates are quite impressive." Gao Yi was not one to be easily dazzled, having navigated the complexities of the border for years. He could discern the gravity of the situation. "They are my personal bodyguards, and the reconnaissance team I requested is composed of elite scouts." Moments later, the sound of orderly footsteps announced the return of Tacai, leading the reconnaissance members back. Gao Yi's eyes widened. It resembled a military unit. "Where did you recruit such a formidable group?" "Boss," Gu Lingxiao gestured to the gathered individuals as John produced and handed over his firearm license. Presenting it to Gao Yi, Gu Lingxiao stated, "I hope you can facilitate the withdrawal of your troops. I will assume responsibility for the safety of the village." Gao Yi scrutinized the firearm license in Gu Lingxiao's hand, contemplating the implications. Looking up, he sought to gauge Gu Lingxiao's intentions, realizing that the possession of a firearm license suggested more than one weapon. "Are you certain, village leader Gu? While you possess a license, this is distinct from our stationed forces." "I am quite certain. After all, the village is, by all accounts, mine. You would not wish for outsiders to intrude upon your own domain, would you?" Gu Lingxiao asserted, his reasoning firm despite its audacity. He preferred not to be hindered by guards in his own territory. "I will report this to my superiors. Until then, I must continue to arrange for our soldiers' deployment." "I hope for your understanding," Gao Yi sighed, conceding. "That is acceptable. I appreciate your assistance, Commander Gao. My village is currently managed by reconnaissance-level personnel, equipped with weaponry, ensuring our safety. Of course. Additionally, the construction company is scheduled to arrive today. I would appreciate it if you could inform your team." Gao Yi readily consented, recognizing his limitations in obstructing the process. "Shall we share a meal together? It seems we have not dined together in many years." "Indeed, it is rather awkward. In both this life and the previous one, I have not shared a meal with you," Gu Lingxiao reflected. "You know the regulations, Commander Gao," he continued. "Please, do not call me village leader Gu, simply Mr. Gu will suffice. Come, dining together is not an issue." With that, Gu Lingxiao turned to the reconnaissance team and instructed, "Please arrange for a meal. The rest may continue their duties." "Understood, boss," they replied. Gao Yi was curious about why they referred to Gu Lingxiao as boss, but he refrained from asking, given their limited acquaintance. Unable to evade the invitation, Gao Yi relented, conceding to a simple meal together. The mess hall was exclusively open to Gu Lingxiao's subordinates and Captain Ma's team, situated adjacent to Gu Lingxiao's office building. Seated at the head of the table, Gu Lingxiao had Zhong Xiaoai to his left, while John and Tacai occupied a table behind them. Lifting his drink, he signaled to Gao Yi, "I know you cannot partake in alcohol. Thus, I have provided beverages instead. I appreciate your protection of the village over these years." Gao Yi humbly replied, "It is my duty. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities." After a cordial meal, as they prepared to leave, Gu Lingxiao reiterated, "I appreciate your assistance with the troop withdrawal. Rest assured, I will draft the report upon my return," Gao Yi assured him. Back in the office, Zhong Xiaoai said, "Lingxiao? If you call me Sister Xiaoai, I can assist you." As Gu Lingxiao noticed the construction team arriving outside, he turned to Zhong Xiaoai. "Assist me? If I recall correctly, your father is involved in politics, not military affairs. How could you assist?" He dismissed her offer, switching the topic. "You seem bolder now, demanding I call you sister?" He scooped Zhong Xiaoai into his arms and ascended the stairs, while John and the others stationed outside took it in stride. "I was mistaken. I will not insist on being called sister anymore." She relented as Gu Lingxiao placed her gently on the bed. "You may not wish for me to call you sister now, but I am eager to hear you call me," he teased. Drawing the curtains, Gu Lingxiao playfully engaged with Zhong Xiaoai, who shifted from playful provocation to pleading for mercy, ultimately yielding to her husband's wishes. As the morning light pierced through the intricately carved window panes, Gu Lingxiao had already donned his garments and risen. While Zhong Xiaoai remained ensconced in her luxurious quilt, her exposed shoulder marked by a few crimson impressions. Today marked the arrival of Jinghai, and Qin Jiang had also called to inform that he was soon to reach the stronghold, albeit with a tail in tow. Qin Jiang, being astute, had invested in a vehicle during profitable times, filling it with fuel to make his way back independently. The pursuers had contemplated an interception, but Qin Jiang was adept at navigating the highways. Should an attempt at apprehension fail and Qin Jiang encounter misfortune, the bosses behind would not hesitate to eliminate them. Qin Jiang would eventually stop, and they could follow then. "Boss, this is Qin Jiang reporting," said Gu Lingxiao, who was seated at his desk, enjoying breakfast. As he heard a voice from outside, without lifting his gaze, he commanded, "Come in. What is the situation?" Standing respectfully before Gu Lingxiao, Qin Jiang replied, "There is a tail following me." Upon hearing this, Gu Lingxiao looked up to see the disheveled appearance of Qin Jiang, then ordered, "Tacai, take Qin Jiang and have him freshen up. Find out who is behind those pursuers." "Understood, boss," Tacai acknowledged, before turning to Qin Jiang. "Let us go, Mr. Qin." Observing Qin Jiang, who was still fixated on him, Gu Lingxiao urged, "Go on. We shall discuss everything once this is resolved." "Yes, boss," came the reply. Downstairs, Tacai feigned buying drinks, yet his attention was keenly focused on his surroundings. Upon noticing 4 individuals observing him, he refrained from immediate action, uncertain if they were armed. A misstep could endanger tourists and residents alike. With drinks in hand, he summoned Zhen Yi and Zhen Er. "Be cautious, the opponents may be armed. We must subdue them at the first opportunity." Zhen Yi followed Tai's gaze and spotted the suspicious quartet, nodding in understanding. The 3 of them dispersed, seamlessly blending into the guise of ordinary tourists while stealthily approaching the 4. "Now," Tai commanded, delivering a swift strike to the neck of one man. The instant the sound of the blow resonated, the quartet sensed something amiss, but it was too late. With one adversary incapacitated, Tai swiftly wrapped his arm around the man's neck, exerting tremendous force to render him unconscious. Meanwhile, Zhen Yi and Zhen Er seized the other 2 from behind, executing a powerful throw that sent one crashing onto the concrete. "Help! They're killing people! Run!" The chaos unfolded too rapidly, and startled tourists began to scream, the commotion drawing the attention of soldiers stationed nearby. However, recalling the command from their superior, they remained still, leaving the situation to be handled by the stronghold. Simultaneously, several mid-level assassins emerged, proclaiming, "There is no need to worry, everyone. We are the security team of the stronghold, and these 4 are criminals. We've merely incapacitated them. Rest assured, we shall protect your safety here." Tai gestured, and Zhen Yi and the others swiftly removed the incapacitated individuals. The onlookers, though perplexed and uncertain of the truth, dared not intervene, whispering among themselves as they dispersed. Clearly, a shadow had been cast over their perception of the stronghold, and whether they would return remained uncertain. However, Gu Lingxiao was unfazed. He planned to establish a production line to create products for the community, ensuring a steady income for the residents. "What is happening? It's so noisy outside." Zhong Xiao awoke to the clamor and opened the door to inquire of Gu Lingxiao, who was seated in a chair. "Someone has set their sights on Qin Jiang. He has been taken away for questioning." "Qin Jiang? Is he the one who generates substantial profits for you?" "Yes, his capabilities are formidable, so it's only natural he would attract attention. But as long as he is safe within the stronghold, there is no need for concern." Observing Gu Lingxiao's calm demeanor, Zhong Xiao chose not to press further, trusting his judgment. "By the way, dear, you should remain within the stronghold today and explore a bit. Tai and Tai will serve as your bodyguards. Are you going to confront those armed bandits?" Noting the worry in Zhong Xiao's eyes, Gu Lingxiao embraced her and planted a gentle kiss, reassuring her, "Fear not. John's strength is among the best in the world. Perhaps you should take Tai and the others with you," Zhong Xiao suggested. Gu Lingxiao decisively replied, "No. Your safety is of utmost importance. I have already made my decision." "Very well," she acquiesced, allowing Gu Lingxiao to embrace her. "Stay safe, my love. From now on, you must always call me that, understood?" "Indeed." Chapter 25. An easy resolution. Gu Lingxiao, accompanied by John, proceeded towards the southern stronghold, continuing until they neared the stronghold's perimeter, where a rudimentary wall constructed of cast iron and wooden stakes stood. Visitors were allowed up to this point, yet beyond it, entry was forbidden, serving to deter tourists from venturing out and to restrict outsiders from gaining access. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiao found herself with little to occupy her time and decided to oversee the construction of the villas at the site. "Have we extracted information from those individuals?" John inquired from behind. "Yes, but it's complicated. They are affiliated with the Italian mafia." "The mafia? How absurd." Domestic matters have even drawn the attention of foreign criminals. Is this confirmed? Indeed, Tacai and his team employed severe interrogation methods. These individuals were merely hired hands for the mafia, intending to abduct Xinjiang for their own purposes. It seems Xinjiang has stirred quite the trouble. Have we cleaned up the aftermath? Rest assured, boss. We conducted thorough searches. This group is remarkably unprofessional, willing to do anything for money, and they acted without proper preparation. Lingxiao remained silent, gazing at the breach in the wall. Let us proceed. It's time to send those individuals on their way. John Wick, along with 5 reconnaissance soldiers, and Captain Ma, followed closely behind, their waists conspicuously bulging with weapons. As they ventured forth, Lingxiao inquired, "First, let us deal with Jinghai. What is the current status with Ahu?" Captain Ma stepped forward eagerly. "Boss, Ahu is expected to arrive at the stronghold tonight." "Tonight?" "Yes, boss. You are aware that our northern stronghold is not the only one renowned. There are also various old Mian people in the vicinity." Lingxiao nodded, encouraging him to continue. "I paid the old Mian to relay the message to Ahu," he explained. "The information was also sent back by them." Clever thinking, Lingxiao commended. The impoverished old Mian along the Myanmar border often sold their cultivated sugarcane, corn, and handicrafts to the stronghold, generating income as they exchanged goods. It is said that a dark and windy night is the perfect time for murder, yet Lingxiao preferred to confront his adversaries boldly in broad daylight. Settling into the back seat of a pickup truck, Lingxiao sat while Leoma directed John from the front passenger seat, with 5 assassins seated behind. In less than 10 minutes, Leoma turned to announce, "We have arrived, boss. Ahead lies the stronghold controlled by Jinghai. Stop the vehicle, we'll proceed on foot." "Boss, we should enter first." "You wait outside for a moment," John suggested, retrieving his handgun and checking its condition as he spoke. Lingxiao, valuing his life, did not insist on entering. "I will wait outside. Ensure all drug traffickers and armed men are eliminated, but leave Jinghai alive." "Yes, boss," John affirmed, leading 3 reconnaissance soldiers into the cornfield ahead, while Leoma and 2 assassins remained vigilant, weapons drawn. Upon returning to the vehicle, Lingxiao surveyed the surrounding flatlands and cornfields, contemplating that one day this area would belong to him. The low-level assassins, costing a mere 100,000, would be summoned en masse to establish dominance in the region, gradually executing his plans. In a world where the Dragon Nation is neither vast nor minuscule, his ambitions have always been global. Bang, bang, bang. Snapping back to reality, Lingxiao heard the rapid gunfire in the distance, indicating that John and his team had commenced their operation. A group of drug traffickers, with just one John sufficing, nevertheless deployed 3 scouts to assist in order to avert unforeseen circumstances. A grenade detonated on the ground not far from John, who, reacting swiftly, rolled away to evade the explosion. In the blink of an eye, he drew a dagger and lunged at the drug trafficker who appeared before him, seizing the adversary's weapon and commencing a frenzied slaughter. Flames erupted from A, cascading wildly, while under the protection of surrounding scouts, the traffickers were pushed back relentlessly. "Run. We stand no chance. These are regular troops." The drug traffickers began to scatter, unaccustomed to facing such formidable opponents on this border. Although outnumbered, the enemy exhibited exceptional quality, demonstrating a high level of tactical acumen and coordination, far surpassing that of ordinary traffickers or armed factions. Jinghai remained in his quarters, anxiously staring at the telephone, cursing and urging, "Answer the phone, answer the phone." Suddenly, another explosion rocked the surroundings, causing Jinghai to tremble, nearly dropping his phone. "Hello? General, General. Help." A voice from the other end interrupted. "Hello? Speak. What is it, Jinghai?" Jinghai was knocked to the ground by John, losing consciousness, and the phone slipped from his grasp. On the other end, the individual Jinghai referred to as the general heard the last gunshot, and, though initially stunned, quickly realized something was amiss. However, to him, Jinghai was merely a very insignificant subordinate, and he promptly dismissed the incident from his mind. John grasped Jinghai by the neck and exited the building, where flames soared into the sky and houses burned around them, with bloodied traffickers sprawled across the ground. Showing no mercy to their foes, a death soldier took Jinghai from John's hands, guiding him towards the boss's location. "Boss, Lord John and his men have returned," reported Old Ma as he lowered his binoculars. Lingxiao raised his gaze to see the group returning. As they opened the car door, the scouts forced Jinghai to kneel before Lingxiao. Taking the pistol from his hand, Lingxiao shot Jinghai in the thigh. The sharp pain jolted Jinghai awake, but as he attempted to roll on the ground in agony, he was firmly restrained by the death soldier. "Who are you?" He gasped, his mind still clouded. Gu Lingxiao chuckled. Who am I? Raise your head and recognize me. At the sound of Gu Lingxiao's voice, Jin Kuen's eyes reddened as he lifted his head, bloodshot and fixated on Gu Lingxiao, quickly morphing into shock. It seems you have recognized me. I won't waste time. Where is your money? Speak, and I shall make it swift. Ugh. Jin Kuen was about to spit, but John intervened with a swift slap. Gu Lingxiao's expression darkened, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. It's your task, John. Use any means necessary to pry open his mouth. Understood, boss, John replied, dragging Jin Kuen towards the nearby cornfield. Hee, I won't say a word. Jin Kuen glared at Gu Lingxiao from the seat of the vehicle. He contemplated calling Xiao AI, but ultimately decided against it. As they entered the cornfield, chilling screams echoed, sending a shiver down Gu Lingxiao's spine. 5 minutes later, Jin Kuen, barely clinging to life, muttered, devoid of any longing for survival. His body was drenched in blood, with unidentified flesh and skin scattered on the ground. The money is beneath the floorboards in my room, concealed by the carpet, he finally divulged. I hope you speak the truth. John instructed a death soldier to guard Jin Kuen while he went to report to the boss. Boss, I've sent them to retrieve the money, John informed Gu Lingxiao, who nodded, curious about John's methods of coercing Jin Kuen, as the sounds had been haunting. Chapter 26, Return to Handong. The death soldier, upon returning to the designated location, successfully unearthed Jin Kuen's concealed funds, totaling over 13 million. Astonished, he realized that such a small-time trafficker could amass such a fortune if they eradicated all the nearby traffickers. The sum would be astronomical. Bring the money back and eliminate Jin Kuen, he instructed, feeling irritated by the moans emanating from the cornfield. Understood, boss. With a gunshot, Jin Kuen was left behind in the cornfield. John, take Old Ma and the scouts to deal with the Hu. I want to be going, Gu Lingxiao ordered, acknowledging the difference between a drug trafficker and a mere thug. Understood, boss. Retrieve all his money. With 2 death soldiers carrying bags of cash behind him, John set off with Old Ma and the others. Upon returning to his office building, Gu Lingxiao found Xiao AI absent, but felt reassured by the presence of his elite guards. Call Qin Jiang, he instructed. Moments later, Qin Jiang knocked and entered, asking, Boss, did you call for me? Here is 13 million. Invest this in the stock market, without concern for its impact. No one needs to worry here, Gu Lingxiao commanded. Yes, boss. I will need computers and related equipment, Qin Jiang replied, having noticed the lack of such resources in the camp, which was still quite rudimentary. Gu Lingxiao pondered before responding. Have others purchased 20 complete sets of equipment. We will need ample supplies moving forward. Understood, I'll arrange it immediately. Gu Lingxiao strolled toward the construction site, feeling a bit bored without Xiao AI beside him. Upon arrival, he spotted Zhong Xiao AI wearing a hard hat, directing workers with blueprints in hand. Gu Lingxiao approached her, asking, when did you learn architectural design? Xiao AI replied cheerfully, I just wanted to see it for myself. Have you finished your business? All done. We can return to Handong tomorrow, Gu Lingxiao said, embracing Zhong Xiao AI and planting a kiss on her lips. Hearing they would be leaving, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She was reluctant to depart, as this place felt more like home for her and Gu Lingxiao. Sensing Xiao AI's reluctance, Gu Lingxiao reassured her, we can return on weekends or holidays. All right, she replied. The two observed the gradual transformation of the villa, delighting in the progress. Gu Lingxiao glanced at the emerging structure of the surrounding walls, reminiscent of the rudimentary barrier near the northern camp. He located Boss Lu on site and stated, Boss Lu, I need you to send more workers for the construction. It's progressing too slowly, and I require numerous items. Boss Lu, pleased to hear Gu Lingxiao's voice, hesitated before responding. Mr. Gu, if you desire a faster pace, we can arrange that, but it will require collaboration with other companies. Unfazed, Gu Lingxiao replied, that's acceptable, but ensure the quality of the companies you engage. Should any issues arise, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, Mr. Gu. What buildings do you need prioritized? Construct a barracks near the border capable of accommodating 200 personnel, including dormitories, a dining hall, and a training ground, complete with all necessary facilities. Additionally, erect a 3-meter-high wall with an entrance for the barracks and another for the village. Not a problem, Mr. Gu, Gu Lingxiao added. You need not worry about funding. Understood, Mr. Gu. Let us return now, Xiao AI. You're covered in dust, Gu Lingxiao chuckled, brushing the dirt off her shoulder. As night fell, John returned with his accompanying death soldiers, carrying only a small bag, clearly indicating that Ahu's side had not yielded much wealth. In the Xinjiang area, an urgent task was expedited. Within a single day, all the network cables and computers were installed. The cost for 20 high-end computers and other equipment nearly reached 3 million. The final 10 million was deposited into Xinjiang's own stock market account. Lingxiao instructed Xinjiang to utilize multiple accounts, employing the identities of their dead soldiers, and to avoid using the same account. They were to return tomorrow, and Lingxiao inquired how long she planned to contact her aunt. The language Zhongxiai, clearly disinterested in conversation and wishing to rest, cast a resentful glance at Lingxiao and replied, "I'll message my mom once we get in the car." "All right, let us sleep," he responded. In Jiangzhou, Handong province, upon disembarking, Zhongxiai stretched luxuriously, her figure accentuated by her fitted trousers, which showcased her curves exquisitely. After getting out of the car, Lingxiao took Zhongxiai's hand, followed closely by John, Tacai, and Zhongxiai's original 2 bodyguards. "Quickly call my mother-in-law," he urged. "Understood." As they made their way to Lingxiao's residence, she retrieved her phone and dialed. "Mom, Lingxiao and I have returned to Jiangzhou. When will you come over?" "Uh-huh. Then Lingxiao and I will wait for you," she concluded before hanging up. Turning to Lingxiao, she said, "My mom mentioned she should arrive tomorrow. She'll treat us to a meal." "Sounds good. Let us head home first." Lingxiao had also rented the room opposite his for John and the others. At Handong University, Jinghai leaned against Ho Liangping and whispered, "Monkey, there's an opportunity tomorrow. It's up to you to seize it." "What opportunity?" Noticing Ho Liangping's lack of confidence, Jinghai added provocatively, "Xiai's mother is coming to Handong. If you're unwilling to listen, then forget it." "What? Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "Quickly tell me when my mother-in-law is arriving." Jinghai, taken aback, thought it premature to refer to her as a mother-in-law, but for his brother's happiness, he divulged, "I heard from my dad that Xiai's mother will be in Handong tomorrow. What happens next is up to you. Just remember, don't tell anyone I told you." "Don't worry, Haizi." Now overwhelmed with joy, Ho Liangping believed that gaining Xiai's mother's approval would solve everything. "Let us go, Haizi. Help me pick out a suit and a gift for my mother-in-law." "All right." They arrived at the mall where they successfully bought clothes, but had yet to find a gift. Jinghai, feeling the fatigue in his legs, asked, "Monkey, what exactly are you planning to buy? We've been shopping all day. Help me think of something." "I didn't bring you along to be a statue." Annoyed by Ho Liangping's complaints, Jinghai suggested, "How about jewelry for your mother-in-law?" "Jewelry?" Ho Liangping's eyes lit up, finding the idea feasible. "Let us go check out the gold shop." Watching Ho Liangping leave, Jinghai thought to himself, he was right about jewelry, but surely not gold. Turning back to the stationary Jinghai, Ho Liangping beckoned, "What are you waiting for? Coming." Chapter 27. The enchanting Mrs. Zhong. Upon arriving at the nearest jewelry store, Jinghai was taken aback by the extravagant prices, while Ho Liangping eagerly examined the selections. "Do you have money, Ho Liangping?" Jinghai thought, instinctively covering his wallet. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This bracelet is for 888 yuan. Ho Liangping's eyes sparkled at the sales clerk's words, and he decided on the bracelet. "All right, I'll take it." He pulled out his wallet and card, only to realize he was still short by nearly 4,000 yuan. Turning to Jinghai, he said, "Haizi, can you lend me 4,000? I'll pay you back later." Jinghai's expression darkened. He had anticipated being taken advantage of again by his friend. Yet, their brotherhood compelled him to comply. Oblivious to Jinghai's displeasure, Ho Liangping happily clutched the bracelet. Eventually, Jinghai reluctantly handed over the money, feeling the sting of betrayal. The next day, Lingxiao and Zhongxiai prepared to return to class, having skipped their additional practice the previous night. Early in the morning, Lingxiao awoke to a tickling sensation on his face, only to find Zhongxiai playfully using her hair to tease him. "Wake up, darling. Breakfast is ready, and we need to head to school." Lingxiao pulled Zhongxiai close and kissed her. "All right, I'm getting up." "Oh no, you haven't brushed your teeth." "Oh dear, then I must kiss you again." Amid their playful banter, they eventually finished breakfast and made their way to school, blissfully unaware of the absence of others around them, though Lingxiao knew John and the others were nearby. Before entering the school, Zhongxiai spotted someone she despised. "Xiai, I brought you breakfast. Please eat." Ho Liangping cheerfully approached, followed by Jinghai. Zhongxiai looked up, displeased. "Ho Liangping, haven't I told you we're not that close? You may either call me by my full name, Zhongxiai, or refer to me as classmate. Also, this is my husband, Lingxiao. Do you understand what husband means? We are to be married." Ho Liangping's expression shifted as he became aware of the gazes from their classmates. Previously, he had carried himself with an air of superiority, convinced he was in pursuit of Zhongxiai. Now, the students around them reveled in the spectacle, some even mockingly observing Ho Liangping. Feeling flustered, Ho Liangping could not comprehend how their relationship had deteriorated to this point. Looking towards Gu Lingxiao, he felt a surge of resentment. His animosity towards Zhong Xiai intensified as he thought, damn it, how dare you reject him? Filled with dissatisfaction and resentment, he resolved that once Xiai's mother arrived in Handong, he would ensure Zhong Xiai would face dire consequences. Gu Lingxiao glanced at his watch without sparing Ho Liangping a single glance, grabbing Zhong Xiai's hand as they departed, leaving Ho Liangping standing there, clutching the breakfast, wishing to disappear. Jinghai observed Ho Liangping, feeling an unexpected admiration for him, as he was the first person he had ever respected. After their morning classes, they went to see Teacher Gao, as they needed to request leave. Did you encounter any trouble upon returning? Gao Yuliang inquired, looking at Zhong Xiai and Gu Lingxiao. Rest assured, Teacher Gao, there were no issues. Gao Yuliang gazed at the enchanting couple and mused, I once had a favorite student, and now I have 3. With a hint of regret, he continued, that would be Senior Qi Tongwei, wouldn't it? Yes, he graduated some time ago, but I must admit, Tongwei was indeed my favorite student. It's such a pity. Gao Yuliang left it at that. Zhong Xiai was unclear about the context, but Gu Lingxiao understood the underlying sentiment. Gao Yuliang lamented the pressure Qi Tongwei faced from the Liang family. Qi Tongwei was indeed exceptional, but the changes in him were a testament to how the environment can transform a person. In Gu Lingxiao's view, there was little to elaborate on. Qi Tongwei's capabilities were commendable, living up to the moniker of Son of Heaven. However, this so-called Son of Heaven was merely a jest. Had they crossed paths, he would have been subdued without hesitation. As for recruiting Qi Tongwei, Gu Lingxiao contemplated the prospect, realizing that with a little maneuvering, he could secure the future head of the police department, a bargain indeed, with the only cost being assistance from Zhong Xiai's family. But that was a matter for another time. Nothing to worry about, Teacher Gao, Gu Lingxiao comforted the other party. All right, teacher, it's not your turn to console us yet. We should head back now. Then we shall take our leave, Teacher Gao. As the two were about to depart, Gao Yuliang suddenly inquired, are you two together now? Zhong Xiai turned back, her smile radiant as she replied, we are preparing to meet the parents, and then we will marry. Gao Yuliang, momentarily flustered, remarked, I await the invitation to your wedding feast. You will be invited, teacher. After watching the door close, Gao Yuliang murmured to himself, what a pity. I originally thought Xiai would end up with Liangping. If Gu Lingxiao had heard this, he would have merely scoffed, you are overthinking it, old dang. Liangping would not hesitate to eliminate him. As afternoon classes concluded, Gu Lingxiao grasped Zhong Xiai's hand, shouldering their backpacks as they made their way out of the classroom. Zhong Xiai had never contemplated concealing their relationship. They walked hand in hand towards the school gate with confidence. Let me call my aunt to ask where we're dining, Gu Lingxiao said, producing a cigarette and lighting it. All right. However, before Zhong Xiai could dial, her aunt's call came through. Hello, Mom. Where are we eating? I'll come pick you both up. Wait for me at the school gate. Okay. After hanging up, Zhong Xiai explained to Gu Lingxiao that her mother would soon come to collect them. After a moment's thought, Gu Lingxiao took out his phone and made a call. Bring the car over. Who is it? John. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when we get in the car later. Zhong Xiai nodded, realizing the necessity. It was just as well to have her mother withdraw her bodyguards. Her husband had already prepared them, and they were special forces. Delighted by this thought, Zhong Xiai rose on tiptoe to plant a kiss on Gu Lingxiao. Little did they know, this scene was witnessed by 2 individuals. One was the ever-concealed Ho Liangping, whose face was contorted with rage, the hatred in his eyes striking fear into Jinghai, who had caught a glimpse. The other was a middle-aged woman sitting in a Hongqi vehicle from a distance, her brow arching slightly as she commanded, drive over. Just as the vehicle was about to halt before the two, a Hutu bin and a Land Rover interjected, arriving first to stop at the roadside. The driver of the elegant vehicle instinctively reached for his waist, keenly aware of the surroundings. Observing John and his 2 companions respectfully positioned behind his daughter and the young man, he stated, proceed. Chapter 28. The nature of consumption. As the Hongqi came to a stop in front of the Hutu bin, the trio's gaze fixated on the vehicle. Just as the woman prepared to alight, the driver urgently cautioned, Madam, danger. The woman glanced at her driver, noting his vigilant gaze fixed on John and his companions, whose handgun was already drawn. Yet, John seemed unfazed, leaning closer to Gu Lingxiao and saying, Boss, there's a bodyguard in the car, military, likely special forces. Zhong Xiai recognized the vehicle and eagerly approached, prompting Gu Lingxiao to follow suit. Mom, you've come to pick us up. Zhong Xiai exclaimed as she opened the car door. This was Gu Lingxiao's first encounter with Zhong Xiai's mother, and he could only think, she still possesses grace. The ordinary suit she wore, juxtaposed with the black skirt that accentuated her figure, revealed a subtly voluptuous physique. Although her age was indeterminate, her complexion and skin were impeccably maintained. If she were to walk out with Zhong Xiaoyun, they would undoubtedly be mistaken for sisters. Both were beautiful. And in a serious comparison, Zhong's mother possessed an allure that Zhong Xiaoyun lacked. "Get in the car. I'll take you both to dinner," Zhong's mother instructed, her voice gentle and soothing. "All right. Hello, Aunt. I am Ho Yangping." As Zhong Xiaoyun settled into the car, Ho Yangping suddenly emerged, despite not knowing John. The aura emanating from him causing discomfort. With keen insight, Ho Yangping seized the opportunity to speak up, hoping to catch Zhong's mother's attention, ensuring that regardless of who John was, he would not act recklessly. One must admit, Ho Yangping could be quite clever at times. Just as John was about to make a move, he noticed Lingxiao subtly shaking his head in disapproval. Yet, the murderous intent within him had already ignited. Even if his life were spared, at the very least, a leg would be sacrificed. "I heard you were coming to Handong today. This is a gift I prepared especially for you," Ho Yangping said, presenting a gift box. Zhong's mother did not accept it, allowing the driver to take it, who opened it for inspection before stating, "No issues," and respectfully returning it to her. Zhong's mother still did not accept it, her expression darkening to an extreme. The revelation that her itinerary had been exposed prior to today was intolerable. She dared not contemplate whether it was due to a lapse among her inner circle or a leak from the Zhong family's rivals. "Aunt, this bracelet costs 48.88, symbolizing prosperity, especially for you," Ho Yangping shamelessly declared, oblivious to Zhong's mother's expression or the reactions of Zhong Xiaoyun and Lingxiao. Lingxiao seized Ho Yangping by the collar, yanking him backward, causing him to fall to the ground, and immediately erupted with curses. "Lingxiao, you bastard. What do you think you're doing? Do you believe I want to call the police and report you for assault?" Lingxiao simply climbed into the car beside Zhong's mother, while Xiaoyun took a seat on the other side, ignoring Ho Yangping's outcry. He rolled down the window, snatched the gift box from Zhong's mother, and tossed it out. After closing the window, he turned to Zhong's mother and inquired, "Aunt, shall we set off for dinner?" Zhong's mother composed herself and replied, "Drive." Only then did she take the opportunity to observe her future son-in-law. No wonder Xiaoyun was drawn to him. His nonchalant demeanor and calm approach were truly captivating. Unlike the typical spoiled rich kid, Lingxiao exuded an air of casual confidence, as if he held victory in his grasp. Not to mention Xiaoyun, even if she were a decade younger, she might find herself enamored with him. While Zhong's mother scrutinized Lingxiao, he pretended to focus straight ahead, yet the enticing scent wafting in was hard to ignore, prompting him to silently recite calming mantras to maintain his composure. John and his associates trailed behind, while as for Ho Yangping, that matter would be addressed once Zhong's mother returned. After all, a leg could easily be broken over this. "Xiaoyun, have you not dealt with that Ho Yangping yet?" Zhong's mother inquired, retracting her gaze from Lingxiao. The mention of Ho Yangping brought a flicker of disdain to Zhong Xiaoyun's eyes as she replied, "I've made my stance very clear to him, but he clings on like a foul stain." A glimmer of discontent passed through Zhong's mother's eyes as she admonished, "Is that how I raised you? The entire family knows that Ho Yangping is not of pure intentions, yet since you have not outright rejected him, we have refrained from intervening. This matter has caused numerous disputes between you, your father, and me. Now that you have made your decision, you must cut ties with him immediately." Afterward, she turned to Lingxiao, asking, "And you? Are you also attracted to the Zhong family's background?" Lingxiao then turned to Zhong's mother, responding earnestly, "Aunt, rest assured, I have never considered leveraging Xiaoyun's background. My ambitions lie beyond that. You possess great confidence. I hope it is well-founded," Zhong's mother remarked, her gaze towards Lingxiao now imbued with approval and satisfaction. Whether he could fulfill such promises remained to be seen, but his attitude was of utmost importance. If they could accept Ho Yangping for Xiaoyun, it was plausible they would eventually embrace Lingxiao as well. "What shall be done about that young man from earlier?" Lingxiao casually suggested. "Perhaps a leg should be broken. I have never considered myself a virtuous individual. If he dares to repeat such conduct, he may very well disappear." It sounded grim, yet that was the harsh reality. "However, rest assured, Aunt, the individuals I have dispatched are absolutely loyal, and no one could trace anything back to me, not even the slightest clue." Mother Zhong admired Lingxiao's ability to speak so calmly, but more so, she was intrigued by his inexplicable confidence. "Are the loyal ones you mentioned akin to those behind you? Such figures have never been documented in your files, yet they have suddenly emerged, evidently forged through rigorous trials." As she spoke, Mother Zhong glanced at the two cars following them, even in the presence of old Zhong. She had never witnessed such formidable bodyguards, those that instill a sense of dread, like John. "Indeed, Aunt, These individuals were cultivated by the family in Myanmar, discreetly nurtured over several generations, effectively becoming my loyal subordinates. Mother Zhong nodded, choosing not to press further. Do not underestimate the Zhong family, especially someone as influential as Zhong Zhenghua. Sometimes, the most improbable answers are the correct ones. Madam, we have arrived, the driver announced as the vehicle came to a smooth halt. As the car stopped, John had already exited and opened the rear door of the Hongqi, taking over the driver's duty. Just before disembarking, Lingxiao advised, Xiao AI, do not exit from that side. Be cautious of the vehicle. After stepping out, Gu Lingxiao extended his hand to Mother Zhong, who accepted it without hesitation. She placed her hand on his, gracefully stepping out, her long legs clad in black stockings. Aunt, please be careful. She gently guided Mother Zhong away from the car's roof. Seeing the bodyguards approach, Mother Zhong steadied herself, allowing Gu Lingxiao to reach out to Zhong Xiao AI. Chapter 29. The Concept of the Special Forces. Once everyone had exited, Gu Lingxiao turned his gaze to the hotel before them, the Handong restaurant, renowned as the finest in Handong province. Good day, sirs. The receptionist greeted them respectfully as they entered. We have reserved a private room under the name Zhong. Certainly, Ms. Zhong. Please follow me, the receptionist responded. Not everyone can serve as a receptionist, especially in a prestigious establishment like the Handong restaurant, where remembering all guest reservations is essential. Outside, they waited as they observed Mother Zhong and Xiao AI enter. Gu Lingxiao instructed John and the others before they proceeded inside. As the waiter brought forth all the dishes, Mother Zhong kindly urged Xiao AI and Gu Lingxiao, please, enjoy. The cuisine here is quite delightful. All right, Mom, Xiao AI replied, serving shrimp dumplings to both Gu Lingxiao and Mother Zhong before inquiring, Mom, how long are you planning to stay? What? You just arrived? And now you wish to send me away? Of course not. I merely worry that you might find it uncomfortable here. You should think of it that way, Mother Zhong remarked, glancing at Xiao AI as she offered several dishes to each. Finally, she turned to Gu Lingxiao, asking, Lingxiao, has Xiao AI been spoiled at home? Has she caused you any trouble? Gu Lingxiao lifted his bowl to accept the offered dishes, smiling as he replied, Xiao AI is quite well behaved, Aunt. Mother Zhong was unconvinced. She had witnessed Xiao AI's unruly behavior at home and found it hard to believe her daughter could be so dutiful. Mom, I'm so well behaved. Please don't slander me in front of my husband, Xiao AI exclaimed, sensing the situation and speaking up. You're already calling him your husband before marriage? Mother Zhong raised an eyebrow, astonished by her daughter's words. Of course. We plan to marry soon. I refuse to be a mistress, Xiao AI said, regretting her words immediately. A mistress? Mother Zhong looked at Xiao AI, then turned her scrutinizing gaze towards Gu Lingxiao, asking, aside from my daughter, do you intend to pursue other women? Gu Lingxiao, noticing Xiao AI's apologetic yet amused expression, could only respond earnestly, Aunt, I do not wish to deceive you. While I may not be a saint, I assure you, I am not a villain either. Mother Zhong was left speechless. How could her future son-in-law be so infuriating? The previous suitor, Ho Liangping, aspired to be a rising star, while Gu Lingxiao seemed to be contemplating a harem. What assurance do you offer that you, a notorious womanizer, can be trusted with Xiao AI? Mother Zhong took a sip of red wine, her expression revealing her disbelief. After swallowing, Gu Lingxiao said, Aunt, I can guarantee with my life that I genuinely love Xiao AI. You can rest assured. Very well, I shall not meddle in the affairs of the youth. And Xiao AI, you must not have regrets. Xiao AI sprang up and embraced Mother Zhong's neck, affectionately nuzzling against her. Mom, rest assured, Lingxiao truly loves me. As they dined, any notion of chaos stemming from her system or the foolish idea of summoning loyalists from various provinces was best left unspoken. Summoning a multitude of university students into the system in 1997 would be akin to courting disaster. One should not presume that those in power are fools. Did the Zhong family believe that having their name would grant them immunity? Do they think that those who become their enemies are simpletons? Utterly ridiculous. After the meal, Xiao AI joyfully clung to the arms of both men, her delight palpable. Gu Lingxiao felt an odd sensation, akin to a father accompanying his daughter, which struck him as peculiar. Shall we visit your residence? Gu Lingxiao found himself unwilling to sit in the empty front passenger seat, his thoughts known only to himself. Upon exiting the car and observing the community before them, Mother Zhong was quite satisfied, feeling her daughter had not been treated poorly. Be careful. Just as they exited the elevator, Mother Zhong's high heel became caught in a crevice, causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Gu Lingxiao reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Expecting to fall onto the concrete floor, Mother Zhong closed her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in a warm embrace. However, she felt a wandering hand on her chest. a flash of embarrassment and annoyance crossing her face. Especially when she felt a squeeze, she swiftly swatted the mischievous hand away, relieved that Xiao AI had not witnessed the moment. "Mom, are you alright?" Xiao AI, caught off guard by the sudden incident, relaxed only upon seeing Gu Lingxiao steady her mother. Unaware of the brief interlude between the two, Gu Lingxiao wished to slap himself. How had his hand acted on its own accord? He subtly clenched his palm, recalling the sensation he had just experienced. "Hey, are you not leading the way?" Mother Zhong scolded, slapping Gu Lingxiao's hand. Looking up at the flushed face of Mother Zhong, Gu Lingxiao awkwardly replied, "This way, aunt." Admitting to being somewhat of a lecher, Gu Lingxiao took the opportunity to inhale the lingering fragrance on his palm as he opened the door. Behind him, Xiao AI was perplexed by her husband's actions, while Mother Zhong dared not look or think further, merely tilting her head away. Reflecting on the electric sensation from earlier, Mother Zhong, who had not engaged in intimacy for nearly a decade, had long given up hope regarding Zhong Zhenghua, who prioritized work and achievements above all else. Suppressing thoughts that should not arise, Mother Zhong followed them into their residence. "Quite nice," she remarked after surveying the layout and environment of the home. Their taste was commendable. "Mom, let me tell you, my husband is currently constructing a villa in the village. It will be stunning once completed. You must visit for a few days when it is ready." "On the border?" "Yes, aunt, on the border. If you have safety concerns, you can leave it to me. My troops will be stationed in Myanmar, and a special forces unit will be based nearby, ensuring unparalleled security." Shock, disbelief, and incredulity flooded Mother Zhong's mind. Troops? A special forces unit? It was capable of comprehension, yet when the words emerged from Gu Lingxiao's lips, she found herself bewildered. Could this truly be something a normal person possesses? The military, one might say, but the notorious drug traffickers along the borders, or the mafia from other nations, all have their own armies. But a special forces unit? Are you serious? Although Lu Ya, also known as Zhong Mu, was unaware of the exact number of special forces, she presumed it to be no less than several hundred, all elite soldiers. Impossible. The mere thought of Gu Lingxiao commanding such a unit was utterly absurd, and it would undoubtedly attract the constant scrutiny of Longhua. "If you truly possessed such a force, I might as well stay with you for a while." Lu Ya couldn't bring herself to believe it. In her eyes, it was an unattainable condition. Thus she articulated a demand that was inherently unfeasible. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Disappearance of 10 Million. Gu Lingxiao felt a surge of joy and patted his chest as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, mother-in-law, I shall undoubtedly fulfill this promise. Await the good news." To be honest, he was uncertain of the source of his excitement. After all, a special forces unit, with a composition of 1 to 2,000 personnel, all special operatives. The implications were staggering. If one were to consider 1 million for each special soldier, then 1,000 would amount to 100 billion. 2,000 would be 200 billion. Do you grasp the magnitude now? Some might argue that summoning 100 or 200 billion worth of top-tier assassins, akin to John, might be more advantageous. Let me elucidate why special forces are designated as such. Direct action, infiltration behind enemy lines, decapitation strikes, hostage rescue, like the Iran embassy rescue, special reconnaissance, battlefield surveillance, target acquisition, electronic warfare support, such as the U.S. Delta Force, counterterrorism and stability maintenance, hostage rescue, striking terrorists, like Russia's Alpha Group, non-traditional warfare, psychological operations, cyber warfare, unconventional warfare, like the U.S. Green Berets. The qualifications required include individual soldier proficiency in various weapons, survival skills, linguistic camouflage, and tactical medicine. Team coordination, small units, 6 to 12 members, executing independent missions, capable of adapting to extreme environments. Technical equipment, outfitted with precision weapons, drones, night vision gear, and other advanced apparatus. As articulated in Wolf Warrior, strength lies not in individual prowess, but in collective might. A group of individuals can be as formidable as a pack of wolves. Not all elite assassins are like John. Feng Yuxiu and Tian Yangsheng also have their strengths and weaknesses, particularly in their insufficient firearms expertise. Just 1 or 2 special operators could suffice. Therefore, rather than betting on a cadre of top-tier assassins, it is wiser to summon special forces for assurance. Leah chuckled, choosing not to engage in debate. After perusing the surroundings, she suddenly noticed something that left her astounded, though she quickly regained her composure. Seated on the sofa, Luyo inquired, "Lingxiao, do your bodyguards reside across the street?" "Yes, mother-in-law." Xiao AI, who was pouring tea, interjected, "Mom, please withdraw my bodyguards." "No way. Lingxiao has arranged for me 2 armed special forces bodyguards. My rank is superior to yours," Zhong Xiao AI declared with pride. Upon hearing this, Luya felt a surge of satisfaction towards her son-in-law. Such strength could indeed be attributed to her own family. Logically, her rank should be comparable. However, due to her family's business background, her bodyguard's authority was only slightly above Xiao Ai's, with the sole advantage being their firearms. Zheng Zhengguo was perpetually concerned about being vulnerable to blackmail. His political maneuvering had initially been a last resort, as her parents had placed their trust in him, and he had not disappointed them. Yet, everything changed once Zheng Zhengguo ascended to his position. Anxiety and fear emerged, as he worried that the Liu family would seek more, leading him to secretly suppress them. No one blamed him, but it was profoundly disheartening. Casting an envious glance at her daughter and reflecting on her own circumstances, Luya felt a pang of sorrow. Observing the peculiar expression on Zhong Mu's face, Gu Lingxiao gently patted Xiao Ai's shoulder. Take a breather. I will go buy groceries and prepare dinner for you both. Xiao Ai, just stay here with your mother-in-law. Sure, my mom adores crayfish, but we seldom have them at home, so buy plenty, all right? Rest assured, Gu Lingxiao replied, turning to Zhong Mu, mother-in-law. You and Xiao Ai can enjoy some television and chat at home. The special forces are just outside. Feel free to call them if needed. With that, he stepped outside, accompanied only by John, as he had promised Xiao Ai that the special forces would protect her. Upon exiting, he encountered the 4 bodyguards stationed at the door. After a quick glance around, he casually remarked, "You need not stand. Go fetch some chairs and sit down. The sofas are available too." With that, he and John proceeded towards the elevator. His residence was a 2-unit layout, one occupied by himself and the other rented out for the special forces, ensuring no one would intrude. After descending the elevator, Gu Lingxiao took out his phone and called the female sales representative. "Hello, this is Gu Lingxiao. I have rented this entire floor. Is it permissible for me to construct 2 walls outside the elevator?" "Ah, Mr. Gu, since you are merely renting, that would not be allowed unless you purchase both units. Only then can you manage the entire floor, but of course, you cannot violate any structural regulations. Purchase them?" To be honest, Gu Lingxiao had never contemplated buying them. He merely needed to wait until graduation and would likely not return. John interjected, "Boss, it may not be necessary to build walls. Alternative materials could suffice, such as welded steel pipes filled with iron plates, which would effectively deter intruders or bullets. The only damage would be a few holes in the flooring for installation." True to his reputation, John's suggestion was relayed to the sales representative, Lu Jia. She was indeed impressed by Gu Lingxiao's ingenuity, though she was uncertain about the nature of the tenants necessitating such alterations. "That is acceptable, Mr. Gu," Lu Jia ultimately acquiesced, acknowledging that many tenants have diverse needs that may require minor alterations to walls and flooring. "Understood," Gu Lingxiao confirmed, pocketing his phone. "Once we return, John, you can begin coordinating the renovations." "Absolutely, boss." John envisioned employing bulletproof glass, rather than relying solely on iron plates. Aesthetically pleasing security doors could suffice, as bulletproof glass would allow for surveillance of any potential threats, enabling a swift response. The importance of the doors would be diminished. Seafood market. Given that his mother-in-law relished crayfish, it stood to reason that she would also enjoy seafood. Yet, his culinary skills were not particularly noteworthy. System, open the marketplace. Are there skill books for cooking? Beep. Indeed, host. Beginner cooking proficiency, 100, 000, 3-star chef. Intermediate cooking proficiency, 1, 000, 000, 5-star chef. Advanced cooking proficiency, 10, 000, 000, Chinese master chef. Current host assets, 367, 800, 000. Is this fortune derived from Xinjiang? As for why it is directly linked to Xinjiang, Gu Lingxiao remained self-aware. Only Xinjiang among his subordinates was generating income. Purchase advanced cooking proficiency, beep. Purchase successful, skill infusion in progress. In a mere second, Gu Lingxiao felt as though he had entered the realm of a Chinese master chef, embodying the essence and mastery of culinary arts. Now, he could confidently assert that his culinary skills had reached their zenith. System, you are truly remarkable. Beep. Thank you for your praise, host. One village, 2 nations. In a chamber constructed entirely of reinforced concrete and steel, alarms blared with a crimson glow. Seated before multiple computer screens, Xinjiang felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Pulling in the chair, his hands became mere shadows, incessantly striking several keyboards. How could it be possible that there was a shortfall of 10 million? Xinjiang, once the epitome of a successful gentleman in his well-fitted suit, was now frantically clutching his head, unable to locate the whereabouts of the vanished 10 million. You had better not let me discover who pilfered my 10 million. After uttering this, Xinjiang resumed his frantic operations, never losing sight of his primary task, making money. Chapter 31. An unexpected revelation. As Han Dong returned his gaze to Gu Lingxiao, the moment he stepped into the seafood market, the pungent odor of fish assaulted his senses. Ultimately, John emerged with 2 large bags of seafood in tow, following Gu Lingxiao. The southern seafood market was remarkable, impeccably cleaned, with even the shrimp veins meticulously removed. He now needed to procure some vegetables to enhance the flavors, after which he could prepare a grand feast for the 2 women at home. John, who usually cooks for you all? Gu Lingxiao suddenly recalled that he had never inquired how they managed their meals. Boss, we all know how to cook. Special 1 and Special 2 take turns, John replied. So, you've got someone to boss around now. Wait, where did you get the money from? Gu Lingxiao suddenly realized he hadn't given them much. John Wick chuckled. Boss, Qin Jiang provided it. He said it was a trivial matter for him to handle. We receive around 20,000 a month. At this, Gu Lingxiao nodded, acknowledging that Qin Jiang was indeed quite dependable, while he himself had overlooked these details. Upon returning home, Gu Lingxiao instructed John to put the items away before contacting someone to manage the external partitions. Honey, I smell a strong seafood odor. Zhong Xiaoai exclaimed as she dashed out from the bedroom. Today, I'm preparing a seafood feast. Could you help me wash the ingredients? Wow, you reek of seafood. Go wash up. With that, Zhong Xiaoai pushed Gu Lingxiao out of the kitchen while she took the 2 bags of vegetables to wash. A moment later, she tilted her head, feeling as though she had forgotten something. After a brief pause without recollection, she resumed cleaning the vegetables. After closing the bedroom door, Gu Lingxiao swiftly stripped off his clothes and hummed a tune as he headed for the bathroom. Upon opening the folding doors of the bathroom, Gu Lingxiao froze in his tracks, unable to control himself as he beheld the scene before him, instinctively unleashing his inner dragon. Luya, bent over drying herself, had not anticipated Gu Lingxiao's sudden entrance and stood there, equally stunned, until she noticed his reaction and hurriedly grabbed a towel to cover herself. Get out. Luya's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice tinged with shyness. In that moment, she resembled not a powerful matron but rather a bashful young woman. Sorry. I didn't know you were inside. I'll leave now, Gu Lingxiao replied, turning to exit. A moment later, Luya regained her composure and walked out with a calm expression. However, upon seeing Gu Lingxiao seated on the bed, her gaze inadvertently drifted downward. As if lost in thought. All right, you go take your shower. I will assist Xiai, Luya said, her face still slightly flushed. Zhong Mu's heart was exceedingly conflicted. Gu Lingxiao's appearance was undeniably striking. Yet, considering her own status, she could only feign that nothing had occurred. Sorry, dear husband. I forgot to mention that my mother is taking a shower in our room, Zhong Xiai said apologetically. It's fine, Xiai. I just finished. Did you buy seafood? Gu Lingxiao asked, noticing the seafood aroma. Yes, the seafood was bought. Lobsters, abalone, and crayfish. I will prepare a grand seafood feast for you all shortly, he replied. All right. Then you go shower. I will help Xiai, Zhong Mu said as she and Xiai exited, leaving Gu Lingxiao alone in the room. Watching Luya's departing figure, he felt a surge of heat rising within him. Her swaying form was utterly captivating. After shedding his garments and stepping into the bathroom, he turned on the faucet. Cold water streaming from the shower head, though it felt of little use. Eventually, after half an hour, Gu Lingxiao emerged from the bathroom. Who would have thought that he would find himself in such a predicament with a girlfriend, dressed in comfortable athletic wear? He opened the door to find the 2 women laughing and chatting while washing vegetables in the kitchen. If this kind of life could be sustained, it would be delightful, especially with 2 exceptionally beautiful women, enhanced by their charm. As he approached the kitchen, Gu Lingxiao smiled and asked, What are you discussing? We're sharing your embarrassing tales. Zhong Xiai teased. All right, leave the rest to me. You ladies should await my culinary masterpiece. Okay, that's settled then. It's all yours, Zhong Xiai said, placing down the cilantro, and, along with Zhong Mu, exited without a hint of reluctance. Zhong Mu glanced back at Gu Lingxiao, contemplating lingering to assist, but ultimately followed Xiai out. Observing the 2 women settled on the sofa watching television, Gu Lingxiao shook his head with a smile, swiftly processing the ingredients in the kitchen. The rhythmic sound of the knife against the cutting board echoed through the semi-enclosed kitchen, visible from the living room. Hearing the clatter, Zhong Xiai turned to see her husband engrossed in his cooking, acknowledging that a man diligently engaged in his work was indeed handsome. Zhong Mu stole a glance before hastily averting her gaze, wary of Xiai, discovering her unusual demeanor. Lifting a water cup from the coffee table, she downed the entire contents. Still feeling parched. Life here seemed quite pleasant. At least she wasn't cooped up at home with a lifeless presence. Contemplating this, Zhong Mu felt her thoughts were rather agreeable, resolving to discuss it with Xiai after dinner. Mom, isn't my husband handsome? Zhong Xiai asked sweetly, having retrieved her gaze. He's all right, Zhong Mu replied nonchalantly. Come on, my taste is impeccable. My husband is perfect, just a tad flirtatious. Flirtatious? Have you ever seen a man with wealth and power who doesn't keep mistresses? Your father. Zhong Mu halted, reluctant to delve into that topic. My father? Zhong Xiai glanced at her mother, thinking her father was quite foolish. Her mother looked remarkably well-preserved and alluring. Any other man would surely be enamored by her. From her mother's insinuation, it seemed her father was indeed keeping a mistress. How infuriating. Mom, why not stay longer? You're clearly unhappy returning home. Reflecting on how seldom she saw her father at home, always preoccupied with work while neglecting her mother, she felt a surge of anger. Many times, she had secretly caught glimpses of her mother wiping away tears alone in the house. Chapter 32. Profitable Ventures in Xiangjiang. The bomb expert startled. Zhong Mu cast a surprised glance at Xiai, not expecting her to voice such a thought before she had. Of course, mother-in-law, you can stay as long as you wish. Safety is not a concern. I will summon a few more bodyguards tomorrow, Lingxiao said, placing the shrimp he had prepared on the dining table with a smile. Achieving a sense of accomplishment is a desire every man harbors, and he was no exception, especially considering the high status of the two women, which enhanced his sense of achievement. Zhong Mu, unfazed by the situation, calmly replied, I will think it over. After all, if anything were to happen to me, it would be a significant issue. Seizing the opportunity, Lingxiao assured her, no worries, mother-in-law. Tomorrow, I will purchase our floor and the one below. The bodyguards will stay below, and I'll configure the elevator to only access that level. With 10 armed special forces at your service, your safety will be assured unless someone intends to blow up the building. To reassure Zhong Mu, Lingxiao decided to invest considerably. For apartments, 5 elite mercenaries and 5 firearm licenses would amount to no more than 70 to 80 million. Lingxiao, combat power, 9. Wealth, 578, 970, 000. Skills, advanced culinary mastery, beginner driving. Beginner combat, over 500 million. Xinjiang is truly impressive. After pondering for a moment, Mother Zhong said, then I shall grant you an opportunity. Should I sense any danger, I will retreat. Whether to give Lingxiao a chance or not was a dilemma she could not articulate. Darling, I'm hungry. Hurry and prepare dinner. Zhong Xiai complained, oblivious to the subtle tension between her mother and Lingxiao. With a gentle pat on Xiai's head, she reassured, all right. In half an hour, we shall feast. Try to temper your impatience, understood? Looking at Xiai, Mother Zhong spoke. She held great affection for her son-in-law Lingxiao. Her own marriage had been a failure, a source of sorrow, and she wished for her daughter to avoid a similar fate due to her temperament. Back in the kitchen, Lingxiao promptly relayed the earlier matter to John via text message. Upon receiving the reply, understood, boss. A smile graced her lips as she diligently prepared the ingredients. Moments later, the living room was filled with enticing aromas, devoid of any seafood stench, drawing both women towards the source. Observing the two of them, seemingly ravenous and stationed at the bar, Lingxiao chuckled, just a little longer, and we shall dine. Yes, yes. Zhong Xiai nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed on the tantalizing grilled squid within reach. Noticing her eagerness, Lingxiao helplessly picked up a piece of squid, blew on it gently, and offered it to her mouth. So delicious, darling. Lingxiao smiled at the greedy Zhong Xiai, then glanced at Mother Zhong, who was also eyeing the squid. Impulsively, she offered a piece to her as well. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Mother Zhong, who had been lost in thought due to Lingxiao's earlier affectionate words, quickly glanced at Xiai, who was still savoring the squid's aroma with closed eyes. Tempted by the enticing scent wafting from the squid, she hesitantly opened her mouth and took a bite. Mother Zhong had tasted squid before, but never one so exquisitely flavorful. She had never encountered such a dish in her social circle, making Xiai's delighted reaction seem entirely reasonable. However, she managed to maintain her composure, delicately licking her lips to savor the lingering flavor, eagerly anticipating dinner. Darlings, how did you hone your culinary skills? I could almost swallow my own tongue. It's simply exquisite. I shall prepare meals for you in the future, Lingxiao remarked, using you instead of I, a distinction not lost on Mother Zhong, who turned and settled back onto the sofa, her mind wandering. All right, my little glutton, dinner is almost ready, Lingxiao said, intrigued by Xiai's reluctance to part with the squid. Could it be that her culinary skills were truly that remarkable? She sampled a piece herself, and the flavors exploded in her mouth, a joyous sensation surging through her being. It was merely a dish, yet the delight was overwhelming. Truly remarkable culinary prowess. While it might not shine, Gu Lingxiao felt confident she could become a billionaire by opening a restaurant. In the living room, Mother Zhong retrieved her phone and sent a message to Zhong Zhenghua. Shortly thereafter, she received a reply. If you wish to play over there, that is fine. But do not cause any trouble. I am currently under considerable stress. A cold laugh escaped Mother Zhong's lips. She cared little for her own safety, only for his achievements and status. Even with the outcome already known, her heart ached with a chill. Two lovely ladies, dinner is served. Gu Lingxiao called as she arranged the dishes. Moments later, the three gathered around the dining table until Mother Zhong softly declared, "Let us eat," marking the beginning of a sumptuous feast. Even Mother Zhong, who typically consumed but a single bowl of rice, devoured nearly 3 bowls that evening, while Zhong Xiaoyun was on the verge of bursting from indulgence. After clearing the table, Gu Lingxiao fetched some digestive tablets from the medicine cabinet for the two women. Ever since the last occasion when Zhong Xiaoyun had overeaten, Gu Lingxiao had stocked various types of common medications at home. Post-dinner, she observed the two ladies enjoying the night view on the balcony. Setting her laptop on the table before her, she needed funds, substantial funds, to validate certain matters. Typing on her computer, she searched Hong Kong explosion case. Instantly, the web page displayed Hong Kong explosion case, Inspector Zhang Zishan. Scrolling down, she discovered a headline. Senior Inspector Zhou was killed in an explosion after a celebration. Was it revenge or an accident? A glimmer of determination appeared in Gu Lingxiao's eyes. The situation regarding the Hongham underwater tunnel indicated that it had either not yet occurred or was imminent. The Hong Ji-Peng group had not yet been dismantled. Timing was everything. Darling, why are you researching Hong Kong? Zhong Xiaoyun inquired as she settled beside Gu Lingxiao, entwining her arm with his. The explosion case? Hong Kong is indeed chaotic, particularly with its gangs. Even after the return, they remain largely uncleaned. Perhaps in a few years, it will improve. But Lingxiao, why are you looking into Hong Kong news? Mother Zhong added, glancing at the news before turning her head to Gu Lingxiao. This is a lucrative opportunity, he replied, as he retrieved his phone from his bag. System, summon 5 elite assassins, equip them with 5 gun permits and 5 handguns. To be managed by John outside. Ding. Cost, 55,500,000. Balance, 537,000,000. He then dialed Qin Zhang's number. And the familiar voice answered. Hello, boss? You sound exhausted. Boss, you wouldn't believe it. $1 million went missing from the account a few days ago, and I've been investigating for days without resolution. Just now, another 55,500,000 vanished, likely the work of the same person. In Chapter 33, 100 billion. Hong Kong's Hongham Tunnel. Qin Zhang nearly wept as he reported his inability to uncover the mystery, unaware that even before Gu Lingxiao's call, several million had already gone missing. Darling, which scoundrel dares to steal your money? Yes, Lingxiao, should I have the family investigate? Both women, one on each side, were incensed by the loss of several million. Only Gu Lingxiao, feeling awkward, scratched his chin and sheepishly confessed, that was me. I forgot to mention it to Qin Zhang. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the two women, Gu Lingxiao spoke into the phone. That was all my doing. I have an idea I wish to explore for potential profit. What could Qin Zhang say? He couldn't protest, so he replied with a hint of resignation. Understood, boss. What idea could yield profit? Open your computer and check the situation regarding Hong Kong's Hongham Tunnel. Understood, boss. As the three exchanged puzzled glances, they soon heard a chilling proposition. What if a group of terrorists were to take hundreds of hostages and seize control of the Hongham Tunnel? Wouldn't investing in the West Kowloon Tunnel stocks yield a significant profit? Boss, are you serious? The sound of frantic typing echoed through the phone. As Qin Zhang began to investigate. Darlings, are you referring to terrorists? Zhong Xiaoyun queried. Lingxiao, how do you know this? I have my subordinates in Hong Kong. They reported that terrorists are planning to seize the tunnel, claiming it's for revenge against Inspector Zhang. But in reality, it's for profit. I want in. Will many lives be lost? They are terrorists. Casualties are inevitable. Boss, if what you say is true, we could make a fortune. Qin Zhang is indifferent to the lives of others. His sole concern lies in profit. Gu Lingxiao continued, stating that the Hongham Cross Harbor Tunnel, under the control of a group of terrorists, would likely be resolved by the following afternoon. In other words, the tunnel would soon resume operations. You understand the intricacies of the stock market. Consider how we should proceed, boss. If what you say is true, we can invest 500 million to acquire shares in the West Tunnel. I have already checked the stock price, which is only a few dollars per share. Once the incident with the Hongham Tunnel occurs, the West Tunnel stock will surge at least 5-fold. After selling at the peak, we can reinvest in the Hongham Tunnel shares, which will rebound once the terrorists are dealt with. If executed correctly, Our profits could exceed 100 billion. Gu Lingxiao, along with the other two, gasped in astonishment, betting 500 million for a return of 100 billion. Zhong Xiao looked at Gu Lingxiao with admiration, while Zhongmu regarded him with a peculiar gaze. The 500 million, after purchasing assassins and a house, would leave an ample balance. Gu Lingxiao calmly stated, John should have informed you to reserve the funds he needs and invest the rest. Remember, once the Hung Ham tunnel is compromised, the situation will be resolved by the afternoon of the next day. Rest assured, boss. After hanging up, Zhong Xiao leaped into Gu Lingxiao's arms, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. The distance to Hong Kong was beyond her concern. The West Tunnel belongs to the masses. Gu Lingxiao trusted Qin Jiang knew precisely how to navigate it. Filled with joy, Gu Lingxiao reveled in the prospect of amassing 100 billion. That is 100 billion. Equivalent to 100 top assassins or 1,000 special forces soldiers. Overwhelmed with excitement, Gu Lingxiao reclined on the sofa, embracing the two beauties to either side. It wasn't until he regained his senses that he realized his folly. His wife was on the left, and his mother-in-law on the right. Seizing the moment before Zhong Xiao could react, he discreetly released his hold on his mother-in-law, only to meet Zhongmu's mildly irritated gaze. Yet, Gu Lingxiao detected a hint of shyness in her eyes, leading him to believe there might be an opportunity. Hee, my husband is about to become a billionaire. I'll be a wealthy wife too. Zhongmu leaned towards Gu Lingxiao and remarked to Zhong Xiao, you have a grandfather with trillions in assets. Yet I've never seen you this delighted. This is different. My husband earned it himself. Gu Lingxiao was genuinely surprised by how affluent his mother-in-law's family was. Sensing his thoughts, Zhongmu quietly stated, whether it's hundreds of billions or trillions, they hold no real power in the face of true authority. Your mother speaks wisely. But it depends on the person, Gu Lingxiao replied, turning to Xiao, let us tidy up a room for mom. All right. As Zhong Xiao left, the atmosphere in the living room shifted awkwardly, even oddly, with only Gu Lingxiao and Zhongmu remaining. Xiao was spoiled at home. She truly enjoys your company. Zhongmu remarked. You flatter me, mother-in-law. I like her very much, Gu Lingxiao replied. But it's clear you have deeper feelings. You are not one to settle for stability. At this, Gu Lingxiao recollected the day's earlier events, his gaze towards Zhongmu becoming somewhat uneasy. I'll assist Xiao, Zhongmu said, rising from her seat. Amused by Zhongmu's abrupt departure, Gu Lingxiao chuckled. After tidying up, he turned to Luya and said, Mother-in-law, tomorrow Xiao and I will be heading to school. If you find yourself bored, feel free to explore. I've arranged for bodyguards, 5 armed special forces soldiers who will ensure your safety. Thank you, Lingxiao. It's nothing, mother-in-law. Both you and Xiao are my most cherished ones. It's the least I can do. Zhong Xiao interjected, clinging to Gu Lingxiao's arm. Tell me, do you not love me anymore? Why does my mom have 5 bodyguards while I only have 2? He playfully swatted Zhong Xiao's backside. Smack. The sound elicited a squeal from her. What are you doing? My mother's still here. You're always with me. John is more than sufficient. What's wrong? Are you jealous of your own mother? Unintentionally, Zhongmu perceived Gu Lingxiao's behavior as a bit too audacious. Gu Lingxiao recognized that Zhongmu lacked security, so he decided to provide her with ample reassurance. That night, the three returned to their respective homes. Zhong Xiao nestled against Gu Lingxiao, whispering, Darling, I want. The adjacent room housed her mother. Did he not fear? Who was afraid? Only a coward would be. With Zhong Xiao's taunt, Gu Lingxiao could no longer contain himself. He had been holding back all day. He swiftly rolled over, pinning her down. Moments later, the room was filled with unrestrained passion. Meanwhile, Zhongmu in the next room fretted about the poor soundproofing of the house, clutching the blanket tightly as the sounds of ecstasy invaded her ears, rendering her sleepless. The next morning, Zhongmu blushed as she glanced at her discarded undergarments. Fortunately, Gu Lingxiao and Zhong Xiao had already left for school, otherwise, she would have been utterly mortified. Upon returning to school, Gu Lingxiao and Zhong Xiao encountered the most loathsome individual imaginable. Zhong Xiao, what do you take me for? All eyes in the classroom turned toward Ho Liangping, whose voice dripped with indignation. You truly have no awareness of your own situation. Gu Lingxiao shot him a disdainful glance. The attention of the entire class, including Zhong Xiao, who was visibly agitated, turned towards him. She recognized his sinister intent to manipulate their classmates into applying pressure on her. You underestimate me, Ho Liangping. Zhong Xiao retorted, her expression darkening. You have always been my classmate. Don't assume I'm oblivious to your true thoughts. You merely covet my family's background, seeking to elevate yourself. Initially, I considered granting you an opportunity due to your years of companionship. I even intended to secure you a respectable job post-graduation. However, Your incessant provocations towards me and my husband are exceedingly presumptuous. Listening to Zhong Xiao's merciless reprimand, Ho Liangping's expression fluctuated. He realized he was finished. You shameless wretch. I refuse to believe he values you for anything other than your background. Slap. Gu Lingxiao stepped forward, delivering a fierce blow without hesitation. The surrounding students were astonished. They deemed Gu Lingxiao's actions justified given Ho Liangping's outrageous remarks. Spit. Ho Liangping fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered, catching the 2 teeth he had lost. With bloodied lips, he threatened, "You've ruined me." Gu Lingxiao sneered. "If you wish to seek your end, let us reveal your true nature to everyone first. You carry an air of superiority, looking down on others, always eager to flaunt your perceived superiority. If I'm not mistaken, you believed you could pursue Zhong Xiao once you thought you had her in your grasp. Do you remember Qi Tongwei? He, too, hailed from humble beginnings, yet worked diligently, becoming not only the student council president, but also the top student. Yet, you spread rumors and disdained him. Frankly, I cannot fathom the source of your arrogance. If I'm not mistaken, you even suggested that he pursue Liang Lu. You are truly despicable and hypocritical. To label you a scoundrel would be an understatement. You leveraged your connection to Jinghai to uncover Xiao's background, relentlessly pursuing her, even going as far as to spy on my mother-in-law's whereabouts. Do you think we are unaware of what occupies your mind? Do you not realize that exposing the whereabouts of such influential figures will lead to misfortune for Jinghai's family? Are you unaware of this? You know. Yet you proceeded nonetheless. To call you a despicable hypocrite would be an understatement. Turning to Jinghai, I remarked, and you, truly foolish beyond belief. The destruction of your home was likely a consequence of your own folly and inability to discern the character of those around you. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback by the unfolding drama. They were students from Handong, not lacking in intelligence, and had grasped from Gu Lingxiao's words that Zhong Xiaoai's family possessed significant influence. Ho Liangping had fixated on that very background, persistently hounding them, even exploiting Jinghai's connections to investigate their family's movements, thereby endangering Jinghai's family as well. Gu Lingxiao concluded, I forgot to mention, Xiaoai and I are already cohabitating, and our marriage is a foregone conclusion. What are all of you doing? Teacher Liang has arrived. The students, who had been spectating, began to disperse, hesitant to remain in the fray. Liang Lu immediately spotted Gu Lingxiao, her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness, before shifting her gaze to the prostrate Ho Liangping. Now, let us see how you escape this predicament. Ho Liangping, who struck you? Liang Lu had no intention of assisting him, her attention still fixated on Gu Lingxiao. Upon hearing Liang Lu's voice, Ho Liangping's eyes brightened. He recognized that her family background was formidable, with her father being the deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Committee. Noticing the animosity in Liang's expression towards Gu Lingxiao, he quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor. Teacher Liang, you must stand up for me. Gu Lingxiao not only bruised my face, but also knocked out 2 of my teeth. He extended his hand toward Liang Lu, displaying the 2 missing teeth, oblivious to the disgust and revulsion reflected in her eyes. Suppressing her discomfort, Liang Lu turned to Gu Lingxiao, adopting a condescending tone, assaulting a fellow student and knocking out their teeth. It seems you are inviting expulsion. Expulsion? I wonder who would dare. Zhong Xiaoai interjected, meeting Liang Lu's gaze unflinchingly. Liang Lu had previously overlooked Zhong Xiaoai, but the aura she exuded was indicative of a person of significant standing. Who are you to speak? Seizing an opportunity against Gu Lingxiao, she dismissed any intervention. Just as the 2 women faced off, another figure approached. What is all this commotion? Hai Yuliang entered, visibly angered, and immediately noticed Ho Liangping lying on the ground, his pitiful state apparent. However, he was not Liang Lu, when the students had informed him. They had made it clear that Ho Liangping was the instigator. Hi teacher, look at what Gu Lingxiao has done to me. Upon seeing his teacher, Ho Liangping scrambled to his feet and staggered toward Hai Yuliang, avoiding Ho Liangping's outstretched hand. Hai Yuliang's expression darkened as he barked. Do you have any idea where you are? How many eyes are watching? Do you think you can rely solely on your words? Ho Liangping trembled, suddenly aware that he was in a classroom, and cautiously scanned the room, noting the disdainful and contemptuous gazes of his classmates. He could only place his hopes on Liang Lu, pleading with her, Teacher Liang, I hope you will understand the situation before taking action. Gu Lingxiao did strike first, but Ho Liangping was the one who provoked him. Hai Yuliang had indeed favored Ho Liangping, but this time he felt the latter had gone too far, publicly insulting a female classmate. Liang Lu's expression soured considerably. Hai Yuliang's intervention caught her off guard. The fact that Gu Lingxiao had acted was undeniable. Gu Lingxiao interjected with a smile. It was indeed Ho Liangping who instigated the altercation. If I receive a reprimand, so be it. I do not particularly care. However, Teacher Liang, I must remind you that I have no aspirations in politics. These matters do not concern me. Yet, while your father holds a respectable position, he has many adversaries. He clearly dismissed Liang Lu, unconcerned. Zhong Xiaoai's expression turned icy as she leaned in to whisper into Liang Lu's ear. In a voice only they could hear, my surname is Zhong, as is that of the one at the pinnacle. Should there be even a slight blemish on my husband's record, I will hold you accountable. Dare to test me. Afterward, Zhong Xiaoai returned to Gu Lingxiao's side, appearing as if nothing had transpired, leaving Liang Lu visibly displeased. Chapter 35. Liang Chuanfeng's arrival. Alas, it is futile. Through the abuse of power. Zhong Xiaoai had never known fear. Liang Lu, unwilling to engage in further debate with Zhong Xiaoai, departed, not even sparing a glance for Ho Liangping. Hi, teacher. Since there are no classes lately, I shall not attend, Gu Lingxiao said to Hai Yu Liang, as he only needed a diploma. Zhong Xiaoai also wished to request leave. But Gu Lingxiao gently squeezed her fingertips, chuckling softly. You are destined for a political career. You must attend your classes diligently. I, on the other hand, have no such obligations. His gaze lazily swept over the fallen Ho Liangping before he added, my ambitions have never been in governance. Hai Yu Liang stood by. His expression complex. He had always valued talent. Had Gu Lingxiao pursued a political career, his capabilities and background would surely have led to an extraordinary future. Yet, he sighed inwardly and merely nodded. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not press you. On the ground, Ho Liangping was bloodied. With 2 missing front teeth, a pitiful sight. Hai Yu Liang cast a glance at him, feeling a wave of irritation. How had he ever thought this boy held promise? Truly, he had been blind. He indifferently remarked, hurry to the hospital to get that seen to. With that, he turned and left, not even bothering to spare him another glance. Meanwhile, Liang Lu stormed back to her office, slamming the door behind her, and immediately dialed her father, Liang Chuanfeng. Upon the call connecting, her voice was laced with tears. Dad, Zhong Xiaoai and Gu Lingxiao are simply intolerable. You must intervene on my behalf. Upon hearing his daughter's grievances, Liang Chuanfeng's tone turned serious. What happened? Speak slowly. Liang Lu embellished the story, concluding with a furious remark, that Gu Lingxiao, relying on his connections, has become utterly arrogant, disregarding even you. Liang Chuanfeng frowned, attempting to soothe her. Calm down, I will speak with Hai Yu Liang. He hung up and promptly dialed Hai Yu Liang's number. Anticipating this call, Hai Yu Liang answered with a calm demeanor, Secretary Liang. Yu Liang, I hear there was some trouble at school today. Liang Chuanfeng's tone was measured, yet there was an underlying sharpness. Is it possible that Gu Lingxiao has acted impulsively? Hai Yu Liang chuckled lightly, maintaining a respectful yet assertive stance. Young people are prone to act on impulse. However, Gu Lingxiao has made it abundantly clear that he has no intention of entering politics. He paused, adding with significance, Secretary Liang, some matters are best left as they are. Liang Chuanfeng discerned the implications. Gu Lingxiao's avoidance of politics signified he was not bound by the rules of the system, making the Liang family's influence ineffective against him. After pondering Zhong Xiaoai's background, he finally replied, understood. After hanging up, Liang Chuanfeng rubbed his temples and sent a text to Liang Lu. This matter ends here. Do not escalate it further. Liang Lu glared at her phone screen, her fingers trembling with rage, yet feeling helpless. Meanwhile, on campus, Gu Lingxiao strolled lazily down the tree-lined path, his hand in his pocket. Zhong Xiaoai walked beside him and suddenly chuckled. You're quite carefree. Deciding not to attend just like that. Gu Lingxiao turned to her, his eyes glinting with mischief. What, do you miss me? Zhong Xiaoai shot him an exasperated glance, but did not deny it, merely muttering, just don't get into trouble in the future. In her heart, she added, if trouble arises, we are not afraid. Gu Lingxiao chuckled, ruffling her hair. Rest assured, I won't instigate trouble. He paused, his gaze turning slightly cold. However, should trouble find me, I will not hold back. Ho Liangping, this insufferable monkey, is becoming quite bothersome and needs to be dealt with. As I retrieved my cigarette and lighter, a delicate, fragile hand reached out. Zhong Xiaoai gently lit the lighter for Gu Lingxiao. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Gu Lingxiao took out his phone and sent a text to Teba, subsequently adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he strolled with Xiao Ai. Darling, where are you going since you're skipping school? Xiao Ai expressed her concern, fearing that Gu Lingxiao would not return home after taking a leave, leaving her feeling lonely, despite her mother staying with them. Where to? Obviously, to make money. This world is perilous. Let us not even mention Dongshan City, Lingxiao City, and Jinghai City. all of which are in Handong province. The Hong Kong entertainment industry can wait, but in this era, the Hong Kong dollar and foreign currency still holds significant value. As for whether South Korea has dark forces like the Korean film industry, I'm uncertain. I've often speculated that aside from the absence of supernatural powers, this world is an immensely vast and complex one. I must strive to earn money. Otherwise, how will I protect my woman in the future? Earn money. A great deal of money. Who would have thought? My husband is quite the money fanatic, she teased. Without money, how can I provide you with a happy life? With a flick of her long hair, Zhong Xiaoyun pouted, clearly unhappy. Gu Lingxiao ruffled her hair gently, reassuring her, focus on your studies. I'll head back now. Okay. As Zhong Xiaoyun closed her eyes and tilted her head back, Gu Lingxiao leaned down and kissed her, the intimacy lasting 5 minutes before he departed. Upon stepping outside, he entered the armored vehicle waiting by the roadside, driven by John. Where's Andy? Gu Lingxiao inquired. Mrs. Zhong went to the market. John replied as he started the vehicle. Let us head home first. Due to the increase in bodyguards, Gu Lingxiao had purchased 2 additional Land Rovers. When the elevator arrived, Gu Lingxiao stepped out, observing the construction workers with satisfaction regarding their efficiency, and ascended the stairs to the top floor. The security was undoubtedly substantial now. Settling back in his room on the sofa, Gu Lingxiao checked information from Xianjiang, discovering that an incident had already occurred in the Red Tunnel. His pupils constricted in surprise. He hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon, but he was grateful to have entered the fray in time. Closing his laptop, Gu Lingxiao contemplated how to allocate the funds wisely once they arrived. A click sounded as the key turned in the door, and upon glancing over, he saw Zhong's mother returning, already dressed in a new outfit. With a light touch of makeup and wine-red lips, she donned a figure-hugging dress that exuded deadly allure, complemented by nude stockings and striking black heels with red soles. No longer the rigid figure he first encountered, Luya, Zhong's mother, caused Gu Lingxiao to swallow hard, especially when she bent down to change her shoes, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her porcelain skin. Upon raising her head, Luya noticed Gu Lingxiao lounging on the sofa. Surprised to ask, Lingxiao, aren't you going to school? I took a leave. I only need a diploma and 1 TB entering the workforce, just fulfilling my parents' wishes to obtain that certificate. Is that so? I just returned from grocery shopping. Let me wash up first, and I'll prepare dinner. Thank you, Auntie. Luya smiled, placing the groceries in the kitchen before heading to take a shower. Hello, Moto. Gu Lingxiao said, pulling out his phone to see a call from Qin Jiang and answering directly. Hello? Boss, we're making a fortune. Qin Jiang's excited voice came through. How much have we earned so far? Gu Lingxiao inquired. Boss, you wouldn't believe it. The Red Tunnel was just hijacked not long ago, and our 500 million investment has already multiplied several times. I suspect these terrorists are definitely in collusion with Wan Zhong. Forget about their collusion. Just ensure you secure a substantial profit for me, Gu Lingxiao instructed. Rest assured, boss. In a buoyant mood, Gu Lingxiao turned on the television, reclining on the sofa and humming a little tune. Recently, the police in Liqing have launched a special crackdown operation, uniting the national police force to address rampant street crime. What is this? Liqing is involved too? Luya had stepped out after her shower, noticing Gu Lingxiao's astonished expression as he watched the news. Approaching, she also caught sight of the announcement and remarked, I've heard of this operation. It seems that pickpockets and thieves in Liqing have been rampant, prompting the Ministry of Public Security to intervene. Is there something about Liqing that piques your interest? Is there? Certainly, Gu Lingxiao mused. He had to mention a certain woman, Li Xiaoyun, whose intellect and reasoning were exceptionally high, albeit misapplied. He could easily recruit her to oversee the development of his territory, even if she lacked direct experience. Her intelligence was more than sufficient. In some aspects, she could indeed be considered a top talent. There is someone I'm quite interested in. She would be ideal for returning to the village to help me develop it. Intrigued by Gu Lingxiao's assertion, Luya moved beside him, asking, is she that exceptional? While Luya may not fully comprehend Gu Lingxiao, she knew his standards were undoubtedly high, and few could capture his attention. The fragrance emanating from her drew Gu Lingxiao's attention, and he noted, her intelligence and reasoning are formidable, which is precisely what I admire. Once the profits from the Red Tunnel arrived, although he would no longer lack funds to procure top-tier bodyguards, it was prudent to economize. Why spend if there were capable individuals readily available? As for the head of the thieves, who would bother with him? Simply taking Li Xiaoyun and her brother would suffice. Noticing Gu Lingxiao's expression, Luya inexplicably tightened her legs together and remarked, I'll go prepare dinner. Oblivious to Luya's subtle gesture, Gu Lingxiao was preoccupied with thoughts of when to visit Liqing, as he was currently on leave. At the dinner table, after Luya served the dishes, she shyly commented, I'm afraid my cooking isn't as good as yours, so please don't mind. How could that be? I'll finish whatever Auntie cooks. You just know how to flatter me. Hurry and eat. Luya felt an inexplicable atmosphere while alone with Gu Lingxiao, a sense of shyness enveloping their conversation. Gu Lingxiao couldn't help but marvel at the allure of a married woman. What was wrong with being coy? As for Zhong Jinghua, who was he? Auntie, why don't you accompany me to Liqing tomorrow? After taking a bite of rice, Gu Lingxiao proposed. Luya contemplated and replied, sure, since marrying into the Zhong family. I haven't had the chance to explore the outside world much. Feeling a surge of joy, Gu Lingxiao eagerly finished an extra bowl of rice. As he observed Luya, who was tidying up in the kitchen like a devoted wife, he couldn't help but smirk silently. Old Zhong. What a wonderful woman you have. Others would treasure her. In the afternoon, Zhong Xiaoyun returned, and Luya felt a tinge of regret but managed to maintain her composure. That evening, in Gu Lingxiao's room, after a spirited encounter, Zhong Xiaoyun lay atop him. While Gu Lingxiao informed her about his plans to visit another city the next day, Zhong Xiaoyun pouted, looking displeased and silent, clearly upset, pinching her pouting cheeks. Gu Lingxiao comforted her, once you're on break, wherever you wish to go, I'll take you. Fine. Although Zhong Xiaoyun understood, she remained unhappy. You must take care of my mother. She is quite lonely at home. What do you mean? My parents are involved in both business and politics, as you are aware. Those in politics often look down upon those in commerce. My mother is truly a wonderful person, yet within our family, she is not held in high regard, which dampens her happiness. Each day, she must adhere to rigid expectations. Fortunately, my grandfather dotes on her. Otherwise, I fear she might succumb to depression. After listening to everything from Mother Zhong, Gu Lingxiao gently embraced Xiao Ai, assuring her, do not worry, I will ensure you lead a life filled with happiness. Zhong Xiao Ai had never considered that her husband harbored special feelings for her mother, and she failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. Meanwhile, Zhong Mu found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep, feeling utterly mad for relishing the moments alone with her future son-in-law. She chastised herself internally. She had a family and could not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhong Xiao Ai set off for school. Zhong Mu, Luya, took a deep breath, composed herself in front of the mirror, and deliberately adopted a serious demeanor, reminding herself, I am the elder. I must maintain my authority and dismiss these absurd notions. She donned a well-tailored Chanel ensemble, a cream-colored fitted blazer paired with a silk V-neck blouse that subtly showcased her delicate collarbone. The pencil skirt accentuated her mature, curvaceous figure and her long legs. Encased in black stockings, were elegantly complemented by a pair of stiletto heels, exuding an air of sophistication and allure. Despite her efforts to maintain a stern expression, her innate charm could not be concealed. Gu Lingxiao approached and casually inquired, Auntie, shall we drive to Liqing or take the train? Luya bit her lip and feigned calmness, replying, let's take the train, driving would be too exhausting. Gu Lingxiao nodded and snapped his fingers, summoning John Wick, who promptly appeared with 5 formidable bodyguards, each robust and sharp-eyed, their waistlines slightly bulging, clearly armed. The group discreetly and efficiently escorted Gu Lingxiao and Luya to the train station. The station was a bustling sea of humanity, filled with noise and commotion. Luya, wearing her high heels, carefully followed Gu Lingxiao. However, the throng made it challenging to navigate, particularly as several men's gazes wandered over her, some attempting to draw closer, causing her considerable discomfort. Frowning, Luya instinctively moved closer to Gu Lingxiao. Noticing her discomfort, he cast a cold glance around, and the men with ulterior motives immediately retreated under the intimidating stares of the bodyguards. Auntie, stay close to me, Gu Lingxiao murmured, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Protecting her by his side, Luya felt her cheeks warm, her heart racing. Yet she could not afford to feel shy at that moment, and allowed him to embrace her as they navigated through the crowded aisle. She could distinctly sense the strength in Gu Lingxiao's arm and the faint scent of dragon's saliva emanating from him, which provided her a strange sense of comfort. As for why he chose to wrap around her waist rather than hold her hand or shield her in front, Gu Lingxiao had to admit he had his own motives in mind. A woman dissatisfied with her family, who had long been deprived of warmth, must have her defenses dismantled gradually. Finally, they arrived at the reserved sleeper compartment, where Gu Lingxiao gently released her, allowing Luya to enter first. The compartment was spacious and tidy, with 2 bunks facing each other. Luya exhaled in relief as she settled into the window seat, gently massaging her ankle. Gu Lingxiao poured her a cup of warm water and handed it to her, asking, "Are you tired?" Luya accepted the cup, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his hand. causing her to flinch as if shocked. "Thank you," she murmured. Gu Lingxiao shot her a knowing smile, but said nothing, turning instead to John Wick to instruct. "Take turns guarding the compartment." John Wick nodded, leading the bodyguards out and closing the door behind them. As the train began to move, Luya gazed out the window at the swiftly retreating landscape, striving to calm her racing heart. She reminded herself that this was merely an ordinary journey and that she must not let her thoughts wander. However, when Gu Lingxiao removed his jacket, revealing his toned upper body, and lounged lazily on the opposite bunk, Luya found her gaze drifting uncontrollably toward him. "Auntie, shall we grab a bite to eat soon?" Gu Lingxiao said, engrossed in his phone. Luya, like a startled deer, blushed and quickly diverted her gaze, responding softly with an "Does your foot still hurt?" he inquired. "It's fine, just that the train station was too crowded and I twisted it while trying to steady myself." Gu Lingxiao stood and moved to the foot of her bunk. To Luya's astonishment, he lifted her feet onto his lap and, disregarding her surprise, began to massage them. A soft moan escaped Luya's lips, and she bit down hard on her lip, closing her eyes to avoid looking at him. How bold of Gu Lingxiao! It was incredibly embarrassing, yet to her surprise, she felt no resistance. The air in the compartment seemed to thicken, filled only with the rhythmic clatter of the train wheels and their slightly hurried breaths. Gu Lingxiao's long fingers danced around Luya's delicate ankle, skillfully kneading every sore muscle with just the right amount of pressure. "Auntie's feet are softer than I imagined," he remarked, a hint of playfulness in his deep voice. Luya, upon hearing this, instinctively tightened her toes, feeling a rush of warmth flood through her. She bit down harder on her lip, her long lashes fluttering. Unable to meet his gaze, the warmth from his palms seeped through her stockings, sending tingles up her leg. "Enough," Luya finally protested softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Gu Lingxiao chuckled, deliberately slowing his movements, pressing his thumb gently against her arch, provoking a shiver that caused her toes to curl even tighter. Only after savoring her flustered expression did he reluctantly release her. "Shall we go eat now?" Gu Lingxiao stood up, casually adjusting his cuff. Luya hastily withdrew her legs, her hands awkwardly folding over her knees, her head bowed, cheeks flushed, even her ears tinged with a soft pink hue. The feet that had just been massaged now rubbed against each other nervously, the sound of the stockings creating a faint rustling noise. I need to tidy up first," she stammered, her gaze flitting away as her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. Luya felt she had truly lost her mind. She was utterly captivated by this sensation. Gu Lingxiao kindly turned away to give her space to compose herself. Yet, through the reflection in the window, he could still see Luya frantically smoothing her skirt, her face flushed and embarrassed, akin to a startled rabbit, prompting an irresistible urge to tease her further. "Are you ready?" he asked with feigned casualness after a moment. "Yes, I'm ready," Luya replied, forcing herself to stand, only to nearly stumble due to her weak legs. Gu Lingxiao quickly caught her waist, feeling her body tense beneath his touch. "Be careful," he whispered close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive skin. "Auntie, if you're this nervous, others might think we've done something improper." At his words, Luya's neck flushed crimson, and in a fluster, she pushed Gu Lingxiao away, only to stumble and fall back onto the bed. This time, she buried her face in her hands, mortified. Finally, Gu Lingxiao, showing mercy, said, "Let us go. If we don't hurry, there won't be any seats left in the dining car." He extended his hand, but just as Luya was about to take it, he abruptly withdrew, causing her to stagger. Gu Lingxiao. Luya could no longer contain her playful pout, and her embarrassed yet indignant demeanor brought a smile to his face. All right, no more teasing. Let us go eat," Gu Lingxiao thought to himself, feeling fulfilled and entertained. Teasing Luya had become a delightful routine in his day, and before long, he anticipated savoring the sweetness of this captivating woman. Within the confines of the restaurant carriage, a crystal chandelier casts a warm, golden glow upon the snow-white tablecloth adorning the dining table. Lu Yaqiang composedly partakes of the food upon her plate. Auntie's earrings complement her complexion as Gu Lingxiao suddenly leans in, his fingertips barely grazing her earlobe, causing a silver utensil to clatter against the porcelain plate, drawing the attention of neighboring diners. Luya firmly grips her napkin, a blush swiftly spreading from her touched earlobe to her collarbone, subtly shimmering beneath her pearl necklace. She had deliberately chosen a V-neck navy blue dress for today, yet at this moment, she deeply regretted it. I need to retouch my makeup, she stammered, rising in a flurry, only to accidentally topple a glass of red wine, the deep crimson liquid spreading across the tablecloth, reminiscent of the dew-laden rose garden from her dreams last night. Gu Lingxiao promptly steadies the wine glass, his fingertips brushing against her hand. Be careful. The cool touch sends a shiver through Luya, the residual wine stain glimmering suggestively under the light. Let us go. I'll wash up as well. Gu Lingxiao set down the wine glass and accompanied Aunt Zhong toward the restroom. As they passed through the connection of the dining car, 3 lecherous men suddenly closed in, a blade flashing menacingly. Before they could act, John's iron grip had already seized the hand of the leader. The sound of bones cracking echoing as the thief crumpled to the floor like a discarded rag doll. It's all right now, Gu Lingxiao reassured Luya, drawing her into an embrace, his palm resting against her rapidly rising and falling back. Beneath the silk fabric, her heart raced, resonating with his touch through layers of clothing. When the police arrived, they were met with this scene, a tall bodyguard standing over the wailing assailant. While the elegant lady was half cradled in the arms of a young man, strands of hair cascading down like a begonia drenched by a downpour. Asked the bodyguard for specifics, Gu Lingxiao interjected before the officers could speak, escorting Aunt Zhong away with John and leaving 2 senior agents to explain the situation to the police. As they passed by a man strikingly resembling Guo Jingfei and a bespectacled fellow engrossed in flipping through the demigods and semi-devils, the unfolding drama began to reveal itself. Upon seeing Liqing, he understood the scenario, though the exact moment of its inception remained vague. Now, witnessing the current scene, he recognized it as the beginning of a plot that had been set in motion not long after a theft had been reported involving Maotai, which was actually filled with silver wash. Chapter 38, Shopping with Aunt Zhong. Ignoring the others, the most important person was the beautiful woman in his arms. Upon returning to the carriage, Gu Lingxiao gently seated her and softly inquired, Aunt, are you all right? Just as he released her, he felt a small, anxious hand clutching at his shirt. Turning to look, he noticed Aunt Zhong Luya's body trembling slightly. With a sigh, Gu Lingxiao wrapped his arms around her again, allowing her to lean fully against him, his hand gently patting her back in a soothing manner. After a moment, as Aunt Zhong regained her composure, she propped herself up, took a handkerchief from her bag to dab at her eyes, and said, Am I so useless that I cannot endure such scenes? Without waiting for Gu Lingxiao's response, she continued, I've always been rather naive. It may sound ridiculous, but perhaps I have been too well protected, never encountering real danger. Since the bodyguard assigned by the Liu family died before my eyes, I have been unwell, feeling an overwhelming lack of security. After marrying into the Zhong family, facing Zhong Jinggua's indifference only magnified this feeling exponentially. Am I cowardly? I have always held myself together for the sake of the family's reputation, maintaining the facade of a refined lady, yet in reality, I feel profoundly insecure. As she spoke, Gu Lingxiao noticed tears slipping down her cheek, hidden beneath her long hair. Instead of immediately addressing her self-reproach, Gu Lingxiao tenderly wiped away the traces of her tears with his fingertip. Look at that oleander outside the window. He suddenly pointed to the pink flowering tree passing by. The more poisonous the flower, the more vibrant its bloom. Sensing the woman in his embrace stiffen slightly, he softened his tone. You are not cowardly. You have witnessed true darkness and still choose to remain gentle. That is far more precious than mere bravery. As the train's announcement echoed, signaling their arrival at Liqing, Aunt Zhong's grip on his clothing loosened. However, Gu Lingxiao took the initiative to clasp her icy hand, feeling the wedding ring she had worn for years on her ring finger. Be careful of the steps, he gently supported her waist, drawing her closer. Ah! Aunt Zhong Luya gasped as she was pulled into his embrace. Gu Lingxiao held her hand as they navigated through the crowd, John Wick using his body to shield them from the oncoming passengers, the outline of a gun faintly visible beneath his black suit. He hurried toward the line of taxis outside the station, withdrawing a bill from his wallet. To the Junhua Hotel. Yes, sir, the driver replied, opening the car door. Gu Lingxiao took Aunt Zhong's hand, helping her into the vehicle, while John occupied the front seat, and the remaining bodyguards entered another taxi, trailing behind. Inside the lobby of the Junhua Hotel, the receptionist greeted them with respectful bows. Approaching the front desk, Gu Lingxiao inquired, How many rooms are on the first floor of your hotel? Sir, we have 6 rooms on the first floor. Then I'll book the entire floor for 3 days. Recognizing Gu Lingxiao as a valuable client, the receptionist quickly processed the transaction, handing back the room keys along with the card, saying, Your rooms are on the 6th floor. After receiving the keys, he led Aunt Zhong toward the elevator. Throughout their journey to their room, Aunt Zhong maintained an expression of passive acquiescence, silent and compliant. Aunt, you should take a shower first. We'll go out to explore shortly. All right, she replied. Gu Lingxiao closed the door behind him, returning to his room, where the warm water washed away the fatigue of travel. He quickly completed his shower, wrapping a towel around his waist as he approached the wardrobe. noting that only 12 minutes had passed. Checking his phone, he sent a message to Zhong Xiaowai. What are you doing? Just as the screen dimmed, it lit up again, displaying a call from Xiaowai. Her bright voice rang through the receiver. Darling, have you arrived in Liqing? Just got to the hotel. Gu Lingxiao wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear, deftly buttoning his shirt with one hand, sunlight filtering through the curtain slits and casting slender beams on his collarbone. On the other end, the sound of a book closing could be heard as Zhong Xiaowai seemed to have moved to a quieter place. How is my mother? She is most uncomfortable in crowded places when I'm around. Gu Lingxiao finished fastening the last button, faintly hearing the sound of a hairdryer from the adjacent room. Knowing that John and the others were on guard outside. You must protect my mother at all costs. Zhong Xiaowai's voice suddenly dropped, recalling the incident that had transpired. Gu Lingxiao glanced at the wall connecting their two rooms. I will, he assured her, as the school bell rang on the other end. Zhong Xiaowai hurriedly relayed a few more instructions before concluding, we're about to head out, so I'll hang up now. After putting away his phone, he stood before Aunt Zhong's door, gently knocking. Aunt, are you ready? When the door opened, a fragrant, humid scent wafted out, and he found Aunt Zhong dressed in the pearl gray ensemble she had arrived in, droplets of water still clinging to her hair, the collar darkened from moisture. She was unconsciously twirling a damp strand of hair around her finger. I didn't bring any change of clothes. Without hesitation, Gu Lingxiao grasped her hand and led her back, his fingers weaving through the damp strands amidst the hum of the hairdryer. The scent of sandalwood shampoo mingling with her body heat, creating a delicate ambience. Let us go shopping at the mall. As he turned off the hairdryer, he noticed the cuffs of Aunt Zhong's outfit had become wrinkled. We'll buy a couple of summer outfits, he added as they exited the hotel, with John Wick and the others promptly following at a respectful distance. In the June sunshine of Liqing, Gu Lingxiao unfurled a black umbrella to shield Aunt Zhong from the sun, his other hand securely holding hers. Let us head to the women's clothing section on the third floor, he instructed the sales assistant, lightly caressing her wrist with his fingertips. Select some lightweight summer attire. In the first boutique, Aunt Zhong's gaze lingered on a champagne-colored silk dress for 3 seconds. Gu Lingxiao signaled to the sales assistant, get her size. As Mother Zhong emerged from the fitting room, the hem of her dress gracefully swayed with her movements, the silk fabric accentuating her well-maintained figure perfectly. This dress suits you splendidly, the young sales assistant exclaimed, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Gu Lingxiao, suggesting, Sir, would you like to try on our new couple's collection? Mother Zhong's ears flushed slightly, yet she refrained from retorting when her eyes met Gu Lingxiao's reflection in the mirror. As she turned, the skirt brushed against his trousers, leaving a faint trace of her perfume. After trying on 5 outfits, Mother Zhong abruptly halted as they passed the men's section. Lingxiao. She tugged gently at his sleeve for the first time. Let me buy you some clothes. Her fingertips inadvertently grazed the inner side of his wrist, leaving a fleeting sensation. At the Armani counter, she personally selected a deep blue patterned shirt for him. When Gu Lingxiao stepped out of the fitting room, she instinctively moved a half-step closer, smoothing out imaginary creases along his shoulder line. It suits you well, she whispered, her voice nearly inaudible, her fingers lingering at his collar, reluctant to withdraw. At the checkout, Gu Lingxiao handed the clothes to a waiting attendant. Suddenly, he felt a gentle pressure on his right arm. Mother Zhong had entwined her arm with his, the cashmere sweater's sleeve brushing against his forearm, allowing him to feel the warmth of her skin beneath the fabric. Li Xiaoyun, shall we take a look at some shoes? Gu Lingxiao inquired, noticing the fleeting smile at the corner of Mother Zhong's lips. For the first time today, she pointed towards a window display. Those beige ones look quite nice. When she donned the newly purchased nude strappy heels, her height perfectly matched Gu Lingxiao's ear level. As they strolled through the mall's glass corridor, their reflections appeared as a perfect couple, while 2 female staff members whispered behind them. The way that gentleman looks at his wife is so tender. Upon reaching the mall atrium, Mother Zhong suddenly paused, releasing her grasp on Gu Lingxiao's arm, only to have him immediately clasp her hand. Tired? He asked, gently tracing her hand with his thumb. There's a dessert shop up ahead. Mother Zhong shook her head, unexpectedly reaching to adjust his tie. This movement brought her almost into his embrace, her hair brushing against his chin. Your tie is crooked, she softly explained, yet did not immediately pull away. Gu Lingxiao caught a whiff of her shampoo mingling with a subtle hint of her body fragrance, feeling shy under his amused gaze. Mother Zhong averted her eyes. How long until you meet that person you mentioned? Gu Lingxiao teased, noticing her evasive demeanor. Perhaps during dinner, he replied, and we can discuss matters over a meal. She responded softly, quietly following him as they continued to explore the mall. This sensation was truly delightful, even evoking a sense of novelty akin to being in love. Stealing a glance at her nominal son-in-law, Luya felt her face flush with embarrassment, exclaiming, "How shameless." Passing a watch shop, Mother Zhong turned to Gu Lingxiao, suggesting, "Let us take a look," and promptly pulled him inside. As they approached the entrance, the uniformed sales manager bowed deeply. "Welcome to the Patek Philippe boutique." The spotlight illuminated each timepiece in the glass display case, making them gleam. Gu Lingxiao's gaze lingered on a rose gold nautilus for a moment, the dial reflecting a subtle dark blue hue under the lights. "Sir, madam, this way please," the young saleswoman said, her eyes sparkling. However, Mother Zhong had already walked directly to the corner display case, lightly tapping the glass. "Please take out this pair from the Stardust collection." Her nails shimmered with a pearlescent sheen under the counter lights. "This watch costs over 300,000. If it sells, I could earn a significant commission," the saleswoman thought excitedly. Trembling with anticipation, she exclaimed, "You truly have an eye for quality. This is our limited couples edition, globally exclusive." As she retrieved the men's watch, Mother Zhong naturally took Gu Lingxiao's wrist in her hand. The sensation of the strap gliding over his skin caused him to raise an eyebrow. With her head bowed, her eyelashes cast delicate shadows on her cheeks. She adjusted the watch's clasp. The coolness of her fingers warmed upon touching Gu Lingxiao's wrist. Couples edition, echoed in her mind, as she resolutely chose not to acknowledge her burgeoning feelings. "Do you like it?" she asked, lifting her face, her breath brushing against Gu Lingxiao's chin. The deep blue dial reflected his pupils, and as the second hand traversed the starry pattern, it sparkled with a hint of the galaxy. Gu Lingxiao nodded. "It's quite unique." He genuinely appreciated the watch, but more importantly, it was the person who gifted it that made it special. Mother Zhong swiftly turned to the saleswoman. "Let us try the ladies' version as well." She casually slipped on the diamond-studded women's watch, its celestial design perfectly echoing the men's piece. The diamonds sparkled against her fair wrist, resembling an unspoken confession. "Wrap it up," Mother Zhong instructed, withdrawing a black card from her pearl handbag. The saleswoman's hands trembled even more upon catching sight of the embossed golden character Lu on the card. This card belonged to her true family, the Lu family. But she had never used it before, believing no one was worthy of it, except for Xiao Ai. As they exited the store, Gu Lingxiao held the deep blue watch box in his left hand, while Mother Zhong suddenly linked her arm with his right. Their starry timepieces shimmered under the mall's lights. With her earlobes flushed as crimson as blood, yet she tightened her grip on his arm. She was uncertain whether Gu Lingxiao was aware of her inner thoughts. But even if he did, she would not confess. The watch was merely coincidentally a couple's watch, and they simply both liked it. "Now," her voice was lighter than her usual self, "is it time to meet your acquaintance?" The sound of her heels clicking against the marble floor masked the quickening of her heartbeat. "It's about time. Let us go take a look," Gu Lingxiao remarked. Glancing at Mother Zhong, "I didn't expect you to be so wealthy, spending hundreds of thousands without a second thought." Mother Zhong laughed, her spirits lifted. "This is a gift from my father. While the Lu family may not be the richest, we certainly possess trillions in assets." A hint of pride tinged her voice as she spoke. Although the Zhong family provided assistance, the Lu family was strong in its own right, merely receiving an embellishment. The reason for their marriage alliance was that without the support of a substantial family, their large enterprise could easily be consumed by others. "I never realized I had unwittingly partaken in such a substantial fortune," she teased, pinching Gu Lingxiao's waist, evoking a hearty laugh from him. "So, you're living off Xiao Ai, and now you want to feast on Mother Zhong's generosity as well? You're quite the opportunist." Mother Zhong was surprised at her own boldness, constantly reminding herself, "He is my son-in-law, he is my son-in-law." After arranging for an attendant to return their purchases to the hotel, a distinctive Mercedes-Benz and a Land Rover came to a halt before them. "Hey, Lingxiao, is this your car?" Mother Zhong asked, astonished as she looked at Gu Lingxiao. "I had someone bring it over. Taking taxis is quite inconvenient," he replied. "You're quite thoughtful." Had it not been for Gu Lingxiao, she would have never considered taking a taxi. "Please, my dear Mrs. Zhong," Gu Lingxiao said, opening the car door with a smile in his eyes, his newfound courage akin to Zhao Zilong in the flesh, brimming with confidence. After rolling her eyes at him, she placed her hand on his arm and stepped inside. "To the train station," she instructed. "Yes, boss," the driver, named Tae-san, replied, while John sat in the passenger seat, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Ever since learning about his boss's mother-in-law's unique status, he had to remain alert wherever they went. In the back seat, Gu Lingxiao played with Mother Zhong's fair hand, occasionally squeezing her knuckles or caressing her palm. As she tilted her head to gaze out the window, her breath became slightly erratic. We've arrived. Boss John was the first to exit the vehicle and survey the surroundings. The elite guards surrounding the Land Rover stood in perfect order until John confirmed there was no threat, at which point he opened the rear door. After disembarking, Gu Lingxiao reached for Zhongmu's hand, carefully assisting her as if she were a precious gem. Let us proceed to meet the doctor. Zhongmu, still unaccustomed to holding hands, released her grip on Gu Lingxiao, concluding in her heart that while holding hands was pleasant, intertwining arms felt more comfortable. The imposing presence of Gu Lingxiao and his entourage certainly attracted attention, drawing the gaze of both plainclothes officers and petty thieves alike, all fixated on them. Chapter 40. The Jealous Zhongmu Penggu. What do you think these people are? I have no idea, but they are undoubtedly either wealthy or of noble status. Penggu, that is quite obvious. Li Tang commented, munching on his bread, silently observing his nominal mentor, Gu Pengfei. Should we keep an eye on them? After surveying the area, Gu Pengfei understood Li Tang's concern. At least 10 individuals were fixated on Gu Lingxiao's party. As an experienced anti-theft officer, he had honed his observational skills to an extraordinary level and, suppressing his astonishment, replied coolly, no need. If those thieves dare approach, they will surely regret it. Casting a deep glance at the weapons strapped to Gu Lingxiao's bodyguards, he was taken aback. Those were definitely firearms. A group of thieves attempting to rob armed bodyguards was tantamount to courting death. Li Tang, observing his mentor's nonchalance, quelled his own thoughts and remained still. Meanwhile, Gu Lingxiao and his companions had arrived outside the medical office at the station. As soon as they arrived, Zhongmu pinched Gu Lingxiao's arm. Confused, Gu Lingxiao glanced at her, but Zhongmu remained silent, merely huffing softly. She could not discern whether the woman inside truly possessed exceptional skills or if Gu Lingxiao was enamored with someone else. Just through the glass door, the poised presence of Li Xiaoyun and her striking beauty were palpable. Gu Lingxiao was oblivious to Zhongmu's feelings. Had he known she was feeling jealous, he would have been quite pleased. Come in. Upon hearing a slightly hoarse yet intellectually refined voice from within, Zhongmu was certain that this woman posed a significant threat. Yet her own identity dimmed her confidence. Li Xiaoyun looked up at the handsome couple entering, only to feel a tightening in her chest as she noticed the entourage of bodyguards behind them. She feared that the arrival of these evidently high-status individuals might signal trouble related to her recently acquired cornea. One must commend Li Xiaoyun's remarkable composure. Her face showed no signs of distress. Even if the owner of the missing cornea had come to confront her, she would not betray any weakness. May I ask what brings you here? Gu Lingxiao recognized that this was indeed the woman's natural voice, not unpleasant but rather distinctive. We are here to seek your assistance. Or rather, I wish to offer you a position. Offer me a position? Li Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to respond. Realizing he had been too vague, Gu Lingxiao clarified, I have a village at the border, and I need your help managing its affairs, including development, construction, and maintenance. If you prefer being a doctor, I can establish a clinic for you, where you can practice medicine. Your brother will also reside there, and I will cover the expenses for someone to care for him, whom you can choose. At this, Li Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat, followed by an urgent inquiry. What have you done to my brother? Panic overtook her. She could endure anything for herself, but no harm could come to her brother. They say an elder brother is like a father, and an elder sister like a mother. Li Xiaoyun embodied this to the fullest. Having left home at a young age to find her brother, she had endured countless hardships, but upon finally locating him, she was thrust into another hellish ordeal. Would Li Xiaoyun truly become the strategist for the Buddha-esque gang? She was unwilling, but found herself coerced by the threat against her brother. Gu Pengfei had once remarked on Li Xiaoyun's capabilities. Had she pursued a medical career, she could have thrived, yet she chose to remain in the station's medical office. Seated beside Zhongmu in a chair brought from the third section, Gu Lingxiao lit a cigarette and took a deep inhale before speaking. I am not associated with the so-called Buddhist thieves. You need not worry about my intentions toward your brother. However, should you refuse, I will have no choice but to take your brother with me, which is not my preferred method of coercion. Li Xiaoyun, now agitated, retorted, since you are aware of the Buddha, you should understand that I cannot leave. She could not leave, nor did she trust that Gu Lingxiao could take her away. Disposing of the ashes into the water cup Zhongmu had handed him, he gestured subtly, prompting John and the others to draw their firearms. And now, you must understand that my village is at the border. Not just anyone will suffice. Especially not the leader of a petty thief gang. Guns. Li Xiaoyun had never considered that they would be armed, and not just with one firearm. Nor were they law enforcement. Her mind was in turmoil. She was reluctant to take risks, particularly if it might provoke the Buddha and endanger her brother. Yet, a glimmer of belief in him began to surface. Perhaps she could go with him. Li Xiaoyun was profoundly conflicted. Observing her hesitation, Zhongmu interjected, Lingxiao's influence is formidable. Even at the border, few would dare to cross him. In the face of armed elite soldiers, nothing else matters. To go willingly versus being forced is a distinctly different matter. With that, they all awaited Li Xiaoyun's response. She felt a bitter pang. Her entire life had been controlled by others, but as this lady had said, the distinction between voluntary and coerced was critical. May I inquire what it is about me that intrigues you? Recognizing her concession, Gu Lingxiao replied, "It is your intellect and insights that have caught my attention, particularly your intelligence and learning ability. My village requires development, or you may see it as my ambition to transform it into a central hub in Handong province. Despite its border location, you need not worry about safety. I have more than just a handful of elite soldiers at my disposal. You can live comfortably with your brother in the village, and I will not impose on you. Should you wish to travel or conduct errands, simply take a bodyguard with you." Upon hearing this, even Zhongmu cast her gaze in his direction. The notion of developing a central city in Handong province was no trifling matter. However, considering Gu Lingxiao's ambition seemed to stretch beyond the ordinary, it was not entirely implausible. "I accept your offer." Li Xiaoyun realized this was undoubtedly her last opportunity and must be seized. As for being deceived, she did not consider herself so valuable as to warrant such trickery. "Then let us proceed. First, you should resign from your position and collect your brother from the hospital. There is currently no hospital in the village, so you will need to select the medical personnel and necessary supplies yourself." "I understand, but how should I address you?" Li Xiaoyun had already adopted a respectful tone. "My name is Gu Lingxiao. You may call me Lingxiao or boss. This is Luya, whom you may refer to as Madam or Lujia." Gu Lingxiao refrained from disclosing her identity as his mother-in-law, as his thoughts had become rather impure. "Understood, boss. I am Li Xiaoyun. I look forward to your guidance. I will go resign now. Please bear with me for a moment." Li Xiaoyun, a woman of decisive action, wasted no time. She promptly removed her lab coat and headed to find the station director to resign, leaving the matter of finding a replacement behind her. Chapter 41. The Joining of Li Xiaoyun. "Please step outside," said Mother Zhong, casting an envious glance at Gu Lingxiao. "What is it that you truly value in her? Her talent, or her as a person?" "Both," Gu Lingxiao unabashedly confessed. He would certainly not let such a stunning beauty as Li Xiaoyun slip away. Yet he was in no hurry. They were in his territory, after all. Time was on his side. "Regardless of your intentions, you must not let Xiao Ai down," Mother Zhong insisted. Gu Lingxiao longed to ask about her own intentions but held his tongue, aware that his relationship with Mother Zhong was merely ambiguous, not even reaching the level of flirtation. "I will not disappoint any of my women, treating them all equally," he declared. A bold assertion that might render him the first to articulate such a notion with such conviction. A glance was exchanged, prompting Mother Zhong to dismiss him entirely. "Penggu. It's that group from the station ahead." Guo Pengfei and Li Tang, having just reached the second floor, spotted a cluster of bodyguards standing at the entrance. At that moment, Li Xiaoyun returned after resigning, resolutely refusing the station master's pleas until he ultimately conceded. "Doctor, what is happening here?" Guo Pengfei inquired as he noticed Li Xiaoyun approaching. "I am no longer a doctor here. I have resigned," she announced. "Ah." Both men were taken aback, but Guo Pengfei quickly deduced that, given her capabilities, the station's medical facilities were indeed too limited to accommodate her talents. "Could you prescribe me medication once more? I'll go to the hospital next time," he requested. "Certainly, you need not visit the hospital next time. The station will arrange for a new doctor shortly, by tomorrow at the latest." "Thank you," Li Xiaoyun said as she stepped into the infirmary, while Guo Pengfei and his companions were intercepted by John and his team. The doctor had already been confirmed as their future colleague, even to the extent of being referred to as Madam, though Guo Pengfei and the others were unfamiliar with her. "Let them in. I'll write him a prescription," Li Xiaoyun interjected, breaking the awkward silence. "All right." Yet John and his team also entered, prioritizing the boss's safety above all else. Upon entering, Guo Pengfei and Li Tang spotted Gu Lingxiao and Mother Zhong seated on chairs. The gentleman exuded an extraordinary charm, while the lady possessed an elegant and dignified demeanor. Noticing their gazes, Guo Pengfei was the first to react, slightly bowing in acknowledgement. "I apologize for the intrusion." Gu Lingxiao regarded Guo Pengfei with a meaningful glance. He held no disdain for the officer. "Boss, he is here for a prescription because I have resigned, so I'll write him one last script," Li Xiaoyun explained, remaining still, awaiting the officer's consent. She was still unaware of her boss's true nature, thus opting for caution. "Go ahead, it's fine," Gu Lingxiao replied, directing his attention back to Guo Pengfei. Feeling a mix of anxiety and pressure, Guo Pengfei mustered the courage to ask, "Is there something you need, sir? I hold you in high regard." Allow me to share some information you might find pertinent. Li Xiaoyan, diligently preparing the medication, listened intently, aware of his status as a police officer. Do you recall the doctor who lost the cornea? Yes. Do you know who his fiancée is? Observing the profound implication in Gu Lingxiao's eyes, Guo Pingfei sensed that the man would not utter trivialities. His mind raced with an unlikely hypothesis, yet it was this very notion that weighed heavily on his heart. Please enlighten me. The fiancé in question is your fiancé, Feng Hui. I admire you and wish for you to redirect your focus from this woman. The surrounding individuals gasped in disbelief. What was this situation? Your fiancé is engaged to another? It was indeed perplexing. Gu Lingxiao, do you imply that his fiancé has already transferred her affections to another? As regrettable as it was, the truth remained, and Gu Lingxiao continued. It would be wise to abandon her. She is not worth your time. Regarding the cornea that was lost, it was stolen by the owner of the watch shop downstairs. Li Xiaoyan is the strategist behind that gang, but she will soon be mine. How you apprehend that Buddha is your own affair. Before Guo Pingfei could fully comprehend the shock, another revelation struck him, leaving him feeling quite unhinged. Upon hearing that Li Xiaoyan was the mastermind behind the cornea theft, the impulsive Li Tang rose abruptly, his hand reaching for his handcuffs, only to freeze mid-motion. Several guns were now aimed at his head. Cold sweat dripped from Li Tang as he kicked Guo Pingfei, who appeared lost in thought. Peng Ge, help. Don't remain in your own world. Your disciple is in peril. Who could comprehend the sensation of having guns aimed at one's head? Staring at the dark barrels, he fought to suppress his trembling frame. Guo Pingfei turned to see John poised with a gun, commanding, don't move. Li Xiaoyan is already mine. You possess no evidence, so do not harbor any unwarranted thoughts, understand? Understood, sir. Rest assured, Guo Pingfei replied, his voice quaking. Lower your weapons and present your permits. Do not provoke me. Yes, boss, they complied. Seeing the weapons lowered, the impetuous Li Tang attempted to voice his thoughts, but was silenced by a steely glare from Guo Pingfei. Are you a fool? They have guns and permits. Drawing in a greedy breath, Guo Pingfei accepted their permits, confirming their validity before returning them. Your prescription is ready, Li Xiaoyan announced, breaking the tense atmosphere as she handed the medication to Guo Pingfei. After paying for the medication, Guo Pingfei seized Li Tang and departed. This is hilarious. Had we lingered any longer, I shudder to think what this hothead might do. Ignoring Li Tang's dissatisfaction, Guo Pingfei reminisced about Gu Lingxiao's earlier words. Has Feng Hui truly turned her affections to another? And what of that watch shop owner? However, none of this concerned Gu Lingxiao anymore. As the group was preparing to head to the hospital to fetch Li Xiaoyan's brother, gazing at Li Xiaoyan without her white coat, Gu Lingxiao found himself appreciating her more casual attire. Let us go and retrieve your brother. Mother Zhong sat in the left rear seat, Gu Lingxiao in the middle, leaving the right side vacant for Li Xiaoyan. After a deep breath, Li Xiaoyan climbed into the vehicle. The three of them were not cramped, but certainly not spacious either. She had mentally prepared for the worst. She was well aware of her beauty and accepted that she might have to make sacrifices for her brother. Which hospital is your brother in? The city hospital. As the convoy began to move, Gu Lingxiao contemplated whether to acquire another vehicle. Just as he was about to dial a number, a call came in. Hello? Boss, WeVE made an enormous profit. WeVE earned quite a sum this time. Qin Zhang's exuberant voice echoed throughout the car, drawing the attention of the two women beside him. This was the individual Gu Lingxiao had previously dispatched to Xiangjiang for a lucrative venture. An enormous profit? It seems the situation there has concluded. But I wonder how much we actually earned. What is the profit margin? Gu Lingxiao inquired nonchalantly, estimating it to be at least 10 billion. Though only Qin Zhang knew the specifics. Chapter 42. The delectable Mother Zhong in Qin Zhang's personal office. Smoke filled the air, and the ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts. Bloodshot eyes and unkempt hair reflected the immense pressure he had endured over the past few days, fixating on the fluctuating stocks and the situation regarding the Red Tunnel. However, now he felt as if he were about to ascend, enveloped in a sense of liberation. Qin Zhang intently scrutinized the figures on the screen. A mix of gravity and elation in his demeanor. Boss, the total profit amounts to 232 billion. A staggering increase of 46 times on a 5 billion investment. Without hearing further words, Qin Zhang could sense the heavy breathing from the other end of the line. As the pain radiated through her thigh, Zhong Mu let out an involuntary soft protest. Apologizing, she rubbed the spot where Gu Lingxiao had pinched her and continued, I will allocate 1 billion. The remaining 5 billion you shall invest in the stock market. He glanced at Li Xiaoyan, who was momentarily stunned with her mouth agape, and added, the rest of the funds will be entrusted to Li Xiaoyan. I will leave the village's future development and construction in her capable hands. We shall return today or tomorrow. No, no, no. That's far too much, Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, shaking her hands. She had assumed Gu Lingxiao was referring to several million, perhaps a bit over a billion, considering it was merely a village. Now, being told she was to manage these billions, real renminbi, not cherry blossom currency or mere paper, was overwhelming. I say you can do it. Do not underestimate yourself. He then looked at the phone and stated, let everything await my return. Boss, there is one more matter. The sentry at the village entrance has been withdrawn. Oh, it seems Captain Gao is quite efficient, came the reply. All right, I understand. Ignoring the dazed Li Xiaoyan, Gu Lingxiao continued to knead Zhong Mu's thigh with his left hand, occasionally giving it a gentle squeeze. System, I wish to make a purchase. Are there any air defense missiles? Something with a good cost-performance ratio? Beep. Understood. Affordable and effective. Let us speak plainly. Dragon Country Red Flag 2 Improved Model, HQ-2B. Equipped with radar and command systems, missiles, 500 rounds. Price, 50 million per set. 50 million per set is reasonable. If memory serves, this model lacks radar and a command system. Purchase 2 sets for now, don't deploy them yet. Summon 5 elite assassins, 500 advanced assassins, and 1,000 intermediate assassins. What is the cost for a complete set of special equipment? Beep. The complete set of special gear includes clothing, helmets, goggles, M4A1 rifles, pistols, grenades, smoke bombs, flashbangs, etc. All weapons are of the latest and finest materials. Price, 500,000 per set. That's reasonable. At 500,000 a set, it's not too expensive. Order 2,000 sets. 1 for each person, the rest can gather dust. Beep. Total expenditure, 1 billion, 5 billion, 50 billion, 10 billion, 10 billion. Totaling 76 billion. Deploy all assassins to the Myanmar region outside the village for recuperation. Do not retrieve the equipment yet. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring top director assassin. Congratulations, host, for acquiring top singer assassin. Congratulations, host, for acquiring White Phantom Special Forces. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Feng Yuxiu. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Urifoji. System, what on earth are you doing? Anime characters have appeared? Beep. Host, haven't you paid attention to the neighboring little days? There's also a famous steamed egg there. Damn, I really haven't been paying attention. Forget it. We'll leave it at that for now. After all, that place is still quite distant. I'll deal with it later. 1 director and 1 singer. I can easily start a company with them. Boss, we have arrived. Snapped back to reality, Gu Lingxiao turned to look out the window, realizing they had reached their destination. Boss, Li Xiaoyan called out shyly, and Gu Lingxiao, momentarily taken aback, finally released his grip upon sensing a gentle tug from his right hand. Let us go? Zhongmu Luya let out a soft huff, choosing to ignore the situation. After all, he was indulging in both the meal before him and the view from the pot. Gu Lingxiao felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his nose while inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from Zhongmu. I don't want to go in. The scent of disinfectant wafting from the hospital repulsed Zhongmu, prompting her to voice her decision. Li Xiaoyan, I'll have the bodyguard accompany you inside. You deal with it. We'll wait for you outside. Casting a glance around, Zhongmu still held a more significant place in his heart. Her discomfort had lessened considerably. She admitted that seeing Gu Lingxiao with someone else made her uneasy, yet she felt compelled to act on it. All right, Lingxiao, we will be out soon. Li Xiaoyan had come to terms with the situation, knowing Gu Lingxiao possessed both wealth and charm, and that his flirtations were inconsequential. With a newfound clarity, Li Xiaoyan addressed him differently and entered with 2 elite assassins. Once they departed, Gu Lingxiao wrapped his arm around Zhongmu's waist, teasingly asking, "Are you feeling jealous?" Feeling his hand roaming along her waist, Zhongmu's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Jealous? What do I have to feel jealous about? What is my status compared to yours?" Though her words were tinged with playful irritation, the mention of status carried a sense of melancholy. What was her status, after all? In the past few days, she had engaged in quite a few indiscreet encounters with Gu Lingxiao. Was she truly prepared to continue this relationship, which lacked recognition? Noticing her despondency, Gu Lingxiao tightened his embrace, gently stroking her silky hair. "Do you wish to escape, Yijia?" The change in address brought them closer, and the gentle breeze brushed against Zhongmu's ears, turning them a delightful shade of red, adding to her charm. As she tilted her head upward, the regal demeanor she typically maintained dissolved, replaced by a womanly allure, her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gu Lingxiao, who had never acknowledged this relationship, leaned down to capture her delicate lips. John and the others turned away, respecting their privacy. As Zhongmu felt Gu Lingxiao's bold intrusion, She initially resisted, pushing him away lightly until their tongues intertwined, and she finally embraced him back, both lost in the intoxicating sensation. After several minutes, feeling an unusual warmth in her body, Zhongmu gently pushed Gu Lingxiao away, gazing at him with soft eyes. Seeing the enchanting Zhongmu before him, Gu Lingxiao leaned down for another fleeting kiss, barely grazing her lips. Ha! Unable to restrain himself, Gu Lingxiao laughed heartily. This is what it's all about. Stop laughing. I'm heading back to the car, she said, rolling her eyes at him. Even after getting into the vehicle, Zhongmu could feel her heart racing, her mind replaying the recent events. She scolded herself for being shameless, having developed feelings for Lingxiao. Chapter 43, Fuji. Yet, contemplating her situation, she realized that if she were divorced, it would be one thing. But as she had not yet separated from her family, was she cheating? As for whether Gu Lingxiao truly cared for her, she had reacted earlier, and the thought made her cheeks flush uncontrollably. As Gu Lingxiao savored the taste of a married woman, Li Xiaoyan approached with her brother. Boss, we can go now. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan caught a glimpse of his sister's boss and awkwardly greeted, Hello, boss. Good. Once we return, just focus on living comfortably in the village. There's no need to worry about anything else, Gu Lingxiao said, smiling at them. With 2 vehicles, they could not all fit. So Gu Lingxiao had arranged for a Land Rover to be purchased earlier, and they set off towards the border in grand style. Li Xiaoyan observed Zhongmu, whose face was flushed and eyes fixated outside, filled with curiosity about what had transpired in her absence. However, she knew better than to pry and remained silent. Just as they were driving, a sudden puncture occurred. Gu Lingxiao. The vehicle's tire exploded, causing the driver to swiftly regain control and slow down. Pulling over to the side of the road, Zhongmu clutched Gu Lingxiao's arm tightly during the incident, while Li Xiaoyan, though silent, also gripped him firmly. What happened? Gu Lingxiao reassured the 2 beside him before inquiring. Boss, we have a flat tire. Master Buddha, Li Xiaoyan said simultaneously with Tacai, gazing at Gu Lingxiao. Li Xiaoyan continued. Master Buddha will certainly not let me leave so easily. He must have discovered my brother's abduction. He delights in unexpected events, yet these are all orchestrated. Embracing the trembling form of Xiaoyan, he softly declared, if it truly is him, then let us eliminate him. I do not wish for my people to remain in a state of unrest while attending to their duties. As the 3 vehicles came to a halt, a group of over 20 thugs rushed out from the street. Gu Lingxiao's gaze turned icy. It seemed that the audacious Master Buddha had indeed arrived. My friend, is it not rather inappropriate to silently attempt to take away my people? Master Buddha emerged from the throng of thugs, addressing John outside the vehicle. Yet his cold eyes were fixated on the back seat, as if he could see Li Xiaoyan behind the window. Lowering the car window, Gu Lingxiao commanded, Take him with us, back. Without hesitation, John and his companions drew their firearms, freezing the once arrogant thugs and the overconfident Master Buddha in place. You, stay, the rest. Get lost, John instructed, his eyes fixed firmly on Master Buddha, dismissing the other thugs as inconsequential. Let us go, brothers, we're leaving. The group of thugs retreated in panic, ultimately fleeing in disarray. At that moment, Tacai had also finished changing the tires, while Tai Lu and Tai Chi effectively captured Master Buddha, forcing him into the back of a Land Rover. Observing Li Xiaoyan's astonished expression, Gu Lingxiao chuckled. There is nothing noteworthy about these individuals, is there? Indeed, Li Xiaoyan replied, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Gu Lingxiao. In her view, the fearsome Master Buddha had been so effortlessly subdued by him. This must be her savior. Continuing their journey toward the border, the increasingly anxious Master Buddha in the Land Rover watched the approaching route, his heart racing with fear. He incessantly pleaded, I was wrong. Spare me. I am but a minor character in this narrative. Treat me as inconsequential, will you? I beg you. Having witnessed the armed confrontation in the street, he understood the peril he was in, and now, seeing the path leading to the border, he realized that if he did not seek to survive and devise a plan, death would soon be his fate. Damn woman. Had I known you had such connections, I would not have foolishly provoked them. His cries went unheard by Tai Lu and the others, who remained indifferent to his plight. With 4 individuals in the vehicle, all armed, and himself bound, despair began to envelop him. Several hours later, the convoy finally arrived at the village. Gu Lingxiao awoke from his brief respite as they parked. Glancing at the 2 women beside him, he roused them, saying, We have arrived. Let us disembark. Is this your village, Lingxiao? Mother Zhong inquired, surveying the surroundings. Though she found it rather ordinary, she refrained from discouraging the young man. Li Xiaoyan also perceived the village as somewhat underdeveloped, though it attracted a number of tourists. This will rely on you, Xiaoyan, for future development. Come, Let me show you the true essence of this place. Taking the hands of both women, Gu Lingxiao turned to say, eliminate him. First, find a place for Xiaoyun's brother to settle. Understood, boss. Xiaoyang responded. You go rest with them. I will join you once I have concluded my tasks. Li Xiaoyun gently assured him, and he nodded in agreement, leading the two women through the village. They walked nearly 200 meters before encountering a breathtaking sight. Dozens of excavators and cranes, along with over 1,000 workers, were laboring diligently. The initial form of a villa was already taking shape, with various buildings and several distinct playgrounds stretching for miles. Mr. Gu, you have arrived. Boss Liu, the architect, rushed over, extending a hand with an ingratiating smile. Is this the current progress? Gu Lingxiao inquired. Weren't you in a rush to meet the deadline? I brought in several brother companies to assist. Boss Liu led the way, with the three following closely behind to observe. We have deployed over 100 workers here. It will definitely be completed within a month, he boasted, gesturing to the villa, which was more aptly described as a manor. Mother Zhong and Li Xiaoyun admired the expansive estate, which spanned nearly several thousand square meters, with many architectural elements and decorations that they found appealing. Did you design all of this, Lingxiao? Mother Zhong asked, her eyes sparkling with interest. Without much thought, Gu Lingxiao replied, all of these designs are by Xiao AI. Oh. Mother Zhong's enthusiasm waned. Noticing her disinterest, Gu Lingxiao, with his emotional intelligence, suggested, although it has taken shape, if you have any ideas, feel free to discuss them with Boss Liu. Sure, she exclaimed. The vast estate sparked her imagination, particularly for designing a beloved garden, although one already existed. It was far from satisfactory. Xiaoyan, if you are interested, you can take a look too. The third floor is for living quarters. You can choose a room and design it as you wish. Both women accepted the invitation, though they were not yet Gu Lingxiao's women. They had already begun to bear his mark. Boss. Qin Jiang hurriedly approached, followed by 3 men and 2 women. Among them was a tall, dark-haired beauty. Her crimson-hued eyes captivating. Adorned with a floral hairpiece and dressed in a black off-shoulder gown paired with knee-high black heels, she exuded an alluring aura. A solid 9 out of 10. Xiao AI scored an 8, while Mother Zhong earned a 9. Together, the mother and daughter duo could easily be rated a perfect 10. Chapter 44. Mother Zhong's ancestral home. Another of the top-tier assassins, Gu Xinian, donned a fitted black suit that accentuated her curves. Her sleek trousers showcased her silhouette, forming a flawless S-shape, complemented by her chic hairstyle that radiated an urban goddess vibe. An 8 out of 10. Next came the White Phantom, Feng Yuxiu, and the esteemed director, Gu Zhong. A solid 5. Upon seeing Yuer, both Mother Zhong and Li Xiaoyan felt a wave of intimidation wash over them, as the beauty and poise of their counterparts conveyed an overwhelming threat. Unfortunately, we could not recruit top talents from leading companies. Gu Zhong, find a house in the village to establish an entertainment company. Gu Xinian, you will be on staff there. Let Qin Jiang know how much you require. Understood, boss. Boss Liu, construct a 30-story corporate building across from the village. Whether you outsource it or handle it yourself is up to you. But there is one stipulation. It must not delay my projects here. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, it will not. The land and other procedures will be handled by you, Xiaoyan. Is that acceptable? Gu Lingxiao turned to Li Xiaoyan. Absolutely, Lingxiao, leave it to me. Li Xiaoyan readily agreed, not voicing any difficulties. Lingxiao, regarding the land procedures. I can have my family assist with the design drawings for the manor, Mother Zhong offered. Indeed, Auntie, if your family has connections, why not utilize them? It is not the Zhong family, but the Liu family. All right, we will discuss it later. Let me take you to see my army. Army? Li Xiaoyan queried. You mean that special forces unit, right? Something along those lines. It has already achieved a certain scale, leading them toward the border, the moment they crossed the threshold. The necklace around Mother Zhong's neck emitted a series of beeping alarms. Everyone halted in their tracks as she took out the necklace and pressed a button, silencing the alarm. This is a locator developed by my family. If we stray beyond the border, it will sound an alarm and report back home. Wait, why doesn't Xiao AI have one? That girl dislikes the sensation of being monitored at all times, so she opted out, Mother Zhong explained as she removed the necklace. Once we return, I'll dispose of it and inform my family that you will protect me, right? If any harm befalls me. It would be quite the embarrassment for you, wouldn't it? With a playful chuckle, Gu Lingxiao embraced her slender waist, assuring her of his protection. As for the restriction of crossing the border, after that kiss, Zhong Mu lost her indifference. Approaching a point nearly a kilometer from the border, dozens, if not hundreds, of tents appeared before her eyes, and thousands of armed personnel were patrolling with full gear. As Zhong Mu, Luya, and Li Xiaoyan beheld this scene, both gasped simultaneously, instinctively halting their steps. This. Li Xiaoyun's voice quivered as she gazed at the soldiers training in orderly rows, each clad in uniform black combat attire, wielding the latest assault rifles. Under the sun, the metallic weapons gleamed with a chilling light. Zhongmu instinctively tightened her grip on Gu Lingxiao's sleeve. She observed a squad of soldiers engaged in tactical drills, their movements crisp and fluid, working in sync as if they were a singular entity. The distant sound of gunfire echoed from the shooting range, with each target being struck with precision in the 10 ring. The patrol teams, composed of 5 members each, marched in perfect unison, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings. A patrol vehicle stood nearby, its camouflage paint still bearing fresh traces of mud. This is merely the advance unit, Gu Lingxiao remarked casually, his fingers gently caressing Zhongmu's waist. Currently, there are 1,400 personnel, with 100 stationed in the village, and more will follow. Li Xiaoyun noted that the soldiers halted their actions upon seeing Gu Lingxiao, saluting with a fist to their left chest, their eyes reflecting fervent loyalty. Even more shocking was the icy demeanor of these soldiers, which softened only when they looked at Gu Lingxiao. The entire facility spanned 500 acres. Gu Lingxiao pointed towards a construction site in the distance, indicating the dormitory building on one side and the training ground on the other, with plans for a command center and an armory behind it. This is equivalent to 47 standard football fields, he added. Zhongmu suddenly noticed that the ground beneath her feet was remarkably compact and level, clearly treated with professional care. In the distance, several large machinery operated. Yet the noise was surprisingly minimal, evidently employing specialized technology. Are all these your people? Zhongmu inquired softly, her voice laced with disbelief. Gu Lingxiao smiled, but did not respond directly. He snapped his fingers, and a squad of soldiers immediately ran over, forming an orderly line 5 meters away. The leading captain stepped forward, reporting, "Boss, the 3rd patrol team is executing their watch duty. Please advise." "Continue," Gu Lingxiao waved dismissively, and the soldiers saluted and departed. The entire process taking no more than 10 seconds, showcasing astonishing discipline. Li Xiaoyun suddenly realized something and whispered, "These soldiers can't all be special forces. At the very least, they are reconnaissance troops," Gu Lingxiao admitted nonchalantly. Zhongmu felt her legs weaken. She finally comprehended why Gu Lingxiao dared to establish a base at the border. This was a military force entirely loyal to him, equipped and trained to rival regular special forces. In the distance, a squad was engaged in close-quarters combat training. The sounds of fists and feet colliding resonating clearly. On another side, snipers were practicing at the shooting range a kilometer away, each shot accompanied by the sound of targets shattering. "Do you like it?" Gu Lingxiao whispered in Zhongmu's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. This is just the beginning. As Zhongmu surveyed her surroundings, she suddenly realized she was standing at the heart of a formidable power. And the man embracing her waist was far more terrifying and captivating than she had imagined. "Your safety will rival that of the president. Not even missiles can compare." Zhongmu and Li Xiaoyun were truly taken aback. "Not even missiles?" Zhongmu stammered. "Lingxiao, do you have an anti-missile system?" "Very clever," he replied, rewarding her with a kiss. "Once I complete the construction of the facility, everything will fall into place." After the tour, the setting sun bathed the training ground in golden hues. Gu Lingxiao held Zhongmu's slender waist with one arm, while casually placing the other in his pants pocket, leading her towards the village. The sound of Zhongmu's high heels clicking against the compacted earth echoed softly as her body unconsciously leaned closer to Gu Lingxiao's embrace. Upon returning to the second-floor office of the village building, Zhongmu immediately retrieved her phone and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Her delicate fingers swiftly glided across the screen, finally stopping at her father's number. When the call connected, she took a deep breath. "Dad, it's me. Xiaoya?" came her father's authoritative yet surprised voice. "Why do you have a border area code?" Zhongmu's fingertips unconsciously curled around her hair as her gaze drifted through the glass, landing on Gu Lingxiao, who was conversing with Li Xiaoyun below. "I'm conducting an inspection for a project in the border area and need your assistance in securing some land and construction permits." "Nonsense," her father exclaimed, his voice rising sharply. "Do you not realize how dangerous it is there? Return to Beijing immediately." "Dad," Zhongmu's tone softened, taking on a hint of youthful coaxing. "I'm safe. Lingxiao's people are protecting this place very well." Her gaze trailed after the tall figure below, unconsciously biting her lip. There was a brief silence on the other end. "Is that the husband of that Xiao AI?" Her father's tone shifted to one of complexity. "What about you and him?" "Dad." Zhongmu's ears flushed instantly, and she hurriedly interrupted. "Lingxiao is facing too much trouble with the land permits here." She hesitated, lowering her voice. "Please help me. It's been ages since I last asked you for something." Her plea evidently struck a chord, as her father sighed. Send the documents to my secretary. But Xiaoya, you must report your safety to me daily. And what about the Zhong family? After hanging up, Zhong Mu exhaled in relief, only to turn and find Gu Lingxiao had silently appeared at the door, a faint smile playing at his lips. He approached, holding 2 glasses of red wine. All settled? Yes. Zhong Mu accepted a glass, her fingertip accidentally brushing against Gu Lingxiao's hand, causing her to flinch as if shocked. My dad said he would arrange it as soon as possible. Gu Lingxiao chuckled lightly, clinking his glass against hers. To our collaboration. He emphasized the word collaboration, his gaze lingering ambiguously on Zhong Mu's flushed face. A day without proper conduct, and the paperwork is left to my family. After downing a glass, Zhong Mu naturally settled into the office chair, her voice soft as she said, I'm tired. Give me a shoulder massage. Of course, let me pamper my dear aunt. Gu Lingxiao responded. Zhong Mu leaned languidly against the genuine leather office chair, the collar of her silk blouse slightly parting with her movement, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck. Gu Lingxiao stood behind her, his hands gently resting on her delicate shoulders, his fingertips quickly feeling the warmth beneath the fabric. As his thumb pressed against her tense shoulder muscles, Zhong Mu involuntarily emitted a soft hum, her eyelashes fluttering downwards, casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. Gu Lingxiao's technique was expertly soothing. From her shoulders to her collarbone, every taut muscle was kneaded with perfect precision. His fingertips occasionally brushed against her sensitive neck, causing Zhong Mu's breath to become increasingly erratic. This area is quite tense, Gu Lingxiao whispered in her ear, his warm breath caressing her reddening earlobe. His chest nearly pressed against her back, and through the thin fabric, Zhong Mu could distinctly feel the contours of his solid muscles. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the armrest, her knuckles paling. Don't get so close. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet she showed no intention of pushing him away. Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly, his hands gliding down her graceful shoulder line. When his fingertips traced along the curve of her spine, Zhong Mu suddenly jolted, her body stiffening as if struck by an electric current. Auntie, this spot is quite sensitive, he teased, his fingers playfully circling that sensitive area. Lingxiao, don't. Zhong Mu's voice took on a pleading tone, her cheeks flushed and her chest rising and falling rapidly. Despite the air conditioning in the office being quite adequate, she felt an unbearable heat enveloping her. Gu Lingxiao abruptly withdrew his hands, gently massaging her temples instead. Relax. His voice suddenly softened. You are too tense. Mother Zhong let out a long sigh, her body gradually relaxing. With her eyes closed, she allowed Gu Lingxiao's fingers to weave through her hair, gently massaging her scalp. The tranquility of the moment nearly made her want to surrender to it. However, sensing increasingly restless hands, Mother Zhong abruptly opened her eyes, springing from the chair like a startled deer. Flustered, she hurriedly adjusted her disheveled collar and hair, too shy to meet Gu Lingxiao's smiling gaze. I need to touch up my makeup, she stammered, quickly heading to the restroom. At the door, she stumbled slightly, but Gu Lingxiao was quick to steady her waist. Their bodies once again pressed closely together. Be careful, he murmured, his lips nearly brushing her earlobe. Shall we continue tonight? Mother Zhong fled into the restroom, slamming the door shut. Staring at her reflection, she could hardly believe the woman with the peach blossom complexion was herself. The cold water splashed on her face, yet it could not extinguish the growing fire within her heart. Where will I stay tonight? She asked, regaining her composure as she stepped out. Stay at my place. I have plenty of rooms, he replied, wishing to avoid the discomfort of shrinking on the sofa. He desired to rise to greater heights, but preferred to take it slow. Mother Zhong nodded slightly, her face flushing once more as thoughts crossed her mind. Hello, Moto, Gu Lingxiao said with a smile upon seeing the caller ID. Xiaoyai, what made you think to call me? As he spoke, he walked towards Mother Zhong, pulling her down beside him, his large hand restlessly caressing her waist. I miss you. Hubby, where did you go to play? Hearing her daughter's voice from the speakerphone, Mother Zhong Luya was taken aback, pressing down on Gu Lingxiao's wandering hand, barely daring to breathe. I took Aunt back to the village. Our manor is taking shape. By the time you come next, it should be finished. Really? Woo-woo. I feel so pitiful. I still have to go to school. Can I not go anymore? No. Zhong Xiao Ai, you must finish your studies. The once shy Mother Zhong spoke sternly upon hearing Xiao Ai's reluctance to attend school. Ah, Mom, you're there too? Gu Lingxiao instantly recognized Xiao Ai's embarrassed expression. I was just joking, Mom. I will study diligently. Hearing her daughter's plaintive tone, Mother Zhong softened her voice. Lingxiao has his own career. You must help him within your means. I understand, Mom. I will do my best. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Ai had never considered how she could assist Lingxiao. Mom, I'm home. Hubby, Lo, there's no one at home. I'm so lonely. You must come back early, okay? And take good care of my mom. After hastily hanging up the phone, Gu Lingxiao looked at their situation and teased, Sister, do you think I've taken good care of you? No, you're just bullying me. Mother Zhong Luya propped herself up from his embrace, playfully pouting. Ha ha, let's go home. I'll cook for you. Seizing the moment, he kissed her quickly before leading the blushing Mother Zhong Luya downstairs. Lingxiao, thank you so much, she said as they reached the bottom, where Li Xiaoyan approached. Having clearly been waiting for a while. It's nothing. As my people, I must take good care of you. Is your brother settled? Li Xiaoyan's mood shifted as she became irritated. I had arranged for nurses before leaving, but once they heard it was at the border, they all got scared. They wanted double the pay just to come. Taking Li Xiaoyan's hand, Gu Lingxiao guided her towards his true home, surprised to see her in such a different light. Chapter 46. To conquer the world. In his mind, a woman like Li Xiaoyan should be an aloof and regal figure, cold and devoid of warmth. Initially valued only for her ability, with little regard for her appearance. However, seeing her now, capable of showing anger and affection, she truly captivated him. It's all right. We are not short on money. I will take you all home. We will stay there until the manor is finished. The sunset's rays bathed the village's stone path as Gu Lingxiao held Mother Zhong Luya's left hand and Li Xiaoyan's right, strolling amidst a bustling crowd of tourists. Exclamations of awe echoed around them. Look at those soldiers, whispered a tourist with a camera. Their gear looks even cooler than in the movies. Upon hearing the discussion, Mother Zhong straightened her back proudly. She glanced at the man beside her, noticing Gu Lingxiao walking ahead, his gaze fixed forward, yet a subtle smile played on his lips. Turning a corner, the noise began to fade. At the end of the path stood a quaint wooden house, built by the river, with a terrace in the backyard extending directly over the water. Here we are. Gu Lingxiao released their hands and retrieved a key from his pocket. Upon opening the wooden door, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted in. Li Xiaoyan's eyes widened in surprise as she beheld a Steinway piano in the living room, with several paintings adorning the walls, pieces she had only seen in auction catalogs. Most striking was the floor-to-ceiling window that showcased the river view. These were all purchased by Qin Jiang. It didn't cost much. Do you like it? Gu Lingxiao whispered, wrapping his arms around her shoulders from behind. From now on, this will also be your home. Mother Zhong expertly made her way to the kitchen, retrieving a few bottles of chilled juice, making it seem as though she had been there before. As she turned, she caught sight of Gu Lingxiao planting a kiss on Li Xiaoyan's forehead, while the usually formidable woman blushed and did not shy away. Ahem, Mother Zhong cleared her throat, playfully reminding him, weren't you supposed to cook for us? Gu Lingxiao smiled and released Li Xiaoyan, rolling up his sleeves as he stepped into the kitchen. Mother Zhong followed, pretending to assist while secretly observing his skilled chopping. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyan sat in a rocking chair by the window, daydreaming at the sight of fish swimming in the river. In the kitchen, Gu Lingxiao suddenly turned, pinning Mother Zhong between the countertop and himself. Did my sister just get jealous? He teased, leaning closer, their noses almost touching. Who, me? Jealous? Mother Zhong's ears burned crimson, and she nearly dropped the carrot in her hand. Just then, a loud splash echoed from the backyard. They hurried outside to find Li Xiaoyan soaked, clutching a struggling fish. I wanted to catch a fish for dinner, she explained awkwardly, her wet shirt clinging to her body, accentuating her curves. Gu Lingxiao and Mother Zhong exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. All right, let's add a dish. In the kitchen, Gu Lingxiao wielded a knife, skillfully chopping ingredients. The sound of sizzling fish entering the pan caught the attention of both women in the living room. Mother Zhong unconsciously swallowed, her focus on the TV show waning. This smells too good. Li Xiaoyan's stomach growled, and she embarrassedly covered her abdomen, noticing that Mother Zhong had already risen and headed toward the kitchen. Inside, Gu Lingxiao was tossing the fish in the air, flames leaping up half a meter high. The golden fish pieces danced in the air, evenly coated in sauce. He caught sight of two heads peeking around the door and smiled. Just wait 5 more minutes. When the final dish of sour cabbage fish was served, Li Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The bright red broth was topped with tender fish fillets, vibrant green scallions, and fiery red chilies, making it visually irresistible. Try it. Gu Lingxiao dished out bowls of rice for both women. Mother Zhong eagerly picked up a piece of fish. As it melted in her mouth, she instinctively closed her eyes, savoring its tenderness, the perfect balance of spiciness, and an indescribable richness that made her taste buds dance. Heavens! Li Xiaoyan's chopsticks froze mid-air, her expression one of astonishment. This is better than anything I've ever eaten. Gu Lingxiao leisurely served dishes to the two women, declaring it merely a homely meal. What a deception! Exclaimed Mother Zhong. playfully pouting yet incessantly shoveling food into her mouth. With your culinary skills, your restaurant would undoubtedly have a queue every day. Li Xiaoyun, too engrossed in her meal, displayed none of her usual elegance. Her cheeks flushed from the spiciness, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she continued to eat without pause. She had always been a vegetarian, but found the first taste of meat unexpectedly delightful. After the meal, both women reclined on the sofa, contentedly touching their slightly protruding bellies. "Oh dear," Mother Zhong lamented. "How can we eat anything else after this?" Li Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, her gaze pointedly directed at Lingxiao. "Lingxiao, you must take responsibility for this." Having finished tidying up the dishes, Lingxiao approached with a platter of fruit, remarking, "Shall I be responsible for a lifetime then?" He settled between them, feeding each a strawberry. As night deepened, the warm glow from the wooden cabin cast reflections upon the river. The trio nestled on the sofa, the television sounds fading into the background. Unbeknownst to them, Mother Zhong's head had gradually found its way onto Lingxiao's shoulder, while Li Xiaoyan quietly held his hand. "You two will stay in these 2 rooms. I am right across from you. If you need anything, just call." Lingxiao arranged their accommodations as the clock approached 11 in the evening. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Xiaoyan spoke. "Lingxiao, I wish to learn more about the village to better plan for future development. Given that their life here was now settled, and with the Buddha having passed." She felt the urgency to assist Lingxiao. "Absolutely. That office building will be yours for future work. If you need anything, you can contact Special Team 17. Mother, you are welcome to join as well," he added. Mother Zhong, displeased at the thought of Lingxiao leaving without her, inquired, "Where are you going?" "To conquer the world," Lingxiao replied, glancing at the old Myanmar across the yard. The 2 women, no longer naive young girls, understood that supporting a man on his quest was all they could do. "Lingxiao, please be careful," they urged, concern evident in their eyes. Lingxiao smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, I will bring sufficient manpower." As the door swung open, they encountered their guardian, Foji, standing proudly outside. "Is this your arrangement for a bodyguard?" Mother Zhong asked. "Indeed, this is your bodyguard. Yuera possesses skills surpassing that of special forces, and she will accompany you wherever you go." Accepting Lingxiao's goodwill with a smile, Mother Zhong nodded in agreement. Chapter 47. The $10 trillion Super Soldier Serum. System, is there no item suitable for me? A combat power of only 9 seems too weak. Lingxiao expressed dissatisfaction as he watched the 2 women depart with their bodyguard. He aspired to be a boss, but not the type that was weak. Super Soldier Serum. 10,000,000,000,000. Hulk Serum. 100,000,000,000,000. Superman Serum. 1,000,000,000,000,000. At a minimum cost of 10 billion. Do you really want to consider what you are suggesting? Nevertheless, upon seeing the Superman Serum, Lingxiao felt that 1 trillion did not seem entirely unreasonable. He wished to serve his country, not to become a superhero. "Hello, Xinjiang. I have a task for you." Lingxiao promptly dialed his phone. "Boss, what is it?" "Earn me 100 billion. I have uses for it." On the other end, Xinjiang ran his fingers through his hair, glancing at the few strands in his grip, filled with sorrow. He sensed that he was not far from baldness, but still replied, "Understood, boss." After hanging up, Lingxiao refused to acknowledge himself as a ruthless capitalist. He certainly did not exploit his employees. The Super Soldier Serum. Just like Captain America, a bona fide god among men. How exciting. Accompanied by his bodyguard, he made his way toward the military encampment. Upon entering the conference room, Lingxiao surveyed the elite assassins before him. Although their numbers were limited, they were more than sufficient. John and the White Phantom must remain by his side. It was not that he looked down on Feng Yuxiu, but when it came to firearms, he simply did not measure up. Henceforth, the military shall incorporate a new training module, martial arts. You, Feng Yuxiu, will be in charge. Yes, boss. John and the White Phantom will continue to accompany me. Our manpower is now adequate. It is time to expand our influence. With that, Lingxiao gestured for Special Team 100 to lay out a map, revealing the Golden Triangle. Our current location is on the border of central Myanmar. Thailand and Laos are not too far. We shall start our expansion from here. The entire Shan state borders Laos and Thailand, making it our primary target. System. How much for an armored vehicle and a helicopter? M1A2 Abrams, the mainstay of the U.S. military, equipped with depleted uranium armor. Price, 20 million, Challenger 1. The British Army's mainstay, with Chabam armor. Price, 15 million, helicopter series, H-64 Apache, armed with Hellfire missiles, the dominator of the battlefield. Price, 50 million, Mi-24 Hind. A heavy assault helicopter capable of carrying infantry. Price, 30 million. The prices are indeed quite steep. While they are lower than the market rate, they are still substantial. Purchase 50 Challengers and 10 AH-64 Apaches. Total expenditure, 1.25 billion. System, summon them from outside. Lingxiao stood and walked out, followed closely by his bodyguards. As he pushed open the conference room door, a chilling aura of steel and oil greeted him. In the fading sunlight, 50 Challenger main battle tanks stood in perfect alignment. Their olive-green armor gleaming with a metallic sheen, the 120mm rifle barrel pointing skyward like the scythe of death. 10 AH-64 Apache attack helicopters, with their 30mm chain guns and Hellfire missiles gleaming a dark red in the twilight, added to the formidable display. John Wick instinctively touched the handgun concealed beneath his suit. The oppressive presence emitted by these steel beasts left him breathless. The White Phantom's pupils constricted. As a top assassin, he understood all too well the implications of such equipment. Boss, Team 3's voice trembled. These are. Lingxiao approached the nearest challenger, feeling the coolness of the front armor beneath his palm. The unique texture of the composite armor registered in his senses. As he drew near, the turret-mounted 7.62mm coaxial machine gun began to rotate automatically, like a loyal hound sensing its master. It must be said, a man truly has an affinity for tanks and aircraft. Even Lingxiao could not suppress his excitement at the sight of the equipment before him, leaving 30 armored vehicles and 10 Apache helicopters behind. He set forth towards Myanmar with 20 armored vehicles, accompanied by 100 special forces and 500 reconnaissance troops. As dust swirled outside the vehicles, Lingxiao recalled the chaotic situation in Myanmar. Scams, human trafficking, organ trade, drugs, and various crimes were rampant. Boss, where shall we head first? Nankan. It was the closest location to his village, and systematically taking down targets was a feasible strategy. The convoy halted a few kilometers from Nankan in the jungle. Standing atop a hill, he accepted the binoculars from John. Although Nankan was marked on the map, it resembled more of a county seat than a bustling area. The buildings were not plentiful, and he pondered whether to charge in recklessly or to proceed cautiously. Provoking the government was undoubtedly unwise and perilous. Especially if they retaliated with missiles, he could easily meet his demise. However, having the system at his disposal, he felt it would be unwise to cower. Attack! In a fervent command, he ordered the immediate deployment of anti-aircraft weapons and the summoning of the Death Warriors. He had almost forgotten about the 2 sets of HQ-2B air defense systems within his own arsenal. The system has positioned HQ-2B outside the village barracks. Understood, host. Phantom, you take 50 elite soldiers around to the rear of Nankan. John, you lead the remaining 50 with me. Got it, boss, John replied. System. Do you have signal jamming devices and communication equipment that will allow the Death Warriors to stay in contact with me? Beep. Radio system device. All Death Warriors can communicate mentally. Price, 100 million. Signal jammer. Range, 10 kilometers. Price, 100,000 by 1 radio and 20 signal jammers. Beep. Expenditure, 102 million. Can you hear me? John. Yes, boss, I can hear you. Boss Lingxiao distributed the 20 signal jammers and began to study the radio equipment. It had a strong resemblance to Tencent's messaging system. Was this not akin to QQ Chat? He realized it allowed for group chats, a rather exaggerated yet convenient feature. After adding all top-tier Death Warriors into a group chat, White Phantom was assigned one group and John the other. I have created these 2 groups for you. Use them for silent communication during operations. John, understood. Boss White Phantom, got it. Half an hour later, they commenced their operation and set up the signal jammers. Yes, Phantom, you lead the way. Of course, boss. With that, White Phantom, accompanied by 50 Death Warriors, stealthily entered the jungle towards the rear of Nankan. Boss, leave this to me and White Phantom. John, concerned for their leader's safety, hesitated before speaking up. What? Do you lack confidence in protecting my safety? Lingxiao felt somewhat like a petulant woman. Aware that despite his combat prowess being merely a 9, he was not without the ability to defend himself. Chapter 48. The first territory in northern Myanmar, Nankan. It is noteworthy that the maximum capacity for an ordinary person is 10, and he possessed a respectable 9. That's not it, boss. Observing John's troubled expression, Lingxiao smiled and reassured him. Fear not. You go ahead. I will follow closely behind. I value my life. He glanced at his watch and remarked, let us move. The time is ripe. Ultimately, John realized he could not dissuade him, but he steeled himself with utmost determination. Lingxiao was indeed cautious about his life. At least until he secured the serum, he would not act recklessly. The armored vehicle was entirely bulletproof as he watched John and the others stealthily infiltrate. Gathering intelligence? Not necessary. A direct approach would suffice. Myanmar was chaotic, particularly in the northern regions, where various factions thrived. The southern part, being close to the Golden Triangle, was even more notorious. Those in the know understood the implications. As night fell, the small town of Nankin lay enveloped in silence. The 50 death warriors led by John infiltrated from the north like phantoms, clad in all-terrain camouflage uniforms, their faces smeared with tactical paint. Meticulously avoiding patches of moonlight with each step, a patrolling armed militant turned a corner, only to be swiftly subdued by White Phantom, who covered his mouth and nose. The blade deftly slicing through the carotid artery. The body was gently laid down without disturbing a speck of dust. To the south, John's squad had seized 3 high ground positions. Through infrared scopes, 2 sentries smoking on a rooftop were simultaneously executed, the suppressed gunfire producing a muted pop. A zone cleared B zone identified as a drug production site, messages continuously refreshed in the group chat. Lingxiao sat in the armored command vehicle, observing real-time footage through the Death Warriors' helmet cameras. On the screen, White Phantom signaled a group of civilians huddled in a corner to remain silent, placing his finger to his mask and gesturing for them to crouch down. Suddenly, intense gunfire erupted from the east. A group of armed militants had noticed something amiss. But before they could sound the alarm, 10 Death Warriors had already surrounded them in a fan formation. The turret of the Challenger tank slowly pivoted, its 125mm smoothbore cannon locking onto a suspected command post. Boom! The shell struck its target with precision, causing the entire building to collapse in a blaze, while simultaneously, all 20 signal jammers activated, transforming Nankin into an information blackout zone. Lingxiao observed the thermal imaging on the tactical screen, the red dots representing enemies rapidly vanishing. The coordination among the Death Warriors was nothing short of artistic. As one broke down the door, 2 others covered crossfire, while another prepared to throw a stun grenade. When the first light of dawn broke over Nankin, the surviving civilians cautiously emerged from their homes, only to find the soldiers standing guard with unwavering discipline. Several locals who understood Mandarin were quickly taken to the command post to serve as temporary translators. Inform everyone, Lingxiao said to the translator, that from today onwards, a curfew will be enforced, but they may go about their daily lives during the day. He proceeded towards the drug production site reported by White Phantom, receiving a gas mask from John and inspecting the environment through its lens, grimacing at the sight. The mask's visor fogged up, and Lingxiao surveyed the dimly lit shack, which housed rusty iron tables strewn with yellowed filter paper and filthy glassware. In the corner lay dozens of woven bags marked with fertilizer labels. One had a tear, spilling a white powder that left chaotic footprints on the ground. Is this it? Lingxiao's voice sounded muffled through the gas mask. Noting the absence of even a decent reactor, he kicked a plastic barrel on the ground, releasing a pungent odor from the murky liquid inside. Suddenly, a bloody drug trafficker emerged from beneath the workstation, screaming incoherently in Burmese. Lingxiao stepped back, as John pressed the muzzle of his gun against the man's temple. Lingxiao rubbed his forehead, utterly perplexed by the man's words. Bring in a translator. White Phantom. Yes, boss. The translator entered, and upon hearing Lingxiao's inquiry, stepped forward to engage with the trafficker. He wants to know who you are, the translator stammered, and why you are attacking them. They claim to be under General Kunsha's orders. Lingxiao chuckled coldly, turning to step outside. Just as he crossed the threshold, a gunshot rang out behind him. Moments later, John emerged, still holding the smoking silenced pistol, followed by a pale-faced translator. All taken care of. Lingxiao removed his mask, inhaling deeply the fresh air. Burn this place down. With the pouring of gasoline, the flames quickly consumed the filthy den. Lingxiao stood before the burning shack, the fire flickering against his stern visage. Kunsha, you wretched creature, who would have thought that merely raiding a hideout would lead me to you? Kunsha was the very man who, in a past life, had slain Lingxiao and was suspected of orchestrating the murder of his parents. In the distance, the Death Warriors were distributing notices printed in 3 languages to every household. Boss, White Phantom's voice crackled over the radio. We discovered over 20 captives in an eastern warehouse, seemingly destined for trafficking. Lingxiao's expression hardened. Bring them over. He turned to the trembling translator and instructed, tell the townsfolk that starting tomorrow, food and medicine will be distributed in the square. When the emaciated victims were brought forward, one young man, caked in filth, suddenly lunged at Lingxiao's legs, crying out in a Yunnan-accented Mandarin, save me. I was kidnapped. Lingxiao knelt, gently lifting the compatriot. and in the glow of the flames, calmly declared, "You're going home." As long as they remained within the borders, situations of abduction were nearly non-existent. Yet if they did occur, it was often more accurate to say these individuals sought to earn money. Gu Lingxiao truly could not comprehend why, despite the government's extensive propaganda, there were still foolish individuals blinded by greed who chose to venture abroad. Shaking his head, he felt a genuine reluctance to engage further with such people. It would suffice to arrange for 2 individuals to escort them back the following day. "Boss, I have gathered information. The most significant force in Nankan is the group of drug traffickers we have just eliminated. They were under the command of Kunsha, making them nearly untouchable. Moreover, Nankan is relatively underdeveloped and lacks resources. You should inquire with the locals if they know of Jin Kuan." He recalled that Jin Kuan had indeed visited Nankan last time. "Understood, boss." Just then, John returned, and the white ghost approached with 2 death warriors carrying money bags. "Boss, we have seized a total of 20 million in drug money." 20 million, while it may seem substantial, is not insignificant. Let it be used for the welfare of the people. System. Summon 100 low-level death warriors and 20 A-class weapons, equipping these weapons directly to the death warriors. Understood, host. As night enveloped the town of Nankan, a soft green glow suddenly illuminated the depths of the jungle. 100 low-level death warriors, clad in camouflage uniforms, emerged as if from the earth, forming a precise formation. They held brand new A-47 rifles, their metallic sheen glistening in the moonlight. Chapter 49, Departing. 9 Valleys. The synchronized footsteps startled the birds in the trees. This newly formed unit navigated through the underbrush and converged at the town's entrance with Gu Lingxiao. The leading soldier snapped to attention and saluted, his movements impeccably precise. "You." Gu Lingxiao pointed at a special forces death warrior, "will be responsible for the defense of Nankan from now on." Simultaneously, he established a new group chat on the radio, aptly named Nankan, and subsequently added this special forces soldier along with the 100 low-level death warriors. He also created another chat group, containing only 4 individuals, Gu Lingxiao, John, the White Ghost, and the Special Forces Soldier. "At your command, boss." The Special Forces Soldier took the phone, turned, and began directing the troops to set up defenses. 20 would man the city wall sentries, 30 would form patrols, and the remaining 50 would be stationed in the town center. Gu Lingxiao observed the swiftly operational defense system, satisfied as he lit a cigarette. The glow of the flame illuminated the newly erected searchlights, which had begun scanning the area outside the town, and the machine gun positions were also completed. This remote town had transformed overnight into a rudimentary military stronghold. "Boss." John jogged back, holding a list. "I have confirmed that Jin Kuan indeed visited last month. According to their accounts, he comes every month. It seems that Kunsha's influence is indeed considerable." That evening, Gu Lingxiao rested in the office of the former government building at the town center. At dawn, the distinct sound of morning exercise slogans reached his ears. The new station death warriors engaging in their daily training. As the first light of day began to break, Gu Lingxiao summoned several village representatives from Nankan. These suntanned farmers stood nervously in the office, their rough fingers incessantly fidgeting with the hems of their clothing. "From now on, you may cultivate durian, mangosteen, and longan," Gu Lingxiao stated, flipping through an agricultural manual and pointing at the images. "These fruits can fetch high prices in China." The representative's eyes widened, and one elder tremulously inquired, "Sir, can these truly be grown? Our ancestors have only ever cultivated sugarcane." Gu Lingxiao gestured for the Special Forces death warriors to bring in several boxes. "This is the first batch of high-quality seedlings and planting manuals. The durian should be of the Musang King variety, while the mangosteen should be the Thai purple skin type." He tapped the table decisively. "I will send people to regularly purchase your harvests at 20% above market price." "Is it true?" A young representative stammered with excitement. "Sir, we have always worked for those drug traffickers and have never been remembered." Gu Lingxiao interrupted him, his gaze sharp. "From this moment on, this is my territory. The drug trade is strictly prohibited, but I will ensure you live well." He pointed to the soldiers outside the window. "If you have any issues, feel free to approach them." After expressing their profound gratitude, the representatives departed, and John entered to report, "Boss, the armored unit is ready." Gu Lingxiao stood by the window, observing the bustling Nankan town through the morning mist. Women gathered around the newly acquired seedlings discussing them, while children curiously touched the soldiers' equipment. This border town, long ravaged by drugs, was finally witnessing the dawn of a new life. "Boss, the troops have arrived," the White Ghost announced as he entered. "Very well." Gu Lingxiao stepped out to the entrance of Nankan town, where 600 elite soldiers stood like steel statues in the morning mist. Clad in all-terrain camouflage and armed with standard rifles, their tactical vests brimming with ammunition, each face was as stern as chiseled stone. Attention! With a command from the White Ghost, 600 pairs of military boots stomped in unison, producing a thunderous roar that startled the onlooking townsfolk, causing several children to hide in their mother's arms. Lingxiao walked slowly past the formation, his gaze sweeping over each soldier. From this moment onward, you will be my eyes and ears. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. 10 men per group, dispersed to every village within 100 miles. He raised his hand, signaling John to unfold the military map. Each group is responsible for monitoring 3 main routes and 2 high ground points. If you detect any movement from armed forces, report immediately via radio. Remember your mission. Lingxiao's tone turned icy. This is not about becoming saviors, but about establishing an intelligence network. He made a slicing motion across his throat. Should you encounter drug transactions or human trafficking, 600 soldiers simultaneously thumped their right fists against their chests, the metallic clang resonating like distant thunder. With a wave of Lingxiao's hand, 60 tactical teams swiftly dispersed, merging seamlessly into the jungle and mountain paths. They are no novices. They know how to disguise and blend into the villages without needing my guidance. Boss, won't this be too dispersed? The White Ghost quietly inquired. Lingxiao lit a cigarette, his gaze sharp through the smoke. We do not need to occupy every village. We only need to grasp the dynamics of every inch of land. He flicked the ash. Once the armored unit secures Myuk, these outposts will serve as our best early warning system. In the distance, the first team had already reached the Karen village on the hillside. The villagers stared in terror at the fully armed soldiers, only to find them quietly stationed outside the village, even assisting the elderly by drawing several buckets of well water. Lingxiao turned towards the command vehicle, followed closely by John and the White Ghost. The morning light pierced through the mist, casting a golden hue over Nankan. This town would become the first domino in his sweeping campaign across Myanmar. Notify the armored unit. He opened the car door. We will set off for Jugu after 1 hour. Yes, boss. Jugu was similar to Nankan, even closer to the border, almost adjacent to it. 702nd Regiment Headquarters report. The hurried footsteps of the messenger shattered the tranquility of the regiment's corridor. Wang Qingrui, sipping tea from an enamel mug, dropped it abruptly upon hearing the commotion, tea splattering onto his uniform without a second thought. What is happening? His thick Sichuan accent boomed from the office. Report, Commander. The messenger stood at attention, swallowing hard. The Border Defense 3rd Company reports that an armored convoy has appeared in the direction of Nankan, exceeding 20 vehicles, and is moving towards Jugu. Wang Qingrui's brows furrowed tightly as he snatched his training cap from the back of a chair, hastening towards the conference room, his belt clanging in the corridor. The conference room was already enveloped in smoke. The real-time images transmitted from the high-definition cameras caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. The dark green armored convoy rolled over the dirt road like a steel torrent, the barrels glinting coldly in the sunlight, with the black dragon emblem prominently displayed on the leading command vehicle. Damn it! Wang Qingrui slammed his palm on the operations table, causing the laser pointer to bounce. Which unit is this? The political commissar, Gao Cheng, shook his head as he scrutinized the screen. This is not the Myanmar government forces. Their armored vehicles do not have this kind of paint scheme. He pointed at the convoy's gold insignia. Look at the regularity of this numbering before he could finish. The screen suddenly shook violently. The lead vehicle suddenly veered, raising clouds of dust as the mounted machine gun adjusted its angle, the ominous barrel inadvertently sweeping across the camera's direction. Chapter 50. The Unforeseen Intrusion of Soldiers' Assault. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly thickened, the operations staff's pencil snapping in his grip. Notify the Border Defense Forces. Wang Qingrui tugged at his collar, his Sichuan accent growing more pronounced. We are all on high alert. Prepare the anti-tank missiles. Grabbing the red telephone, he connected to the division headquarters. I cannot bear this burden. Gao Qing suddenly restrained his wrist. Commander, look. On the screen, the armored convoy abruptly turned, heading west along the dirt road parallel to the border. Just 500 meters from the boundary marker. The staff exhaled in relief. But Wang Qingrui's back was already drenched in sweat as he fished out a crumpled red tower cigarette, struggling to light it. Send the order down. All posts shall maintain dual watch. He squinted through the haze. Dispatch another reconnaissance company to observe closely, and remember to stub out the cigarette firmly on the borderline. Absolutely no crossing. In the beam of the projector, dust slowly settled, and all eyes were fixated on the receding black dragon emblem, as if witnessing the prelude to a tempest. With Wang Qingrue's command, everyone rose. 7th Company, 3rd Company, prepare for combat and head to the border immediately. Yes. Meeting adjourned. Wang Qingrue left the conference room with a grave expression. The shrill whistle shattered the tranquility of the barracks. Shijin stood on the playground, the whistle still in his mouth, watching as soldiers from various squads rushed out like tigers unleashed. All present, stand at attention. Gao Cheng strode up the steps, his eyes cold as steel beneath the brim of his cap. Behind him, the commander of the 3rd Company was discussing something with the signalman, his expression equally serious. Orders from the regiment. Gao Cheng's voice boomed like thunder. 7th Company, 3rd Company, proceed to the border immediately. He scanned every youthful face, signaling everyone to return. Pack their gear and collect live ammunition. Depart in 30 minutes. The ranks swiftly dispersed, their footsteps shaking the ground. Just as Shijin was about to turn, Gao Cheng grabbed him. Shijin, have Su Sanduo's squad bring 2 extra boxes of anti-tank rockets. In the company meeting room, Instructor Hong Xinguo rubbed his hands anxiously. Lao Gao, what is going on? Gao Cheng slammed a fax from the regiment onto the table. Hong Xinguo glanced down, his spine chilling at the sight of the row of armored vehicles in the photo. This must be an armored battalion. Gao Cheng remained silent, his finger pressing heavily on the map. Lao Hong, where do you think we should be stationed? Hong Xinguo stared at the borderline for a while, then pointed to a gourd-shaped landmark. 1 village, 2 countries. Right across from us is the observation post of the 3rd Border Defense Company. We'll set up camp on the hill, covering the entire border, and we want to be far from Nankan and Jiugu. Agreed. Gao Cheng seized his steel helmet and strode out. Tell the cooking team to bring the field kitchen. 30 minutes later, at the camp gate, 20 military trucks roared to life as Su Sanduo lifted the last box of ammunition onto a vehicle, suddenly hearing someone call his name. Su Sanduo. Wu Liuyi leaned out from the driver's seat. Your squad is with the command vehicle, at the front of the convoy. Gao Cheng was confirming the radio frequency with the 3rd Company commander, glancing in the rearview mirror at the soldiers seated like nails in the cargo area, their weapons glinting in the morning light. Let us go. At the command, the Iron Dragon rolled through the camp gate. Hong Xinghua, sitting in the passenger seat, gazed at the increasingly distant barracks, noticing his palms were slick with sweat. Lao Gao, he asked softly, are we really going to fight? Gao Cheng did not answer, merely disengaging the safety on his sidearm, the click resonating like the beginning of a countdown. The military trucks bounced along the rugged mountain road, the expressions of the steel 7th Company soldiers varying. Jinghai sat at the back of the truck, repeatedly polishing his .88 sniper rifle. The metal gleamed under his touch, his fingers caressing the trigger guard, excitement flickering in his eyes. Sanduo, why are you trembling? Jinghai nudged Su Sanduo with his elbow. I'm here. I'll ensure you earn a 3rd-class merit when we return. Su Sanduo's fingers, gripping his rifle, turned white, his throat bobbing. Jinghai, what do you think those armored vehicles are afraid of? Jinghai lowered his voice. Our anti-tank rockets are no joke. He patted the ammunition pouch at his waist. Soon you'll see what marksmen can do. At the other end of the truck, several new recruits were whispering. I heard there are over 20 tanks on the other side. What can we do with this equipment? Quiet. Wu Liuyi suddenly roared, his eyes wide beneath his helmet. Shut up. Is this a spring outing? The entire truck fell silent, save for the roar of the engine and the metallic clinks of weapons. Meanwhile, the command vehicle arrived at the 3rd Border Defense Company's station. Gao Cheng jumped down, greeted by a dark-skinned officer. Captain Gao. 3rd Company Commander Gao, he saluted. The situation has been reported to the regiment. Gao Cheng returned the salute and got straight to the point. Our company will be stationed on the eastern hill, forming a crossfire with you. He pointed to the marked position on the map. Contact us on Channel 3 for any movements. Gao nodded, his expression serious. Drone reconnaissance shows that the armored unit has halted at the outskirts of Jiugu, seemingly establishing a base. He handed over the binoculars. Take a look for yourself. Gao Cheng raised the binoculars. Black smoke rose from the direction of Jiugu. Squinting, he could vaguely see dark green armored vehicles constructing fortifications. Damn it. Gao Cheng lowered the binoculars. This doesn't look like a temporary station. Upon returning to the temporary camp, the Steel 7th Company had already set up makeshift positions. Gao Cheng saw Su Sanduo digging a foxhole with several soldiers, sweat streaming down his face. Lao Hong. Gao Cheng called the instructor aside, lowering his voice, informed the soldiers to take turns resting. Tonight we may not finish our discussions. Suddenly, a distant roar of engines echoed, prompting everyone to instinctively grab their weapons. Gao Cheng raised the binoculars to look in the direction of Jiugu. His hand trembled slightly as he observed the mysterious unit executing fluid tactical maneuvers, 20 armored vehicles fanning out. Dozens of fully armed soldiers weaving like phantoms through the concrete structures of Jinghai town. All attention. Gao Cheng lowered the binoculars, his voice hushed. Check the ammunition. Load live rounds. No one is to fire without orders. Immediately head to the border station. Su Sanduo crouched behind cover, spotting a soldier clad in unfamiliar black combat gear. The golden emblem on his chest glinting in the sunlight. His index finger instinctively rested on the trigger, but he was restrained by Wu Liuyi. Do not fire. They are outside the border. Even if they were inside, we cannot shoot directly. Meanwhile, in the central square of Jiugu town, Gu Lingxiao leaped down from an armored vehicle. Removing his sunglasses, he surveyed this vibrant town, far more prosperous than Nankan. The exterior walls of the concrete buildings bore bullet marks, yet the streets were surprisingly tidy. Chapter 51. A limit. There is actually a limit. Boss. John approached swiftly, his tactical boots crunching on the shattered glass. It has been checked. This is currently just an ordinary border trade town. The white ghost suddenly pressed his ear to the radio. Boss, over there? He handed over the infrared binoculars. 10 o'clock direction. Gu Lingxiao raised the binoculars, and immediately, soldiers crouched in the border drainage trench appeared in view. Familiar faces came into Gu Lingxiao's sight. Is that Gao Cheng, Shi Jin, and Wu Liuyi? In other words, it's the Steel 7th Company from Soldiers' Assault? The young faces beneath the steel helmets were tense. A slender soldier was aiming a sniper rifle towards them, the barrel trembling slightly. Huh. Gu Lingxiao suddenly laughed. Soldiers from the 702nd Regiment? He turned and patted the armored vehicle's exterior. Move the vehicle further away. Don't scare the kids. In the distance, in the drainage ditch, Gao Cheng watched the suddenly retreating armored convoy, his brow furrowing further, as Hong Xingguo crawled over. Lao Gao, what are they doing? Gao Cheng gritted his teeth. Those bastards are playing mind games with us. Jinghai suddenly exclaimed in a hushed tone. Commander, someone is coming. A young man clad in casual attire approached the borderline alone, his arms outstretched in a gesture of harmlessness. As the sun cast varying shadows across his sharply defined features, Gu Lingxiao halted 5 meters from the boundary marker, his gaze sweeping over the tense soldiers by the irrigation ditch before settling on the epaulette of a high-ranking officer. Comrade, could I borrow a light? He dangled a cigarette from his fingers, a playful smile adorning his lips. It was no wonder Gu Lingxiao was audacious. He was unarmed and outside the country. And firing across the border would escalate into a diplomatic incident. People from Longhua? This territory belongs to both nations. What? So you're one of us? What's the situation then? The officer, Gao Cheng, approached him. I think it would be prudent to have them secure their weapons, Gu Lingxiao remarked, observing Su Sanduo and his companions shivering with apprehension, genuinely concerned that they might accidentally discharge their firearms. Gao Cheng cast a disdainful glance back at his men before barking, secure all weapons and unload live ammunition. The group collectively exhaled in relief, complying with his orders. Now, could you enlighten me about the situation on your end? Gao Cheng inquired, turning to Gu Lingxiao. I cannot divulge that information. Just know that I am a citizen of Longhua and would not harm my own country. Everything else is classified, Gu Lingxiao replied nonchalantly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Admiring these individuals was one matter. Courting trouble was quite another. Gao Cheng found himself at a loss, unable to question Gu Lingxiao further, as they were strangers with no rapport. Before departing, Gu Lingxiao added, those 2 soldiers are quite promising. Nurture them well. And don't worry, I harbor no ill intentions toward Longhua. If you need assistance, you can find the village head. With that, he departed, leaving the development of Su Sanduo and Jinghai in their hands. Gao Cheng pondered Gu Lingxiao's words, glancing at the 2 soldiers he mentioned, then shook his head incredulously. Impossible. There's no way. I believe Jinghai is a good soldier, but Su Sanduo? Forget it. However, Gu Lingxiao's offer of assistance was significant. Having such influence in Myanmar could lead to many opportunities, and he needed to report this back. Boss, this village seems quite ordinary. What should we do? Upon Gu Lingxiao's return, John and the others quickly approached him. Nine Valley was situated on the border, influenced by Longhua, and was not as backward as one might think. Many families were at least moderately well off. Gu Lingxiao remained silent as he walked toward the vast plains behind Nine Valley, which were filled with sugarcane. It wasn't that sugarcane cultivation was inadequate, but the choice to grow it when better crops could be cultivated baffled him. Often, the poverty of a region or nation stemmed from the residents' inertia. Hello, Moto. Gu Lingxiao pulled out his phone, puzzled as to why Xiao AI was calling. Hello, darling. What's up? Honey, you need to tell me. Did you break Ho Liangping's leg? Xiao AI's excited voice came through the line. She had wondered why she hadn't seen Ho Liangping for 2 days, only to learn today that he was hospitalized with a broken leg. instantly suspecting her husband. Yes, it was me. Don't concern yourself with him. If he bothers you again, just let the others break his other leg, Gu Lingxiao replied coldly. His tone icy at the mention of Ho Yangping. Don't worry, dear, I won't let him take advantage of me, Zhao Xiaoai assured him. She had her own way of dealing with Ho Yangping, considering the years he had spent as her sycophant. A decent job upon graduation would suffice. But if he continued to overstep, she would not hesitate to take action. All right, make sure to contact me if anything comes up, okay? Sure. After hanging up, Gu Lingxiao stated, have them switch to cultivating durians, mangosteens, and longans. The prices for these fruits are quite high, while starting from scratch may be challenging. It will undoubtedly pay off in the future. Before the fruits are harvested, we can arrange for workers to be hired from the village, as we are in dire need of labor for construction and daily life in our settlement. His ambitions extended far beyond this. Yes, boss. You, boss. The lady is asking when you will return? Before dinner. You, understood, boss. As he surveyed the map held by the elite soldiers before him, he planned to return and aim to capture the border-adjacent villages of Munga and Modai. From there, he would expand horizontally to Huaban, securing a small triangular territory for himself in the process. System, summon 100 low-level soldiers and 20 handguns. Understood, host. No need for a. Being so close to the border, 100 men would be excessive. Beep, friendly reminder. The summoning of each level of soldiers has an upper limit. Low-level soldiers, 100,000 to summon 1, equivalent to a 3-year veteran in the military. Combat strength uniform at 12, limit, 50,000. Mid-level soldiers, 1,000. 000 to summon 1, equivalent to a reconnaissance soldier. Combat strength uniform at 20, limit, 20,000. High-level soldiers, 10,000. 000 to summon 1, equivalent to a special forces soldier. Combat strength uniform at 50, limit, 5,000. Top-level soldiers, 100,000. 000 to summon 1, equivalent to a top-tier special forces soldier. Bodyguard categories include top-tier special forces with abilities like Lung Feng, Feng Yuxiao, Xiao Zhuang, Yuan Lang, and Tian Yangsheng, among others. Talent categories include stock market experts, finance professionals, film directors, singers, etc. Limit, 100 individuals. Chapter 52, Methods to lift restrictions. Political affairs? Or politics? System, there should be a way to lift this upper limit, right? Beep. Yes, host. Indeed, if there were no method to lift the restrictions, how could he achieve invincibility? It appeared to be a limitation of some sort. Otherwise, given Xinjiang's earning potential, he could easily amass hundreds of billions in a year or even half a year, summoning millions of low-level soldiers. Who could restrain him? Based on the country governed, the host's population limit will increase. For example, Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, population limits will double. In the case of the chicken-foot country, it will increase by 0.5 times. The area size depends on the population limit. Quite reasonable. No issues there. Increasing the difficulty? He was unfazed. There are no limits on weapons and equipment, right? Beep. None. Ha ha ha. With no limits on equipment, the operational scope widens considerably. 1 helicopter per 3 men. Over 10,000 helicopters. Who would be afraid? 1 fighter jet per 2 men. A fleet of 25,000 fighter jets. Who would be intimidated? And there are other weapons, such as missiles, hydrogen bombs, and tactical nuclear weapons. Occupying land does not guarantee international recognition, but possessing tactical nuclear weapons alters the equation entirely. After all, once you provoke the likes of those rogue leaders in America, what happens if they unleash their nuclear arsenal? Yet, if you possess nuclear weapons yourself, who would dare to support you? I could become the world's newest rogue leader. Standing beside the sugarcane field, Gu Lingxiao held a cigarette between his fingers. Wisps of smoke rising. Soon, John approached with a stooped elder, the village head of Nine Valley. We will change the crops to these, Gu Lingxiao said, placing a stack of colorful printed materials into the trembling hands of the elder, which contained cultivation techniques for durians, mangosteens, and longans. Once harvested, they can only be sold to my purchasing station. He leaned closer to the elder's ear and added, if I find anyone selling them privately. The elder's murky eyes widened as he noticed 100 fully armed soldiers marching in formation down the dirt road, the rhythmic thud of their boots reverberating through the ground. Special Unit 200's Gu Lingxiao beckoned, and a stern-faced assassin immediately stepped forward. He would henceforth serve as your liaison officer. The old village chief swallowed hard, the documents in his hands crumpling under pressure. Yes, my lord, we shall comply, he assured. Gu Lingxiao nodded in satisfaction, and as he turned, His combat boots crushed a piece of sugarcane. As he walked away, he said to John, "Order the armored convoy to turn back." As the convoy departed, Gu Lingxiao caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of the villagers surrounding Special Unit 200, with the old village chief bowing repeatedly in the direction of his retreat. In the observation post occupied by the 7th Company, a flash reflected off a pair of binoculars. Gao Cheng watched the convoy leave and addressed Shijin. "Gather the troops for return." "Yes, Captain." An hour later, Gu Lingxiao's convoy returned to the vicinity of their own base, marveling at the colossal facility before them, which seemed to change daily. "White Ghost, summon Boss Lu," he commanded. "Understood, boss." White Ghost traversed the dust-laden construction site and found Boss Lu poring over blueprints in a temporary cabin, cigarette dangling from his lips as he calculated the amount of concrete needed. Startled by White Ghost's voice, Lu nearly dropped his cigarette onto the plans. "Oh my goodness," he exclaimed, clutching his chest. "Commander Bai, you move without a sound. What brings you here?" White Ghost, with an impassive expression, replied, "The boss wishes to see you." Gu Lingxiao stood before a vast military map, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Upon entering, Boss Lu was taken aback by the multitude of markings on the map, which indicated not only the existing bases, but also the planned missile sites and radar stations. "Lu," Gu Lingxiao said without turning, "have a seat." Lu perched nervously on the edge of the chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he furtively glanced at the design of an armed helicopter hanging on the wall, his throat tightening. "I need an airport." Gu Lingxiao suddenly turned, tossing a stack of documents at him. "Choose a location within a 20-kilometer radius." Lu fumbled to catch the files, and upon opening the first page, he gasped. This was no ordinary airport. It was clearly a military base capable of accommodating strategic bombers. "Boss," he stammered. "This scale requires leveling 2 mountains." Gu Lingxiao chuckled lightly, extracting a Cuban cigar from a box and tossing it to Lu. "That's why I sought you out." Lighting his own cigar, his eyes glinted like an eagle through the smoke. "Money isn't an issue, the timeline is." Lu's hands trembled as he nearly dropped the cigar. "But the construction difficulty and the government approvals?" Gu Lingxiao burst into laughter, snapping his fingers toward the door. John promptly entered, carrying a metal box, which he opened to reveal it brimming with cash. In northern Myanmar, Gu Lingxiao extracted a stack of bills and slapped it onto Lu's chest. "This is your approval." Lu swallowed hard and suddenly noticed 20 military SUVs parked outside, each flanked by fully armed assassins. He sprang to his feet. "I'll take a team to survey the area." Gu Lingxiao nodded in approval. As Lu stumbled out of the command post, Gu Lingxiao's languid voice called after him, "By the way, the runway must withstand 50 tons of impact. My future aircraft will be somewhat heavy." Lu's legs felt weak, nearly causing him to tumble down the steps. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the project he had undertaken. It was no mere construction job, but the creation of a war fortress for a warlord. White Ghost monitored the construction of the military camp, and John accompanied him. "Yes, boss." Gu Lingxiao pushed open the door to his home, greeted by the enticing aroma of a delicious meal wafting through the air. In the kitchen, Mama Zhong Luya, donned in a floral apron, was stir-frying green pepper and pork, while Li Xiaoyun chopped tomatoes nearby, their hair slightly damp from the steam. "I'm back." Gu Lingxiao leaned against the doorframe, a smile playing on his lips. "Lingxiao," Mama Zhong exclaimed in delight, turning with the spatula still in hand. Li Xiaoyun immediately set down her knife, her eyes shining. Gu Lingxiao strode over, placing a gentle kiss on Mama Zhong's cheek before cupping Li Xiaoyun's face and giving her a delicate peck on the lips. Both women blushed deeply, exchanging shy glances while unable to suppress their smiles. "What are we having for dinner?" Gu Lingxiao leaned closer to the pot, inhaling the delightful fragrance. Mama Zhong playfully swatted his hand away. "Wash your hands first." Her eyes sparkled with joy. "I've made your favorite braised fish today." At the dining table, their shadows intertwined under the warm yellow light. Gu Lingxiao served each of them a piece of fish. "In the past few days, I've secured Nankan and Jiugu." "What?" Li Xiaoyun's chopsticks froze midair. "You mean those 2 towns near the border?" Mama Zhong suddenly clutched Gu Lingxiao's sleeve, her fingers trembling. You weren't injured? Were you?" "I heard it's chaotic over there." Gu Lingxiao grasped her icy hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, I know my limits." He smiled as he ladled soup for both women. "This is just the beginning. Our territory will only expand from here." Chapter 53. The attention of the Myanmar government. Li Xiaoyun bit her lip. "But the Myanmar government won't sit idly by. I'm waiting for them to come to the negotiating table," Gu Lingxiao remarked casually, as if discussing the weather. His official status, whether existent or not, was of little importance. The thought of population constraints made his head throb. Mama Zhong's soup spoon clattered into her bowl as she suddenly stood and embraced Gu Lingxiao from behind. Her voice choked with emotion. "You must be careful. Rest assured, I value my life." He turned to embrace her back, whispering softly in her ear. "Lingxiao, you must secure your official status," Mama Zhong urged. Suddenly straightening, the softness in her eyes was replaced with sharpness. She delicately adjusted her clothing. The commanding presence of the matriarch of the Zhong family emerging naturally. "Lingxiao, listen to me." Her voice turned cold and steady, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. "Do you think the M country secured so many puppet regimes by mere chance?" Gu Lingxiao narrowed his eyes, instinctively leaning forward. "The first step is always to support proxies." Mama Zhong's fingernails tapped sharply on the glass, emphasizing her point. "Obtain key positions such as Minister of Defense and Minister of the Interior through legal channels." She smiled slyly. "Once the military hierarchy becomes your people, the president is merely a rubber stamp." Li Xiaoyan stared in astonishment at the woman who had transformed before her eyes, instinctively lowering her breath. "Look," Mama Zhong dipped her chopsticks into the tea and sketched a simple diagram on the table. "If you push hard now, you'll need to station troops to defend each town you capture. But if you can obtain the title of chairman of the Shan State Special Region." Her chopsticks pressed down heavily, the water spreading out in a circle, illustrating her point. "The entire Shan State's police and militia will become your free manpower." Gu Lingxiao's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized he had been trapped in a flawed line of thinking. Constantly relying on brute force while neglecting that political maneuvering was the most efficient form of warfare. "Auntie is right." He abruptly stood and paced the room. "If I can secure a legitimate structure, I can use the government forces as cannon fodder." Mama Zhong elegantly wiped her mouth, her earlier fierce demeanor transforming back into a gentle grace. With a playful glint in her eyes, she discreetly exchanged a glance with Li Xiaoyan. Li Xiaoyan chuckled softly, the tense atmosphere at the dining table dissipating. However, as she lowered her head to sip her soup, a thoughtful gleam flashed in her eyes. This Lady Zhong was likely far more complex than she appeared. The dynamics of their relationship felt oddly peculiar. Myanmar, Shan State Province, Dongji, Government Building Ring. "Hello, Governor." An armed force has appeared at the border. Jugu and Nankan are under their control. The man on the other end relayed the alarming news. The gentleman, who had been working in the office, suddenly found his gaze sharpened as he rose and approached the window, observing the bustling traffic outside. "Clarify the situation." Although the governor's voice betrayed no signs of turmoil, the man on the other end of the line sensed the ominous signs of an impending eruption. Cautiously, he stated, "Governor, this is a sudden force that has emerged. We hardly had time to react before they seized these two regions. According to witnesses in the vicinity, they possess armored vehicles and weapons that are unfamiliar to us, yet they resemble the elite forces depicted in films." The governor, Jin Yongyikong, suppressed his fury and commanded, "Conduct a thorough investigation. I wish to see who has the audacity to do this." "Understood, Governor. I shall ascertain the facts." After the call ended, Gukong's face returned to its usual composure, yet the rising agitation in his chest was a testament to his anger. "Come in," he called out. "Governor." A secretary entered promptly. Standing respectfully, "Contact the commander of the Lashio army and request him to dispatch soldiers to investigate the situation in Nankan and Jugu." "Yes." The secretary, though puzzled, refrained from voicing his thoughts and hurried off to execute the governor's orders. Jin Yongyikong reflected on the earlier report from Saiza, the district chief of Mingxi, who was anything but honest. He merely turned a blind eye to the situation. Gukong massaged his temples, pondering the dire state of Shan State, or indeed all of Myanmar, where the influence of the Golden Triangle and the rampant corruption among local officials posed severe challenges. It was not merely Gukong's considerations. As the governor of Shan State, he was genuinely intent on combating crime and fostering development, yet the obstacles were far greater than his aspirations. Did Saiza truly believe he was oblivious to the connections with Kunsha? What a deluded individual. Kunsha was a source of persistent headache for Gukong. Not only was he an overt drug lord, but Gukong found himself powerless against him. Firstly, the location of his base remained a mystery, for Myanmar's terrain was riddled with mountains and valleys. Secondly, he commanded an army of thousands, well-armed and equipped. Thirdly, the web of interests surrounding him was vast and intricate. This highlighted the stark difference between Gukong and Gu Lingxiao. Had it been Gu Lingxiao, the response would have been immediate and lethal. As for the fate of the local officials, that could be addressed later. In Mengshi town, within the government building, Saiza received a troubling message. "Mr. Saiza, the general's goods and territory have been seized, and he is quite displeased." As Saiza hung up the phone, the scarred man opposite him toyed with a dagger, his seemingly soliloquizing remarks sending beads of sweat down Saiza's brow. Inform the general that I will soon uncover the identity of those who attacked Nankan and Jogu and will move to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. I hope you can deliver on that promise. The general can elevate you to this position, but he can just as easily bring you down. The man retorted as he sheathed his dagger and strode toward the door. Before leaving, he added, the general needs you now. I hope you do not disappoint him. Bang! Siza glared at the closed door, the fear that once graced his features evaporating as he muttered bitterly, a mere lackey, and yet he dares to act so superior. Nonetheless, the man's words were indeed a significant threat. He was acutely aware of how he had ascended to power. Grabbing the phone, he dispatched his subordinates to investigate the situation. The next morning, gazing at the breakfast left on the table but finding no sign of the two women, he finished his meal and headed toward the office building. Outside, John quickly followed him. Upon reaching the second floor of the office building, he spotted Yule, who was seated outside, engrossed in a book. Boss. Lingxiao nodded in acknowledgement and pushed open the solid wooden door to his office. The morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the space with a warm glow. The once stark military-style office had transformed. The soft beige walls complemented the natural wood flooring, and two L-shaped desks were arranged at right angles, their surfaces meticulously organized with various documents. On one side lay architectural models and blueprint tubes, while on the other, a laptop and several hefty planning manuals occupied the workspace. This renovation is impressive, Lingxiao remarked, lightly tapping the doorframe, his tone imbued with admiration. Li Xiaoyun, without lifting her gaze, continued annotating the blueprints. The previous single desk significantly hampered efficiency. This way, Sister Lu and I can discuss matters anytime. Her pen glided smoothly across the paper, while Zhuomu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and typed on her keyboard. The space efficiency has increased by 40, she noted, as a detailed 3D model appeared on the screen. Lingxiao approached the two, resting his hands casually on the backs of their chairs. Li Xiaoyun was revising the military camp expansion plan, her blueprints filled with meticulous annotations that reflected her professional caliber. Zhuomu's screen displayed the functional zoning of the entire village, with residential, commercial, and industrial areas clearly delineated in different colors. Impressive, Lingxiao leaned in for a closer look. This planning exceeds that of professional designers. Finally looking up, Li Xiaoyun pointed at the blueprints. The eastern zone has been designated for a school, while the western side is allocated for a medical center. Her expression was earnest and focused. Within 3 years, this area would evolve into a complete small city. Zhuomu pulled up another chart. The road design follows a circular radial pattern, with the main roads adhering to municipal standards. She gestured to one corner of the screen, where space was reserved for a future light rail line. The water and electricity networks were designed with redundancy in mind. Li Xiaoyun added, retrieving a refined sand table model. This is a preview of the final effect. As Lingxiao accepted the model, he admired the miniature village, which was artfully arranged, even featuring lifelike green spaces. He gently traced his fingers over the central square. It surpasses my expectations. Once the first phase is completed, Zhuomu flipped open the schedule. We will secure 200 housing units and essential municipal facilities. Li Xiaoyun had already picked up another document. The industrial area will initially focus on agricultural product processing to address local employment. She circled key points with her pen, with plans to gradually upgrade to a high-tech industrial park. As she diligently annotated the architectural blueprints, her sleek ponytail and sharp eyes behind her glasses conveyed her determination. Opposite her, Zhuomu tapped away at her keyboard, the screen displaying a meticulous 3D planning diagram, with residential, commercial, and industrial zones clearly marked in various colors. I plan to position the entertainment district by the riverside, Li Xiaoyun stated, her pen tapping the blueprint, as it offers an expansive view, ideal for constructing a resort hotel. Zhuomu swiftly pulled up another diagram. The industrial area should be distanced from residential zones. I suggest placing it in the southeast. She suddenly sensed Lingxiao's presence behind her and turned to find him leaning over her screen. This diversion is quite professional. Lingxiao's breath brushed past her ear as his finger traced the winding road networks, even considering the underground piping. Zhuomu's ears flushed, yet she feigned composure. Adjusting her glasses, Li Xiaoyun also raised her gaze, presenting the architectural plans to Lingxiao. The airport's commercial center is designed in a circular layout to maximize space utilization. She tapped her nails on the blueprint. Sister Lu's suggestions are highly professional. Lingxiao positioned himself between them, resting his hands on their chair backs. It seems I have stumbled upon two treasures. He leaned closer to inspect the thick design manual beside Li Xiaoyun. Even the seismic resistance levels are noted. Designed to withstand an 8-point standard, Li Xiaoyun flipped to another page, All materials selected are. Zhuomu suddenly interjected, pulling up a new effect diagram. The greenery in the commercial center should be widened by 5 meters. Thus, the two women engaged in a dynamic exchange, fully immersed in their work. Gu Lingxiao smiled as he retreated to the sofa area, pouring himself a cup of coffee. The sun climbed higher amidst their animated discussions, leaving only the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and the rustling of blueprints in the office. After sitting for a while, Gu Lingxiao found himself utterly bored and suddenly had a thought, so he spoke up. From now on, all the industries within the village and the subway community will be named after the Black Dragon. For instance, Black Dragon Community, Black Dragon Supermarket, Black Dragon Bar. The two women looked at Gu Lingxiao with disdain, and Zhongmu couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, naming it like a child. Is the village going to be renamed Black Dragon Village as well? Ha! Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan and Zhongmu burst into laughter. Gu Lingxiao felt his face heat up with embarrassment, but seeing the two women continue to mock him, he set down his coffee and approached them. What do you want? The two women, now alert, quickly restrained their laughter and looked at Gu Lingxiao with caution. I'm not doing anything. Gu Lingxiao replied with a mischievous smile as he drew them in for deep kisses, releasing them only when their faces turned crimson. You do have a point. Let's revise the commercial names, but keep everything else unchanged. You both work hard while I check on Xinjiang. After Gu Lingxiao left the office, Zhongmu and Li Xiaoyan exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh again. Zhongmu rubbed her lips, still warm from the kisses, and chuckled, Black Dragon Bar. Who would have thought of that? Li Xiaoyan adjusted her disheveled collar, a smile creeping onto her face, but it really suits his style. She picked up a pen and continued to revise the blueprint, yet the amusement in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Meanwhile, Gu Lingxiao arrived at the room at the end of the corridor and pushed the door open to find Qin Jiang seated before 3 monitors, the screens flashing various stock charts. The room was surprisingly tidy, with every document neatly categorized, and even the keyboard was spotless. Boss, Qin Jiang immediately stood up, his fingers lingering on the keyboard. Go register a corporate trademark for me. Name it Black Dragon Group. Gu Lingxiao leaned against the doorframe. And let Gu Xinong and Gu Zheng establish a few subsidiaries under the group. Understood. Qin Jiang quickly jotted it down in his memo. How long has the legal department been established? Gu Lingxiao looked at Qin Jiang in confusion. It was set up when I secured the Hong Sui. Seeing Qin Jiang's eager expression for praise, Gu Lingxiao gave him a thumbs up. Gu Lingxiao glanced at the screen. How much have we made? Qin Jiang adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with confidence behind the lenses. Currently, we've made a profit of 3.2 billion. While it doesn't compare to Hong Sui, the return rate is quite impressive. Not bad. Gu Lingxiao patted his shoulder. Keep it up. With his hands in his pockets, Gu Lingxiao strolled leisurely through the village, the sunlight filtering through the palm leaves, casting dappled shadows. The village was livelier than usual, with clusters of tourists stopping in front of unique shops. And a few children ran past him holding colorful pinwheels, leaving behind a trail of bright laughter. This business is thriving. Gu Lingxiao paused in front of a newly opened silver jewelry store, where exquisite Miao-style ornaments were displayed in the window. The shopkeeper was an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles, carefully polishing a silver ring with his rough fingers. Upon exiting the village gate, Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow at the sight before him. The original barren land had transformed into a makeshift parking lot. A dozen cars were haphazardly parked, the most conspicuous being his few black SUVs, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Chapter 55. Gao Cheng owes a favor. When was this done? Gu Lingxiao kicked the concrete ground and asked the security guard who was directing the parking. Reporting, boss. The security guard stood at attention. It was arranged by General Li last week, as there were too many tourists and not enough parking space. Gu Lingxiao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the parking lot where a few tourists were trying to take pictures of him, awkwardly holding their phones, making for a rather comical sight. Boss. Hearing John's voice, Gu Lingxiao turned to see Gao Cheng and Gao Yi, 2 squad leaders, approaching together. Hello. Good to see you again. Gao Cheng greeted as he walked up. Speak, what brings you here? If possible, could we talk somewhere else? Gu Lingxiao nodded and led the two to the reception room within the village. The thing is, we want to know where you got those armored vehicles? Gao Cheng asked directly after sitting down. Big brother, do you really want to hear what you're asking? Asking where I got the equipment? Even if it's not system summoned but something I purchased, I certainly can't disclose that, Gu Lingxiao replied, looking at Gao Cheng with a bemused expression. Seeing Gu Lingxiao's nonchalant demeanor, Gao Cheng awkwardly lit a cigarette. After accepting the cigarette from Gao Cheng and taking a puff, Gu Lingxiao calmly said, as I said, I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. If you need assistance, you can contact me. As for anything further, I cannot divulge. Gao Cheng grew anxious. Setting aside whether you have any hostility towards the Dragon Nation, the building you are constructing on the border is clearly a military base. Recalling what he had seen earlier today, Gao Cheng had spotted the base under construction through binoculars. Not only were there armored vehicles, but there were also attack helicopters, which worried him the most. This firepower was beyond what a regiment could handle, especially considering the soldiers lined up for training, numbering at least over 1,000. As he spoke, Gao Cheng glanced outside at the numerous guards patrolling. The military aura was unmistakable. They were undoubtedly soldiers. I can't help it. I have a fear of insufficient firepower. The military base is also built to protect the safety of my village. You know how chaotic the border is. Especially on the Myanmar side, Lingxiao explained. Gao Yi, who had been silent, found it hard to interject, and Gao Cheng felt helpless. He knew that the other party possessed various unconventional weapons, yet they couldn't do anything about it because Lingxiao had not broken any laws. By the way, you're not from this side of the regiment, are you? Lingxiao asked knowingly. Mentioning this made Gao Cheng irate. It was clear that they were in the midst of the regiment's most intensive training period, so he spoke rather brusquely. Isn't it because of you that the higher-ups are anxious, fearing you'll cross the border? Is that so? In fact, Lingxiao was pondering about the Steel 7 regiment being stationed nearby. How would their training proceed? Living arrangements must also be an issue, as there was no ready barracks for them, which meant they would have to live in the mountains. If you need help, feel free to reach out. Lingxiao wasn't solely focused on making enemies. He saw an opportunity to forge a relationship with Gao Cheng. Yes. Before Lingxiao could finish his sentence, Gao Cheng spoke up, his gaze intensely fixed on John, sensing the terrifying strength of this foreigner. Go ahead. I would like to request your bodyguard to train my soldiers. Gao Cheng stated. Lingxiao looked at Gao Cheng with a hint of curiosity. You have quite an eye. Choosing one of my strongest subordinates right away. John is out of the question, but I can send a class-sized special forces unit to help train them, Lingxiao offered. Gao Cheng and Gao Yi exchanged glances, both astonished and incredulous. You have special forces personnel? At that moment, Gao Cheng's perception of Lingxiao's danger level increased several-fold. Having an army and special forces were two entirely different matters. Gao Cheng thought, looking at Lingxiao's casual demeanor, wishing he could pry into his mind to uncover whatever secrets he harbored. What secrets do I hold? Perhaps air defense missiles. And there should be more treasures in the future. Would you like 5 special forces soldiers as trainers? Lingxiao teased like a mischievous uncle trying to entice a child. Yes, I can give them to you, but you owe me a favor. Is that acceptable? Hearing about the favor, Gao Cheng regarded Lingxiao cautiously, suspecting that the favor was not about him, but rather his father. Observing the wariness in Gao Cheng's eyes, Lingxiao smiled. Rest assured, this favor will not be used for anything illegal or unethical. It is often said that those in politics look down upon those in business. But do those in the military not also regard politicians with disdain? While the power of a businessman may be uncertain, a military person undoubtedly possesses absolute authority. Although Lingxiao was uncertain about the purpose of this favor, the mere presence of Gao Cheng indicated that the military district where his father was stationed undoubtedly covered this area. Without disturbing Gao Cheng's contemplation, Lingxiao called out, "Bring 3 cups of drinks." Understood, boss. Moments later, the elite soldiers delivered the beverages. After taking a sip, Gao Cheng stated, I agree to your terms. So, Captain Gao Yi, does your unit require assistance? Upon hearing Gao Cheng's acceptance, Lingxiao turned to Gao Yi, though he had no intention of demanding anything in return. I'll pass. Our unit is a border defense team, and we rarely have live ammunition training. Gao Yi declined with a wave of his hand. All right. Special Unit 300 to 304, come find me. Do not bring any weapons or equipment. Just a moment. I'll have them come over. Would you like to join us for lunch? Sure. Gao Cheng readily agreed, displaying his military demeanor. He turned to Gao Yi and signaled with his eyes, Old Gao. You should join us too. Lingxiao took out his phone and dialed Zhong Mu's number. Sister Lu, please bring Xiao Lian to the reception room for lunch. After a brief pause, he added, in 20 minutes. Soon, 5 elite soldiers clad in black tactical uniforms stood neatly outside the reception room. They carried no weapons. Yet their erect postures and sharp gazes captivated Gao Cheng. Reporting to the boss, Special Units 300 to 304 have arrived. The leading soldier announced with a booming voice. This is Captain Gao Cheng, Lingxiao briefly introduced. For the next 3 months, you will be responsible for training his unit. Understood. The 5 responded in unison. Their movements synchronized. At that moment, Zhong Mu and Li Xiaoyan entered the room. Zhong Mu wore a light blue dress, exuding elegance and grace, while Li Xiaoyan donned a sharp business suit, radiating professionalism with a touch of refinement. This is Li Xiaoyan, my partner and the acting head of the base. Gu Lingxiao introduced. For any needs in the future, feel free to contact her. Li Xiaoyan smiled as she handed over her business card. Hello, Captain Gao. Here is my contact information. Gao Qing noticed that the card solely bore the insignia of the Black Dragon Group and a phone number, devoid of any title. Li Xiaoyan had promptly printed the cards after Gu Lingxiao's introduction, her smile swift yet genuine. Lunch was served shortly, a simple spread of 4 dishes and a soup. Yet it was visually appealing and delicious. Throughout the meal, Gao Cheng could not help but frequently observe the 5 Special Forces soldiers. They sat upright. Their movements in serving food so precise it seemed measured by a ruler. Mr. Gu, Gao Cheng set down his chopsticks. You can trust these individuals. Gu Lingxiao offered Zhong Mu a piece of fish, assuring him, their capabilities will certainly meet your expectations. By the way, Li Xiaoyan interjected, if you require specialized equipment, we can provide it, casting a meaningful glance at Gao Cheng, of course, for an additional fee. Gao Cheng laughed heartily at this, causing the atmosphere to lighten. Although Gao Yi remained somewhat reserved. As lunch concluded, Gu Lingxiao personally escorted Gao Cheng to the door. You can take them with you. Just return them to me in 3 months. He lowered his voice. And remember our conversation today. Gao Cheng nodded seriously. Casting a glance at the 5 Special Forces soldiers waiting by the vehicle, suddenly feeling that this arrangement was quite advantageous for him. Once Gao Cheng and the soldiers had departed, Li Xiaoyan asked, Lingxiao, is Gao Cheng particularly special? Your demeanor towards him seems different. Zhong Mu, standing beside her, also turned her attention to Lingxiao. She had great faith in his judgment, just as she did with Li Xiaoyan, who, although trained in medicine, possessed unique insights into the base's construction and future prospects. Our Handong province falls under the jurisdiction of the Southwest Military District, and he shares the surname Gao, just like the commander of that district. This brief explanation made the 2 women instantly comprehend the situation, as if he had told them that his father was a general. Then Lingxiao, it's essential to foster a good relationship with him. Such a strong connection is one we cannot afford to lose. No wonder you're willing to send 5 Special Forces soldiers to train him. Old Zhong may hold a high position, but that holds little value in their eyes. They're not from the same system. Of course, it's crucial to cultivate this relationship, but it's merely about being ordinary friends, he replied. He would never stoop to fawning over someone simply due to their background. No one could compel Gu Lingxiao to act in such a manner. Let us head back. As they departed, Gu Lingxiao suddenly inquired of Zhong Mu, has the Zhong family been in touch, urging you to return? No, it's best if they don't contact me. Zhong Mu's previously cheerful expression turned icy. No contact is preferable. Divorce would be even better. Gu Lingxiao chose not to press further, deciding to share his thoughts once they returned to the office, as there were many people around. Observing Gu Lingxiao, who seemed to have more to say yet remained silent, Zhong Mu followed suit without questioning him further. Once the 3 were back in the office, Gu Lingxiao sat beside Zhong Mu and suggested, Aunt, why not discuss with your family about establishing a branch office here? In truth, Gu Lingxiao wanted to suggest that the Liu family relocate entirely, but he reconsidered its feasibility. Establishing a branch office could still lead to development. If a leading domestic group set up a branch office here, would not other companies follow suit? Recognizing the promising prospects of this area, after all, the movements of such large companies are closely monitored by many. If they can profit, why shouldn't others follow? Moreover, given the current development plans, this area indeed holds great potential, despite its border location, as it is safeguarded by its military presence. After a moment of silence, Zhong Mu replied slowly, I'll discuss it with my father tonight. Before Gu Lingxiao could express his delight, she added, if there's nothing pressing, it's best to let Sister Liu handle it. Zhong Mu's tone carried an air of melancholy and slight irritation as she stared at Gu Lingxiao, prompting him to clear his throat awkwardly. This oddly harmonious moment caused Li Xiaoyan to stifle a laugh. How could that be? You will always be my aunt. My dear Sister Liu, Gu Lingxiao remarked, shifting his gaze to Zhong Mu's legs. Sensing his mischievous look, Zhong Mu retorted, go away. Don't disturb me and Xiao Yin while we work. Speaking of work, Zhong Mu found it peculiar. She had come for leisure yet was unexpectedly assigned tasks. Though she didn't mind it too much. South Canny 200. Boss, South Canny has discovered individuals from other factions probing our intelligence. Gu Lingxiao rose and left the room. Standing in the corridor, gently tapping his fingers against the wall, his expression growing increasingly cold. Gu Lingxiao, White Ghost, gather personnel, we are heading to South Candy. White Ghost, yes boss. After hanging up, he peered through the slats of the blinds into the office, where Zhong Mu and Li Xiaoyan were engrossed in work. Their heads bent together in discussion, sunlight casting a gentle golden hue on their profiles. Boss, John appeared silently behind him. Shall we take heavy weaponry? lightly armed. Gu Lingxiao turned and walked towards the elevator. Half an hour later, 3 modified off-road vehicles rolled out of the base. Gu Lingxiao sat in the rear of the lead vehicle, rhythmically tapping his fingers on his knee. South Canny 200. 3 spies have been captured. They revealed they are from SEZA's faction. A cold smile crept across Gu Lingxiao's lips. Inform Special Unit 200 to uncover the location of SEZA's hideout. John Wick. Extract all information from them. South Canny 200. We are currently interrogating them. They claim SEZA is one of Kunsha's representatives, responsible for the northern supply chain of Shan State. South Canny 200. Boss, SEZA holds an official position. He is the district chief of Mengxi. Interesting. Which implies that SEZA publicly represents the northern Myanmar government while clandestinely being associated with Kunsha. This country is truly rotten to the core. As the vehicle rolled over the bumpy dirt road, Gu Lingxiao's gaze drifted toward the distant undulating hills. The name Kunsha lingered on his tongue, tainted with blood, evoking memories of his parents from a past life, alongside the tragic moments of his death, instinctively causing him to clench his fists. Accelerate, Gu Lingxiao commanded suddenly. We must reach South Candy before nightfall. The scenery outside the car window raced by, the setting sun painting the entire convoy in a crimson hue. Gu Lingxiao retrieved his phone and sent a text to Mother Zhong. I want to be home for dinner tonight. After a moment's thought, he added, let me know if anything comes up. His phone vibrated shortly after, with Zhong replying, stay safe, accompanied by a small emoji. Gu Lingxiao gazed at the expression for a few seconds, a soft chuckle escaping him. This dignified Mrs. Zhong was becoming increasingly lively behind closed doors. Boss, we are approaching Nankan. John's voice pulled him back to reality. Gu Lingxiao stowed his phone, his gaze sharpening once more. In the distance, the watchtower stood, with the elite soldiers already lined up, awaiting orders. Boss, Bai approached the car window. To the conference room. Understood. Once in the conference room, Gu Lingxiao took his seat at the head of the table, with John and the White Phantom flanking him. A map of northern Myanmar spread before them. Bai stood at the table's edge, pointing to Mengxi, a town approximately 100 kilometers from Nankan. Boss, this is Mengxi, situated about 100 li from us. It is significantly larger than Nankan and has an official presence, including a police station and a small military force. Gu Lingxiao clasped his hands on the table, contemplating the necessity of an official identity to gradually seize control of the country. Engaging in conflict with the official powers at this juncture would jeopardize all aspirations. Boss, our understanding of Mengxi is limited to what is visible. We remain unaware of the underlying situation. We must first place someone there to gather intelligence before formulating further plans. John, ever cautious, emphasized the importance of knowing both friend and foe, a principle well understood by Gu Lingxiao's subordinates. Chapter 57. Global Talent Recruitment. No lack of funds. Why is an official identity in northern Myanmar essential, while the Dragon Nation remains indifferent? In the Dragon Nation, ascension is not merely a matter of strength. Qualifications and background carry immense weight. Furthermore, there exist both peak figures and executive authorities, and military capabilities vary greatly. Most importantly, as a fellow citizen of the Dragon Nation, Gu Lingxiao harbored no desire to oppose his compatriots. As a steadfast patriot, he would not squander his allegiance at home. The world outside held ample opportunities for him. System. Summon 10,000 low-level warriors, distributing them throughout Myanmar, with the directive. Gather intelligence on all local powers, encompassing black, gray, and white forces. Ding. Consumed 100 million, successfully summoned 10,000 low-level warriors. Low-level warrior cap. 1, 0, 30, 0, 50, 0, 0, 0, including the 100 from Handong University. Intelligence is indeed paramount. Regrettably, he currently lacks top-tier warriors for intelligence gathering. If only he could summon figures akin to the commander of the Jinghai for such tasks. In Myanmar, Mandalay, within an unknown warehouse. Oil palm. There's a group of armed individuals emerging at the border with the Dragon Nation. The man known as Oil Palm set down his bloodied iron rod, accepted a cloth from the other party to wipe his hands, and then addressed them. Armed individuals? Don't you know I'm quite busy every day? Is a group of armed individuals truly worth reporting? The organization didn't assign me to handle trivial matters in Myanmar. Listening to his superior's disdainful tone, the member in black wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, Oil Palm, not only do they possess armored vehicles, but according to our intelligence operatives, they also have Apache helicopters, unconventional weaponry. Upon hearing about the Apache, Oil Palm paid slightly more attention to this force, albeit just slightly. Have Tivine keep an eye on them. If we can recruit them, do so. If not, let them be. Oil Palm lit a cigar as he spoke. Yes, sir. Returning to his office, Oil Palm pondered for a moment before retrieving an encrypted phone from his drawer and dialing out. Hello? Oil Palm. Is there a problem in Myanmar? Oil Palm quickly responded. Lord Rum. T-Vine reports that armed forces have appeared within his jurisdiction, equipped with heavy weaponry. As long as it doesn't affect us, we don't need to intervene. Just focus on your own tasks. Yes, sir. Click. As he hung up the phone, Oil Palm's previously respectful demeanor vanished without a trace. Damn it. Just because I call you sir doesn't mean you're all that impressive. We're all codenamed members. What is the big deal? Rum was the regional head for Southeast Asia, seldom present in this area, overseeing Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, Indonesia, and East Timor, 11 regions in total. Although appointed as the head of Myanmar by Rum, he had never regarded Oil Palm highly. One day, he would usurp that position. Nankan. After summoning the warriors, Lingxiao turned to the White Phantom, saying, take 100 special forces and infiltrate Mingxi. Have that individual, named Siza, gather all pertinent information about the other side. Ideally, something damning. Understood, boss. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. After creating a separate group chat for the White Phantom, Lingxiao entrusted him with the Mingxi matter. As for Nankan, it was time to upgrade the equipment for the others. System, purchase 80 A-grade weapons to distribute to the low-level warriors in Nankan. Purchase successful, consumed 800. 000. Although low-level warriors aren't particularly valuable, it's prudent to upgrade their equipment. Now that he was here, he might as well claim some territory. Lingxiao, deploy 10 armored vehicles and 50 special forces to seize Minga. Bampaman will dispatch 30 armored vehicles, 100 special forces, and 200 reconnaissance troops. Lingxiao. Once Minga is secured, you shall temporarily garrison there and await my orders. After issuing commands to the base's warriors, Lingxiao allowed his thoughts to settle. The reason for deploying such a large force to Bampaman was its proximity to Mingxi, for safety. 30 armored vehicles and 300 personnel were necessary. System, purchase 487 signal jammers to distribute to each high-level warrior. Signal jammer, 100,000 each. Ding. Spent 470,000. He now had a total of 507 high-level warriors, and after accounting for the previous 20 purchased, there was precisely one for each. It was imperative to expedite their actions, as he realized the situation in Old Myanmar was exceedingly complex. With all arrangements completed, Lingxiao, accompanied by John and others, made his way to the wheat fields. Lingxiao strolled along the ridge, the soil beneath his feet soft and damp. A few villagers engaged in transplanting rice seedlings straightened up upon seeing him, their hands clasped in a respectful greeting in Burmese. Although he could not comprehend their words, their humble gestures conveyed their well wishes. Lingxiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Not far away, several barefoot children chased each other joyfully by the fields, their sun-kissed faces radiating innocent smiles. Lingxiao instructed the warriors behind him, go buy some candy. Soon, a warrior returned holding a large bag of fruit candies. Lingxiao waved to the children, who initially appeared timid but gathered around upon glimpsing the colorful sweets. He knelt down and distributed several pieces to each child, who eagerly unwrapped the candies and stuffed them into their mouths, their eyes transforming into crescent moons of delight. One little girl with braids even jumped with joy, revealing a gap-toothed grin. No matter the place, the purest smiles of children are always a sight to behold. After sharing the candies, Lingxiao sat down on the ridge. The lingering glow of the setting sun bathed the rice fields in a warm light, the golden grains swaying gently in the breeze, while the distant mountains appeared like ink. And the children frolicked nearby, creating a serene pastoral tableau. He inhaled deeply, the air rich with the aromas of earth and rice, causing his taut nerves to relax. Lingxiao addressed the gathered personnel, attention, everyone, regarding the intelligence from Kunsha. This command was primarily directed at the 1,000 low-level assassins. While the expanse of Old Myanmar was vast, deploying 1,000 men would suffice. Swallowing the candy in his mouth, Lingxiao rose, brushing off his trousers, and declared, let us proceed. John waved towards the distant assassins, who approached in an armored vehicle. Lingxiao felt a twinge of irony. It seemed that armored vehicles were now the standard for outings, leaving his tiger head bends to gather dust. Of course, he jested, knowing his subordinates would maintain it. Boss, where to now? John inquired. Back to the base, Lingxiao replied, pulling out his phone to message Mother Zhong. The situation has changed. We shall convene a brief meeting shortly. A reply came swiftly. Understood, Xiao Lian and I are in the office. Half an hour later, they arrived at the base. As soon as he disembarked, Lingxiao headed straight for the office. Upon gently pushing the door open, he found both Mother Zhong and Li Xiaoyan looking up in confusion. Mother Zhong set down her pen and asked, "What has transpired?" "Nothing much, just a few realizations," Lingxiao replied, pulling up a chair to sit across from them. "I have been searching for talent among my subordinates, but we should be recruiting globally. After all, we are not short on funds." Chapter 58, a name known worldwide. Millions in advertising expenses. Indeed, money is no object. Lingxiao was not exaggerating. Based on his current assets, he possessed a significant cash flow, likely surpassing that of large conglomerates worth hundreds of billions. The two women set aside their tasks, eagerly awaiting Lingxiao's next words, especially Li Xiaoyan, who felt overwhelmed with the multitude of tasks at hand. "So, Lingxiao, what positions do you intend to recruit?" "I need to clarify my thoughts first. What company should I establish? Only then can we accurately target our recruitment." With that, Lingxiao took a pen and a sheet of paper, and the other two followed suit, ready to jot down notes for further analysis. He wrote several large characters on the paper, the pen leaving deep ink marks. "First, a film and entertainment company. We have top-tier talents like director Gu Zheng and top singer Gu Sining." He tapped the table, emphasizing the need for complementary screenwriters, sound engineers, and distribution teams. Li Xiaoyan quickly noted, "The Shaw brothers in Hong Kong are downsizing. We can recruit some seasoned script supervisors and lighting technicians." Suddenly recalling something, she added, "Should we contact Rolling Stone Records? They are expanding into the mainland market." Mother Zhong adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. "My father knows people at China Film Group. We can secure quotas for imported film stock." She paused. "However, what we lack most now are producers experienced in Hong Kong-style commercial film production." Second, a beverage chain. Lingxiao sketched the shape of a cup on the paper, referencing Taiwan's Chun Shui Tang model, the founding brand of bubble tea, which had yet to enter the mainland in 1997. "I have the milk tea recipe, but still need franchise management talent." Mother Zhong nodded thoughtfully. Pointing to the word chain on the paper, "There isn't a mature franchise system in the country yet. We need store operation managers and supply chain experts." Third, a battery laboratory. The pen made a mark on the paper. "Motorola is still using nickel hydride batteries. We need to directly tackle lithium battery technology. I have the relevant materials, but we lack personnel." Note, in 1997, Sony had just begun commercializing lithium batteries. Thinking of the comprehensive data on lithium batteries available in the System's marketplace, he mused that 100 billion was not excessive. Once products were developed, there would be plenty of partners domestically. Li Xiaoyan interjected, "The Institute of Physics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences has just seen a batch of researchers enter the field. We could hire them at high salaries." Her pen paused over the word safety regulations, but the production equipment would need to be imported from Japan. Mother Zhong suddenly had an idea. "Should we consider acquiring an existing laboratory first? This would allow us to quickly obtain patents and a technical team." Lingxiao nodded approvingly. "Excellent suggestion." Fourth, a technology industrial park. "This will require architectural planners." Li Xiaoyan and Mother Zhong chimed in unison, and the three exchanged smiles. Lingxiao sketched the outline of Shenzhen, proposing to initially manufacture BP machine casings to accumulate funds, gradually transitioning to mobile phone components. The battery project would involve acquiring a military laboratory in Tianjin. As the discussion grew increasingly fervent, the paper quickly filled with various job requirements. Mother Zhong proposed establishing a human resources subsidiary to manage recruitment uniformly, while Li Xiaoyan suggested posting high-end positions on LinkedIn and with headhunting firms. As for venture capital, Lingxiao twirled his pen. "We need a team of actuaries and experienced fund managers." Mother Zhong added, "Ideally, they should have backgrounds in Silicon Valley." Li Xiaoyan suddenly posed a question. "Where will the headquarters of these companies be located? Should we decentralize or centralize management?" After a moment's contemplation, Lingxiao concluded, "Centralized management, all around the base. We must clarify to the applicants the strength we possess, allowing them to work with peace of mind. By the way, Lingxiao, my father has agreed to establish a branch here, but he hasn't made it public yet. He wants us to secure essential land first." Mother Zhong's words were like a timely boon. With the endorsement of a leading company, recruiting would become less cumbersome. System, is there land available for sale in the marketplace? Ding. Yes. 10 yuan, including all procedures. If the goal is to develop a complete urban system, how much land would be needed? Wait a moment. Let us calculate. A complete urban system would encompass universities, transportation hubs, healthcare facilities, medium-sized industrial zones, residential areas, commercial districts, living spaces, roads, greenery, and maintain 20% of the terrain, among other considerations. The two women exchanged glances before estimating the required area, 57 em. 57 em, at a minimum price of 50. That would amount to 50,000,000 square meters, which at 10 yuan totals 500 million. All right, let us calculate based on 70. I'll handle the land acquisition. While you focus on recruiting personnel, if we discover top talents, salaries can be doubled, and we can also provide housing and vehicles. Thus, the three engaged in discussions deep into the night, the office whiteboard covered in sticky notes, and the floor scattered with scribbled drafts. The final recruitment list encompassed hundreds of positions, from entry-level staff to executives, each annotated with priority levels and salary ranges. I will contact the headhunters tomorrow, Li Xiaoyun said, rubbing her sore wrist, her face glowing with excitement. Mother Zhong also massaged her wrist, chuckling. Shall we place an advertisement on CCTV's Eastern Time as well? Leave everything to you. If funds run low, seek Jinghai. Do not skimp on expenses. Since we are committed, let us recruit globally, whether through television programs, advertisements, or magazines. We can integrate recruitment information. Excellent. Global advertising expensive? Not at all. This is 1997. Global does not include some underdeveloped areas. It mainly pertains to major nations. 3 days later, in various locations across Longhua, Shanghai Bund Financial Center, Andy sat by the floor-to-ceiling window of her apartment, the television broadcasting Eastern Time. Her slender fingers held a cup of black coffee, and her gaze was suddenly drawn to a recruitment advertisement in the lower right corner of the screen. Heilong Group is globally recruiting executives, the One Village. 2 countries special zone plan is commencing. Clad in a sharply tailored camel-colored Max Mara suit, complemented by a pure white silk blouse and Jimmy Choo pointed heels. Her shoulder-length chestnut hair was impeccably styled, her makeup subtle yet refined, with only a bold swipe of Dior 999 red lipstick hinting at her strength. The Cartier 10 watch on her wrist reflected a cold light, matching her piercing gaze. The Lu Group is involved in the One Village, 2 countries initiative? She murmured, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of her coffee cup. Years of avoidance regarding her family business wavered due to this multinational project. The salary displayed on the screen, an annual salary of 5 million with equity, was even less than her current income. Yet the promise of an autonomous team made her seriously consider the possibility of a career change. Tokyo, Fei Law Firm. Fei Yingli was reviewing case files when her assistant, Kuriyama Midori, suddenly burst in, holding a copy of the Asahi Shimbun. Sensei, you see this recruitment for a legal advisor at the Black Dragon Group, offering remote work and case bonuses. Behind her desk, Fei Yingli is elegantly attired in a navy Chanel suit dress, with pearl buttons meticulously fastened to her collar. Her slender legs, encased in black stockings, are complemented by a pair of Ferragamo ballet flats. Her long, lustrous black hair is pinned up with a silver hairpin, and her calm, hawk-like gaze is framed by gold-rimmed glasses. The solitary diamond stud on her ear is her only adornment, enhancing her dignified aura. Such treatment is only necessary in regions plagued by transnational crime, she muses, but her fingers still pause at the sight of the guaranteed annual income of 200 million yen. Thoughts of the often absent Kagoro Muri and their daughter Ran bring her to a rare moment of hesitation. She jots down the contact information. Chapter 59. The Black Dragon Group Under Scrutiny, Wealth Abundant. At the headquarters of Runway Magazine in New York, Miranda Priestley slams the Wall Street Journal onto her desk. The headline features a full-page advertisement for the Black Dragon Group, reinventing the global fashion supply chain, inviting creative directors, dressed in a tailored Ralph Lauren pure white suit, paired with a V-neck black lace blouse and a casually draped Hermes scarf around her neck. Her signature sleek chignon gleams under the dim light. The soundless yet imposing presence of her red-soled Christian Louboutin heels on the carpet contrasts with her perfectly manicured nude nails, where a Van Cleef Arpels ring sparkles subtly. Inform the board. I am resigning, she declares to her assistant Emily, her gaze still fixed on the advertisement's limitless budget. The confines of Runway seem insufficient. While the Black Dragon Group's duty-free zone initiative in Southeast Asia promises to be the stage where she can redefine fashion for the next decade. The world is taken aback by Gu Lingxiao's bold move. The billions spent on advertising merely to recruit talent speaks volumes of the Black Dragon Group's formidable strength. In the underground conference room of the Italian Mafia's headquarters in Palermo, Sicily, a heavy oak door stands shut, enveloped in thick cigar smoke. Beneath a dim crystal chandelier, a dozen men in tailored suits gather around a long table, each sleeve embroidered with the clandestine insignia of Cosa Nostra. At the head of the table sits Don Vito Corleone, the over 60-year-old supreme leader of the Mafia. His silver hair is meticulously styled, and beneath a dark gray three-piece suit lies a robust physique. Observing the raucous members silently while puffing on a Cuban Cohiba cigar, his eagle-like gray-blue eyes scan the room. The jade ring on his finger glinting coldly. To his left sits the strategist, Salvatore the Butcher Luciano, with a gaunt, sinister demeanor. Behind gold-rimmed glasses, calculating eyes play with a pure silver letter opener. He regards the rowdy members with a hint of derision, believing that brute force is the lowest form of action. Intellect is the superior approach. To his right is the action team leader, Antonio Iron Fist Rossi, whose heavy-set frame and tattooed neck bear witness to his violent nature. As he angrily crushes his cigar, though seemingly sluggish, he possesses remarkable agility, embodying the guise of a predator. Seated beneath Antonio is the mafia's financial head, Marco Silver Fox Ferrara. Her youthful beauty starkly contrasts with the brutish men around her. Clad in a fitted black pencil skirt that accentuates her figure and draped in a white shawl that hints at her shoulders, she wears sophisticated makeup, deliberately crafted. While dexterously slicing an apple with a dagger, the strategist Luciano speaks first. That stock market rascal, Qin Jiang, who once rejected our invitation, now hides in Southeast Asia as a petty tyrant? At this, Rossi leaps up, slamming the table. Does he think he is safe in that dilapidated fortress? Let me bring a crew and drag him back to feed the dogs. According to intelligence, the Black Dragon Group is no simple entity. While the local armed guards may not be as numerous as theirs, it amounts to 1,000. Are you suggesting we send an army to attack? Silver Fox Ferrara's voice, though soft, penetrates every ear. Shall we bow to the yellow-skinned monkeys? Let us send a cleanup crew disguised as tourists. We could easily bribe the local officials. Suddenly, all voices cease as Don Vito extinguishes his cigar forcefully in the crystal ashtray. That is not our territory, he speaks in a low tone, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. The hearts of the gathered members seem to synchronize with the sound, rising and falling. Though he appears aged, beneath his expressionless facade lies wisdom, ruthlessness, cunning, and guile, qualities that make him a truly exceptional leader. Even the black organization S Distillery cannot penetrate Italy due to his presence. Marco, select 3 clean brothers to enter under Swiss passports as investors. Since they are recruiting, this presents an opportunity. Salvatore, contact General Kunsha from Myanmar Shan State and inquire if he can sleep soundly with such an anomaly on his turf. They can provide support. As one of the suppliers for our procurement, our mafia's relationship with Kunsha is quite strong. Antonio glances at the leader as he speaks. Withdraw your men from the Golden Triangle. Now is not the time for conflict. Antonio Iron Fist Rossi clenches his hands tightly beneath the table in frustration. Don Vito lets out a cold laugh. Aren't they recruiting senior talent? Let Camilo apply. At this pronouncement, the eyes of the room widen in disbelief, staring at their leader. Camila Black Widow Corleone, Don Vito's adopted daughter, is a Harvard Business School graduate who once dismantled the Milan bank using her charms. Her intellect rivals that of strategist Salvatore, and her prowess is on par with an ordinary special forces soldier. She is a remarkable woman, cherished by her leader. As the meeting adjourns, Ferrara tosses a copy of the Wall Street Journal into the fireplace, its headline announcing Miranda's resignation. The flames consume the title, Black Dragon Group, a world group rising from the east. With a scoff, Ferrara remarks, rising is one thing, achieving it is another, before turning to leave as the newspaper turns to ash. At the Japanese black organization stronghold, the Ushuaia Bar in Tokyo, a secret base. The dim red lights and swirling smoke create an atmosphere of impatience. Chianti taps her fingers against the bar, her bourbon whiskey nearly finished. Where's that guy, Jin? She rakes her wine-red short hair in agitation, her sniper's acuity catching a glimpse of bourbon smirking at her from the corner. Just then, the bar door swings open, and Jin and Vodka step in, silver hair glimmering like a blade in the dim light. Finally, they've arrived. As Chianti prepares to voice her complaints, she sees Jin stride directly to the bar. The bartender, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, cheerfully slides an amber sherry toward him. Sir, your taste. After taking a sip, Jin's eyes turn icy as he seizes the bartender's hair, slamming his face onto the bar, a Beretta 92F pressed against his temple. Belmont. Do not test my limits. Ah, discovered, have we? The bartender's voice morphs into a languid female tone, his waxen features melting away to reveal Belmid's enchanting visage. She licks the blood from her lips, smiling like a satisfied cat. Just a joke. Jin steps back, a shiver running down his spine. Every time this woman engages in disguise, his brother's killing intent could freeze a man. Jin slaps a copy of the Asahi Shimbun onto the table, its front page emblazoned with the Black Dragon Group's recruitment advertisement. Chapter 60, The Lu Group's Decision. I have discerned my recurring flaw. I invariably emphasize the female characters in my narratives. Henceforth, I have resolved that the upcoming female characters shall either be formidable in their own right or fall into the archetype of the damsel in distress. Yet the interplay of their stories shall not exceed a few chapters. The primary focus shall remain on territorial power dynamics. If there are any favored female characters, not limited to those from anime, television, or film, do leave a comment, particularly those who possess high intelligence or notable abilities. Having perused all of this, he cast a cold glance over the assembly. The gentleman issued a directive. Either seize control of this company or transform them into our financial reservoir. Gianni interjected. Why not simply eliminate their boss? She attempted to rise but was restrained by Cohen's hand upon her shoulder. Bourbon, with his fingers caressing the newspaper, his violet-gray eyes inscrutable, remarked, the financial skirmish is far more captivating than bullets. Rum's lone eye shimmered with intensity. The oil palm has mentioned them, emerging warlord factions in Myanmar. Yet they are more tyrannical than the entrenched warlords, acting without restraint. Belmod toyed with her empty wine glass, and upon hearing the gentleman's words, her nails produced a jarring sound against the rim, unnoticed by others, as hatred surged within her. The oil palm had messaged last week. Rum's mechanical eye glinted under the light. The so-called Black Dragon Group is merely the faction developed by a village chief along the Long Xiaoyun border, but it has advanced at an astonishing pace, boasting not only dozens of armored vehicles, but also Apache helicopters. Vodka inhaled sharply. This is no enterprise. It is a warlord's domain. Thus, wit must prevail. Jin lit a cigarette, a malevolent grin emerging through the smoke. Belmod, disguise yourself as a headhunter to engage their HR. Belmod's crimson lips curved. What if their boss takes a liking to me? That would be even better. Belmod maintained her composure, though her heart turned to ice. The organization is devoid of sentiment. Only utility remains. I will seek an opportunity to infiltrate the Black Dragon. As the meeting concluded, Belmod wandered through the rain-drenched streets of Tokyo, a haze enveloping her heart. Since she was destined for such a place, she might as well visit her angel first. The thought of Angel Lawn lifted Belmod's spirits considerably. In Long Country, one village, two nations. Within 3 days, Lingxiao procured 70 square kilometers of land directly for Long Xiaoyun, due to advertising efforts. However, there was currently no designated recruitment site within the village, and those applying might not even have a place to stay. Lingxiao was left with no choice but to temporarily convert the office into a recruitment venue, awaiting the arrival of the first job seeker. Several air-conditioned buses shuttled back and forth from the nearest town, a journey of no more than half an hour. And the only hotel in the town was entirely booked by Lingxiao, specifically prepared for all applicants. Downstairs, not only were dozens of special forces providing security, but there were also hundreds of low-ranking assassins on standby across various floors. What image should he project to these applicants? One of wealth, abundance, opulence. Working for Lingxiao would never result in loss. All expenses related to flights and transportation would be reimbursed. In the office of the village, after Mother Zhong and Long Xiaoyun had arranged everything, they too prepared to leave. However, the two women in the office, alongside Lingxiao, did not await the arrival of applicants, but rather received a phone call from Mother Zhong. The phone beneath her suddenly rang, and Mother Zhong set down her documents to answer. Hello, Dad? On the other end, a hearty laugh resonated. Hi, that Lingxiao of yours is quite the spender. Mr. Liu's voice came through the receiver clearly. The front pages of the Wall Street Journal and the Times featured recruitment advertisements. Even the electronic screens in Tokyo's Ginza were displaying them in rotation. This overwhelming momentum had the group elders discussing the matter during their morning meeting. Mother Zhong's lips involuntarily curled upwards, her fingers entwining with the phone cord. He is indeed reckless, but his pride cannot be concealed. Even her earlobes turned a delicate pink. After some pleasantries, Mr. Liu's tone turned serious. Yaya, let me ask you this. Is this Lingxiao worth the entirety of my Liu family's investment? Without a moment's hesitation, Mother Zhong answered resolutely, absolutely. She glanced at Lingxiao, who was busy organizing documents for Long Xiaoyun, her voice soft yet firm. He deserves the very best. Good, good. Mr. Liu exclaimed repeatedly. The sound of a pen tapping against the table echoed through the receiver. Reserve the best plot for me. The Liu group will take it. At this moment, Mother Zhong naively believed her father was merely seeking land for a branch office, completely unaware of the surprise that awaited her. After hanging up, Lingxiao approached with 2 cups of coffee. Is there something up with Uncle Liu? Upon hearing this address, Mother Zhong's face flushed immediately. She accepted the coffee cup, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against Lingxiao's hand, causing her to retract as if shocked. No. It's just that my dad wants to acquire land in the village to establish a branch for the group. Minor detail, Lingxiao smiled, gesturing towards a model of the sand table, indicating the core business district plot A01, which had already been reserved for the Liu family. He leaned in closer, observing the flush on Mother Zhong's earlobes, and added, "After all, we are family." Li Xiaoyun, sensing the moment, coughed lightly and raised a document to shield her smirking lips. Shangjing City, originally known as Jing City, but since there is a Jinghai City, it has been renamed Shangjing City, which is now known as Beijing. In the 37th floor conference room of the Liu Group's headquarters, Zhong's father, Liu Erniu, set down his phone, observing the shareholders below, and his demeanor turned serious. "I have made a decision. The headquarters shall relocate." The conference room erupted into chaos. Relocating the headquarters. Financial Director Old Zhang dropped his pen, splattering ink onto the financial report. Marketing Director Li Mei abruptly stood, her chair screeching against the floor. "Mr. Liu, this is no joking matter. We have been rooted in Shangjing for decades." "Am I joking?" Liu Erniu leaned on the solid wood conference table, his vintage Shanghai watch reflecting a cold glow. He surveyed the 12 shareholders present, all of whom had struggled alongside him from the construction site. The old-fashioned clock on the wall ticked steadily, the atmosphere thick with tension, until finally, project manager Old Wang sighed. "Old Liu, our roots are in Shangjing. Roots can be relocated." Liu Erniu produced a stack of photographs from his briefcase and pushed them forward. "Take a look at this." The photos depicted Lingxiao's convoy of armored vehicles lined up along the border, with a modern industrial park under construction in the distance. The most startling image captured just 3 days prior showed 20 armed helicopters on standby nearby, hinting that the opposing side was also building a military airport. The personnel director trembled as he removed his reading glasses. "Is this to recreate a commercial empire?" Liu Erniu's wife, Wenruyu, spoke softly. Having donned the dark green qipao she wore 30 years ago when the company went public. This statement drew gasps from everyone present, and seizing the moment, Liu Erniu declared, "Within a year, I want the new group constructed, and then everyone shall relocate." Chapter 61. Candidates from various regions gradually arrive. The Black Dragon is not short on funds. The logistics chief hesitated to speak. Liu Erniu waved his hand decisively. "Build villas for the executives, elevator apartments for the mid-level staff, garden communities for core employees." He gritted his teeth. All renovations to be done to 5-star standards, fully subsidized by the group. Observing the puzzled expressions of his old comrades, Liu Erniu finally revealed the truth. "Last month, there was an attempt to maliciously acquire us." He produced an encrypted document. The opposing party had secretly acquired 15 of the circulating shares. Wenruyu added, "Moving to the border is a crisis, but also an opportunity." She gently pressed down on her husband's hand, which was tense with veins protruding. "At least there, no one can touch us." Once more, the conference room fell silent. Suddenly, Old Zhang, the financial director, slammed the table. "Let's do it. I've long found that group of capital vultures displeasing." Indeed, Li Mei wiped her eyes. "Back in the day, we could conquer the world with just cement. Now with helicopters providing escort, what do we have to fear?" Laughter filled the room as they eagerly signed the relocation resolution. Liu Erniu gazed out the window, the neon lights of Shangjing shimmering through the rain and mist. He was acutely aware that this decision might lead to a short-term evaporation of 30 billion from the group's market value. Yet in comparison to his daughter's words over the phone that it was worthwhile, such matters paled in significance. He merely informed his brothers that someone was covertly acquiring shares. And given the scale of their trillion-dollar group, it was evident that the opposing party had formidable backing. The Zhong family had long since given up hope. And had it not been for Yaya's presence, both sides would have reached a frozen impasse long ago, with mutual disdain. Now, the young man Yaya cared for had already begun to shine brightly, and he did not mind offering assistance. Although the subsidiary lacked sufficient weight, it could serve as a false signal to the Liu family watching him. Once the building was completed, they would simply depart, and everything would be set in stone. That young man was no simple figure. He observed as all the shareholders descended to begin allocating tasks. President Liu once more contacted Luya, seeking clarification on a few matters. The Liu Group also operated within the construction sector, and the building and accommodation projects would not trouble Lingxiao. They could handle it themselves. Liu's father called Zhong's mother again, inquiring why she was so resolute in placing her bet on Liu Lingxiao. Earlier, with so many people present, he hadn't asked. But now it was just him and Zhong's mother on the line. Upon the call connecting, Liu's father pressed the speakerphone button, leaning closer with his wife, Wenruyu, to listen. "Yaya, it's just your mother and I now." Liu's father lowered his voice. "Tell me honestly, Why are you so certain about betting on Gu Lingxiao? A slight intake of breath came from the other end, followed by her unwavering voice. Dad, do you know what Lingxiao possesses right now? Her tone carried an unmistakable pride. It was not merely an ordinary security team, but a properly organized military unit, complete with special operations forces. When Ruyu's teacup clattered to the carpet, he was already executing an expansive blueprint. Zhong's mother continued, Nankan and Jiugu are just the beginning. The entire Shan state is part of his plans. She paused. Moreover, he possesses legally sanctioned firearm permits, and not a few. Lu's father's hands trembled involuntarily, his reading glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. How is this even possible? Most significantly, Zhong's mother's voice softened, revealing layers of unspoken meaning in her assertion about his kindness towards her. After the call ended, an eerie silence enveloped the office. When Ryu trembled as she picked up the teacup, noticing the beads of sweat forming on her husband's forehead. Old Lu, she called softly. Lu Erniu removed his glasses, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Ryu, we may have truly made the right bet. He gazed out the window. The city lights shimmered through the rain. Yet they were no longer part of it. When Ryu suddenly recalled something. Should we tell Yaya our true plan? No need, Lu Erniu replied, a long-lost smile gracing his face, envisioning the surprise on their daughter's countenance when their building reached its pinnacle. That will be the real moment. When Ryu cast a helpless glance at her husband, who was half buried in the ground, yet still so childlike. However, thinking of Yaya's expression brought a smile to her lips as well. In the village of Dual Nations, observing Zhong's mother revealing her hand, Gu Lingxiao was entirely unfazed. It would eventually be discovered by others. The Lu family was now within his domain, as long as they kept the existence of the special operations team under wraps. All would be well. Yet, Lu's father's words served as a reminder. With the world watching, would there be those who grew envious? Therefore, the originally insufficient reconnaissance troops in the village would be supplemented, and for absolute safety, Gu Lingxiao decided to deploy an additional 100 Special Forces soldiers throughout the village, securing both floors of the office building. It remained uncertain which factions might be unable to restrain themselves from causing trouble. Boss, the number of tourists in the village has surged tenfold compared to before. Many are foreigners, John remarked, standing behind Gu Lingxiao, observing the throngs below. It seems our recruitment advertisement has proven quite effective. Ensure the patrols remain vigilant and that no incidents occur. Understood. How intriguing. As Gu Lingxiao scanned the crowd, he noted several individuals who averted their gazes. They were likely spies sent by rival factions. Stay quiet. Do not provoke me when I am in a temper, or else. Ruijiang Sanyi International Airport, a teacher called out, finally disembarking. I never expected the flight to take so long. Li Shanlu fanned herself with her hand, adjusting her tank top adorned with coconut tree patterns. Teacher, it's much hotter here than in Tokyo. Her fair shoulders bore the imprint of the airplane seat. Fei Yingli removed her sunglasses, her long legs clad in light green shorts glistening in the sunlight. The hem of her white shirt was casually knotted, revealing a slender waist, while her black jacket hung loosely over her shoulders. She gathered her slightly curled brown hair, the pearl necklace around her neck swaying gently. The Black Dragon Group's welcome sign stood out prominently at the exit, and as she wheeled her suitcase forward, Fei Yingli noticed several individuals already waiting. She fluently inquired in English, "We are here for interviews. May I ask where the interview location is in the village of Dual Nations?" The staff member, a young girl with a ponytail, introduced herself as Lin Xiaoyu from the reception team. "The bus will first take you to the hotel for check-in." She indicated towards her tablet. "Each interviewee will receive a unique identification tag." Fei Yingli keenly sensed the exchanged glances among several applicants, while Lin Xiaoyu appeared to anticipate this. Raising her voice to reassure the group, "Please rest assured, the entire hotel has been booked by our group, and all security personnel are certified." She deliberately showcased the anti-counterfeiting mark on her ID badge, stating that any issues could be directed to the duty personnel on each floor. Belmod lingered at the periphery of the crowd, her golden hair concealed beneath a baseball cap. She squinted at Fei Yingli, the striking woman triggering a sense of familiarity. Upon hearing the phrase Village of Dual Nations, she discreetly took a half step forward. Chapter 62, Black Dragon's Subsidiary. The air-conditioned bus glided to a halt, its exterior adorned with the Black Dragon Group's subtle logo, the polished windows reflecting the glaring sunlight. As they boarded, Fei Yingli noticed chilled mineral water placed on the genuine leather seats, and the onboard television played a bilingual promotional video about the village. "Excuse me," Fei Yingli inquired, twisting off the bottle cap, "are there accommodations available in the village?" As Lin Xiaoyu prepared to respond, Belmod interjected in English with an American accent. I also prefer to stay near the workplace. Just a moment. Let me contact the hotel owner in the village. Lin Xiaoyu promptly retrieved her phone and dialed, inquiring about available rooms. On the other end, the hotel owner's booming voice resonated through the speaker. We have plenty of vacancies. The newly renovated bamboo houses are unoccupied. All right. We will first take other guests to the hotel. Lin Xiaoyu quickly jotted down notes on her tablet, and then we will head to the village. Belmod nodded slightly, leaning back in her seat. Her peripheral vision caught Fei Yingli scribbling notes, the pen casting slender shadows across the paper. As the bus departed the airport, the sound system played melodious folk music, and Belmod gazed at the banana trees rushing past the window, a slight smile gracing her lips beneath her sunglasses. This recruitment seemed to be turning out far more interesting than anticipated. Several hours later, the bus finally delivered Fei Yingli and her companions to the village. Everyone, we have arrived at the village. Let me guide you to the hotel. Lin Xiaoyu's voice roused the previously drowsy group. Fei Yingli adjusted her glasses. Having not rested during the journey, her eyes were fixed outside. As they neared the village, witnessing construction sites all around, she was truly astonished. Estimating the area to be several dozen square kilometers, cranes, tower scaffolds, and construction zones surrounded them. Fei Yingli seemed to witness the dawn of a new star city. Similar to her predecessors, the azure eyes of Belmode, hidden behind sunglasses, surveyed her surroundings, leaving her with but two words: wealthy. Indeed, this was not mere wealth. A subtle smile graced her lips as she disembarked alongside several interviewees who had chosen to stay in the village. Wow, how magnificent! Exclaimed a girl clad in a pink coat and adorned with long cherry blossom pink hair, gripping her guitar strapped tightly, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is she a child? Surely. This little girl is just a child. The onlookers regarded her with a sense of confirmation in their hearts. With a guitar in tow, she was likely not here for the same interviews. She probably aimed to apply at the affiliated Golden Dragon Media Company. The Black Dragon Group, headquarters. Subsidiaries include Red Dragon Catering Company, Orange Dragon Fruits, Yellow Dragon Real Estate, Green Dragon Clothing Company, Blue Dragon Manufacturing Park, Purple Dragon Security Company, Golden Dragon Media Company, and White Dragon Venture Capital Company. Please proceed this way. Lin Xiaoyu, bearing a small red flag, led the group across the crosswalk. Despite the construction sites bustling around them, the ground remained relatively free of dust and dirt, with sanitation workers diligently sweeping the area, suggesting that the Black Dragon not only possessed wealth, but perhaps also a hint of obsessive cleanliness. The village stretched as far as the eye could see, approximately a kilometer deep, with its interconnected rivers and a plethora of souvenir shops, inns, and eateries. The group arrived at the office building's opposite side, where the proprietor awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, he approached, saying, "Hello, these must be the guests staying with us." "Yes, boss. They have all chosen to reside within the village. I leave the specific room arrangements to you." "Of course." The boss waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze toward Lin Xiaoyu's guests. His eyes widened in surprise, for not only were they all women, but each one was an exceptionally rare beauty, with only a little girl blending into their midst, a minor detail. Upon entering the village, several members of Belmode's party felt their nerves tauten, even as their bodies grew somewhat rigid. What was happening? What on earth was this village? The moment they stepped foot inside, Belmode and her companions sensed the chilling gaze sweeping over them from the shadows, a sensation honed by years of experience. Snipers, or rather, sharpshooters. They could scarcely identify the source of the watchful eyes, yet they understood that any dangerous movement would lead to immediate capture. Not to mention the security personnel patrolling the area and the watchtowers that stood sentinel. The air around them was laden with danger. How intriguing, truly fascinating. A slight smile curled at the corners of Belmode's mouth, as she eagerly anticipated meeting the head of the Black Dragon Group. The innkeeper summoned an English translator, who was one of the many hired by Lingxiao from various regions, proficient in English, Japanese, Russian, and more. After attentively listening to the innkeeper's instructions, the translator turned to Fei Yingli and her companions, explaining, "Accommodation is complimentary, and meals will be prepared at regular intervals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Guests can come down to the dining hall at meal times to collect their food. Should you encounter any difficulties within the village, feel free to seek assistance from the security personnel." With smiles, everyone nodded in acknowledgement, and the innkeeper proceeded to assign rooms to the group. Standing at the window of her room, Belmode sensed that she was not the only one among them intent on uncovering the secrets of the Black Dragon. It remained uncertain whether they were CIA operatives, spies, or agents of some other shadowy force. Inside the office building, Li Xiaoyan hung up the phone, massaging her weary brow as she spoke. "Sister Yiya, the The first batch of interviewees has settled into the hotel we arranged. Some have chosen to stay in the village's inn. How soon do you think we should commence the interviews? Zhongmu pondered for a moment before replying. Let us start tomorrow morning. We aren't tea machines. Let us take today to rest. As she spoke, Zhongmu cast a forlorn glance at Gu Lingxiao, who stood on the balcony outside, reflecting on how her once high status had spiraled into chaos since meeting him. She now felt as if she were working within her own group, and the thought left her feeling somewhat aggrieved. The intensity of the gazes from behind was too direct. Gu Lingxiao turned to meet Zhongmu's pitiful gaze, his heart aching as he approached her. Zhongmu, too, rose to her feet, finding herself enveloped in Gu Lingxiao's embrace. I apologize for the distress, he murmured. Once we recruit suitable personnel, I promise you won't have to endure such hardships. Feeling the neglect from the side, Li Xiaoyan extended her hand to pull Zhongmu closer, saying, You too, you've worked hard, Xiaoyan. With a huff, Zhongmu felt that perhaps this life wasn't so bad after all. It was a bit arduous, but she could help Lingxiao. I'm hungry, came a sweet, playful voice from within Gu Lingxiao's embrace. He chuckled indulgently. Let us go home. I'll cook for you. With a gulp, both women eagerly anticipated the prospect of Gu Lingxiao's culinary skills. Chapter 63. The village chief's ominous presence. Bell mode takes action. Let us go, let us go. We must buy ingredients. I intend to feast today. Lingxiao, I want to join you. I wish to check on my brother, Li Xiaoyan said, her eyes softening at the mention of her sibling. All right then. If you need anything, just let me know. Rest assured, I will speak up if needed. With that, Li Xiaoyan kissed Gu Lingxiao, grabbed her bag, and departed. In the past, she had lived cautiously alongside her brother, but now, with a reliable support system, she felt a sense of belonging, a safe harbor. Her spirits buoyed, Li Xiaoyan walked with a spring in her step, casting aside work-related worries. Lingxiao, Xiao Lian is truly capable. Zhongmu remarked sincerely as she watched Li Xiaoyan leave, recognizing her not just for her gentleness and competence, but also for her sharp insights that matched her own. If she hadn't known Li Xiaoyan's background, she might have mistaken her for someone akin to herself. Of course, just look at me, my judgment is impeccable. Gu Lingxiao replied cheerfully, taking Zhongmu's hand as they ventured outside, followed closely by John Wick and Joel Forge, vigilant, as ever. In the village, where people of all kinds mingled, the safety of the boss was paramount. On the second floor of the inn, several pairs of eyes were fixated on Gu Lingxiao, but they quickly withdrew their gazes under the calm scrutiny of John and Joel. Masters. Truly extraordinary masters, with such elite bodyguards surrounding him. The identity of that man was unmistakable. Coupled with his emergence from the office building, he could only be the head of the Black Dragon. The remaining members of the group were also reluctant to remain in their rooms, for nothing left a deeper impression than an unexpected encounter. Teacher, you must try this pink dish, it's absolutely delicious. Kuriyama Midori exclaimed, chewing on rice noodles with a blissful expression as she spoke to her master. Is it truly that delectable? Fei Yingli inquired, observing the bowl before her, laden with a rich layer of red oil over the rice noodles, fresh meat, pickled vegetables, pea shoots, and an array of exquisite toppings. She inhaled the aromatic fragrance, which was exceptionally rich. After stirring the contents, she lowered her head to take a bite. And in that moment, her eyes lit up. Indeed, it was delightful. Teacher, I've received important intel. What is it? Reiko Q2 is also coming. Coughing. Fei Yingli grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth, incredulous as she asked, Is that true? Who informed you? Hee, I'm good friends with a colleague of Lawyer Q2. They mentioned she set off today? Fine, let her come. It's of no concern to me. Though she spoke dismissively, Fei Yingli felt that Reiko Q2 was coming specifically for her, as they were both rivals and friends, always eager to compete with one another. As Gu Lingxiao passed by, he caught a glimpse of the familiar sounds of Japanese and glanced over, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to recall who it belonged to. Lingxiao, come quickly. There are wild scallions here. Mother Zhong called out to Gu Lingxiao from in front of a small stall. Coming. Gu Lingxiao approached, and indeed found wild scallions, which were delicious whether in a cold dish or stir-fried with cured meat. The street was not large, yet it offered nearly every type of vegetable, along with a shop selling fish and seafood, all in an area specifically designated by Gu Lingxiao. After all, every household was relatively well off, despite its remoteness. The standard of living was quite high. As the two strolled through the market, John and his companion noticed a woman approaching them directly, walking straight towards the boss. At the opportune moment, Belmode deliberately stepped into the crack between the stone slabs with her high heels, and her body tilted toward Gu Lingxiao. Her eyes tightly shut as she let out a gasp, feigning a fall. Whoa, a delivery right to my door? Gu Lingxiao. Embodying the mindset of taking advantage of favorable circumstances, instinctively reached out to catch her. A waft of fragrance enveloped him, and he felt the softness against his chest. Realizing the stakes were quite high. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Belmode replied, possessing an exceptionally striking appearance and a tall, elegant figure. Now, with her head slightly tilted back, her eyes glimmered with tears, presenting a pitiable visage. Gu Lingxiao acknowledged it. He was indeed a lecher, yet he still somewhat gentlemanly helped her up. Marveling at how her high heel had gotten stuck in such a small crack, it was remarkable how one could manage to step into it so easily. After helping her regain her balance, Gu Lingxiao crouched down, grasped her calf, and with a gentle lift, freed her high heel, allowing it to rest on his knee before pulling it out. Once Belmode had her shoe back on, she shyly bent slightly to thank Gu Lingxiao and then left the spot. "What? Are you reluctant? Should we chase after her?" Mother Zhong pouted, a hint of jealousy in her voice. "Not at all. She just looks familiar. I can't tell which organization sent her." He was not foolish. It was obvious this was deliberate. After all, what was there to fear about getting something for free? "What?" Mother Zhong turned sharply, only to find that the woman had vanished. Angrily, she exclaimed to Gu Lingxiao, knowing she harbored ill intentions, "Why did you still catch her? What if she had a weapon?" Do not underestimate John and Joel. If she had drawn a weapon, those two would have subdued her in an instant. "Indeed, madam. You may rest assured. She was undoubtedly after the boss. Though her act was convincing, her intent was too clear. We are always vigilant," Joel explained as he tucked away a long needle from his sleeve. "And you? Succumbing to temptation?" "Sniff, sniff. What are you smelling? Such a strong sour scent," he said while casting a teasing smile at Mother Zhong. "Humph." Mother Zhong, her cheeks flushed, turned toward home. "Haha." Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly before chasing after her, reaching out to grasp her hand, only to have her deftly evade him. Jealous? With the prospect of holding hands dashed, Gu Lingxiao could only wrap his arms around her slender waist, feigning ignorance. Mother Zhong said nothing, allowing herself to be embraced as they returned home. Whereupon she turned to Gu Lingxiao with a serious expression. Noticing her gravity, Gu Lingxiao also subdued his laughter. "Lingxiao, I do not care how many women you have in the future, but you must promise me that you will not neglect us." Mother Zhong spoke of us, not Xiao Ai, clearly having accepted him. Gu Lingxiao's playful demeanor faded as he gently cradled Mother Zhong's face, his gaze intense. "I assure you, regardless of what the future holds, I will never treat you and Xiao Ai poorly." His thumb caressed her flushed cheek, assuring her that he would not let them remain alone. Mother Zhong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lightly pushed his hand away, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. "Come, let me show you my culinary skills." Gu Lingxiao rolled up his sleeves and headed to the kitchen, and Mother Zhong eagerly followed, watching him expertly chop vegetables and toss the stir-fry. In no time, a sumptuous spread of 3 dishes and a soup was laid out on the table. "Try this." Gu Lingxiao placed a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs into Mother Zhong's bowl. Mother Zhong bit into it with skepticism, but her eyes instantly brightened. "It's still so delicious, truly wonderful." She eagerly sampled the other dishes, each one astonishing her. Gu Lingxiao leaned closer to her ear, his breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. "But none are as delightful as you." Mother Zhong's ears flushed crimson, nearly dropping her chopsticks, and she shot him an annoyed glare, only for him to steal a kiss in the moment. "Rogue," Mother Zhong murmured softly, yet she did not shy away from his subsequent embrace. Chapter 64. Finally, a taste. "Have some red wine, auntie." Listening to Gu Lingxiao's husky voice and the slight flush in his eyes, Mother Zhong felt a moment of trepidation. Yet her heart fluttered with anticipation. Good. That one word filled Gu Lingxiao with joy as he turned toward the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle of red wine. With Long Xiaoyun not returning today, he craved meat. As night deepened, under the warm yellow light, Gu Lingxiao poured the wine into a goblet. While Mother Zhong rested her chin on her hand, her fingertips lightly tracing the rim of the glass, the wine reflecting on her flushed cheeks. "This wine is excellent." She took a sip, her red lips stained with glistening wine, the alcohol making her eyes sparkle, and she unconsciously loosened her collar, revealing a glimpse of her snowy neck. Gu Lingxiao swallowed hard, his gaze fervently following her every move. "Not a fraction as exquisite as you." His voice was hoarse beyond measure. Mother Zhong chuckled lightly, taking another sip, the red wine sliding down her lips, leaving an enticing trace at her collarbone. She remained blissfully unaware, lazily swirling her glass. "Lingxiao, I think I'm a little drunk. Let me carry you to the bedroom." Gu Lingxiao could no longer contain himself and swiftly swept her into his arms. Mother Zhong gasped lightly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, the scent of her hair mingling with the fragrance of wine wafting towards him. With the bedroom door kicked open, Mother Zhong suddenly pressed down on his hand as he reached for her clothing. Wait. A flicker of unease crossed her eyes. I am no longer a young woman. You will regret this. Lingxiao paused, leaning down to press her against the soft bedding. Nonsense. He lightly kissed the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, where wisdom was concealed. His lips brushed against hers, where tenderness resided, and his fingers traced her collarbone, where strength was etched, each word transforming into fiery kisses. Mother Zhong's breath quickened, the last remnants of rationality drowned in his presence. Her garments slipped away unnoticed. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, outlining their entwined forms. The sheets gradually disheveled. Droplets that could not be distinguished as sweat or tears fell beside the pillows. As dawn broke, Lingxiao embraced the slumbering Mother Zhong from behind, his fingertips grazing the alluring red marks on her shoulder. And he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on that skin. Good morning, my precious. Mother Zhong nestled closer into his embrace. Her disheveled hair spread across the pillow. Tears still clung to her eyelashes, yet a satisfied smile graced her lips, while beneath the bed lay torn stockings and high heels. Silently narrating the madness of the previous night, Lingxiao held her tighter, whispering in her ear, sleep a little longer, his fingers gently combing through her long hair. One must admit, last night was quite fulfilling. Oh, Zhong, how could you let such a woman remain alone? I am truly grateful to you. No more. Feeling the unusual sensation behind her, Mother Zhong playfully protested, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. Truly, he was a relentless tease. Who said the fields would not go bad, after lying fallow for so many years? But I feel uncomfortable. Mother Zhong turned to glance at him with a hint of grievance, having resolved to support Lingxiao no matter how many women he pursued in the future. With this thought, she burrowed into the blankets, her body gently rising and falling. Lingxiao could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Is that enough? I want to rest. I will not go to work today. Humph. Mother Zhong complained, casting a glance at Lingxiao. Fully dressed, Lingxiao leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead before turning to exit the room. With a refreshed spirit, Lingxiao walked along the path, finding everything around him exceptionally appealing. Upon arriving at the office, Xiaoyun had already settled in on the second floor, preparing for interviews. Lingxiao pulled up a chair beside her. Where is Sister Yaya? Though Xiaoyun directed the question at him, her discerning gaze seemed to grasp the situation entirely. After a sigh, she chose not to elaborate further, while Lingxiao shamelessly pretended not to notice. Moments later, the clock struck 10, and Xiaoyun took out the intercom, announcing, the interviews may commence. Understood, President Li. The first candidate, Mr. Li Mingyuan, was vying for the position of CEO at Qilong Catering. As the secretary made the announcement, a middle-aged man in a deep blue suit entered the office with a steady gait. Xiaoyun quickly scanned the resume in her hand, an MBA from Tsinghua University and former regional general manager of a well-known chain restaurant. Mr. Li, your resume states that you led a team to expand from 15 to 47 stores within 2 years. Could you elaborate on your expansion strategy? Xiaoyun adjusted her glasses. Probing further, despite the nascent concept of franchising, it was not without merit. Li Mingyuan began articulating his theories on regional layout and talent development with poise. Lingxiao appeared to be attentively nodding, yet his gaze often drifted to the window. Xiaoyun noted down clear strategy, strong execution ability in her notebook and continued to inquire. If tasked with establishing the foundational team for Qilong Catering within 3 months, how would you proceed? After 20 minutes of the interview, Xiaoyun had formed a comprehensive evaluation of the candidate. She turned to Lingxiao, who mechanically nodded in agreement. Mr. Li, we will provide you with a response within 3 days, Xiaoyun stated with a formal smile. Once the candidate departed, she could not help but frown. Lingxiao, you ought to pay attention. This is your own company. Lingxiao languidly leaned back in his chair. With you here, that suffices. He lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. I trust your judgment. Xiaoyun sighed and pressed the call button. Next, the COO candidate from Huanglong Real Estate. Throughout the subsequent interviews, Xiaoyun exhibited remarkable professionalism. She not only inquired in detail about each candidate's management experiences, but also tailored questions to reflect the unique characteristics of different companies. As the production director of a clothing company, how do you balance cost control with product quality? In the face of industrial park construction, what is your environmental standard implementation plan? If the board demands profitability within 6 months, what measures would you prioritize? Lingxiao's focus waned increasingly when the third candidate discussed supply chain management. He even stifled a yawn. Xiaoyun cast him a glance, deciding against soliciting his input further. Ms. Zhang, your previous experience at the Lu Group is quite remarkable. Xiaoyun suddenly sat up straight. Why did you choose to leave such a large corporation to join a startup like ours? The woman applying for the financial director position at Green Dragon Apparel smiled slightly. The Lu Group is adjusting its strategic direction, and I personally see greater opportunities in emerging markets. Li Xiaoyan keenly noted this information, marking it in her notebook. After the interview concluded, she immediately researched the Lu Group's recent developments, uncovering signs of asset restructuring. 2 hours later, the final candidate exited the office, and Li Xiaoyan rubbed her temples, surrounded by a pile of resumes and evaluation forms. Finally, it was over. She organized the documents. Qilong Catering had confirmed its CEO and operations director. Huanglong Real Estate had selected its COO and engineering director. Green Dragon Apparel had chosen its design and financial directors. And Blue Dragon Park had appointed a factory manager and 3 department heads. Chapter 65, A Gift from Belmode. Gu Lingxiao suddenly perked up. What about the candidate from the Lu Group? What is her background? Zhang Meiling, 35, former deputy financial director at the Lu Group. Li Xiaoyan retrieved the resume. Her professional capabilities are solid, but I suspect she may have been specially arranged by the Lu family. That's a good sign, Gu Lingxiao smiled. It indicates that old Lu is truly investing. Li Xiaoyan regarded him seriously, but we must remain vigilant against infiltration by other forces. At least 2 candidates today had resumes that were excessively polished, as if meticulously prepared. Gu Lingxiao nodded thoughtfully. Infiltration? I'm not worried, even if they are spies. As long as they possess capability, I welcome them. Earlier, although Gu Lingxiao appeared distracted, he had been consulting the system. System, is there a way to control loyalty? Beep. Loyalty chip. Price, 1 million per unit. Nano-level chips cause no harm to the user. They merely deliver an electric shock when the user contemplates betraying or harming the host. Huh? Just a shock? What if someone is unafraid of death? Beep. Host. Aside from the death warriors you summon, no one in this world can withstand such pain. It directly invades the brain. All right, you're the system. You're impressive. Let us go eat. There is another batch of candidates this afternoon. All right, Gu Lingxiao replied, snapping back to reality. After a simple lunch, he lit a cigarette in the office and, after exhaling a cloud of smoke, asked, Xiaoyan, how many people do we have this afternoon? About 50. We'll need several days to interview 101 day. Sister Yaya, please come back soon. I need your help. Lingxiao isn't doing anything at all. As the next round of interviews commenced, the first candidate left them astonished. Is this a child? It's definitely a child, right? Hi, boss. My name is Hoting Ichiri. I'm here to interview for Jinlong Media Company. The translator beside them relayed the statement. System, provide proficiency in Japanese, English, German, and Russian. Beep. Purchase successful. Cost 40 million. The name Hoting Ichiri struck a familiar chord. You aspire to be an artist, correct? Carrying a guitar behind you? Gu Lingxiao began in fluent Japanese, causing Li Xiaoyan to raise her eyebrows in surprise, while Hoting Ichiri flinched like a startled rabbit, nearly dropping her guitar. Ichiri lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. I want to be an artist. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Gu Lingxiao observed the exceedingly shy girl with interest. She wore thick black-framed glasses, her pink hair in disarray, appearing as if she might curl up and vanish at any moment. Show me a piece to gauge your guitar skills, Gu Lingxiao said gently, attempting not to frighten her. Ichiri's fingers abruptly halted. She slowly lifted her head, though still unable to meet their gaze, the moment her fingers touched the guitar strings. It was as if a spell had been cast upon her. If I could transform into a constellation, she softly announced the title of the piece. As the first note resonated, the air in the office seemed to freeze. Li Xiaoyan instinctively sat up straighter. The lively melody flowed through the room as if it were alive. Even more astounding was Ichiri's clear voice, softly humming along, though quiet. It possessed a power that pierced the heart. If I could become a star, how wonderful it would be. I would no longer feel lonely. Gu Lingxiao closed his eyes. Visions of a summer night sky filling his mind. This was no mere performance. It was the infusion of soul into music. As the final note fell, the office was enveloped in silence, the sound of the air conditioning the only thing discernible. Ichiri reverted to her timid self, anxiously awaiting judgment. What a treasure! Li Xiaoyan murmured, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This kind of charisma could surely make her a superstar. Gu Lingxiao nodded and gently asked in Japanese, Ichiri, you just turned 18, correct? If we sign a contract, you'll need to live here. Would you like to discuss it with your family first? Surprisingly, Ichiri vigorously shook her head, her pink hair swaying. No, it's unnecessary. I spoke with my parents before coming. They said if I run away again, they'll sell my guitar. Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle, then turned serious. Shall we sign the contract now? With provisions for meals and accommodation. Alongside a base salary supplemented by performance bonuses, Ely nodded vigorously, nearly dislodging her glasses. After signing the contract, she held her guitar and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you. I will do my utmost." She awkwardly shuffled out of the office, almost colliding with the doorframe. "This girl," Li Xiaoyun remarked, shaking her head, "is like two different people on and off the stage." Gu Lingxiao pondered thoughtfully, suggesting, perhaps she should be paired with a gentler manager, preferably of Japanese descent. Li Xiaoyun jotted down notes and pressed the call button. Next. Outside, Ely crouched in a corner of the corridor, sending a text to her parents to share the good news. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow on her pink hair, heralding the opening of her own vast ocean of stars. "Knock, knock. Come in." The door was gently pushed open, revealing a blonde beauty with striking blue eyes. Upon seeing Gu Lingxiao, she feigned surprise, widening her eyes dramatically and speaking in heavily accented Mandarin. "It's you. Thank you so much for last time." Li Xiaoyun glanced skeptically at Gu Lingxiao, questioning, "Do you know each other?" "Just a small favor," Gu Lingxiao replied nonchalantly. Li Xiaoyun narrowed her eyes, scanning between the two, evidently unconvinced by his explanation. She suspected Gu Lingxiao was only flattering her due to her beauty. "I am Chris Winard," the blonde beauty introduced herself gracefully. At the mention of this name, Gu Lingxiao sat up straight, a glint of sharp awareness flashing in his eyes. He nearly blurted out, "Belmode." Li Xiaoyun appeared confused. Yet Belmode's demeanor stiffened noticeably. Her pupils constricted slightly, and her fingers trembled involuntarily. This identity was her greatest secret. How could it be? Before she could gather her thoughts, Gu Lingxiao continued, "I am uncertain which position you wish to interview for, but I have a most suitable role for you." Belmode feigned calm, her lips curving into a perfect smile. "What position?" Her peripheral vision caught John and you're standing silently at the door, their cold gazes making it clear that escape was not an option. "I am in charge of the intelligence department of my organization," Gu Lingxiao calmly stated, presenting this astonishing proposition. System: restore Belmode's physical condition. Beep. Gene serum. Price: 100 million. Can restore the recipient's physical condition and revert age to around 30. Good. As long as it exists. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Belmode's mind raced, preparing to find an excuse to leave, yet she heard Gu Lingxiao continue. Chapter 66. Feiyingli is offered for free. I can assist you in eliminating Weiyuan Lianya and remedy your physical state, allowing you to return to your 30-year-old self. His voice carried an undeniable confidence. Afterward, you can live like a normal woman. Belmode's body trembled as her breath quickened, her fingers clutching the fabric of her clothes tightly. "Is this for real?" Her voice quivered uncontrollably, the perfect facade crumbling in that instant. Gu Lingxiao met her gaze steadily, slowly nodding. "I never go back on my word." Taking a deep breath, Belmode steadied her emotions. "I can agree, but I will not withdraw from the distillery." She lifted her chin defiantly. "I came to be an undercover agent." Surprisingly, Gu Lingxiao laughed. "You needn't withdraw. Just assist me in developing the intelligence department. The rest is up to you." Sunlight filtered through the glass, illuminating Belmode's face as she suddenly realized this might be the opportunity she had waited for her entire life. The elusive, shadow-dwelling master of disguise might finally embrace a new beginning. He is Kaimi, her savior. Though belatedly, he had indeed arrived. Purchase a gene serum. Beep. Expense: 100 million. Feeling the sudden weightlessness in her bag, Gu Lingxiao retrieved the gene serum, which glowed a haunting blue, casually twirling it in his hand. The vial appeared unremarkable, resembling ordinary saline solution, lacking even a label. "Is this it? 100 million? He muttered softly, unaware that Belmode was fixated on the vial in his hand. Belmode's throat involuntarily constricted. Every cell in her body screamed with yearning for that serum. For years, she had nearly abandoned hope of returning to normalcy. Then, Gu Lingxiao casually tossed the serum her way. "Ah!" Belmode fumbled to catch it, nearly dropping it to the ground. She glared at him, her eyes wide with indignation. "What if it shatters?" Her voice faltered mid-sentence, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover this enchanting master of disguise possessed such an endearing side. "Inject it upon your return. It should resolve your issues." He waved his hand, signaling the conversation's conclusion. Yet, Belmode suddenly stepped forward, and before Gu Lingxiao could react, a gentle kiss landed on his forehead. "Thank you, my Kaimi," she teased, winking mischievously, her voice regaining its former charm, laced with sincerity. Gu Lingxiao stood frozen, inhaling a faint whiff of her perfume. By the time he regained his senses, Belmode had already dashed to the door in her high heels. "Oh, boss," she turned abruptly, tilting her head with a devilish grin. "Do you need me to report back tonight?" Her fingers flirtatiously brushed her red lips. "Get out." Lingxiao chuckled, playfully grabbing a folder from the table. As if to throw it, Belmode laughed heartily, slipping out the door, throwing a kiss as she left. Her light-hearted humming echoed in the corridor, a stark contrast to her earlier tension. Outside, Belmode carefully cradled the serum, the sunlight filtering through the glass tube, casting blue spots in her palm. Her steps grew lighter, nearly transforming into a run. After so many years, she finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. This woman, Lingxiao shook his head, chuckling softly, is truly the master of disguise. Beside him, Long Xiaoyun remarked wistfully, "You seem to have quite the refined taste, even attracting international stars." "Enough." Lingxiao quickly raised his hands in surrender. This is for serious talent acquisition. He truly hadn't anticipated that this world harbored such famed detectives. So, could characters like Xiaolan, Yuan Zi, Fei Yingli, and Yu Shizi all be included? He was not a lecher. He merely had the means and wished to provide them with a warm home. System, will the timeline of the detective impact my world? Beep, no. It's limited to daily life. That's a relief. Let us continue the interviews. Is this an interview? It feels more like you're selecting a consort. Long Xiaoyun remarked, exasperated. Cough, cough. Lingxiao awkwardly cleared his throat. Knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the knock, Long Xiaoyun adopted a more serious demeanor. The door opened gently, revealing a woman clad in a beige professional suit. Fei Yingli elegantly tied her chestnut hair into an intricate bun, her sharp and steady gaze peering from behind gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the poise of an elite lawyer as she carried a leather briefcase. "Hello, I am Fei Yingli." Her voice resonated like a cello, steady and pleasant. Long Xiaoyun quickly scanned her resume, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "Lawyer Fei, you are applying for the head of the legal department?" "Indeed." Fei Yingli replied with calm assurance. "I have practiced in Tokyo for 15 years, handling 327 cases with a 100 win rate." She produced a stack of documents from her briefcase. "Here are my credentials and notable cases I have managed." Lingxiao scrutinized this legal queen, internally lamenting, "Is this a joke?" Just as Belmode leaves, another shows up. Fei Yingli? Fei Yingli astutely noticed Lingxiao's gaze and slightly furrowed her brow. "Do you have doubts about my qualifications, Mr. Gu?" "No, it's just that." Lingxiao quickly thought on his feet. "Our legal department requires a permanent office presence, and I assure you, Lawyer Fei, that being based in Tokyo is not an issue." Fei Yingli adjusted her glasses. "I can manage through online meetings and regular trips. In fact, I have already handled legal work for several multinational corporations," she paused, "including legal consultations for Mitsubishi Group and Sony." For the next half hour, Fei Yingli exhibited astonishing professionalism. From international commercial law to intellectual property protection, she answered with remarkable fluency. When Long Xiaoyun presented a complex cross-border merger case, Fei Yingli even outlined 7 risk mitigation strategies on the spot. As the final question arose, Long Xiaoyun closed her folder and inquired why they had chosen a burgeoning enterprise like theirs. Fei Yingli's gaze softened slightly. "Because I admire entrepreneurs who dare to break the mold." She looked out at the construction site and added, "Furthermore, establishing such a large-scale enterprise in such a short time deserves the best legal protection." Long Xiaoyun exchanged a glance with Lingxiao and then declared, "Lawyer Fei, we have decided to appoint you as the Deputy Minister of the Legal Department, responsible for international affairs." A flicker of surprise crossed Fei Yingli's eyes. She had anticipated no more than the position of Regional Legal Director. "Thank you very much," she said, rising and bowing sincerely. "I will not betray this trust." Chapter 67. A world of familiar faces, a chaotic melange. After Fei Yingli departed, Long Xiaoyun pondered. This Lawyer Fei seemed familiar somehow. Lingxiao, feeling somewhat guilty, took a sip of water and suggested, "Perhaps she has appeared in legal magazines." As Fei Yingli exited the office, a smile she could not conceal played at her lips. Waiting outside, Liama Midori immediately approached her, recognizing from her expression that the interview had been a success. "Teacher," Liama Midori exclaimed in a hushed tone, then leaned in conspiratorially. "But I just saw Prosecutor Kyoto has also arrived." Fei Yingli paused, her eyes widening slightly behind her glasses. "Kyoto Reiko?" She quickly regained her composure, adjusting her glasses. "It matters not. We each rely on our own capabilities." As the two made their way to the hotel lobby, a woman in a deep blue professional suit emerged. Her long dark hair neatly tied back, and her sharp gaze resembled a drawn sword. Kyoto Reiko strode confidently toward them in high heels. "Lawyer Fei, what a coincidence," she said with an enigmatic smile. I see you've completed your interview? Prosecutor Kyoto, Fei Yingli elegantly nodded. I did not expect to encounter you here. They stood facing each other, and it was as if invisible sparks ignited in the air. Liama Midori instinctively took a step back, feeling the temperature around them drop a few degrees. I heard that the Black Dragon Group is assembling a top-tier legal team, Kyoto Reiko remarked, toying with her room key card. I happen to have some free time. Fei Yingli smiled slightly. Then I wish Prosecutor Kyoto the best of luck, though, she paused deliberately. The deputy minister position has already been secured by me. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Kyoto Reiko's eyes, followed by a light chuckle. As expected of the Queen of Law, but she leaned closer to Fei Yingli and whispered, the position of minister is mine for the taking. They exchanged knowing smiles before turning to leave, while Liama Midori hurried to catch up with Fei Yingli, glancing back at Kyoto Reiko's retreating figure. The prosecutor walked with an air of someone heading to court for a guaranteed victory. Teacher, she. No need to mind. Fei Yingli pressed the elevator button, her eyes sparkling with determination. This is what makes it interesting, is it not? Meanwhile, Kyoto Reiko stepped out of the hotel, gazing confidently at the direction of the Black Dragon Group's building. It was impossible for Fei Yingli to work here permanently, otherwise, her position could not merely be that of deputy minister. Therefore, she still had her chance, an opportunity to overshadow her opponent. The interviews continued in the office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door gently opened, and a woman dressed in a beige-fitted suit gracefully entered. Her chestnut locks cascaded in gentle waves. Each step she took exuded elegance and poise. Liu Na came to a halt at the desk, her lips curling into a perfectly measured smile. Good day to you both. I am Liu Na, a recent graduate of Harvard Law School, here to apply for the secretary position. Li Xiaoyun quickly scanned her resume, catching a glimpse of Gu Lingxiao's spine, straightening instantly. This resume was nothing short of impeccable, an Ivy League scholarship recipient, fluent in 5 languages, and with experience interning at the United Nations. Miss Liu, Li Xiaoyun couldn't help but ask, with your qualifications, you could easily secure a position at a top law firm. Why choose to start as a secretary? Liu Na gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, I believe witnessing the rise of an empire is far more meaningful than joining an established dynasty. Her gaze swept over the construction site outside. Moreover, I believe that Mr. Gu needs not just a secretary, but a bridge that can coordinate various relationships. Gu Lingxiao's eyes brightened. This answer perfectly addressed his needs, as the expansion of the group indeed required such a versatile core figure. Li Xiaoyun discreetly pinched herself under the table. This young woman not only spoke eloquently, but had a pair of captivating eyes that seemed to speak volumes. She stole a glance at Gu Lingxiao and found him utterly engrossed in Liu Na's presence. What are your language skills? Gu Lingxiao suddenly asked in Russian. In addition to Chinese, English, and French, I am also proficient in Russian and Arabic, Liu Na replied fluently, switching between 5 languages effortlessly, and concluded in Chinese, if needed. I can learn more. The remainder of the interview resembled a showcase of talents. Whether it was business etiquette, crisis management, or itinerary planning, Liu Na's responses were flawless. When asked how she would handle conflicts at the executive level, she even simulated a mediation scenario on the spot, drawing Li Xiaoyun into the situation without her realizing it. One last question, Gu Lingxiao leaned forward. If I were to offer you a position starting tomorrow? Liu Na blinked. My suitcase is at the hotel. She retrieved a room key from her handbag, indicating her readiness to move immediately. Li Xiaoyun held her forehead. This preparation was indeed excessive. Congratulations on joining the Black Dragon Group, Gu Lingxiao decisively announced. You will be on the 3rd floor. There's a suite there, and all living expenses will be reimbursed. A glimmer of surprise crossed Liu Na's eyes. Thank you, Mr. Gu. And what will my specific duties entail? You will begin by coordinating among various departments. Gu Lingxiao said with significance, and soon you will understand that we are establishing far more than just a commercial empire. As Liu Na departed with a light step, Li Xiaoyun could no longer contain herself and slapped the folder on the desk. Gu Lingxiao, are you hiring a secretary or selecting a consort? Gu Lingxiao feigned innocence. It's all legitimate recruitment. Then why is it all beautiful women? Li Xiaoyun gritted her teeth. Buyer mode. Fei Yingli, and now Liu Na? Gu Lingxiao rubbed his nose. Perhaps it's because capable people tend to be good-looking? Li Xiaoyun, exasperated, grabbed a cushion and hurled it at him. Outside, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the entire office, illuminating Liu Na, who was waiting downstairs for a ride. She looked up at this nascent commercial empire with a smile that spoke of determination. The shadows of the 2 interviewees stretched long as they strolled homeward. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyun halted. That Liu Na, to be able to speak 5 languages fluently right after graduation. Gu Lingxiao chuckled. She is indeed a top student from the University of Political Science and Law. At home, Luya was placing the final dish of steamed base on the stone table in the courtyard when Yojifu immediately stepped forward to take the soup bowl. Here is the list of those who passed the interview. Li Xiaoyan handed over a tablet. The first batch of employment forms for the Black Dragon Group. Li Yuna, Executive Assistant to the President. Fei Yingli, Deputy Minister of the Legal Department. Fire Mode, Minister of Military Intelligence Department. Li Mingyuan, CEO of Chihan Catering. Zhang Jinghai, COO applicant for Huanglong Real Estate. Zhang Li, CFO of Ludong Clothing, Kodo Ichiri. Artist of Jindong Media Company. Limited. Luya tapped the screen with her chopsticks. These newcomers. Auntie, can Gu Lingxiao guarantee their loyalty? You know there could be business spies among them. Mother Zhong looked at Gu Lingxiao with concern, voicing her worries. Rest assured, I can guarantee that none of them will betray me. Gu Lingxiao replied confidently, beaming at her. That's good, as long as you're assured. Chapter 68. Li Xiaoyan regarded Mother Zhong curiously and asked, Sister Ya, why does your skin suddenly look so good? The question left Mother Zhong momentarily speechless. Has my skin improved? How did it get better? That must mean it has been nourished. Ah, Li Xiaoyan. So you dare to make fun of me now, Lingxiao? Take her down tonight. The flustered Mother Zhong deliberately said to Gu Lingxiao. All right, Xiaoyan, make sure to wash up tonight and wait for me, Gu Lingxiao replied shamelessly. With a boldness that left nothing to the imagination. Li Xiaoyan, unfazed, retorted, I'm just worried that someone might not dare to come. Since it was already destined for her to be the other party's woman, it was an experience she would have to face sooner or later. Li Xiaoyan's provocation caught Gu Lingxiao completely off guard, and he resolved to make her regret it that very night. After a dinner filled with unspoken thoughts, Li Xiaoyan busied herself washing the dishes in the kitchen, while Mother Zhong playfully leaned against Gu Lingxiao. Remember to eat meat tonight. Mother, I remember you weren't like this at the beginning. How can you be so flirtatious now? Gu Lingxiao teased. Perhaps it's just my true nature. Now that the seal has been lifted, I was too dull and repressed before, Mother Zhong said, drawing circles on Gu Lingxiao's chest with her finger. Her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy, yet more so with a sense of liberation. Embracing her, Gu Lingxiao gazed at her lovingly and said, Live however you wish from now on. I will always support you. Upon hearing this, Mother Zhong's face turned crimson, and Gu Lingxiao mischievously asked, Are you perhaps thinking of something inappropriate? I'm too lazy to deal with you. I'm going to rest in my room. Tonight, you go find Xiaoyan. Mother Zhong replied, her voice lacking confidence as she struggled to her feet and hurried back to her room. Gu Lingxiao paid her no mind, his gaze shifting to Li Xiaoyan in the kitchen, and he approached her from behind. Sensing his presence, Li Xiaoyan remained silent until Gu Lingxiao wrapped his arms around her, prompting her to helplessly say, I'm washing dishes. No worries, as the saying goes. Men and women working together makes the task lighter, he replied, inhaling the scent of her laundry detergent mingled with her natural fragrance, a gesture that filled him with respect. Li Xiaoyan, sensing the shift in dynamics, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that if she moved too much, Gu Lingxiao might unleash his primal instincts right there, and she would have nowhere to weep if she lost her innocence. At the very least, it needed to happen in a room. That was her bottom line. The kitchen's lighting cast an intimate glow amidst their quickened breaths. Just as they finished washing up, Gu Lingxiao tightened his embrace around Li Xiaoyan's waist and led her back to the room. She could feel the heat radiating from his chest, almost scorching her back. Wait. Li Xiaoyan's voice was barely audible, her fingers instinctively gripping the edge of the countertop. Can we take a shower first? Gu Lingxiao's breath tickled her ear, igniting a shiver down her spine. He chuckled softly, his voice laced with restrained desire. All right, I'll follow your lead. The bathroom quickly filled with steamy vapor as Li Xiaoyan stood beneath the warm shower, the water cascading over her taut skin. Through the fogged glass door, she caught a glimpse of Gu Lingxiao's blurred figure. I'm coming in. His voice accompanied the gentle sound of the door opening. Instinctively, Li Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around herself. But as she turned, she forgot to breathe. Water droplets trailed down Gu Lingxiao's collarbone, gliding over his sculpted chest and neatly defined abs, disappearing into a tantalizing region that made her heart race. His eyes, deepened by the mist, seemed to draw her in completely. Don't hide, he stepped closer, pinning her between himself and the wall, reaching for the shower gel. Let me help you. Li Xiaoyan's ears flushed crimson. Gu Lingxiao's soapy hands began at her shoulders, gliding slowly downwards. His touch was astonishingly gentle, as if handling a fragile treasure. When his fingers brushed against her sensitive sides, she couldn't help but shiver. Are you cold? Gu Lingxiao inquired softly, his low voice warm against her ear. Li Xiaoyan shook her head, unable to articulate her thoughts. His hand now rested on her backside, kneading slowly yet firmly. The water washed away the foam, but could not extinguish the heat rising within her. She grasped his wrist tightly. Lingxiao chuckled softly and turned off the shower. Wrapping her in a towel, he effortlessly lifted her, prompting Li Xiaoyan to instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. Feeling the dampness of his skin seeping through the towel against her own. In the dim light of the bedroom, Lingxiao placed her gently on the bed, then leaned over her. His kisses graced her forehead, her nose, and finally captured her lips. Li Xiaoyan tasted the faint mint on his breath, mingled with the scent of the shower gel, dizzying her senses. She grasped his shoulders, her voice trembling. "Be gentle with me. I'm afraid it will hurt." Lingxiao paused, lifting his body to gaze into her eyes under the soft glow of the lamp. "If you're not ready, we can stop," Li Xiaoyan interrupted him. Taking a deep breath, "I just need you to be a little gentler." His expression softened, and he kissed her forehead. "I will." Lingxiao's fingertips brushed like feathers across her collarbone, then began to roam. When his lips replaced his fingers, Li Xiaoyan let out a small gasp. "Relax." She felt his body pressing against hers, that warmth both terrifying and exhilarating. Blinking her moist eyes, she suddenly leaned in to kiss him. Lingxiao enveloped her in his embrace. Li Xiaoyan's face nestled against his damp chest, listening to the rhythm of his heart still racing. "Does it hurt?" he asked softly, his fingers combing through her tousled hair. Li Xiaoyan shook her head, then nodded slightly. "A little," but she looked up at him, a shy smile curving her lips. "It's wonderful." The following morning, a refreshed Lingxiao opened the door to find his own room across the hall also ajar. Mother Zhong, looking worn yet beautiful, shot him a glare before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Apologetically, Lingxiao rubbed his nose and followed her. "I'm going for the interview today. You go then." "What about Xiaoyan?" Mother Zhong shot him a fierce look, recalling how the sounds from the previous night had deprived her of sleep. Realizing his fault, Lingxiao decisively pulled Mother Zhong over and began preparing breakfast in the kitchen. After setting her meal on the table, he returned to the kitchen to carry a plate back to his room. Watching Li Xiaoyan still sound asleep, he placed the breakfast on the bedside table and quietly left the room. After breakfast, the two of them set out for the office building, ready for the day's interviews. "After today's interview, I won't write about it anymore. There's too much and it might bore you, so I'll wrap it up quickly." Chapter 69. The Secret of Belmont. The Marvel storyline will only be introduced years later, after at least 1,000,000 words. For now, we have just the initial arc of Natasha escaping the Red Room and joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Only Natasha's storyline will be included, so no worries about S.H.I.E.L.D. for now. In the office, Mother Zhong was organizing documents while Lingxiao sat nearby, playing the role of a support figure. A sharp knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and he looked up as the door swung open, revealing a flash of red hair like flames. "Come in." Mother Zhong's voice maintained a professional warmth. Natasha Romanoff entered with an elegant stride, her black business attire accentuating her athletic figure. As she handed her resume to Mother Zhong, her emerald eyes subtly assessed Lingxiao, a glimmer of appraisal flickering in their depths. "Good morning, I am Natasha Romanoff." Her voice was as smooth as silk, yet held a barely perceptible metallic edge. Mother Zhong took the resume, her fingertips gliding over the paper. Fluent in 8 languages, MBA from Harvard Business School, previously a senior assistant at Stark Industries, she looked up, surprise flashing in her eyes. "Your resume is quite impressive." Natasha smiled slightly. "Thank you. I strive for excellence." If she wished, S.H.I.E.L.D. could fabricate any resume for her. The thought of S.H.I.E.L.D. brought back waves of discomfort, recalling how she had been sent undercover shortly after joining. It appears that the experiences in the Red House do not instill confidence in one's own circumstances. Lingxiao felt a throbbing at his temples as that pair of green eyes swept over him once more, sending a chill creeping up his spine. He could not be mistaken. This was the Black Widow from the Avengers, the most lethal agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, he pondered what era of Marvel he had entered. "Damn, system, are you serious? You've thrown me into a Marvel universe in my daily life. What position do you aspire to?" Mother Zhong inquired, her fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. "Natasha, the secretary to the president of the Black Dragon Group," replied succinctly, her gaze firmly fixed on Lingxiao. "I believe I can provide Mr. Gu with the most efficient work support." The office fell into a sudden silence, the sound of the air conditioning palpable as Lingxiao took the resume, the paper trembling slightly in his hands. The woman in the ID photo bore an uncanny resemblance to the Black Widow he had seen in the Marvel films. "Has Ancient One discovered me?" The thought flashed through his mind like lightning, but he quickly reasoned that if the Sorcerer Supreme truly cared about his existence, she would have sought him out by now. Lingxiao? Mother Zhong's voice drew him back to reality, and he noticed her eyes glimmering with displeasure. This Ms. Romanoff wishes to be your secretary. What do you think? She emphasized the word secretary clearly, her fingertips drumming a crisp rhythm on the table. Gu Lingxiao took a deep breath. Rejecting A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent would only raise more suspicions. His influence before the agency was insufficient. He needed to focus on making money starting tomorrow. The super soldier serum must be acquired post-haste. Of course, welcome aboard. He forced a smile, only to find Natasha observing him with a knowing expression, as if she could see through all his thoughts. Thank you so much. Natasha suddenly beamed, transforming from a cool agent into an enthusiastic candidate. I promise not to disappoint you, Mr. Gu. Her body leaned forward. Her lines elegant like a cat, yet to Gu Lingxiao, they exuded a dangerous signal. As Natasha turned to leave, Mother Zhong added, "You may stay at a nearby hotel for now. All expenses will be reimbursed by the company until the mansion is completed." Her tone regained professionalism, though her fingers continued to absent-mindedly twirl a strand of hair. Understood. I look forward to the day I officially start working. Natasha's gaze lingered on Gu Lingxiao's face for a second, as if to say they would meet again, before she gently closed the door behind her. At the moment the door shut, Gu Lingxiao felt a chill on his back. Mother Zhong looked at him with suspicion. Do you know her? No. She just reminds me of a movie character. Gu Lingxiao rubbed his temples. She makes me think of someone from a film. Mother Zhong scoffed lightly, placing the next candidate's information heavily before him. Next up is Ms. Camilla Colwan from Italy. I hope she won't remind you of any movie characters. Gu Lingxiao's throat tightened. Black Widow? Could there really be someone with the name Black Widow? Having just seen one, another appeared. A gentle knock resonated at the office door. Perfectly timed and professional. Come in. Mother Zhong organized the materials before her. The door slowly opened, revealing a young woman elegantly stepping in, clad in an Armani-tailored suit. Camilla Colwan, her resume devoid of the disconcerting Black Widow moniker, had chestnut hair arranged in an exquisite bun and wore a poised smile. Good morning, I am Camilla Colwan. Her English bore a slight Italian accent, yet was remarkably articulate. As she handed her resume to Mother Zhong, the Bulgari watch on her wrist gleamed subtly under the light. Gu Lingxiao reclined in the leather chair, guarded by the ever-watchful John Wick and Yulfiji, keeping a keen eye on their surroundings. Harvard Business School. Previously an investment manager at Morgan Stanley, Mother Zhong perused the resume, her eyes reflecting admiration as she looked up. Miss Colwan's qualifications are quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Camilla nodded slightly, exuding an elite demeanor. I have dedicated myself to the financial sector. Gu Lingxiao casually flipped through the resume, finding it impeccable. What made you choose our company? He asked, laying the resume down in a nonchalant tone. Camilla responded with poise. Your company's strategic positioning in Southeast Asia is notably forward-thinking. Under Mr. Gu's leadership, I believe the Black Dragon Group will emerge as the next multinational giant. Her gaze was sincere and fervent, revealing no flaws. Mother Zhong discreetly kicked Gu Lingxiao under the table, whispering, "This one is far more normal than the last." Gu Lingxiao withheld his opinion. What position do you aspire to? Mother Zhong continued her inquiry. Head of the Financial Investment Department, Camilla replied, retrieving a beautifully bound proposal from her briefcase. This is a short-term investment plan I designed for your company, with hopes of creating value for the group. Gu Lingxiao took the proposal and casually skimmed through it, marveling at its professionalism. Every data analysis was precise and accurate. If he weren't aware of the dangers this world harbored, he might almost believe this woman was an ordinary financial prodigy. An excellent proposal. Gu Lingxiao closed the document. Miss Colwan, you're hired. Welcome to the Black Dragon Group. Camilla's face lit up with joy. It is my honor. I will not disappoint you, Mr. Gu. After Camilla departed, Mother Zhong let out a sigh of relief. At last, we have encountered a normal person. The last Miss Romanoff looked at you like a cheetah eyeing its prey. Gu Lingxiao smiled and said, you handle the interviews. I need to step out for some business. All right. Mother Zhong replied, her head still buried in the documents. With Yulfiji providing close protection, Gu Lingxiao felt assured about Mother Zhong's safety. As he stepped out with John Wick, an unexpected voice reached his ears. Chapter 70. The Genius Girl. Cammy. Gu Lingxiao turned, and a dazzling golden figure caught his eye. Belmode stood in the sunlight, radiating an ethereal glow, adorned in a light pink off-shoulder dress that fluttered with the breeze, her fair legs resembling exquisite artwork. The once somber and dangerous aura had vanished, replaced by youthful exuberance. She appeared like a college student in her early 20s. Cammy. Her voice was bright and melodious. devoid of the previous raspy undertone from indulgence in vices. Before Gu Lingxiao could react, Belmode bounded toward him like a joyful fawn and enveloped his arm in an embrace. When she tilted her face up, he noticed that the fine lines at the corners of her eyes had completely disappeared. Her skin so tender it seemed to glisten with moisture. "Look," she exclaimed, spinning around with excitement, her skirt blossoming like petals. "My knees don't hurt anymore. My spine is pain-free," and her voice suddenly softened, cheeks flushing. "Even my menstrual cycle has normalized. I can have your children now." The moment the words escaped her lips, her face was awash with shyness. Due to her past as an experimental subject, her body not only defied aging but also retained its full functionality, resembling a form of alternative immortality. Yet, the cost had been the loss of her reproductive capabilities, something she had never desired. However, in the past, she had no right to make demands of others, forced to endure her fate. John Wick silently took a step back, granting space to this fervently enthusiastic individual. Belmode clung tightly to Gu Lingxiao, her eyes sparkling with a near-religious fervor. After receiving the serum the night before, she had indulged in a long, beautiful dream and awoke to find herself restored to her prime. At that moment, she resolved that henceforth, Gu Lingxiao would be the very meaning of her existence. "Where are you going?" she asked, her large, glistening eyes blinking up at him, her fingers unconsciously twirling his sleeve. "To inspect the troops," Gu Lingxiao replied, naturally allowing her to cling to him, relishing the delightful sensation of being depended on by such beauty. "Come along with me," said Belmode, playfully shaking his arm, her tone sweet enough to spill honey. "I am your intelligence chief now. After all, I must familiarize myself with our own troops." Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly. "Let us go." He had long appointed the information queen of the Black Organization to this position, as no one understood the rules of the underground world better than she. Belmode was so delighted that she nearly leaped from her seat, promptly following suit. If Jinghai were to see her in this state, she might well drop her gun in astonishment. The once cunning femme fatale now resembled a lovesick girl. The convoy headed towards the Myanmar border, the scenery becoming increasingly desolate. As the outlines of the military camp appeared on the horizon, Belmode instinctively sat up straight. She leaned against the car window, her mouth slightly agape in wonder. Dozens of colossal steel structures were simultaneously under construction, with hundreds of cranes towering like a forest of iron. Workers donned safety helmets, bustling about like ants, while welding sparks shimmered in the sunlight like stars. Further away, sentinels stood guard atop completed watchtowers, their weapons glinting coldly under the sun. "This is the military camp being constructed," Gu Lingxiao explained. "The soldiers are temporarily living in the rear." As the convoy traversed the construction area, even the seasoned Belmode gasped in awe. Thousands of camouflaged tents stood in neat rows, forming a vast ocean. Soldiers were engaged in group training, their battle cries reverberating through the air. She keenly noted the soldiers' tactical movements were clean and efficient, clearly indicating they were elite troops. More alarmingly, each training unit was equipped with heavy weaponry, and she could even see armored vehicles conducting maneuvers in the distance. "Where did you find these people?" Belmode's voice trembled slightly. "They are trained special forces," Gu Lingxiao replied nonchalantly. Belmode's professional eye began to assess. Individual soldier quality rated A, equipment level S, organizational discipline SS. If the Black Organization dared to invade, they would likely be torn to shreds before even breaching the perimeter. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to the quietly driving John Wick. "Is this gentleman also under your command?" John Wick glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his gaze sending a chill down her spine. It was the look of a true harbinger of death. "He is my personal bodyguard," Gu Lingxiao smiled. "And also one of the world's top assassins." Belmode nodded obediently, but within her, tumultuous waves surged. She finally understood Gu Lingxiao's calm demeanor. With such an army and such subordinates, there was indeed no need to fret over any mafia or agents. On the return journey, Belmode eagerly volunteered, "Kaimi, let me take charge of the intelligence network. I have connections in various countries." Gu Lingxiao ruffled her golden hair. "That's precisely why I made you the chief." This intimate gesture made Belmode feel as if she might swoon with happiness. She silently vowed to present the finest intelligence in the world to her deity. Forget the Black Organization, forget Jinghai. From now on, they can go to hell. After disembarking, Belmode leaned against Gu Lingxiao's shoulder, wanting to be near him at all times. "If you don't want to retreat from the Black Organization, you can play around there. If you do want to retreat, just ignore them." After a moment's thought, Gu Lingxiao added, "Would you like me to arrange some bodyguards for you?" No need for bodyguards, Kaimi. I won't be retreating from the Black Organization. I don't want that old fellow to run away." The mention of Karama Renya brought a cold glint to Belmode's eyes. She would eventually kill him herself. I just thought of something. What if I rescue Sherry and her sister to work for us? Gu Lingxiao was genuinely intrigued. Do you understand the value of Sherry? It would not be an exaggeration to call her a genius among geniuses. Her intelligence is truly remarkable. Hey, Kaimi, this idea of yours is absolutely feasible. Belmode exclaimed with glee. Oh, Sherry, how fortunate you are to serve alongside me under Kaimi. It will make it even easier to bully you. To be honest, Gu Lingxiao was genuinely tempted. He truly wanted to bring Sherry back. He took out his phone and had Natasha purchase 4 tickets for tomorrow's flight to Little Japan. He acted decisively, wasting no time. On the other end, Natasha, receiving the message from Gu Lingxiao, felt helpless. Was her first task really to buy plane tickets? After contacting the airport for ticket purchases, Natasha's hands trembled slightly as she pondered whether to contact Nick Fury. Ultimately, she set her phone down, chuckling self-deprecatingly. Her face tinged with an inexplicable sadness as she gazed out the window. The S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be her ideal haven. The complexities within were overwhelming, especially for an agent like her, who had joined midway with no loyalty to speak of. To put it mildly, she was a level 7 agent, but harshly, she was merely a traitor, betraying the former Soviet spy organization, the Red Room. Fury's concerns were not without merit. Ding. Chapter 71. The Dilemma of the Clock Mother. After receiving a reply, Natasha rose and exited the inn. Upon stepping outside, she encountered the already waiting Deadpool. Under his guidance, Natasha made her way to the military base where Gu Lingxiao was stationed. Impressive. Arriving before Gu Lingxiao, Natasha's voice held a hint of reproach. Boss, I am your secretary. You should inform me where you go. As she spoke, a look of helplessness crossed her face. This boss seemed to be quite a handful. After the interview, he hadn't mentioned the working hours or location, leaving her to linger at the inn. From now on, just stick with me. For the time being, you can stay at the inn. The house isn't ready yet, Gu Lingxiao said. As soon as he finished, Belmode chimed in. I want to follow Kaimi too. Natasha raised an eyebrow at Belmode, her excellent memory allowing her to recognize the other S identity, an operative of the Black Organization. This organization ranked low in S.H.I.E.L.D., even lower than Hydra by at least 2 levels. Having perused the intelligence of the underground forces in M country and studied them specifically, she noticed that the information about this group seemed to have some discrepancies now. Kaimi, a deity? Come, let me show you around my base, Gu Lingxiao said, striding ahead. Your work will seldom focus on commercial matters. Primarily, it will be about the military. Boss, are you not afraid I might betray you? Or that I could be a spy? Then I would kill you, Gu Lingxiao responded. Before Natasha could hear his reply, she instead caught Belmode's voice filled with murderous intent. Trust those you employ, distrust those you suspect. Of course, that was mere rhetoric, as Gu Lingxiao had already implanted loyalty chips in those who passed the interview. Essentially, just a precaution. Little did he know, his words boosted Natasha and Belmode's loyalty significantly. Fury. Oh Fury, see the difference here. Having briefly toured the area where the troops were stationed, they gained a clearer understanding of Gu Lingxiao's military might. While it could not compare to S.H.I.E.L.D., it was indeed stronger than the Black Organization. By the time Gu Lingxiao returned to the village with Natasha and Belmode, the setting sun had bathed the bamboo buildings in gold. He instructed John Wick to take the 2 women to rest while he directly headed to the office area. Pushing open the door to the conference room, he was surprised to find Mother Clock Luya engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar young woman. She was dressed in a beige professional suit, her long black hair meticulously pinned back, and she wore gold-rimmed glasses that lent her an air of seriousness and intellect. Ah, you're back. Mother Clock smiled upon seeing Gu Lingxiao. Just in time. This is Miss Kutaka Reiko, our newly appointed legal department head. Kutaka Reiko immediately stood, bowing at a perfect 45-degree angle. Nice to meet you. I am Kutaka Reiko. Please guide me. Her Japanese accent was impeccable, and her movements were precise, as if measured with a ruler. Gu Lingxiao nodded slightly. Welcome to join us. Miss Kujo was originally a top prosecutor at the Tokyo District Prosecutor's Office. As explained by Zhong Mu, who had specifically resigned to join our team and would now reside here rather than returning to Japan. Kujo Reiko adjusted her glasses. The legal philosophy of your esteemed company resonates deeply with me. Her gaze was resolute, yet Gu Lingxiao perceptibly detected a fleeting complexity behind her lenses. Please continue, he said, turning to Zhong Mu. I have something to discuss with you. Understanding, Zhong Mu offered a few words regarding the work handover to Kujo Reiko. Once the Minister of Justice departed, Gu Lingxiao closed the door. I need to visit Japan. When? Zhongmu's fingers unconsciously traced the rim of her teacup. Tomorrow. Zhongmu hesitated, the tea within the cup rippling slightly as she took a deep breath. Let's discuss this tonight, with Xiaoyan. Lingxiao furrowed his brow. This was not Zhongmu's typical demeanor. She usually either agreed outright or firmly opposed, never resorting to such ambiguity. He noticed her gaze flitting about, her right hand nervously twisting the jade bracelet on her left wrist. What's the matter? Lingxiao lowered his voice. Zhongmu opened her mouth, but ultimately shook her head. It's nothing, just some family matters. She forced a smile. Let us talk later, all right? Lingxiao studied her flickering eyes, but chose not to press further. As he exited the conference room, he glanced back to find Zhongmu standing by the window, lost in thought, the setting sun casting a long shadow of solitude upon the wall. Whatever Zhongmu was concealing, he felt compelled to uncover, for in this perilous world, any anomaly could herald a storm. Zhongmu felt utterly helpless, unsure of how to articulate her predicament. Today, Zhong Xiaokai's father had reached out, suggesting it was time for her to return home after having had her fill of freedom. Yet, she was reluctant to return to that household, to confront Zhong Zhenghua, and more so, to see him. She desired a divorce, but it was not a decision that could be made lightly. Sighing, Zhongmu resumed her position at the desk, continuing the interviews for the day. By the time the interviews concluded that afternoon, as she pushed open the door to her home, an enticing aroma of food enveloped her, easing the tension that had gripped her all day. I'm back, she whispered, noticing Yue Fu Jia quietly standing in the entrance like a silent shadow. In the kitchen, the sound of light footsteps echoed. Li Xiaoyan, wearing a floral apron, emerged with a plate of steamed sea bass, her cheeks flushed from the heat, droplets of water still clinging to her hair. Yi Jia is back, Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, her eyes crescent-shaped, just as the last dish was ready. Zhongmu placed her briefcase on the entryway cabinet, a smile involuntarily forming on her lips as she approached the dining table, lowering her voice conspiratorially beside Li Xiaoyan. How did it feel last night? With a teasing tone, she added, someone couldn't even get out of bed this morning. Li Xiaoyan's ears instantly turned crimson, nearly dropping the plate in her hands. She glanced nervously at Lingxiao in the kitchen, her voice barely a whisper, very, very strong. Before she hurriedly retreated back into the kitchen, Zhongmu chuckled softly, finally avenging the teasing she had endured from the girl the previous day. She removed her coat and rolled up her shirt sleeves to help, only to find the dining table already laden with dishes, sweet and sour ribs, boiled shrimp, and stir-fried vegetables, all of which were their favorites. Don't busy yourself. Come and eat. Lingxiao's voice emerged from behind her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Zhongmu felt a tightening around her waist as she was enveloped in his solid embrace. The dinner ambience was warm and tranquil, with Li Xiaoyan acting like a diligent daughter-in-law, incessantly serving dishes to Lingxiao, while Zhongmu elegantly sipped her red wine, occasionally engaging in their conversation. Once the last dessert was devoured, Lingxiao set down his chopsticks and fixed his gaze on Zhongmu. Can we talk now? What exactly transpired? The air in the dining room thickened, as Li Xiaoyan, sensing the shift in atmosphere, busily began to clear the table, leaving space for the two of them. Chapter 72. Each embarking on their journey. Zhongmu's fingers absent-mindedly traced the rim of her wine glass, beads of condensation sliding down her delicate fingers. She took a deep breath. The Zhong family wants me to return. This statement felt like an ice cube dropping into a warm room. Lingxiao's expression turned abruptly cold, but he quickly regained his composure. Please elaborate. Today, Zhong Zhenghua contacted me. Zhongmu's voice quivered slightly as she uttered her husband's full name for the first time. He said, I've had my fun, and it's time to come home. She stole a glance at Lingxiao, anxious to avoid seeing anger or disappointment in his eyes. I don't know how to respond. Divorce then, Lingxiao stated decisively, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Li Xiaoyan, having returned to the dining room, held a half-clean plate in her hands. Yes, Yi Jia, get a divorce. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. You have us now. Zhongmu's chest heaved with emotion. How she wished for a divorce. That political marriage had long since lost its meaning. However, the Zhong family's influence in the capital was deeply entrenched, and Zhong Zhenghua was notorious for his vindictiveness. Her nails dug into her palms. This time when I return, I will have a serious discussion with my family. She raised her head, determination flickering in her eyes. I will resolve this matter. Lingxiao did not respond immediately. He stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow in the light. Zhongmu held her breath, anxious to avoid any hint of doubt or reproach. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a strong embrace. Lingxiao's chin rested atop her head, his voice resonating through his chest. I believe in you. Those simple 4 words brought tears to Zhongmu's eyes. and she clung tightly to Gu Lingxiao, as if seeking to merge her very being with his essence. Li Xiaoyan snuggled in beside them, like a little cat seeking warmth. Now, tell me about your trip to Japan. Zhongmu finally steadied her emotions, gently extricating herself from his embrace. Gu Lingxiao returned to his seat, his fingers lightly tapping the table. I'm going to bring back a brilliant medical researcher. Xiao Yin will handle all affairs during my absence. Any issues can be directed to Bai Yuling. Bai Yuling? Li Xiaoyan inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Your new bodyguard, Gu Lingxiao clarified. Until we find a suitable female bodyguard to replace him. He almost let slip details about the system. Zhongmu keenly noted this detail but refrained from probing further. She was more concerned about another matter. Who are you bringing along? Belmod, Natasha, and John, Gu Lingxiao replied. Belmod is familiar with Japan's underworld. Natasha will manage daily tasks, and John will oversee security. Zhongmu nodded in understanding. As night fell, with Li Xiaoyan having retired to her room, Zhongmu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of her bedroom, gazing at the distant lights of the military camp. Gu Lingxiao wrapped his arms around her from behind, planting a kiss on her neck. Don't worry, his voice was deep and resolute. Whatever plans the Zhong family may have, they cannot alter the fact that you belong to me. Zhongmu turned and melted into his embrace, their shadows merging under the moonlight. She knew that this return to the capital would be a hard-fought battle, but to stand openly by this man's side, she was willing to face the world as an adversary. If Zhong Zhengguo wished to avoid embarrassment, Gu Lingxiao believed he would swallow his pride. For both Zhong Xiaokai and Zhong Mu spoke of him as a man who prioritized political achievements over family, scarcely ranking family matters among his top concerns. Yet perhaps Gu Lingxiao was overthinking. Judging by Zhong Zhengguo's character, he might not have been concerned with Zhong Mu at all, and his contacting her could simply be due to her prolonged absence. That night, both Gu Lingxiao and Zhong Mu sought each other with unrestrained fervor. As the morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, Zhong Mu, supporting her sore waist, stepped gingerly from the bedroom. Her silk robe hung loosely from her shoulders, revealing several ambiguous red marks on her neck. Jia, are you all right? As Li Xiaoyan stepped out of the door across the hall, she couldn't help but stifle a chuckle upon seeing Mrs. Zhong's current state. The young girl was already dressed impeccably, her white dress accentuating her like a fresh gardenia. Mrs. Zhong leaned against the wall, casting an irritated glance at her. What do you know, little girl? Her voice still carried a rasp from earlier. At 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40 is a tiger, and here I am over 40. With that, she rubbed her lower back and sighed, pondering how long it would be until she could see him again. Li Xiaoyan, blushing, handed her a cup of warm water. But you shouldn't push yourself so hard. Her gaze inadvertently flickered toward the kiss mark on Mrs. Zhong's collarbone before quickly averting. In the dining room, Gu Lingxiao was already lively, having prepared breakfast. Dressed in a crisp black shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong forearms, he smirked with satisfaction as he watched Mrs. Zhong approach, supporting her waist. Still smiling, Mrs. Zhong, flustered, playfully slapped his shoulder, but the moment her hand met his firm muscle, her cheeks flushed. The trio enjoyed their breakfast in silence, the air infused with a warm, yet slightly melancholic atmosphere. Li Xiaoyan occasionally stole glances at the two, noting that although Gu Lingxiao appeared calm, his movements were a tad more forceful as he sliced the bacon. The car is ready, John Wick announced, having appeared at the entrance of the dining room, his voice as deep as ever. Gu Lingxiao nodded, rising to pull out a chair for Mrs. Zhong. As he helped her toward the door, Natasha and Belmod were already waiting in the yard. The two female agents exchanged knowing glances at Mrs. Zhong's gate. Belmod's lips curved into a slight smile as she leaned toward Natasha, whispering, "It seems Arkaimi was quite diligent last night." Natasha cleared her throat, feigning ignorance. Yet her ears turned pink as she instinctively glanced at Gu Lingxiao's upright silhouette, her heart racing inexplicably. Gu Lingxiao carefully assisted Mrs. Zhong into the back seat of the Mercedes, then turned to the front passenger. "Your Fuji, Yaya's safety is in your hands." His tone was unusually serious. "Remember, no matter what happens, prioritize her safety, but also take care of yourself." Your Fuji nodded gently, her ponytail swaying slightly as she responded, "I guarantee it with my life." Her voice was soft, yet carried the weight of a promise. Turning back to Mrs. Zhong, Gu Lingxiao brushed his hand over her slightly weary face. "Call me when you arrive." Those 6 simple words brought a sting to Mrs. Zhong's eyes. "All right." She grasped his large hand, pressing it against her cheek for a moment. "Be careful in Japan." "I know," Gu Lingxiao interrupted, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Trust me." The kiss, though light, brought tears to Mrs. Zhong's eyes. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to adjust her skirt to hide her emotional turmoil. The atmosphere in the car was both sweet and heavy. As the Mercedes slowly pulled away from the village, Mrs. Zhong glanced through the rear window, watching Gu Lingxiao stand rooted in place, his figure diminishing in the morning light until it vanished around the bend. In stark contrast, the mood inside the following Land Rover was entirely different. Chapter 73, Target. A New Life. Ah, surely, the ratings are abysmally low. It seems the book is nearing its end. Sob sob. Thus, Natasha fastened her seatbelt and glanced at Belmod beside her. You call him Kaimi? Belmod, applying lipstick in front of a mirror, smiled mysteriously. Because he is my deity. Her tone was half serious, half playful, but the fervor in her eyes was undeniably intense. Natasha gazed thoughtfully out the window, her keen instincts as a top agent picking up on the changes in Belmod, not merely her youthful appearance, but also the fervent glow emanating from within. This deepened her curiosity about Gu Lingxiao, the enigmatic man, and the secrets he might still harbor. As the convoy entered the airport expressway, Gu Lingxiao's figure was already out of sight. Mrs. Zhong leaned back in the leather seat, gently caressing the jade bracelet on her wrist, which Gu Lingxiao had placed there for her that morning. Fuji glanced at her through the rearview mirror, silently offering a pack of tissues. Thank you, Mrs. Zhong managed a faint smile, but did not take them. She stared out at the rapidly retreating scenery, silently vowing, this time, she would sever all ties with the Zhong family and return to that man with dignity. The kiss mark on her neck was intentional. If it came to it, she would completely break away. Even if Zhong Zhengguo was furious and attempted to move against the Liu family's conglomerate, it would be futile. She believed that he cared too much about status. If pushed to the brink, the Liu family would turn against him, driving him to madness. She acknowledged that there was an element of risk involved, yet she held no regrets. At worst, she would bear the consequences alone. Those in politics often look down on commerce, but when a businessman is cornered, the repercussions of desperate measures could be severe. In the waiting hall of Ruijiangsani International Airport, Gu Lingxiao and his 3 companions queued to check in. Belmod, wearing oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face, flaunted her golden hair casually draped over her shoulders, clad in a well-tailored beige trench coat, appearing as an ordinary businesswoman. Kaimi, I still think this is too risky. Taking advantage of the moment to adjust Gu Lingxiao's collar, she lowered her voice. We should only take the 3 of us to Japan. If the organization finds out, Gu Lingxiao gently pressed his hand over hers. Rest assured, I have already arranged for personnel to meet us in Japan. His tone was calm, but his eyes radiated an undeniable conviction. He was right. Once they arrived, they could immediately summon the assassins through the system. It was merely a matter of power and could be established effortlessly. Belmod bit her lip, ultimately nodding in agreement. She trusted her deity would not engage in an unprepared battle, though she instinctively worried for his safety. Economy class passengers, please queue here, announced the ground staff. Interrupting their conversation, Natasha approached with boarding passes in hand, casting a thoughtful glance at the 2. Today, she wore a simple white shirt and jeans, her red hair tied up in a sleek ponytail, resembling an ordinary university student. It's less conspicuous if we sit separately. Distributing the boarding passes, she added. John and I will sit in row 23, you 2 in row 35. John Wick silently accepted his boarding pass. The muscles beneath his black suit were subtly defined. And today he had deliberately left behind any weapons. Even his usual tactical pen was left at the hotel. As they passed through security, Belmod anxiously watched Gu Lingxiao's backpack go through the X-ray machine. Although she knew there could be no weapons inside, she couldn't help but worry about any unexpected occurrences. Relax, Gu Lingxiao whispered in her ear. You are now an ordinary passenger, Anna Williams, not a member of the organization. Belmod took a deep breath, forcing herself to smile lightly. Indeed, no one knew she had defected. Jin and the others would likely still believe she was on some secret mission. Once on board, the cramped economy class seating was a bit uncomfortable for Belmod. Habitually reaching for her lipstick in her handbag, she found nothing. All her cosmetics had been left in her checked luggage to pass through security. Uncomfortable? Gu Lingxiao noticed her small movements. A bit, Belmod replied with a wry smile. It's the first time in years I've sat in economy class, and as an ordinary person. Gu Lingxiao took her hand. You'll get used to it. Once we reach Japan, we have much to accomplish. As the plane took off, Belmod instinctively gripped the armrest. This long-forgotten sense of tension reminded her of her first mission. The difference this time was that the person sitting beside her was no longer a watcher sent by the organization, but someone for whom she would willingly give everything to follow. That genius doctor, she hesitated before speaking. Kang no Shou, how do you plan to find her? The organization has hidden her very well. Gu Lingxiao gazed out at the clouds. I have my methods. He turned to Belmod. But I need you to provide some information about the organization's bases in Tokyo. Belmod nodded thoughtfully, contemplating which pieces of intelligence she could divulge. Although she had resolved to follow Gu Lingxiao, her years of experience within the organization instinctively kept her on guard. Particularly, her animosity towards that girl was so profound that Zhou Zhu would not divulge the whereabouts of the other party in that base. However, she was not to be underestimated. If she truly wished to investigate, she could certainly uncover the truth. In the front row, Natasha feigned engrossment in her book while keenly eavesdropping on the conversation behind her. The name Gongai Shiho piqued her interest. It sounded distinctly Japanese. Why would Gu Lingxiao place such significance on a Japanese scientist? John Wick remained vigilant, his gaze sweeping over every passenger in the cabin. Years as a hitman had honed his instinct to assess threats at all times, even now when he was unarmed. Once the flight stabilized, the flight attendant began distributing meals. To Belmod's surprise, Gu Lingxiao effortlessly arranged her cutlery and inquired about her drink preferences. What's the matter? Gu Lingxiao noticed her gaze. It's nothing, Belmod replied, stirring her coffee. I just didn't expect you to attend to these small details. Gu Lingxiao smiled gently. From this moment on, you must get used to the fact that I am not only your kaimi, but also an ordinary person. This statement warmed Belmod's heart. Indeed, on this ordinary flight, they were merely two commonplace companions, devoid of organizations, pursuits, or perilous games. The airplane soared through the clouds, heading eastward. Belmod leaned against Gu Lingxiao's shoulder, gradually drifting into slumber. In her dream, she found herself clad in ordinary attire, strolling the streets of Tokyo with Gu Lingxiao. Resembling a typical couple, unknown to her, in a certain part of Tokyo, a girl with chestnut hair was peering through a microscope when suddenly she shivered, as though sensing the gears of fate were about to turn. Chapter 74. The Angel in the Afternoon. A new chapter was about to begin at the airport. One that would alter their futures. Kaimi, I've booked the hotel. Shall we head over? Gu Lingxiao nodded and, without delay, took a taxi directly from the airport. The four of them settled in quite simply. Upon arriving at the hotel Belmod had reserved, John's room was across the hall, and Natasha occupied the room on Gu Lingxiao's left. Observing Belmod's reluctance to leave, Gu Lingxiao inquired, What's wrong, Belmod? Aren't you going back to your room? Hee, Kaimi's room is so spacious, I don't want to waste money. I'll just stay with Kaimi. Gu Lingxiao regarded Belmod oddly, aware of the implications of a man and woman sharing a room. He was not naive enough to believe they were unaware of the potential consequences. Once you enter, you must think it through, he remarked before stepping inside, without closing the door. Think it through? No. She had already made her decision, she thought, swiftly entering the room and shutting the door behind her. Hearing the door click, Gu Lingxiao turned to see Belmod approaching. He was confident he had made himself clear as he walked over and lifted her, taking her into the bathroom. The steam from the bathroom had yet to dissipate, and Belmod's fair skin was tinted with a delicate blush as she nestled against Gu Lingxiao. Her golden hair clung damply to her shoulder, her breath still uneven. Gu Lingxiao looked down at her, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Is this your first time? His voice was low, tinged with unexpectedness. Belmod slightly opened her eyes, a lazy smile curling her lips. What? Do you think I should be an experienced woman? Gu Lingxiao did not respond, but gently caressed her cheek. He had not anticipated that this multifaceted femme fatale, adept in the organization, had never truly belonged to anyone. Belmod seemed to read the unspoken thoughts in his gaze and chuckled softly. The men in the organization are not worthy of my touch. After a pause, her voice lowered. I only wish to submit to my divine. Gu Lingxiao's eyes darkened slightly. He kissed her forehead and carried her back under the shower to wash away the traces of their intimacy. Belmod, exhausted, could barely stand, leaning against him as he tended to her. Once she was clean, Gu Lingxiao wrapped her in a towel and gently placed her on the bed. As soon as her head met the pillow, she succumbed to deep sleep, her breathing long and steady. Gu Lingxiao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, clad only in a towel, the glow of neon lights casting sharp, cold lines across his silhouette. He quietly surveyed the Tokyo nightscape, his thoughts drifting towards the upcoming plans concerning Gongyaeshio, the organization's stronghold, and the mafia's probing. Time passed, and at 6 in the evening, he returned to the bedside, gently shaking Belmod's shoulder. Wake up. It's time to go out. Belmod blinked sleepily, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her voice still thick with slumber. Kaimi, just a little more sleep. Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly, pinching her cheek. If you sleep any longer, Natasha's gaze will burn right through me. Only then did Belmod fully awaken. Recollecting the two individuals in the adjacent room, her cheeks flushing, she propped herself up, feeling achy all over, yet her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. 10 minutes later, the four convened outside the room. John Wick remained silent, fulfilling his role as her bodyguard. Meanwhile, Natasha, arms crossed, her lips pursed, fixed her gaze on Belmod before glancing at Gu Lingxiao, ultimately rolling her eyes. The soundproofing in this hotel is appallingly inadequate, she coldly remarked before turning on her heel and heading towards the restaurant. Belmod blinked, quickly processing Natasha's words, her ears turning crimson, but she soon regained her elegant composure. Even deliberately linking her arm with Gu Lingxiao's and flashing a victorious smile at Natasha's retreating figure. Gu Lingxiao, however, maintained his usual demeanor, as though nothing had transpired. Simply stating, "Let us go eat." Natasha walked ahead, internally lamenting, "I paid a hefty price for this top-tier suite, yet the soundproofing is akin to paper." And look at Belmod's smug expression. "Had I known, I would have worn earplugs." At the dining table, Belmod elegantly sliced her steak and suddenly lowered her voice to Gu Lingxiao. "Kaimi, I just received news about Gongya. The organization has been quite active at a research facility in Tokyo. She is likely there." Gu Lingxiao's eyes gleamed with interest. "What is the exact location?" Belmod smiled slightly. "I will inform you privately after we finish dining." Natasha stabbed her fork harshly into her steak, her expression growing more resentful. The restaurant's ambience was soft and inviting as Belmod delicately set down her wine glass, her fingers tracing a simple route on the table. "Currently, Gongya is stationed at a research facility on the outskirts of Tokyo," she whispered, pointing to a specific area, "but it is heavily guarded, with snipers and patrols from the organization surrounding it. The risk of a direct infiltration is exceedingly high." She paused, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "However, she has a weakness, her sister, Gongya Akemi." Gu Lingxiao's gaze shifted, memories of the past flooding his mind. Gongya Akemi, with her naive and almost foolish demeanor, was not just a weakness, but rather, both sisters were each other's most significant presence. Belmod continued, "Akemi currently works at the Central Trust Bank in Mihua Town. The organization has given her a cover as an ordinary employee, but in reality, every move she makes is under surveillance." Gu Lingxiao's heart scoffed at the irony. According to the original plot, she would soon be duped by Jiu Zhu into robbing a bank, naively believing that amassing 10 billion yen would allow her to rescue her sister from the organization. Such a foolishly endearing notion. Yet strangely, he found no disdain for this naivete. Gongya Akemi was innocent, gentle, and even a bit silly, but in her world, there were no ulterior motives, only the purest love for her sister. In the dark underbelly of society, such a woman was akin to a lamb lost among wolves. However, it is precisely because of her simplicity that she is easier to control. He is certainly not lusting after her body. Perhaps the sister would be quite pleasant? Gu Lingxiao laid down his napkin and said casually, "Let's go to the bank." At the Mihua Central Trust Bank, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Mayano Akemi was standing behind the counter, smiling as she assisted a customer with a deposit. Dressed in a standard bank uniform, her chestnut short hair accentuated her gentle yet capable demeanor, making it impossible to discern that she was an outer member of the black-clad organization. At that moment, outside the bank, "Daddy, hurry up," Mao Lilan exclaimed, pulling a reluctant Mori Kagoro along, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. "The household expenses for this month must be deposited in the bank. You can't sneak off to bet on horses again." I know, Mori Kagoro scratched his head, looking quite gloomy. "Honestly, it would be the same if I left it at home." The two entered the bank, completely unaware of the four individuals trailing behind them: Gu Lingxiao, Belmod, Natasha, and John Wick. Chapter 75, The Unusual Mori Kagoro. Belmod had changed her appearance. Her golden hair styled up and wearing black-rimmed glasses, resembling an elegant working woman. She linked her arm with Gu Lingxiao's and whispered, "That is Mayano Akemi." Gu Lingxiao's gaze fell upon the chestnut-haired woman behind the counter, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Indeed, she was just as gentle and non-threatening as he remembered. Natasha stood nearby, perceptively noting Gu Lingxiao's interest in Akemi and inwardly muttering, "Another target? Just how many women does this guy intend to collect?" John Wick silently observed the bank's security layout, his fingers unconsciously tapping his thigh, a habitual action when assessing threats. Gu Lingxiao approached the counter where Mayano Akemi stood. "Hello. May I ask what services you require?" Akemi raised her head, revealing a professional smile. Gu Lingxiao did not respond immediately, but instead regarded her with a meaningful glance before slowly stating, "I would like to open an account." Akemi nodded, skillfully retrieving a form. "Certainly, please fill out your basic information." As Gu Lingxiao took the pen, his fingertips brushed against hers, causing her to momentarily pause before quickly regaining her composure. Just then, "Oh, are you here to deposit money as well?" Mao Lilan's curious voice chimed in from the side. Gu Lingxiao turned to see Lilan smiling at them amiably. Belmod quickly responded with a gentle smile. Yes, we just moved to Tokyo, so we're here to handle some banking matters. Lilan's eyes brightened. Welcome to Mihua Town. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask me. Mori Kagoro yawned beside them, clearly disinterested in socializing. Gu Lingxiao nodded lightly, but his gaze returned to Akemi. Soon, Jin would assign you that 1 billion yen task, wouldn't he? However, this time, your savior has changed. He had no intention of revealing the plot to her in advance. What is a savior? It is someone who comes to aid when one is in dire need of redemption. Conan's pupils suddenly constricted, his fingertips unconsciously digging into his palm. The tall man in the black suit, merely casting a casual glance, made his blood run cold. That gaze was eerily similar to Jin's. John Wick, sensing something, turned his head, his gray-blue eyes resembling a cold gun barrel, locking onto the bespectacled young boy. The air instantly thickened, and Conan's breath nearly halted, cold sweat forming on his back. Mori Kagoro suddenly pressed down on Conan's shoulder with an astonishing grip. Although his expression remained languid, his voice was low and intense. Don't do anything foolish. Conan looked up in shock, only to see a sharp glint in Kagoro's eyes. This usually drunken uncle now appeared frighteningly clear-headed, carrying an unprecedented warning. Uncle Mori. Conan's voice trembled slightly. Kagoro, while adjusting his tie, concealed his lips. Do you think I always conveniently faint at critical moments for no reason? He squinted towards John Wick's direction, but this time is different. The stench of blood from that guy can be sensed from 3 streets away. Only then did Conan notice that when John Wick stood, his left foot was slightly forward, and his right hand was always kept about 20 centimeters from his waist. That was the ideal distance for drawing a gun. More alarmingly, the outline of muscles under the man's suit was clearly shaped by long-term combat training. Belmont suddenly let out a light laugh, her crimson-tipped fingers drawing a circle in Gu Lingxiao's palm. Cammy, there's a little mouse spying on us. She glanced at Conan, a hint of mischief flashing behind her sunglasses. Gu Lingxiao continued filling out the form without lifting his head. Let him see the pen glide across the paper with sharp strokes. If Kudo Shinichi lacks even this level of alertness, it would indeed disappoint me. Mayano Akemi's hand trembled as she returned the identification. Forcing a calm smile, your account has been set up. Yet, her quivering eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Why would this stranger mention the missing high school detective? Let's go. Kid. Mori Kagoro suddenly raised his voice, grabbing Conan by the collar. If you keep causing trouble, I won't take you out for sushi tonight. Ahaha. Got it, Uncle Mori. Conan replied with a forced laugh, his glasses reflecting a strange light. He cast a final glance at Gu Lingxiao's retreating figure. The man was saying something to Miss Akemi. And in an instant, her complexion paled. As they exited the bank, Conan felt the tracker given to him by Dr. Agasa in his pocket had become damp with sweat. For the first time, he clearly realized that this group was more dangerous than the black-clad organization. John Wick did not withdraw his gaze until their figures vanished. Should we take care of them? Gu Lingxiao placed the bank card into his wallet. No need. He looked out at the bright street, a cold smile gracing his lips. An adept detective will inevitably stumble into a trap themselves. Natasha suddenly leaned close to Belmod and whispered, Does your Cammy not spare even minors? Shoo. Belmod raised a finger to her lips, her smile both beautiful and perilous. This is just the beginning. The air conditioning in the bank hall hummed loudly, and Mao Lilan watched her father hurry away with Conan, her head tilted in confusion. What's wrong with Dad? She glanced down at the queue number in her hand, then back at the two who had walked far away, ultimately sighing and waiting patiently. In an alley outside the bank, Mori Kagoro slammed Conan against the wall, his eyes sharp as a blade behind the lenses. Uncle Mori, what are you doing? Conan struggled, but was astonished to find that this usually drunken uncle possessed remarkable strength. Kudo Shinichi, Kagoro called him directly by name, his voice low. Did you think you could deceive everyone? Conan's pupils dilated suddenly, his throat tightening. When did you find out? I noticed shortly after you moved into my house. Kagoro released his grip, straightening his suit tie, and resumed his languid demeanor. What normal elementary student would gaze at a corpse with such fascination, and always inadvertently exhibit the mannerisms of a high school student? He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. I haven't told Lilan, nor will I. Why? Conan pressed eagerly. Why? Kagoro raised his voice suddenly, then immediately lowered it cautiously. You carry such a dangerous identity and still wish to implicate Lilan? His expression turned unusually serious. That man in the black suit today, can't you see how perilous he is? Conan fell silent, fully aware of John Wick's danger. That oppressive aura was even comparable to Jin's. Listen, kid, Kagoro crushed the cigarette, but, I will not approve of you being with Lilan. It is not because you have shrunk, but because you will always be surrounded by this kind of danger. Or rather, you will never think about the people around you. Chapter 76. Nothing is more touching than a savior. Conan's plot will not be abundant for now. He turned and walked towards the alley entrance, pausing momentarily. Tonight, I will contact Ingli to have her take Xiaolan to stay with her. If you truly care for her, keep your distance. Conan stood rooted to the spot. His fists clenched tightly. It was the first time he had witnessed Muri Kagoro in such a lucid and resolute state. The image of the perpetually drunken and muddled detective had completely shattered. Meanwhile, Lingxiao and his companions, having completed their business, were ready to leave. As they passed through the waiting area, he noticed Muri Ran, who was alone. Did your friend leave? Lingxiao inquired gently. Ah, yes. Xiaolan replied with a hint of embarrassment. Dad had an urgent matter come up. Belmod, standing behind Lingxiao, let her gaze linger on Xiaolan for a few seconds. This girl, whom she referred to as an angel, was astonishingly pure. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. What would it be like if Kaido and this angel were together? Have a pleasant day. Lingxiao politely nodded in farewell, leading the three out of the bank. As they exited, Natasha suddenly spoke. Is there something special about that girl? Lingxiao did not respond, merely casting a significant glance at the gradually diminishing bank building in the rearview mirror. Belmod, linking her arm with his, whispered. If Kaido likes her, I can. No need, Lingxiao interrupted. Some flowers are meant to be admired from afar. Meanwhile, within the bank, Mayano Akemi watched the direction in which Lingxiao had departed, unconsciously tightening her grip on the pen in her hand. The gaze of this unfamiliar man seemed to know everything about her. Is the action nearing its end? No. This was her chance with her sister. It must not be wasted. Really, our turn is about to come up. Muri Ran exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at her returning father and Conan. What were you two doing out there? Ahaha. This kid suddenly said he needed to use the restroom. Muri Kagoro scratched his head, displaying his signature silly grin. Completely oblivious to the sharpness he had shown moments earlier in the alley. Conan donned an innocent expression. Sorry, Sister Xiaolan. Xiaolan sighed helplessly. Forget it, it's our turn now. Let's go handle our business. Kagoro discreetly scanned the surroundings, and upon confirming that the dangerous individuals had departed, his tense shoulders relaxed a fraction. Conan, however, lamented the lost opportunity to continue observing. Behind the counter, Mayano Akemi was tidying up her things in preparation for her shift change. I'm sorry, I need a handover. She smiled apologetically at the Muri family. The next colleague will assist you. Kagoro inadvertently glanced at her a second longer. It seemed she had exchanged words with that dangerous man, but Akemi had already turned away, her brown hair swaying gently with her movements. The business transaction went smoothly, and as the trio exited the bank, the afternoon sunlight bathed the streets of Mahanko. Just as Muri Ran was about to suggest going to eat, a sharp screech of brakes suddenly emanated from behind the bank. This was followed by deafening gunfire. Get down. Kagoro instinctively threw Xiaolan and Conan to the ground. In the back alley of the bank, an armored truck was crookedly parked at the roadside, its doors flung wide open, while three masked criminals were tossing bags of money into a black van. Don't move. Police. Nearby patrolling officers rushed to the scene. The criminals, unhesitating, opened fire, hitting one of the officers in the shoulder. The street erupted in screams, and pedestrians scattered in all directions. From a distance atop a tall building, Lingxiao lowered his binoculars, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. It has begun, he remarked to Belmod behind him. Your savior will be arriving soon. Belmod elegantly sipped her red wine. Should we make contact with Mayano Akemi now? She seems frightened. Wait a little longer, Lingxiao replied, his gaze fixed on the chaotic street. Let her despair a bit more. The savior will appear all the more precious. Natasha leaned against the wall, deep in thought. That little boy has appeared again. He truly is relentless. John Wick silently checked his weaponry, his gray-blue eyes resembling a wolf poised to strike. The commotion in front of the bank gradually subsided, yet the sound of police sirens persisted. Kagoro held Xiaolan's hand tightly. We must leave here immediately. But Dad, someone is hurt, Xiaolan said anxiously, glancing at the wounded officer. Conan's glasses reflected a glint of light as his mind raced. Conan, don't run off, Xiaolan cried out. But the boy had already nimbly slipped past the police cordon and dashed towards the bank's side door. Kagoro's face turned ashen. He finally understood that his worst fears were coming true. That brat, Shinichi Kudo, would never learn to stay away from danger. Inside the bank's employee passage, Mayano Akemi trembled as she dialed a number. The mission is complete, came the cold voice of Jin from the other end. 1 billion yen. This is the price for you and your sister's freedom. Akemi bit her lip. Shirhoshi. We'll talk once you bring the money. The call was abruptly terminated. She leaned weakly against the wall, suddenly noticing a small shadow on the floor. Do you know those robbers? The bespectacled boy had appeared before her. His gaze sharp and unchildlike. Akemi's breath caught in her throat, her phone clattering to the ground. Her complexion turned pale, and she forced a panicked expression. What are you talking about, little boy? I was just startled by the gunfire. As she bent to retrieve her phone, her fingers trembled slightly. Her performance so convincing that even Conan momentarily found it hard to discern the truth. This place is too dangerous. You should return to the adults, Akemi hurriedly said. Striding deeper into the employee passage, her ears reddening with anxiety beneath her brown hair. Conan watched her retreating figure, a flash of white light reflecting off his glasses. He keenly observed that this woman's portrayal of fear was too perfect, too polished, as if she had undergone professional training. Meanwhile, in a suite of a five-star hotel in Tokyo, Kaido, would you like something to drink? Belmod leaned elegantly against the bar, her fingertips lightly grazing a row of bottles. Lingxiao loosened his tie and tossed it onto the leather sofa. Whiskey, on the rocks. John Wick stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gray-blue eyes scanning every corner of the street below. Natasha sat at the computer, quickly browsing real estate listings in Tokyo. What's the budget for cars and houses? She asked without looking up. Lingxiao took the glass of whiskey that Belmod handed him, the amber liquid swaying gently among the ice cubes. No limit. Natasha's fingers paused on the keyboard for a second. Preferred location? Mahonko. Lingxiao took a sip, ideally. I want to keep an eye on that bank and the Muri Detective Agency. Belmod's red lips curled into a playful smile. Kaido really can't forget about that angel. Can he? Lingxiao shook his glass, the ice clinking crisply against the glass. An angel so pure it could soften even the hearts of demons. Could be quite useful in certain situations. Chapter 77. The Indestructible Cockroach. Natasha closed her laptop. We can finalize it tomorrow. What type of car do you want? For everyday use, go for a Lexus LS. For operations, get a modified G63. Lingxiao pondered for a moment and added, also, prepare a few motorcycles. And the house. A high-rise apartment with top-notch security. Also buy a detached villa with a basement, in a discreet location. Lingxiao's gaze turned toward the Tokyo nightscape outside the window. Remember to use a shell company for the transactions. Natasha nodded, suddenly sporting a mischievous smile. How about buying a place right across from the Muri residence? It would make it convenient for you to observe that young Lady Angel. Belmod let out a laugh, and even John Wick's lips twitched slightly. Lingxiao shot Natasha a cold glance. You've been quite talkative lately. Apologies, boss. Natasha made a zip-it gesture, though her emerald eyes still gleamed with teasing. In the stillness of the night, Mayano Akemi sat alone in her cramped apartment. The newspaper from that day spread open before her. The headline boldly reads, The Miwa Town Bank cash transport vehicle robbed. Losses reaching up to 1 billion yen. Her fingertips lightly grazed the blurred surveillance images on the newspaper. Shiho Akiyoshi softly called her sister's name, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number appeared. If you wish to save your sister, tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock, Miwa Central Building Cafe. Someone capable of opposing the organization. Akiyoshi's gaze was fixed on the screen, her fingers turning pale from gripping it too tightly. This could be a trap. Yet it might also be her only chance to save her sister. Amidst the undercurrents, on the top floor of a hotel, Lingxiao stood before a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the dazzling nightscape of Tokyo. The screen of his phone still glowed, indicating that the message had been delivered. Belmode embraced him from behind, the scent of her perfume wafting through the air. Does Kame truly intend to interfere in this matter? Jin will soon eliminate Akiyoshi Akiho. Lingxiao replied calmly. However, I intend to secure the loyalty of the sisters before that occurs. System, purchase 50 elite assassins and 200 intermediate assassins. Have the 50 elite assassins await me outside the hotel by tomorrow morning, while the 200 intermediate assassins can find nearby accommodations for now. Ding, purchase successful. Total expenditure, 700 million. For now, Akiyoshi was not his primary target. He would deal with his 3 good brothers from the old Myanmar side first. With 50 elite assassins, he could easily establish a gang once he departed. Most importantly, in Akiyoshi's gang, everything was legal, and the 200 intermediate assassins had immense potential. The next day at noon, in the Miwa Central Building Cafe, the midday sunlight streamed through the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows as Akiyoshi Akiho sat by the window, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of her coffee cup. Her gaze occasionally darted towards the entrance, then lowered to check the time on her phone. 12:05. The other party was 5 minutes late. Who sent the message? Someone from the organization? Or an enemy? Her heartbeat quickened, beads of sweat forming on her palms. Rationality warned her that this was likely a trap. Yet the content of the message was too precise. The sender not only knew about her sister, but also claimed to be able to oppose the organization. What if there was hope? Just as she hesitated to leave, the cafe door swung open, and 4 figures entered. Akaho's pupils constricted. The leading man was the one who had unsettled her at the bank yesterday. Long time no see, Miss Akiyoshi. Lingxiao approached her table, a faint smile gracing his lips. Behind him followed 3 individuals, a woman with golden hair and blue eyes, exuding elegance, a burly man in a suit with a cold gaze, and a young woman with red hair tied in a ponytail, her expression indifferent. Akaho's breath hitched, her fingers instinctively gripping the tablecloth. Who are you? Her voice trembled slightly. Lingxiao pulled out a chair and sat down, his posture casual, yet exuding an undeniable pressure. I am Lingxiao, he replied with a slight nod. As for them, you may temporarily regard them as my subordinates. Belmode elegantly settled beside him, a playful smile on her lips. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Akiyoshi. Akaho's gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Lingxiao's face. You sent that message? Indeed. Lingxiao raised the coffee cup just delivered by the server and took a gentle sip. I wish to propose a transaction. 1 billion yen? Jin doesn't care at all. Akaho's complexion instantly paled. How do you know? I know far more than you can imagine. Lingxiao set down the coffee cup, his gaze sharp. For instance, Jin's promise to you. 1 billion yen in exchange for your and your sister's freedom? Akaho's lips quivered slightly, her silence betraying her acknowledgement. Lingxiao sneered coldly. Do you truly believe the organization would allow you to leave? Belmode interjected smoothly, her voice soft yet laced with chilling intent. The organization has only one method for dealing with traitors, silencing them. Akaho's fingertips dug into her palm. As the introducer of Black Label whiskey, you should be well aware of his fate. Belmode tilted her head slightly, her smile dangerous. Even the FBI's top agent almost perished at Jin's hands. Do you believe you and your sister can escape? Then why help me? Akaho's voice was faint, but her gaze wavered. Lingxiao did not respond directly. Instead, he produced a photograph from his pocket and slid it across the table. The image depicted a girl with chestnut short hair, Akiyoshi Shiho, standing in a laboratory, expressionless as she recorded data. Akaho's eyes instantly reddened. Shiho. She is currently at a research facility on the outskirts of Tokyo. Lingxiao withdrew the photograph. Jin will not allow you to see her because he never intended to honor his promise from the start. Akaho's nails nearly pierced her skin, but she forced herself to remain calm. What do you want? Lingxiao smiled. Very simple. He spoke slowly. Your loyalty and your sister's talents. The noise of the cafe seemed to fade, leaving Akaho with a buzzing in her ears. They were using her, yet at least they were offering her a choice. The organization would not even grant her that opportunity. She took a deep breath and raised her head. If I agree, can you ensure Shiho's safety? Lingxiao's gaze was profound. I can not only guarantee her safety, but also provide her with true freedom. Belmode chuckled lightly. Of course. The prerequisite is that you must prove your worth. Akaho remained silent for a long moment before slowly nodding. All right. Her voice was soft yet resolute. I agree. Lingxiao's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he stood up. You will negotiate with Jin as usual. But you must contact your sister in advance and inform her not to believe that you are dead. You are still alive. Remembering how Akiyoshi Shiho would take medication upon hearing that her sister had died, it was quite exasperating. He was not a Lilican. And it was safer to let Akaho clarify that first. Chapter 78. Breaking into the research facility to rescue. Having finished speaking, he turned to leave, with Belmode and the others following closely behind. Akaho watched their retreating figures, her heart racing. Shiho, this time, sister will surely rescue you. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Miwa town, in an abandoned factory, Akaho stood in the empty workshop, a suitcase filled with 1 billion yen in hand. Her heart raced, but her face remained composed. Shiho must believe in me. She inhaled deeply, her gaze sweeping around. It was too quiet here, unsettlingly so. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of polished shoes on the concrete floor emerged from the shadows, and Jin's tall figure gradually materialized, followed closely by vodka. Did you bring the money? Jin's voice was icy, like a serpent flicking its tongue. Akaho tightened her grip on the suitcase handle and nodded. 1 billion yen, not a penny less. Jin let out a cold laugh, not reaching out to take it, but leisurely pulling out a cigarette to light. As the smoke swirled around, his gaze became even more frigid. So, according to our agreement, Akaho forced her voice to steady. I and Shiho can leave the organization, right? Jin fixed his gaze on her and suddenly laughed. Akaho, you are truly naively amusing. Akaho's pupils dilated. When has the organization ever allowed traitors to leave alive? Jin exhaled a plume of smoke slowly, especially since you once introduced an FBI undercover agent. Akaho's face turned ashen. Indeed, Lingxiao had been right. Jin had never intended to fulfill his promise from the start. She gritted her teeth, summoning her last ounce of courage. What about Xiao? She knows nothing. Surely? Jin scoffed. Her value far exceeds yours. The organization would never allow her to leave. Akaho's body trembled slightly, despair and anger intertwining within her. Thankfully, Shiho already knew she was alive. Just as Jin raised his hand to draw his gun, bang, bang, bang. 3 sniper bullets tore through the air, striking with precision. Jin's pupils suddenly constricted, and his beast-like intuition compelled him to swiftly sidestep as a bullet grazed his trench coat, leaving a trail of crimson. Brother, Vodka exclaimed, but in the next instant, bang, bang. 2 bullets struck his chest and arm, blood gushing forth instantly. A sniper. Vodka staggered backward, his face drained of color. Jin's gaze darkened to an extreme, and he abruptly yanked Vodka away, retreating quickly to cover, scanning the surroundings. 3 individuals? No, perhaps more. He never anticipated that Mayano Akemi had such formidable backup. Akemi was also taken aback. She had been entirely unaware of anyone protecting her nearby. Yet, in this moment, she finally comprehended what Lingxiao meant by "my people are always watching over you." Move, Jin growled, pulling Vodka toward the factory's rear exit. He couldn't engage in a direct confrontation here with an enemy sniper occupying the high ground, and with an unknown number of adversaries. A rash battle would only lead to a deadlock. Akemi stood frozen, her legs trembling. Yet a wave of relief surged within her. Sister Shiho truly found someone who could save us. Outside the factory, atop the high ground, Lingxiao set down his binoculars, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Jin was indeed not so easily killed. Belmod stood beside him, her red lips curving slightly. After all, he is the organization's top assassin. It would be rather dull if he died so easily. Natasha stowed her sniper rifle, clicking her tongue. What a pity. Only Vodka was hit. John Wick silently inspected his magazine, his gaze steely. Should we pursue? Lingxiao shook his head. No need. Our objective has already been achieved. He glanced toward Akemi in the center of the factory, issuing orders through his earpiece. Team 500, escort her out. In the next moment, 5 fully armed elite assassins emerged from the shadows, swiftly escorting Akemi away from the scene. Inside the vehicle, Akemi's heart raced uncontrollably. She stared at the expressionless assassins beside her and couldn't help but ask, "Have you been following me all along?" The assassins did not respond, coldly executing Lingxiao's orders. Akemi took a deep breath, finally grasping that Lingxiao's influence was far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. Shiho, we truly have hope now. Meanwhile, a black Porsche 356A sped down the highway. Vodka pressed a hand against his bleeding wound, his face pale. Brother, those snipers, could they be from the FBI? Jin's eyes were icy. No, the FBI does not operate with such a style. He lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as his gaze turned as menacing as a demon. Mayano Akemi, who exactly is behind you? At the same time, at the outskirts of the research institute, a muffled sound echoed as 2 black-clad organization sentinels fell to the ground, each with a bullet hole in their foreheads. Target eliminated. Proceed. 5 special forces assassins emerged from the shadows, followed by dozens of reconnaissance assassins, all armed with M4A1 rifles, their eyes cold as machines beneath tactical helmets. Group A, secure the exits. Group B, eliminate resistance. Group C, locate the target. The moment the orders were given, the assassins surged into the research institute like a tidal wave. Inside, the shrill blaring of alarms suddenly pierced the air. Enemy attack. All personnel on alert. A member of the organization had barely finished shouting when 3 bullets pierced his chest, blood splattering against the pristine white walls. The assassin's assault was precise and efficient. Organization members in the corridor didn't even have time to raise their weapons before being gunned down. Damn, who are these people? A researcher, trembling, hid behind a laboratory table and dialed a number. Jin, sir. The research institute has. Before he could finish, a bullet penetrated his temple. On the other end of the line, Jin listened to the sudden silence of the communication, crushing his cigarette between his fingers. Turn around. To the research institute. His voice was hoarse as the Porsche 356A carved a sharp arc on the highway. Vodka, clutching his bleeding wound, had never seen his brother so enraged. Mayano Akemi, is this your trump card? Jin's eyes simmered with murderous intent. But Sherry, you cannot take her away. In the underground laboratory on the 3rd floor, Mayano Shiho's test tube suddenly slipped from her hand, shattering on the floor. What is happening? Her chestnut brown hair swayed slightly as she listened to the distant sounds of gunfire and screams, her face gradually paling. This was not the organization style. Someone was invading? The gunfire grew closer, then abruptly ceased. In the deathly silence, the laboratory door was kicked open with a loud bang. 3 fully armed assassins rushed in, their weapons aimed directly at her. Mayano Shiho, come with us. Shiho took a step back, her back pressed against the laboratory table. Who are you? Your sister is waiting for you. Upon hearing the word sister, Shiho's pupils constricted. Akemi is still alive. Outside the research institute, the black Porsche screeched to a halt. As Jin stepped out, he heard sporadic gunfire within. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Brother, our backup will take at least 10 more minutes. Vodka struggled to keep up. Jin did not respond. He drew his Beretta and strode toward the institute's front entrance. However, just as he stepped through the door, boom. A violent explosion reduced the entire entrance to rubble. On a distant hillside, John lowered his rocket launcher, whistling, right on target. Lingxiao, observing the billowing smoke from the research institute through his binoculars, remarked coolly, it's time to withdraw. Belmod chuckled softly. Aren't you curious if Jin is dead? He won't die so easily, Lingxiao replied, turning away, but this would be enough to teach him a lesson. In a speeding armored vehicle, Mayano Shiho clutched the phone handed to her by an assassin tightly. Shiho, it's me. Akemi's voice, tinged with tears, came through. The instant Shiho heard her sister's voice, the tension she had been holding snapped, and tears streamed down her face. Sister, what is happening? We are free, Shiho, Akemi choked out. Someone saved us. Shiho looked out at the rapidly receding night through the car window, the outline of the research institute fading from view. Freedom, a term so foreign yet now made her heart race. In the European-style manner, next to the new store in Mihanacho, the crystal chandelier in the living room cast a soft glow. Lingxiao sat on a leather sofa, a half-burned cigarette held delicately between his long fingers, his gaze calm and profound amidst the swirling smoke. Across from him, Belmod lounged lazily on a single sofa, meticulously applying deep red nail polish to her fingertips. A hint of a smile playing at her lips, though a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Sherry had indeed been brought out. Did she still harbor resentment toward these two sisters? She herself did not know, but as long as Cammy was safe, that was enough. Natasha and John Wick stood silently behind Lingxiao, resembling 2 immovable statues. Meanwhile, Mayano Akemi sat at the edge of the sofa, her hands tightly clasped. Knuckles whitening from the pressure, her eyes darting toward the window, ears straining to catch every sound outside. Shiho must be safe. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as tires screeched against the ground outside the manor. Akemi's body tensed, her eyes brightening in an instant. She instinctively wanted to leap up and rush outside, but a glance at Lingxiao's composed demeanor forced her to suppress her impulse. Belmod chuckled lightly, her red lips parting. So eager? Akemi bit her lip, offering no reply, but her fingertips dug into her palms. Moments later, the manor's door swung open. 3 Special Forces assassins strode in, the leading man speaking in a cold, firm voice. Boss, the mission is complete. The target has been secured without casualties. Lingxiao nodded slightly. Well done, take a break. The assassins withdrew silently, and just as they parted, a slender figure appeared in the doorway. With chestnut hair, fair skin, and ice-blue eyes still holding on to remnants of wariness and confusion, Mayano Shiho. Her gaze swept through the living room, finally settling on the familiar figure that stood trembling. Shiho's voice was choked with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Shiho's pupils dilated sharply, and in the next moment, she cried out, Sister. She nearly flew into Mingmei's embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around her waist. Mingmei held her close, tears streaming down her face like a dam bursting. How wonderful, Mingmei whispered repeatedly, gently stroking her sister's hair, her voice quivering uncontrollably. Shiho buried her face in her shoulder, her shoulders shaking slightly, muffled sobs escaping her lips. Lingxiao observed this touching scene quietly, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Truly, she was a character of high popularity, setting aside intelligence. Her figure and appearance were exceptional. Belmod placed her nail polish down, resting her chin on her hand with a mischievous smile. What a moving reunion. Natasha raised an eyebrow and quietly remarked to John, It seems our boss is going to adopt another little girl. John Wick wore an expression of stoic indifference. Though his gaze lingered on Shiho for a brief moment, the look in her eyes mirrored those children he had encountered who were unwittingly drawn into darkness. After a long pause, Shiho finally lifted her head from Mingmei's embrace. Her eyes were still red, yet her expression regained its usual calm. Though her body instinctively tensed when her gaze fell upon Lingxiao, Who are you? Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable sharpness. Mingmei quickly grasped her hand. Shiho? This is Mr. Gu Lingxiao. He saved us. Shiho did not lower her guard, her ice-blue eyes piercing into Gu Lingxiao's. Why help us? Gu Lingxiao flicked away ash from his cigarette, a slight smile tugging at his lips. 2 reasons. First, I need your research capabilities. Second, his gaze flitted between Mingmei and Shiho. He seems to have taken a liking to both of you sisters. Shiho's fingertips trembled slightly, but her voice remained steady. You want me to continue researching APTX 4869? A man so audacious as to take an interest in her, not even sparing her sister. No, Gu Lingxiao shook his head. I don't need that sort of thing. I require legitimate medical supplies, and your talents can fulfill that. Belmod interjected suddenly, her smile dangerous, little Shirley. You should be grateful that Karmic has taken a fancy to you, otherwise. She left her statement hanging, but Shiho understood her implication. Mingmei tightened her grip on her sister's hand. Shiho, Mr. Gu has truly helped us a lot, if it weren't for him. Shiho fell silent for a moment before slowly exhaling. I understand. She looked up at Gu Lingxiao, but I have conditions. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow. Speak. First, the safety of my sister and me must be guaranteed. Second, I will not research poisons. Third, she paused, her gaze resolute. You cannot use force against the 2 of us. The living room fell into silence. Belmod narrowed her eyes. Natasha whistled softly. And John remained as silent as a stone tower. Gu Lingxiao suddenly smiled. Very well. Amidst the swirling smoke of his cigarette, his gaze was as profound as an abyss. Welcome aboard, Shiho Mingmei. Mingmei's face flushed crimson, her fingers nervously twisting together as she quietly said to Shiho, Shiho, I have a boyfriend. You know that. Shiho's eyes narrowed coldly, and she grasped her sister's wrist, her voice low. Sister, that man is just using you. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Can't you see that? Mingmei's lips trembled, a flicker of struggle in her eyes. No, Zhu Xingda, Gu Lingxiao suddenly chuckled, tapping the ash of his cigarette lightly against the edge of the ashtray. Are you referring to Zhu Xingda? His real name is Akai Shuichi. Shiho's pupils constricted sharply, her body tensing instantly. What did you say? Mingmei was also taken aback, staring blankly at Gu Lingxiao. Akai? Gu Lingxiao exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Zhu Xingda is merely an alias. His true name is Akai Shuichi, the FBI's ace sniper. Chapter 80, The Scheming Girl Shiho. He paused, glancing between the sisters. By the way, he is your cousin. Your mother, Mayano Elena, is his biological aunt, and he is aware of your familial ties. Boom. This revelation struck Shiho like a heavy hammer, her fingers unconsciously digging into her palm, her ice-blue eyes swirling with shock and fury. Akai. She certainly recognized that surname. Her sister must know too. Impossible. Mingmei shook her head, her voice trembling. Zhu Xingdao would never deceive me. Shiho abruptly turned, pressing her hands on her sister's shoulders. Her voice strained as she gritted her teeth. Sister, he clearly knows your blood relation, yet still approached you to exploit you. Is that not clear enough? Tears streamed down Mingmei's face, her strength seemingly drained, collapsing onto the sofa. Shiho tightly embraced her, feeling her sister's body tremble violently, her internal rage nearly overwhelming her reason. TSK. Belmod languidly leaned against the sofa, her fingers twirling around her golden locks, a mocking smile playing on her lips. It seems your taste in men is rather poor. She tilted her head towards Mingmei, her smile turning dangerous. Why not obediently choose Karmic? At least he won't deceive you with such disgusting familial ties. Shiho shot up, her ice-blue eyes igniting with fury. What do you know? The temperature in the living room seemed to plummet instantaneously. Belmod's smile faltered, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes as she slowly sat upright. Her voice soft yet laced with chilling intent. Little Shirley, you've grown quite bold in these years, haven't you? In the next moment, with a swift motion, Belmod tore off her facial disguise, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful visage, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, her emerald eyes sparkling with dangerous light. Belmod. Shiho's breath caught in her throat, instinctively recoiling, fear flickering in her eyes. This woman had tried countless times to kill her and her sister. It was her. No wonder her instincts had warned her of the presence of the organization. She never expected it would be her. Mingmei froze too, tears still glistening on her face, yet forgotten in her shock as she stared blankly at Anna's sudden transformation. Belmod savored the sight of Shiho's face turning pale, chuckling lightly. What's wrong? No more retorts? She stood, towering over Shiho, her tone suddenly flippant. Don't be afraid. My body has been healed by Karmic, though I won't kill you. Her gaze turned icy. Don't expect any kindness from me. Mind your words, understood? Shirho's fingers dug deep into the sofa, forcing herself to remain composed. She could not show weakness, especially in front of her sister. Why are you here? She struggled to keep her voice steady. Are you still following this man? Belmad's expression softened instantly as she turned to Gu Lingxiao, her eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and affection, because karmic is my deity. Turning back to Shirho, her gaze hardened once more. As for you two, merely karmic's fleeting collectibles. Finally breaking free from her shock, Mingmei instinctively leaned closer to her sister. Belmad, noticing this, scoffed. Rest assured, as long as you obey, I won't do anything to you. She cast a pointed glance at Shirho, especially at you. Little Shirley, don't provoke me again. Gu Lingxiao remained seated on the sofa, quietly observing this confrontation until he finally spoke in a calm tone. That's enough. His voice was soft, yet commanded immediate attention, prompting Belmad to promptly return to his side, behaving obediently. Shirho held her trembling sister tightly, the shock within her heart lingering. Who was this man? Even Belmad was bowing to him. Belmad pouted slightly, her slender fingers lightly tugging at Gu Lingxiao's sleeve, her emerald eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her tone dripping with honeyed melancholy. Has karmic grown weary of the old when new ones arrive? She deliberately elongated her tone, casting a pointed glance at Shiho. Resembling a small cat deprived of affection, Shiho's face instantly flushed, her ice blue eyes widening as she indignantly averted her gaze. Who wants to be with him? Mingmei hastily tugged at her sister's sleeve, whispering, Shiho, stop it. Gu Lingxiao observed Buyer Mode's theatrical demeanor with amusement, finding her to be a natural performer. He cleared his throat and stated earnestly, Shiho, Mingmei, you will not remain in Japan. Then where shall we go? Mingmei instinctively inquired. The Dragon Kingdom, Gu Lingxiao replied, lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa. My village is well equipped. You may live freely there. Freedom? Shiho scoffed, her sharp gaze under her brown hair as piercing as a blade. It's merely a different gilded cage. Shiho, Mingmei exclaimed, pressing her sister's hand, fearful of provoking Gu Lingxiao. However, he was not angered. Instead, he chuckled softly. You are quite forthright. Rising to his feet, he loomed over Shiho and added, I merely require you to complete your research. For the rest of your time, he spread his hands, you may shop, or immerse yourself in the laboratory. If you wish to pursue romance, who is to stop you? Shiho interjected, akin to an irate feline. Buyer Mode chuckled, little Shiho is shy. Shiho's cheeks flushed with indignation. Gu Lingxiao waved his hand dismissively. Very well, time will reveal everything. He turned to Mingmei, please take Shiho to rest, the room is prepared. Mingmei felt a wave of relief and quickly urged her sister to rise. As they reached the doorway, Shiho suddenly turned back. Wait. I need to take all my research materials. Natasha leaned against the doorframe, tossing the car keys. Even your lab mice are accounted for. This group is quite thorough in their operations, Shiho remarked. At the outskirts of the research facility, a black Porsche 356A halted before the ruins. The door swung open, and Jin stepped out, his long legs striding forth, silver hair fluttering in the night breeze. Vodka followed closely, clutching his wounded chest, his complexion pale, yet refraining from a single groan. Jin stood before the remnants of the research facility, his expression eerily calm, but within his deep green eyes, a storm of ruthless intent brewed. Shirley has been taken away. He slowly raised his hand and dialed a rarely contacted number. Boss. Jin's voice was low and frigid. The research facility has been destroyed. Silence enveloped the other end for a moment, before a venerable and commanding voice responded. What is the situation? All security personnel are dead, and no researchers survived. Jin's gaze swept over the scattered corpses. I suspect Shirley has been abducted. Mayano Akemi was also rescued by a group earlier. It is likely the same organization at play. Chapter 81. The awakened Kagoro. He crouched down, his fingers brushing the brow of a corpse, a precise bullet hole marking a swift demise. The marksmanship is exceptionally professional. Jin remarked coldly, this group comprises elites. On the other end, Karasuma Renya's voice issued an unassailable command. Retrieve Shirley. This matter is entirely in your hands. Understood. Jin hung up, his fingers nearly crushing the phone. Vodka cautiously spoke. Brother, what now? Jin did not respond, but redialed another number. Everyone, gather immediately at Safe House No. 7. His voice was as chilling as poison. I want to see each and every one of you within 30 minutes. In a clandestine bar in Tokyo, members of the Black Organization arrived one after another under the dim lights. Chianti kicked open the private room door, her face filled with impatience. Jin, what is going on at this hour? Cohen silently followed her, habitually polishing his firearm. Bourbon leaned against the wall, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his purplish-gray eyes. He had just received news from Wakita Yuya that the research facility had been attacked, and Shirley was missing. Who could be behind this? Jin, what exactly has transpired? Kir asked, frowning. Jin stood at the center of the room, shadows cloaking half of his face. He began slowly, his voice akin to whispers from the abyss. The research facility has been destroyed, and Shirley has been abducted. What? Kiani sprang to her feet. Who did it? A professional team, Jin replied coldly. Every shot to the head, clean and efficient. Bourbon's gaze flickered. Is there a lead? Jin's eyes scanned each person present. Mayano Akemi was rescued in the afternoon, and the facility was attacked that night. This is no coincidence. He produced a photograph from his pocket and tossed it onto the table, a blurry image captured by surveillance of a black Honda departing the facility. Find this car, and you will find Shirley. Bourbon picked up the photograph, casually asking, could it be the FBI? Akai Shuichi has indeed been active in Japan recently. A trace of murderous intent flickered in Jin's eyes. If it is him. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the grip of his Beretta. This time, he must die. Chianti licked her lips with excitement. Finally, we can unleash a bloodbath. Cohen silently nodded, his eyes glimmering with cold light. Jin rose, the hem of his trench coat slicing through the air with a sharp arc. Everyone, act immediately. Remember, his gaze cut through the group like a blade. Shirley must be brought back alive. The group hastily departed, but Bourbon deliberately lagged a few steps behind. He needed to relay this information to the Public Security Bureau promptly. In the empty private room, Jin stood alone by the window, lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his thoughts raced. If it is not the FBI, then who could it be? Emergency meeting of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department at 5:30 a.m. The emergency meeting room of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police was engulfed in smoke. Police Chief Matsumoto Kiyona slammed a fist onto the conference table, splattering coffee from the cups. In a single night, 7 districts have experienced shootings. He pointed at the densely marked locations on the projection screen. Shinjuku, Shibuya, Minato. This is practically a declaration of war against us. Megure Jizo perused the autopsy reports. His brow furrowed. All victims suffered head or heart shots. The methodology is frighteningly professional. Matsumoto interjected sharply, glancing around before lowering his voice. This matter has been reported to the Public Security Commission. From now on, all officers are to cancel their leaves and remain on standby 24/7. He turned to Megure. Special Investigation Team is responsible for Shinjuku, Satu, Takagi. You are in charge. Muri Detective Agency, the news anchor on the television, reported solemnly about the recent heinous shootings in Tokyo. Conan fixated on the blurry surveillance footage on the screen. Hey kid. Muri Kagoro set down his newspaper, his expression uncharacteristically serious. What do you think? Conan adjusted his glasses. The techniques are too professional. They don't resemble ordinary gangsters. So you think so too? Kagoro took a swig of beer. I've seen cases like this when I was a detective. He suddenly lowered his voice. It's a professional assassin group looking for someone. The two exchanged glances, each discerning the same suspicion in the other's eyes, and Conan's heart raced. Who are they after? Is it the Black Organization? Dad, Conan, I'm heading out. Rand's cheerful voice rang from the second floor as she descended in a light blue dress. Her hair still damp from a shower. Kagoro suddenly stood up. Wait, Ran. The girl paused midway down the stairs, tilting her head in confusion as sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting mottled shadows on her face. This scene sent a pang through Conan's heart, knowing he might never see it again. The difficult conversation between father and daughter. Kagoro fidgeted, his gaze drifting. Your mother's apartment is larger and closer to school. Ran's smile froze. Are you trying to send me away? Her voice was barely a whisper. No. How could that be? Kagoro waved his hands in panic, nearly toppling the beer can. I just think it's not convenient for a girl to live with 2 men. Conan bowed his head. Aware of the unspoken words Kagoro hesitated to voice, particularly when one of those men was a high school detective pursued by a mysterious organization. Rand's fingers entwined nervously. Is it because my cooking is terrible? Or did I forget something while doing the laundry yesterday? Kagoro suddenly raised his voice, startling Rand. He took a deep breath and approached his daughter, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Listen, Dad will never dislike you, Rand. His gaze drifted to the open newspaper on the coffee table, the headline about the shooting incidents starkly alarming. Father's fame has grown significantly, leading to an increase in enemies. Last week, he even received a threatening letter, a statement that, albeit true, was fabricated by him. Tears welled in Xiaolan's eyes. What will happen to Dad and Conan? I will learn to cook for you. Kagoro patted his chest, reassuring her that they still had the cafe downstairs. He forced an exaggerated smile, yet saw his daughter crying even more fiercely. Conan clenched his fists. Rationally, he understood Kagoro's decision was sound, the man in the black suit from last night, along with the explosion news from the Research Institute, indicated significant movements in Tokyo. Yet, emotionally, Xiaolan, he suddenly spoke, his voice uncharacteristically calm. Uncle Mori is right. I saw him secretly practicing with the washing machine last night. Xiaolan giggled through her tears. Really? Of course. Kagoro embraced his daughter, adding that she could come back anytime over the weekend to check on him. Harry, that woman, is always busy with cases. Your visit would be a welcome distraction for her. Chapter 82. Preparing to leave, the cicadas outside suddenly became quite loud. Conan gazed at the unshed tears on Xiaolan's lashes, recalling how she had stayed up late a month ago, sewing his school badge. Those were such good times, though she had grown smaller. He could still see her every day. Dad must promise me a few things, Xiaolan declared, raising a finger. First, he must eat at least one proper meal each day. Second, dirty laundry must not pile up for more than 3 days. Third, she choked on her words, he must inform me immediately if he encounters danger. Kagoro swallowed hard, abruptly pulling his daughter into a tight embrace. Conan observed this carefree uncle, noticing the hints of gray in his hair. I'm off. Ayumi must be waiting anxiously. Xiaolan picked up her backpack, bending down to change her shoes at the door, her shadow stretching long in the sunlight, reaching Conan's feet. Wait. Kagoro dashed into the kitchen, retrieving a bento box he had secretly prepared that morning. Although it didn't look appealing, Xiaolan opened it to find misshaped rice balls, bursting into laughter. Dad, you've even messed up the pickled plum. Witnessing his daughter's smile, Kagoro rubbed his reddened eyes. Be careful on the road. As the door closed, both men sagged their shoulders simultaneously. Kagoro took a hearty swig from a beer can. Kudu, you better remember. I know, Conan interrupted, his glasses reflecting a cold light. I want to approach Xiaolan. Want to contact her. Want to let her get involved in danger. He paused, but I will resolve that organization, certainly. Suddenly, an emergency news broadcast interrupted the television. Breaking news. A suspicious vehicle has been discovered in Mihua Town South 3rd Street, suspected to be related to last night's series of shootings. In the European-style villa of Mihua Town, sunlight streamed into the dressing room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the vanity mirror. Vermouth stood behind Shiho Miyano, her slender fingers delicately holding a gossamer-like bionic mask, carefully aligning it with her face. How troublesome, Vermouth thought. Her gaze icy, inadvertently applying more pressure with her fingertips, causing Shiho to furrow her brow slightly. Be gentle, Shiho replied coolly, her ice-blue eyes meeting Vermouth's through the mirror. Are you trying to strangle me? Vermouth's lips curved into a dangerous smile. If Kamiyama permits, I wouldn't mind. Shiho let out a light laugh, her tone laced with sarcasm. I never imagined the illustrious master of disguise, Vermouth, would one day personally alter my appearance. Crack. The contour brush in Vermouth's hand suddenly snapped. Her expression darkened, her knuckles whitening as she struggled to suppress the urge to snap Shiho's neck. This little brat is becoming increasingly audacious. Meanwhile, Akemi held a small mirror, curiously admiring her entirely unfamiliar face. Her originally gentle chestnut bob had transformed into sleek, black long hair, and her features were adjusted to appear softer, completely unrecognizable. In awe, Akemi couldn't help but exclaim, "This is amazing. I really can't recognize myself at all." Vermouth shot her a glance and scoffed. "Don't move, it's not fixed yet." Akemi immediately straightened up, fearing to utter another word. Shiho, however, remained persistent, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "Vermouth, could it be that you are jealous of my sister and I appearing younger than you, hence intentionally disfiguring our faces?" Smack. Vermouth slammed her makeup tools onto the table, leaning closer to Shiho's ear, her voice soft yet brimming with malice. "Sherry, do you think I wouldn't dare to harm you?" Shiho showed no fear, slightly tilting her head in a provocative manner. "Would you dare?" The air thickened instantly. Vermouth's eyes narrowed dangerously, her fingers gliding towards Shiho's carotid artery, seemingly contemplating whether to strangle her. Akemi sensed the tension and stood up nervously. "Miss Vermouth." Shiho didn't mean it. Just as Vermouth's fingers were about to tighten, "Enough." Lingxiao's voice resonated from the doorway, low and steady, yet it caused the room's temperature to drop considerably. Leaning against the door frame, he held an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his gaze casually sweeping over the two. "Shiho, tone it down," he advised blandly. "If you provoke her again, I want to intervene." Vermouth's eyes lit up, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Kamiyama means as long as I don't kill her, I can discipline her however I want." Lingxiao shrugged. "As long as you don't break her limbs or take her life, feel free." Shiho's expression stiffened instantly. Vermouth's smile deepened, her fingers lightly caressing Shiho's cheek as if relishing the prey's final struggles. "Did you hear that, little Sherry?" Shiho's throat tightened, finally realizing she had crossed a line. Swiftly adjusting her expression, she feigned calmness, changing the subject. "Ahem, so, is the disguise for leaving Japan?" Lingxiao nodded. "We leave tonight." A flicker of joy crossed Shiho's eyes, but it quickly faded into composure. Finally, she could escape this nightmarish place. Vermouth scoffed, resuming her makeup application on Shiho, but this time, her movements were noticeably harsher, deliberately tugging at Shiho's skin to the point of discomfort. Shiho gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, refraining from provocation, silently vowing to settle this score one day. That wretched woman Akemi watched her sister struggle, unable to suppress a chuckle, but quickly composed herself, fearful of Vermouth's attention. Lingxiao observed the scene, a hint of exasperation flickering in his eyes. These two women truly are adversaries. Seated on the leather sofa in the living room, Lingxiao casually pulled out his phone to check messages. When his gaze swept across the date on the screen, his brow furrowed suddenly. September 3rd? He distinctly remembered arriving in Japan on April 13th. Even accounting for his time in Tokyo, it had only been a couple of days at most. Huh. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he tossed the phone aside. Truly, the timeline in Conan's world is absurdly chaotic. However, what concerned him more was what date it would be upon returning to Longhua. Would it follow this timeline or revert to normal? Never mind. It won't affect the plan, he murmured to himself, taking a sip from the whiskey on the coffee table. The revamped sisters 30 minutes later, footsteps echoed from the staircase. "Kamiyama, what do you think of our new look?" Vermouth's voice carried a hint of pride. Lingxiao looked up, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 83. An unexpected encounter leading the way. Vermouth had transformed her usual seductive style. Her golden locks cropped into a chic chestnut bob, her makeup significantly toned down, presenting herself as an ordinary urban professional. Akemi had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Her once gentle chestnut bob now cascaded into smooth, black locks, her features refined to appear even more demure, resembling a quintessential dutiful housewife. Most astonishing, however, was Shiho. Belmont had surprisingly styled her hair into twin tails, complemented by round-frame glasses and a somewhat youthful makeup, making her resemble a high school student of 16 or 17. Lingxiao couldn't help but chuckle. "Belmont, is this your form of revenge?" Belmont blinked innocently. "How could it be? This is the latest trendy J-style." Shizuka, with a scowl, tugged at her own twin tails. "I demand a redo." "Not possible," Belmont replied with a smile. "We've run out of materials." Mingmei, unable to contain her amusement, playfully grasped her sister's hand. "Actually, it looks quite adorable, sister." Shizuka shot her a disgruntled glare. Before their departure, Lingxiao glanced at his watch. "There are still 10 hours until the flight. You two can go out for a stroll." Mingmei's eyes lit up, and she bowed deeply to him. "Thank you so much. We will definitely return on time." Although Shizuka still wore a displeased expression, she also expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Suddenly, Belmont leaned closer to Lingxiao. "Cammy, I also want to go shopping." "Suit yourself," Lingxiao waved dismissively. At that moment, Natasha descended from upstairs, her red hair tied into a neat ponytail. Clad in casual attire. "Boss, may I go out to buy some things?" Lingxiao glanced at her. "Do you have money?" Natasha's expression froze, and a hint of embarrassment flickered in her emerald eyes. "I forgot to exchange for yen." Lingxiao sighed and handed her a black card from his wallet. "Just don't overspend." Natasha's eyes brightened instantly, and as she took the card, her fingers trembled slightly. "Thank you, boss. I promise to only buy necessities." Belmont scoffed. "With your so-called necessities, 10 LV stores wouldn't suffice." Natasha made a face at her and dashed out with excitement. Watching the three women depart in succession, Lingxiao stretched leisurely. "John, let's take a walk as well." John Wick nodded silently and retrieved his coat from the rack. The streets of Mahamaki buzzed with their usual liveliness. Lingxiao strolled aimlessly with his hands in his pockets, while John maintained a two-step distance behind him, his gray-blue eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "Relax," Lingxiao called over his shoulder. "There shouldn't be any trouble today." John nodded slightly, yet his guard remained unwavering. As they passed by the Polo Cafe, Lingxiao caught sight of Amuro Teru, who appeared busy inside. It seemed Amuro sensed his gaze and looked up, their eyes locking momentarily. Amuro's pupils slightly contracted but quickly returned to a professional smile. Lingxiao smirked meaningfully and continued on his way. Meanwhile, Akai Shuichi wondered what the Public Security Bureau had uncovered. Turning a corner, a familiar sound of laughter reached him. Lingxiao halted, spotting Ran and Sonoko emerging from a department store, their arms laden with shopping bags. "Ran, This hairpin suits you perfectly, Sonoko exclaimed excitedly. However, Rant's smile appeared strained. Thank you. Gu Lingxiao squinted. It seemed that Kagoro's arrangements had not brightened her mood. Just as he was about to leave, a soccer ball suddenly rolled to his feet, followed closely by a breathless boy wearing glasses. I'm sorry, that's mine. Conan's words halted abruptly as he recognized the man before him, freezing in shock. Gu Lingxiao bent down to pick up the soccer ball, handing it back with a sly smile. Be careful, little one. Conan mechanically accepted the ball, his eyes behind the lenses staring intently at him, his lips quivering slightly. That presence unmistakably belonged to the dangerous individual he had encountered at the bank. John stepped forward slightly, the unspoken pressure causing Conan to instinctively take a step back. Gu Lingxiao waved his hand, signaling John to withdraw, and flashed Conan a knowing smile. We shall meet again, young detective. With that, Conan clutched the soccer ball and fled, feeling as if he might wet his pants. Realizing the man might know his true identity. Clutching the ball, Conan stumbled back to the detective boys, his face pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his breathing quickening. Conan, what's wrong? Ayumi asked worriedly, noticing his ghastly complexion. You didn't eat something bad, did you? Jenna pondered seriously. Kagoro, I suddenly remembered that the doctor needed me for something urgent. We'll play another day? Conan forced a smile, his voice trembling as he abruptly pulled the three children away, nearly yanking Ayumi off her feet. Wait, Conan. Ayumi stumbled after him, slowed down. Ignoring her, Conan quickened his pace, his mind replaying the man's meaningful smile and the words little detective. He knew that the man must have discovered his true identity. Meanwhile, Ran and Sonoko were approaching. Sonoko excitedly waved the hairpin she had just purchased. Ran, this really suits you. You can wear it on our next date. Huh, isn't that? Ran's eyes widened in surprise as she spotted Gu Lingxiao. Ah, it's the man from the bank. Sonoko leaned in curiously. Ran, do you know that handsome guy? Before Ran could respond, Sonoko had already dragged her towards Gu Lingxiao, her eyes sparkling. Wow, that aura. He's even 10 times handsomer than the new doctor. Sonoko. Ran's face flushed crimson, trying to stop her, but it was too late. Hello. Sonoko dashed up to Gu Lingxiao, her face beaming with a radiant smile. I'm Sonoko Suzuki, Ran's best friend. She tossed her chestnut hair playfully and blinked. You seem new here. Did you just arrive in Tokyo? Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting between Ran and Sonoko. We've met before. At the bank. Ran quickly explained, bowing slightly in embarrassment. I didn't have the chance to ask for your name last time. Gu Lingxiao. He nodded slightly. This is my. He glanced at John, who stood like a tower behind him. Bodyguard, John. Sonoko's eyes widened further. Wow, you have a personal bodyguard. She elbowed Ran, whispering loudly enough for everyone to hear. Ran, you're not being a good friend. You didn't tell me about such a quality man. Sonoko. Ran's face was as red as a ripe apple. We just happened to meet. Chapter 84. A trip to the park, where dreams begin. Just a meeting is fate. Sonoko persisted, turning to Gu Lingxiao with a sweet smile. Mr. Gu, are you here for tourism in Japan? Do you need a guide? Ran and I could. Sonoko. Ran hurriedly interrupted, awkwardly apologizing to Gu Lingxiao. I'm sorry. My friend is a bit lively? Gu Lingxiao displayed a rare smile. It's all right. She's quite adorable. Sonoko immediately shot a triumphant glance at Ran, mouthing. He thinks I'm cute. John suddenly stepped forward, his gray-blue eyes scanning the distance warily. Amuro Turu had appeared at the street corner, feigning interest in a newspaper while secretly observing them. Gu Lingxiao subtly gestured for John to step back, addressing the two young women. Sure. It's nice to have two beautiful girls accompanying me before I leave. Are you leaving so soon? Sonoko's face fell in disappointment. Gu Lingxiao, are you leaving? Sonoko. Ran, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed her friend's arm. Mr. Gu must be very busy. Gu Lingxiao found amusement in Ran's flustered demeanor, if fate permits. We shall meet again. Suddenly, Sonoko linked her arm with Gu Lingxiao's, her movements as natural as if they were longtime friends. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go? She winked at Ran. Hurry up. Gu Lingxiao paused, looking down at the overly enthusiastic heiress. Sunlight filtered through her chestnut hair, casting delicate specks of light upon her fair neck. He was reminded of the stunning moment Sonoko removed her hairpin in the original work. Indeed, the heiress of the Suzuki conglomerate was no less beautiful than Muri Ran. His gaze subtly flitted between the two girls. Xiaolon stood there, utterly at a loss, as a corner of her azure uniform skirt fluttered in the breeze, her long legs gleaming healthily under the sun. Her delicate face was flushed a brilliant red, adding to her allure. One was as radiant as the sun, the other as elegant as the moon. Each possessed their unique charm. Where are we going? Xiaolon asked softly, her fingers anxiously twisting the hem of her skirt. It was only then that Yunzi reacted, turning to Gu Lingxiao with hopeful anticipation. Mr. Gu, where would you like to go? Sensoji Temple? Tokyo Tower? Gu Lingxiao's lips twitched slightly. I am not familiar with Japan. An abrupt silence enveloped the air. Yunzi awkwardly released her grip, chuckling lightly. I forgot you are a foreign tourist. Xiaolon couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. How about we visit tropical paradise? They just opened a haunted house there. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, silently pondering. Isn't this the place where Kudo Shinichi was drugged? Yunzi, brimming with excitement, clapped her hands. Perfect. I happen to have a VIP pass. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. We can skip the lines for all the attractions. Xiaolon discreetly observed Gu Lingxiao's profile. This man exuded an inexplicable air of danger, yet oddly instilled a sense of security. She recalled her father's recent unusual behavior and, somewhat impulsively, inquired, Mr. Gu, what do you do for a living? Yunzi immediately perked up her ears. Gu Lingxiao, maintaining his composure, replied, I do a bit of everything, except for gambling and drugs. He gestured to John behind him. That's why I need a bodyguard. John appropriately displayed a fierce demeanor suggesting keep your distance. How impressive. Yunzi's eyes sparkled. Occasionally, Gu Lingxiao replied nonchalantly. Weren't we supposed to go to the amusement park? If we don't leave now, time will slip away. Yunzi cheerfully waved for a taxi. Let's go? As they settled into the taxi, Gu Lingxiao deliberately positioned Xiaolon in the middle, the faint scent of cherry blossoms lingering in the air around her. Kudo Shinichi certainly has good taste. Yunzi leaned over from the other side. Mr. Gu, what are you thinking? Your expression looks rather intimidating. I was pondering whether to buy 2 ice creams later, Gu Lingxiao lied without flinching. Xiaolon chuckled softly. Yunzi loves vanilla the most. Hey, Xiaolon. Yunzi playfully covered her friend's mouth, and the laughter of the three filled the cab. The colorful flags of tropical paradise swayed gently in the breeze, and cheerful music resonated throughout the park. Yunzi held up her ice cream in one hand, tugging at Gu Lingxiao's arm with the other, excitedly pointing at the roller coaster in the distance. That one. Let's play that first. However, Gu Lingxiao noticed Xiaolon lagging a few steps behind. Although she wore a smile, her azure eyes seemed shrouded in a mist, lacking their usual luster. What's wrong? He slowed his pace, discreetly walking alongside Xiaolon. Are you feeling unwell? Xiaolon paused briefly before shaking her head. No, I'm fine. She instinctively touched the phone hanging on her chest, perhaps due to a restless night. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her face, and Gu Lingxiao clearly observed the faint shadows beneath her eyes. Here, Yunzi suddenly popped up beside them, distributing 3 ice creams, vanilla for Xiaolon, chocolate for Mr. Gu, and strawberry for herself. She took a lick of her ice cream and suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Huh, what were you two talking about? Gu Lingxiao accepted the ice cream, casting a meaningful glance at Xiaolon. I was asking Miss Xiaolon why she appears somewhat disheartened. What else could it be? Yunzi rolled her eyes. Wrapping an arm around Xiaolan's shoulders, she is probably thinking about that deduction fanatic. Xiaolan's face instantly flushed. Yunzi, don't say that. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow. Deduction fanatic? You mean Kudo Shinichi? Yunzi huffed, taking a large bite of her ice cream. That childhood friend of Xiaolan's. Always off solving cases, leaving her behind at the drop of a hat. She grew more animated, gesturing with her hands. Last time, during a date, he bolted at the sound of police sirens. And the time before that, we had agreed to watch a movie together. Yunzi. Xiaolon anxiously clamped her hand over Yunzi's mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gu Lingxiao feigned a look of realization. So, Miss Xiaolon has someone she likes. He deliberately displayed a look of regret. No wonder you seemed preoccupied along the way. It's not like that. Xiaolon lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. He hasn't contacted me in a long time. Yunzi tightened her embrace around her friend, turning to Gu Lingxiao to complain. The worst part is, he has been missing for so long, and not even a phone call. Xiaolon checked her phone several times each day. Suddenly, she looked up. Yunzi, stop talking. Her voice trembled slightly. Shinichi must have something important to deal with. Gu Lingxiao observed Xiaolon struggling to hold back her tears, a cold smirk forming within him. That Kudo Shinichi truly is oblivious to his fortune. It does sound excessive, he remarked, taking a sip of his ice cream, his tone flat yet piercing. No matter how important the matter, it shouldn't cause those who matter to worry. Chapter 85. Preparing to return to the village. This statement seemed to release the dam of Xiaolan's emotions, and her tears flowed uncontrollably as she hastily wiped them away. I'm sorry, I'm such a fool. Yunzi enveloped her in a hug. Let it out. No need to pretend to be strong in front of me. Gu Lingxiao conveniently offered her a handkerchief. Emotions are neither right nor wrong. There's no need for you to apologize. Xiaolan accepted the handkerchief, her fingertips trembling slightly. The faint scent of dragon's blood wafting from it, strangely comforting. Thank you. She dabbed at her tears, forcing a smile. I'm fine. Let us enjoy ourselves. Yuanzi seemed poised to say more, but Gu Lingxiao gently shook his head, the sunlight stretching the shadows of the three. And the once cheerful amusement park music now bore a hint of irony. Kudo Shinichi. Gu Lingxiao gazed at the distant roller coaster tracks. A glint of amusement in his eyes, wondering what expression you would wear upon witnessing this scene. The golden glow of the sunset bathed the outdoor terrace of Tropical Paradise's restaurant, casting a gilded hue over the trio. Gu Lingxiao glanced at his wristwatch. The hour hand pointed to 6. There was still time. He set down his wine glass, suggesting, how about we have dinner together? My treat. Sure. Yuanzi immediately raised her hand in agreement. Though her voice lacked the exuberance of earlier, she stole a glance at Xiaolan beside her, then at the handsome Gu Lingxiao. Her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. Today has been so delightful, yet. She poked at the salad on her plate, suddenly losing her appetite. This man, Gu Lingxiao, was gentle, considerate, and handsome, an ideal Prince Charming. Yet throughout the day, it seemed his gaze always lingered on Xiaolan. Yuanzi? Gu Lingxiao noticed her unease. Is something unappealing? No. Yuanzi hastily waved her hand, but when she met Gu Lingxiao's concerned eyes, her heart skipped a beat. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly stood up, hands slamming on the table. Lingxiao, I like you. Xiaolan sputtered a mouthful of lemon water, wide-eyed at her best friend. Yuanzi? Gu Lingxiao was taken aback as well. While he had sensed Yuanzi's affections, he never expected this wealthy young lady to be so forthright. Yuanzi's face flushed crimson. Yet she stubbornly refused to sit down. Even though we've only known each other for a day, I mean it. Her voice trailed off. Though if you prefer Xiaolan. Yuanzi. Xiaolan anxiously tugged at her sleeve, her ears burning. What nonsense are you saying? Gu Lingxiao set down his cutlery, his gaze drifting between the two young women. The sunlight crowned Yuanzi's chestnut hair with a golden sheen, her biting her lip appearing exceedingly charming. And Xiaolan's flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes were equally captivating. I am honored, Gu Lingxiao chuckled lightly. However, certain matters must be clarified. He lifted his glass of red wine, taking a sip, his expression calm. First, I will not limit myself to just one woman. He gazed directly into Yuanzi's eyes. For instance, I like both you and Lan. Xiaolan gasped, her fork clattering onto her plate. Secondly, Gu Lingxiao continued, my profession is perilous. He gestured toward John standing guard in the distance. Otherwise, I wouldn't need a bodyguard. Surprisingly, Yuanzi did not react with anger. Instead, her eyes brightened. Really? That is wonderful. She excitedly grasped Xiaolan's hand. Let us team up. It's better than waiting for that deduction fanatic. Yuanzi. Xiaolan felt so embarrassed that she wished to disappear into a crack in the ground. Gu Lingxiao's gaze softened as he spoke. Lan, forgive my candor. He gently swirled his wine glass. Is a man who consistently leaves you behind truly worth the wait? Xiaolan's fingers nervously twisted the napkin. He has a case to handle, she stammered. Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence. Gu Lingxiao's voice was soft yet piercing. But if it happens repeatedly, it either means he is confident you won't leave, or he deliberately leaves things unsaid. Xiaolan's expression shifted. Yuanzi seized the moment to add. He clearly doesn't hold you in high regard. Xiaolan, think about it. He's been missing for so long, and not even a phone call. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiaolan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She recalled countless times of being stood up, the emptiness of the amusement park benches, and the numerous times she checked her phone each day. Her voice trembled. Gu Lingxiao timely offered her a handkerchief. Feelings should be mutual, Lan. You shouldn't live like a spare tire. This statement acted as a key, unlocking a box deep within Xiaolan's heart, and tears finally flowed freely. Yet she felt an odd sense of relief. Yuanzi embraced her friend, turning to Gu Lingxiao with a playful grimace. It's all your fault. You made Xiaolan cry. Gu Lingxiao raised his hands innocently. I merely spoke the truth. Xiaolan wiped her tears and suddenly smiled through her sobs. You two are something else. She gazed at the forthright man before her and for the first time pondered. If I were with Shinichi, would the future truly be filled with happiness? As night fell, the amusement park's colorful lights flickered to life. Gu Lingxiao looked at the two charming young women, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Kudo Shinichi, are you pleased with this splendid gift? He refrained from speaking ill of the other party and remained entirely factual. That arrogance, that blindness, that naivete untouched by the harsh realities of society seemed wholly inappropriate. Following Kagoro every day, He never considered how many would go mad knowing his situation. At that point, it would become a matter for the state, and even Yusaku and Yukiko's involvement would be futile. The neon lights of the tropical amusement park twinkled in the night, casting a dreamlike glow over the trio's departure. The fountain at the restaurant's entrance bubbled merrily, droplets sparkling like scattered jewels under the colored lights. Yunzi pulled out her phone, the screen displaying a QR code for Line. Let us add each other. Her eyes sparkled, shimmering like stars under the lights. Lingxiao chuckled softly, intentionally letting his finger brush lightly against hers while scanning the code, causing Yunzi's ears to turn crimson. Xiaolon, join us, Yunzi urged, pulling the hesitant girl closer. Don't be shy. Xiaolon's fingers trembled slightly, nearly dropping her phone while scanning. When the success notification chimed, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. I'll send you a message to check in, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Yunzi suddenly hugged Xiaolon from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder and winking at Lingxiao. When I go to Longhua, you mustn't be embarrassed by us. She deliberately elongated her tone. I'll bring Xiaolon along. Xiaolon, blushing and flustered, pinched her friend's waist, eliciting a fit of giggles. Lingxiao observed the playful duo, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. The night breeze tousled Xiaolon's hair, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. You are always welcome, he said, producing 2 gold-embossed business cards. When you arrive in Longhua, call this number, and I will arrange for someone to pick you up. Yunzi accepted the card, surprised to find it bore only a series of numbers and the name Lingxiao. Wow, so cool, like a secret agent. Xiaolon cautiously tucked hers into her wallet, her fingers lingering on a photo of her and Shinichi, pausing momentarily. Mixed emotions surged within her. It's getting late, Lingxiao remarked, glancing at his watch. Shall I drive you home? No. Yunzi waved her hand. Our car is in the parking lot. She suddenly leaned in, whispering softly in Lingxiao's ear. Next time we meet, I'll have Xiaolon all packaged up for you. The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, infused with the sweet fragrance unique to young women. Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, surprised to see this side of the young lady. Though Xiaolon couldn't catch all the words, Yunzi's mischievous expression told her it wasn't anything good. Blushing, she tugged at her friend's arm. We should go. I know. Yunzi made a grimace and suddenly rose on her toes to plant a light kiss on Lingxiao's cheek. This is a down payment. The bold act left Xiaolon wide-eyed, and even John in the distance raised an eyebrow. Lingxiao touched the spot where he was kissed, his smile deepening. Then I look forward to the final payment. It's a deal, Yunzi declared, pulling Xiaolon along as they ran, glancing back with a playful glint in her eyes. No backing out. Xiaolon was tugged along for a few steps before suddenly stopping to turn around. The night wind lifted her hair, the lights shimmering in her eyes. Mr. Lingxiao, safe travels. The words left her lips softly, yet they warmed Lingxiao's heart. He nodded slightly, watching as the 2 girls faded into the crowd. Angel Lawn. Lingxiao and John headed straight to the airport. This brief journey was drawing to a close. In the VIP lounge of Tokyo's Haneda International Airport, Lingxiao observed the women arriving one after another, his lips twitching slightly. Natasha was the first to dash in, her red ponytail swaying with her movements. Each hand carrying 5 shopping bags emblazoned with luxury logos, while several paper bags dangled from her arms. Boss, she exclaimed excitedly, waving a bag. Look, a limited edition crocodile leather bag. Only 2 million yen. Lingxiao glanced at the elegant bell mode, pushing a luggage cart piled high with beautifully wrapped boxes behind her. Meanwhile, Mingmei and Shirho each dragged 2 oversized suitcases, looking utterly exhausted. Did you all empty out the entire city of Tokyo? Lingxiao rubbed his temples. Belmode chuckled, removing her sunglasses. You can't blame us for this. She pointed at Shirho, who expressionlessly held up a bag. I just bought some ordinary bags. She shot a glance at Natasha, who had purchased 3 evening dresses and 5 pairs of heels. Those were necessities. Natasha interrupted quickly, her gaze flickering nervously toward Lingxiao. Right, boss? Lingxiao shook his head helplessly and turned to Mingmei. What about you? You didn't buy too much, did you? Mingmei smiled sheepishly. I just bought a few clothes for Shirho, and her voice trailed off, some kitchen supplies. John stepped forward silently, taking the large bags from everyone for check-in. Lingxiao looked at this group of women, suddenly regretting his decision to bring them along. Meanwhile, in an underground bar in Tokyo, Jin sat alone in a corner, having finished his 3rd glass of whiskey. His silver hair-framed eyes filled with a chilling intensity, fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Where is Sherry hiding? 2 days of extensive searching yielded nothing, a first in his career, and what irked him further was that Vodka was hospitalized due to a gunshot wound. and Chianti and Cohen were under police scrutiny, unable to act. His phone vibrated suddenly. Jin glanced at the caller ID, his pupils narrowing sharply. Boss's private number. Jin. A cold voice came from the other end. You have disappointed me gravely. Jin's fingers tightened. Boss, enough. The voice interrupted, rare fury evident. 37 shootings in 2 days, 12 police officers injured, and Interpol has formed a special task force. Jin swallowed hard. Sherry, that's enough. The voice cut him off. Cease all actions immediately. The matter regarding Sherry is on hold for now. Jin sprang to his feet. But boss, she knows too much about the organization. That voice brooked no argument. If this continues, the entire Japan division will be your burial ground. The call was abruptly terminated, and Jin gripped his phone tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. The air around him felt like it had solidified, and several bartenders discreetly retreated to the other end of the bar. Bang! The whiskey glass was forcefully smashed against the wall, shards scattering in all directions. Jin, panting heavily, had a murderous glint in her eyes that seemed almost tangible. No matter where you hide, Sherry, I will find you. A farewell from the heights. As the plane ascended into the clouds, Shiho gazed through the window at the shrinking Tokyo, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. Reluctant to leave? Lingxiao's voice broke through her thoughts. Shiho shook her head. It's just hard to believe. She gently caressed the glass, reflecting on her departure from the organization. Mingmei leaned over from the back row, tenderly grasping her sister's hand. We are free now. Belmord, seated in front, turned to Shiho, casting her a meaningful glance. Don't celebrate too soon, little Sherry. A plethora of experiments await you in the Dragon Country. Shiho shot her a glare but, unusually, refrained from retorting. Instead, she lowered her gaze to her phone, where live news from Tokyo read, the perpetrator of the serial shooting remains at large. Jin must be furious right now, she murmured to herself. Lingxiao accepted the champagne offered by the flight attendant, chuckling lightly. Let him stew in anger. He raised his glass in a toast to new beginnings. To new beginnings. Mingmei chimed in joyfully. Natasha lifted her head from a pile of shopping bags to the boss's black card. Laughter erupted in the cabin as the plane smoothly navigated through the clouds, heading toward the Dragon Country. The moment the plane touched down at the Dragon Country airport, Lingxiao immediately pulled out his phone to check. When the screen lit up, his pupils constricted in shock. The date glaringly displayed was a full 3 months later than when they had departed Japan. How is this possible? He stared intently at the screen, his fingers instinctively tightening around the device. Although he had witnessed the chaotic timelines in the world of Conan, experiencing such a temporal leap firsthand left him feeling dizzy. Kame? Belmord perceptively noted his distress, her slender fingers gently resting on his arm. What's wrong? Lingxiao took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady. Belmord. What's the date today? Belmord's brow furrowed in confusion, yet she retrieved her phone. It's July 15th. Suddenly, she grew anxious. Are you all right? Have you been overworked? As she spoke, she reached out to touch his forehead, her cool fingertips carrying a faint scent of perfume.